Chapter 1. The Contest for Marriage. Madam, something terrible has happened. The steward of the Zhao family rushed into the main hall in a fluster. What is it? Inquired a middle-aged woman clad in a delicate green gown. This was none other than the current matriarch of the Zhao family, Dugu Xian. The steward, in a state of urgency, replied, Miss is outside, challenging others to a contest for marriage. Dugu Xian sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Nonsense! Quickly bring her back. The steward promptly acknowledged her command and turned to leave in Qingfeng City. The atmosphere was particularly lively today, with people bustling about the streets, engaged in animated discussions. I've heard that today Miss Zhao is hosting a contest for marriage. Really? That sounds exciting. Didn't the young Master Tang from the imperial capital come to propose to her just a few days ago? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you value your life? On a bustling street, a makeshift arena had been erected. Above it hung a banner emblazoned with the words, Contest for Marriage. At that moment, a young girl, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, stood upon the stage. With delicate shoulders, a slender waist, brows like emerald feathers, and skin as pristine as snow, she donned a pink and white short dress that exuded an air of youthful innocence and beauty, captivating the gaze of all who beheld her. This girl was none other than Zhao Shuirer, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family in Qingfeng City. On the stage, Zhao Shuirer clasped her fists and addressed the gathered crowd. Dear elders and fellow townsfolk, today I, Zhao Shuirer, have set up this arena to challenge suitors. Whoever can defeat me shall become the son-in-law of the Zhao family. No sooner had she finished speaking than a burly man with a scruffy beard leaped onto the platform, brandishing a massive hammer. Mizo, but Joey, Bundesui, Barforum, oh no. How did that scoundrel get up there? He is notorious as a bandit leader, exclaimed one spectator. Just as the words left his lips, a colossal hammer came flying towards him, crashing down onto his head without pause. Blood splattered forth, drenching those nearby. Wang Daze on the platform glared down at the crowd, declaring, I, Wang Daze, am an honest man. How dare you call me a bandit? You deserve this. Turning his attention to Zhao Shuirer, he continued, Shuirer, we needn't fight, you cannot possibly defeat me. Tonight, we shall consummate our union. Hearing these words, Zhao Shuirer's face flushed crimson as she retorted, Why resort to murder? Murder? I haven't killed anyone. It was merely an accident. I mismanaged my hammer and struck him instead. It's his fault for not dodging, he laughed. Come, my dear Shuirer, let's go home together. As he reached for Zhao Shuirer's hand, she swiftly stepped forward, aiming her right hand toward his throat. Wang Dezue sidestepped her attack, seizing her arm and resting his hand on her shoulder. Leary, my dear, do you wish to strike your husband? Zhao Shuirer, her face a mix of green and red from fury, shouted, Let go of me. I will end you. Wang Dazue, unfazed, leaned closer to her, teasing, Oh, do you wish to kill me? Come, let's return home. I'll let you hit me all you want. Ha ha ha. Just as his laughter echoed, a sword came soaring through the air, aimed directly at Wang Dazue. The blade moved with astounding speed, covering the distance in the blink of an eye, closing in on him from several paces away. Wang Dachui squinted at the approaching sword, pushing Zhao Shuirer aside, and swung his hammer fiercely at the incoming blade. With a resounding clang, the heavy hammer struck the sword, sending it crashing to the ground. At that moment, a young man stood opposite Wang Dachui. The youth, appearing no older than 16 or 17, donned a cloud-white brocade robe, his hair cascading like wisps of cloud, and his deep-set eyes exuded an air of refinement. As he appeared, many in the audience shouted, It is young Master Bai Yi from the Bai family of Chu City. Indeed, who would have thought young Master Bai would also attend? Surely, he isn't here for the martial contest and marriage proposal, is he? This is going to be interesting. Wang Dachui glared at Bai Yi, his tone brusque. Where did this little brat come from? Take this hammer. With that, he swung his iron hammer directly at Bai Yi's face. Bai Yi, taken aback by Wang Dachui's sudden attack, momentarily froze, his expression growing serious. He was at the 3rd level of qi condensation. While Wang Dachui was a formidable opponent at the 5th level, he questioned how he could withstand such a force. Before Bai Yi could ponder further, the hammer was upon him. He retaliated with a punch aimed at the hammer. With a thunderous crash, Bai Yi was sent flying several meters before finally halting. Wang Dachui sneered, Have you not yet matured enough to play the hero? Bai Yi, fixing his icy gaze upon the bearded Wang Dachui, retorted, Has your own hair fully grown on your face? At this remark, Wang Dachui was thoroughly enraged, ready to strike. When a thought seemed to cross his mind, he looked at Bai Yi and asked, Are you Bai Yi of the Bai family from Chu City? Bai Yi replied with a grin, Though your bearded face is rather unappealing, your eyes are perceptive, you even recognize your elder Bai. Wang Dachui's expression softened as he clasped his fists, saying, "Since it is young master Bai who has taken a liking to Shuer, I, Wang Dachui, shall step aside." With that, he turned to leave. However, Bai Yi interjected, "After the insult you just hurled at Shuer, do you think it appropriate to walk away, just like that?" With that, he drew his sword, launching a fierce strike towards Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui, with a fierce countenance, responded, "Do you think I fear you?" He swung his hammer towards Bai Yi. The sword and hammer clashed with a metallic ring. Bai Yi's sword was jolted from his grasp, and Wang Dachui closed in, preparing to strike again. A wave of dread washed over Bai Yi. He feared he could not withstand this blow. Just then, the hammer was nearly upon him when an authoritative shout echoed from afar. "Impudent!" With that exclamation, a sheathed sword flew in, directly repelling the hammer back towards Wang Dachui's chest. Wang Dachui's eyes narrowed as he crossed his arms defensively over his chest. The hammer rebounded with a thunderous crash. Wang Dachui was sent flying 100 feet, and as he landed, blood spurted from his mouth. That moment, an elder appeared beside Bai Yi. "Isn't that elder Bai Jintian from the Bai family?" The crowd recognized him instantly. Zhao Shuer hurried to Bai Jintian, bowing respectfully. "Uncle Bai, what brings you here?" Bai Yi turned to Bai Jintian, offering a slight bow. "Second uncle." Bai Jintian laughed heartily. "Ha, what is this, my dear niece Zhao? Have you organized a martial contest for marriage?" At that moment, the steward of the Zhao family hurried over, breathless. Miss, Madam requests your immediate return." Upon noticing Bai Jintian and his companion, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. "Elder Bai, young master Bai, what brings you here?" Bai Yi smiled and replied, "I heard that Shuer is hosting a martial arts contest to select a suitor, so I came to participate." Bai Jintian spoke sternly, "Do not speak so recklessly." Afterward, he turned to the steward and continued, "We happened to pass by and noticed that Shuer encountered some trouble, so we lent a helping hand." The Zhao steward bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Elder Bai and young master Bai, for your assistance." "Ah, no need for such formality, we are all family." Bai Jintian chuckled. The steward looked at Bai Jintian with a puzzled expression. Family? Chapter 2, A Date in the Grove. At this juncture, Zhao Shuer interjected, "Uncle Bai, brother Yi has come to my house. It has been quite a while since you last visited." With that, Zhao Shuer tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve, leading him towards the Zhao residence. Moments later, as they entered the hall of the Zhao family, the elegant Du Xian, seated at the head, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Bai Jintian and Bai Yi. She then inquired, "Elder Bai, young master Bai, what brings you both here today?" Hearing her tone, Zhao Shuer instantly became displeased. "What do you mean by what brings? I invited them here. Is there a problem?" Sensing the tension, Bai Jintian quickly intervened. "Ahem, I apologize for the impromptu visit with my nephew." Du Xian glanced dismissively. "There's no need for apologies, please take a seat." Bai Jintian surveyed the surroundings and noticed 4 individuals seated nearby. The elder from the Tang family of the imperial capital, the elder from the Zhou family of the East City, the elder from the Li family of the border town, and the elder from the Sun family of Jinsheng. After exchanging greetings, he found an empty seat to settle down. Du Xian then took a gentle sip of tea and addressed Zhao Shuer. "You may return to your room. Now, this matter does not concern you." Zhao Shuer stamped her foot in response, and turned to leave. Once Zhao Shuer had departed, Du Xian addressed the assembly. "I trust that everyone is here for the same purpose." At this moment, the elder from the Tang family spoke up. "Madam Zhao, what is your stance on this matter?" Du Xian replied earnestly, "Shuer has been spoiled by her father since childhood, and she tends to be quite headstrong. Since everyone holds her in such high regard, I cannot hinder her. However, please continue." The elder from the Zhou family interjected suddenly. The elder from the Tang family then stated, "As long as Madam agrees to a union with my Tang family, I assure you that Zhao family members will be granted 5 slots each year to enroll in the prestigious Songyun Academy." This proclamation astonished not only Du Xian, but also the other 4 elders. Songyun Academy only admits 50 students each year. It must be noted that the Tang family's generosity was truly unexpected. Even the Tang family typically offers only 6 reserve spots annually, yet they were now providing 5. Among the elders, Bai Jintian was the most perplexed. He had not come to propose, he was merely passing by. How had he suddenly found himself entangled in their affairs? At this juncture, the elder from the Zhou family rose and clasped his fists. "Madam, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Are you leaving? If not, what are you doing here? There are only 5 spots, and the Zhou family has only 3 in total for the entire year." How to proceed? As Elder Zhou departed, Elder Li and Elder Sun exchanged glances and rose to bid farewell. At that moment, Du Xian turned her gaze toward Bai Jintian. Bai Jintian took a sip of tea and remarked, I too should be on my way, and I need to see you off." Du Xian interjected before Bai Jintian could finish a sentence. With Bai Yi in tow, Bai Jintian turned to leave just as they reached the door. A voice called out, "Uncle Bai, brother Yi, wait for me." Zhao Shuer hurried over. "Why are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay and play with me for a couple of days?" Bai Yi smiled gently. "This time, I have important matters to attend to with my second uncle. I will come to visit you when I have the time." Having said this, Bai Yi followed Bai Jintian out of the Zhao residence. Along the way, Bai Yi inquired, "Second uncle." At this point, Bai Jintian interrupted, "Are you curious why the prominent families are all seeking to propose alliances with the Zhao family?" Bai Yi nodded. "Indeed, what puzzles me even more is why the Tang family would offer so many spots. The admissions for Sangyan Academy are notoriously stringent, and the slots are scarce." Bai Jintian smiled slightly. "Let me tell you about Sangyan Academy. It has a history spanning several millennia. Legend has it that this region, Sangyan continent, is named after the academy itself. The founder's purpose in establishing Sangyan Academy was to protect the people of this land." Bai Yi gazed at Bai Jintian in astonishment. "Second uncle, was that person truly formidable?" Bai Jintian replied earnestly, "Indeed, very formidable. It is said that he had reached the supreme realm." Bai Yi looked at Bai Jintian, puzzled. "Supreme realm? What does that entail?" Bai Jintian smiled faintly. "My dear Yi, the highest known realm on our continent is the Lord's realm. It is certain that the supreme realm surpasses even that." "Second uncle, what realm do you currently inhabit?" Bai Yi asked, looking at Bai Jintian. Bai Jintian chuckled. "Ah, let's not dwell on that. Instead, let's discuss that girl Shuer. It seems my suspicions were correct. Otherwise, those families would not be so eager to propose, especially the Tang family. As they conversed, they arrived at a riverside, the boundary river of Qingfeng City. Crossing this river would lead them to Chu City. They approached a ferry boat, and Bai Jintian waved to the ferryman. "Ferry operator, we wish to cross the river." The ferryman emerged from the cabin, smiling as he respectfully greeted Bai Jintian and Bai Yi. "Please, esteemed guests, board the vessel." At that moment, a voice called from behind Bai Jintian, "Brother Bai, please hold on." Turning around, Bai Jintian saw an elderly man approaching. It was Elder Zhou Xing from the Zhou family of the Yi city. Bai Jintian smiled slightly. "Brother Zhou, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Bai Yi offered a slight bow to Zhou Xing. "Greetings, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Xing glanced at Bai Yi and replied, "No need for such formalities, my nephew." Zhou Xing continued, "Brother Bai, do not rush to leave just yet, we have important matters to discuss with you." Bai Jintian raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "You, and who else?" Zhou Xing smiled calmly. "Indeed, it is I along with Brother Sun and Li." Bai Jintian inquired, "Is it about today's proposal?" Zhou Xing glanced around and replied, "Brother Bai, this is not the place for such discussions. Let us proceed to Qingfeng Tower." Bai Jintian, with a hint of gravity, conceded, "Very well." After the two departed, Bai Yi made his way toward a nearby forest. Upon leaving the Zhao estate, a maid had discreetly slipped him a note that read, "Tonight, meet in the woods, do not disappoint." Bai Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was undoubtedly written by that girl, Shuer. Alas, there was no way to contend with her. They often snuck away to play in the woods together during their childhood. Though they resided in different cities, his uncle frequently brought him to Qingfeng City on business, allowing ample opportunity for interaction with Zhao Shuer. To describe them as childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration. Bai Yi arrived at the woods and settled onto a wooden stump. With the day still young and having little to occupy his time, he began to cultivate his energy. In the Sanyun continent, each major realm is subdivided into 5 minor realms. Bai Yi currently stood at the 3rd level of energy condensation, with 2 more minor realms to ascend before reaching the Qi control realm. Naturally, one cannot rush the process of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, he slipped into a meditative state, a phenomenon that would astonish anyone fortunate enough to witness it. This meditative state is typically attainable only upon reaching the Qi control realm. Through energy, one commands the spirit through spirit. One draws breath, and through breath, one forms a core. Even those within the Qi control realm can only enter this state at the 5th level of Qi control, just before transcending to the core formation realm. Remarkably, Bai Yi, at merely the 3rd level of energy condensation, had achieved it. Chapter 3. Bitten by a Python. In the main hall of the Bai residence, a middle-aged man sat quietly at his desk. This man was Bai Linyan, the patriarch of the Bai family and a master at the 4th level of the revered realm. Opposite him stood Bai Jintian in silence. Bai Linyan, with a solemn expression, remarked, "Indeed, they're already aware of Zhao Shuer's situation. Have you ascertained who leaked the information?" Bai Jintian responded, "Unfortunately, we have no leads. The individuals I dispatched are still conducting their investigation." Bai Linyan turned his gaze toward Bai Jintian and inquired, "What of Yi? Why has he not returned?" Bai Jintian replied, "It is possible that Zhao Shuer has detained him." "Haha," Bai Linyan chuckled, "Very well. Send word to Yi. He must seize the opportunity to grow closer to Zhao Shuer. Bai Jintian pondered, I suspect that woman from the Zhao family. Do not concern yourself with her, I will devise a way. However, the Tang family presents a bit of a complication. Bai Linyin continued, you may go now. After Bai Jintian departed, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Bai Linyin's mouth. Humph. The Tang family. Meanwhile, in the forest, Bai Yi remained in a state of cultivation, enveloped in an ineffable and profound condition his meditative state. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from his being. The leaves within a tenjong radius were instantly shredded, leaving only the swaying trunks behind. It seemed as if this formidable energy could send them flying at any moment. Transitioning from the third level of energy condensation directly to the chi control realm, Bai Yi had leaped over 2 minor realms. Slowly, he opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, bewildered. What just transpired? That sensation? At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Yi, came Schwenner's voice. Bai Yi turned toward the sound, and indeed, it was Zhao Shuer dashing toward him. Shuer, you have arrived. Yiga, have you been waiting for a long time? Alas, that wretched second aunt of mine always sends people to keep an eye on me, preventing me from going out. I sneaked out. Bai Yi rolled his eyes. When have you not sneaked out? Is there something amiss now that night has fallen? Zhao Shuer, sitting beside Bai Yi, turned to him and said, Second aunt intends to marry me off to the Tang family. I am aware. I heard about it today when I visited your home, but I do not wish to marry. I have never even met that Tang Xiao, and even if I had, I would refuse. As she spoke, a faint blush began to rise on Zhao Shuer's cheeks. Noticing her sudden flush, Bai Yi inquired with curiosity, Shuer, are you feeling unwell? Your face is quite red. Ah, you're the one who is unwell. Your entire family is unwell. I won't talk to you anymore. With that, Zhao Shuer stood up and turned her back to Bai Yi, preparing to leave. Bai Yi quickly rose to her feet and grasped Zhao Shuer's arm. Shuer, if you do not wish to marry, you may speak to your second mother. She is unlikely to impose any difficulties upon you. Zhao Shuer turned to Bai Yi, her eyes filled with incredulity. Not impose difficulties upon me? You dare to utter such words. Bai Yi was about to speak when a voice echoed from afar. Miss, where are you? We are looking for Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer hurriedly grasped Bai Yi's hand, urging, we must flee quickly, lest they find me. In the depths of the forest, Bai Yi and Zhao Shuer stealthily evaded the Zhao family's search, eventually arriving at a more concealed spot. By now, it was already midnight, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Shuer, feeling a twinge of fear, asked, Yigu, did you hear any commotion just now? Bai Yi glanced at Zhao Shuer and said, did you hear that? It seems there are snakes lurking in the vicinity. Before Bai Yi could finish speaking, Zhao Shuer screamed in terror, Brother Yi. We never saw any snakes when we were playing here before. How could there possibly be a snake? Bai Yi said with a serious expression, I am uncertain as well. Bai Yi pondered that it was improbable for any snakes to inhabit this area. Even ordinary serpents would not instill a sense of peril within him. However, he had distinctly felt a surge of foreboding moments ago. Suddenly, a python, thick as a man's arm, lunged towards the two. Its body was adorned with dark green scales, and a prominent ridge, several inches high, ran along its spine. In the blink of an eye, it reached Bai Yi and Zhao Shuer, its cavernous jaws gaping wide as it aimed to strike at them. Bai Yi swiftly shielded the nearby Zhao Shuer behind him, raising his hand to thrust a sword forward. A beam of sword light aimed directly at the serpent's head, yet as soon as the light made contact with the creature, it shattered instantly. With a sudden glint in his eyes, Bai Yi raised his left hand in defense, but the serpent struck, sinking its fangs into his left arm and tearing away a gruesome chunk of flesh. Blood gushed forth, instantly soaking Bai Yi's entire robe in crimson. Behind him, Zhao Shuer gazed at the serpent in sheer terror, momentarily paralyzed by panic, forgetting to flee. Bai Yi turned and shouted to Zhao Shuer, Shuer, run. In that moment of panic, Zhao Shuer managed to collect her thoughts slightly. Just as she was about to turn away, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her leg. To her horror, she discovered a small snake clinging tightly to her calf. At that moment, the python pivoted and swung its tail, striking Bai Yi squarely in the abdomen. Bai Yi was hurled several dozen yards away, losing consciousness upon landing. The python cast a glance at Zhao Shuer, hissing and roaring in agitation. At that moment, Zhao Shuer suddenly felt her body trembling, her blood boiling as if it were water on the verge of boiling. The ancestral blood was about to awaken, though Zhao Shuer was unaware of her own ancestral lineage, leaving her somewhat bewildered. The python regarded Zhao Shuer with a flicker of surprise in its eyes. As her bloodline surged, The astonishment in the python's gaze gradually morphed into gravity, which ultimately transformed into sheer terror, prompting it to turn and flee. Clearly, Zhao Shui's ancestral power had frightened the python away. However, it was regrettable that her bloodline had not fully awakened. At this moment, her strength was insufficient to sustain such an awakening. If the ancestral blood were to forcefully awaken, it would surely result in her demise. Zhao Shui watched the python retreat, momentarily stunned and filled with confusion. Yet, she did not dwell on it, swiftly running to Bai Ye's side. As she ran, a sharp pain shot through her legs. She glanced down to find 2 deep bite marks on her thigh, remnants of the earlier snake's attack. To her dismay, the marks were dark and venomous. Ignoring the wound on her leg, Zhao Shui hurried towards Bai Yi. Upon reaching him, she discovered that he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Gently cradling his head, she shook him softly, calling out, "Yi Ge, please wake up, Yi Ge." But Bai Yi showed no response. At that moment, he was nearly lifeless, having been bitten by the python and then struck violently by its tail. Despite having reached the Qi mastery stage, he was powerless against the python's onslaught. Akin to an egg colliding with a rock, his internal organs had been shattered, and the breath that remained was merely the flickering flame of his willpower. Seeing Bai Yi unresponsive, tears began to cascade down Zhao Shui's cheeks. Panic set in as she cried out, "Yi Ge, please don't scare me. Wake up. Wake up." Chapter 4. The Xiao Family's Flying Dagger. Chapter 5. The mysterious Madame Zhao. The force of this strike was evidently several times greater than that of the previous condensing Sea Realm expert's punch. The middle-aged man across from him raised his hand and threw a flying dagger, which shot forth instantly. With a whoosh, it reached the palm before pausing not at all. It pierced through the center of the palm and directly into the chest of the peak, sea-breaking realm expert. Blood splattered as the dagger returned to the middle-aged man's hand. He looked at the blade, sniffed it, and quickly covered his mouth with his left hand. Bent over as if about to vomit. He taunted, "Your blood energy is quite impressive." Ha. It was a blatant provocation that made the onlookers' eyes widen in fury. Yet none dared to step forward. At that moment, the guard turned to the middle-aged man, saying, "You didn't come here merely to disgust us, did you?" No, not at all." The middle-aged man quickly shook his head. "I am here for a friendly exchange, merely a friendly exchange." The conversation was abruptly interrupted by a woman, who questioned, "Is this merely a spar? A gentle exchange? Surely, you cannot be speaking with such blatant falsehoods." The middle-aged man turned to face her. She was adorned in a deep green gown, her long hair cascading down her back, and a jade hairpin elegantly perched atop her head. While her features were not conventionally beautiful, her attire was remarkably well coordinated, imparting an immediate sense of comfort and warmth to those who beheld her. With a youthful smile, the middle-aged man inquired, "May I know your name, dear lady?" The woman remained silent, insisting, "You have yet to answer my question." The man chuckled awkwardly, "Ah, indeed. It is merely a spar, a gentle exchange." As he spoke, he emphatically patted his chest, conveying the utmost seriousness of his words. He had genuinely come for a friendly contest, as his master had advised him to venture forth and explore the world, cautioning him to remain vigilant and to never underestimate his opponents, regardless of their prowess. He was diligent in adhering to his master's wisdom, fully exerting himself in every bout, out of deep respect for his mentor. Suddenly, the woman pointed at him, declaring, "What a fine notion of a gentle exchange. Is your idea of such an exchange one that determines life or death?" The middle-aged man cast a regretful glance at the 2 lifeless bodies nearby, then bowed slightly, apologizing. "I am truly sorry. I had no idea you were so weak. Please strive to be stronger in your next life." His sincerity was palpable, and an expression of profound regret graced his features. Witnessing this exchange left the onlookers bewildered. What was happening? To slay someone and then blame them for their weakness, urging them to be stronger in their next incarnation? Was he attempting to condemn their souls with such words? If the spirits of the deceased heard this, would they even have the chance to be reborn? At that moment, the woman stated, "I shall return your strike." Stepping forward, she prepared to attack. The middle-aged man, however, retreated a step and shook his head vehemently. No. I refuse to spar with a woman. My master has taught me that in this land, men vastly outnumber women. It is best to avoid conflict with women. If I were to inadvertently harm one or two, countless men might find themselves without brides." Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly enveloped by a formidable aura emanating from the woman before him. As she made her move, the crowd stood in stunned silence, not out of surprise at her willingness to engage, but rather due to the overwhelming strength she exhibited. far exceeding their expectations. The guard murmured softly, "She is at the third tier of the master realm," his astonishment evident. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man found himself ensnared by the woman's formidable presence. Showing no inclination to retaliate, it was a manifestation of a unique technique exclusive to those who had cultivated to the realm of the Supreme Master. The woman gazed at him, questioning, "Why do you not strike?" The middle-aged man responded with a wry smile, "I cannot engage. I fear that if I do, countless men will be left without wives." At this revelation, the crowd seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. Countless men without brides? Did this imply that the woman would find numerous husbands? At this thought, everyone gazed at her in astonishment. The woman, however, remained oblivious. Seemingly overlooking the crux of the matter, many men were unable to find wives. In that moment, she unleashed a punch. "If you do not strike, then you shall never strike again." A formidable aura surged forth, crashing towards the middle-aged man like a rolling tide. In his heart, the man murmured, "Master, I am perishing. Yet I do not wish to die." Just then, the woman's fist connected, and he was instantly propelled away, vanishing from sight. The woman froze. Taken aback, did he truly not retaliate? She regretted using all her strength. Her intention had never been to kill him outright. It was merely a moment of impulsive anger that led her to hold nothing back. The crowd turned their gaze towards her, and as she noticed their stares, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth as she turned to leave. "Who is this woman? Does anyone know her?" They began to murmur. "She seems to be the young mistress of the Zhao family," someone remarked. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the heavens. "I said that a woman who strikes will not be met with retaliation. I stand by my word." Remarkably, the man had returned, unharmed. The several powerful figures present were utterly astounded. At the moment the woman had attacked, they had perceived that the middle-aged man had indeed not struck back. Not even attempting to defend himself, he had withstood the full force of an attack from a third-tier master with nothing but his body. What sort of strength was this? "Come, let us continue. Who dares to take my blade?" Frustration welled up within him, having endured a beating without the ability to retaliate. He resolved to inform his master of the humiliating defeat he had suffered. At that moment, the guardian on the opposite side spoke gravely, "Let us all attack together." The middle-aged man found himself slightly bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? Why must it turn into a collective assault? This is unfair. Before he could contemplate further, hundreds from the opposing side charged forward, their powerful auras overwhelming him. The middle-aged man maintained a stoic expression. His master had taught him never to panic, regardless of the situation, especially when facing overwhelming odds. He believed in himself, for he was invincible. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he slowly closed his eyes. He was not awaiting death. Rather, he was feigning. The crowd observed the middle-aged man, noting his calm demeanor, which only fueled their frenzy. It was pure disdain and unfiltered contempt. In an instant, they unleashed their most potent strikes against him. Sensing something amiss, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, an overwhelming force and barrage of attacks surged before him. The middle-aged man calmly stated, "Trust in the master, trust in yourself. I am invincible." With that, he raised his hand and launched a flying dagger, which was immediately knocked away by the ferocious onslaught, sent soaring thousands of miles into the distance. The middle-aged man was also hurled back several thousand miles, eventually coming to rest on the ground. He murmured, "I am invincible," before losing consciousness. At that moment, a woman appeared beside him, the very same individual who had departed earlier. She scooped up the middle-aged man and took flight. Shortly after the woman whisked him away, a group of several hundred arrived at the spot where the two had vanished. They fled? One of the powerful figures mused skeptically. This person is not to be underestimated. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed, and after a moment of contemplation, the guardian also turned and left. Chapter 6. The enigmatic framing. On the following morning, a ray of sunlight pierced the corner of Baiye's eye. He slowly opened his eyes, only to immediately shut them again, as the brightness was blinding and somewhat disorienting. Gradually, he reopened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. A dull ache throbbed in his head, and suddenly recalling something, Baiye bolted upright. Schwer, are you there?" No response echoed back. "Gone? The python." Upon this thought, he sprang to his feet. Just as he did, a realization struck him. Last night, my arm. He raised his hand to inspect the area where he had been bitten, only to find, astonishingly, that there was no wound. Baiye stood in a daze, perplexed, gazing at her clothes stained with blood. At that moment, several voices echoed from a distance. Miss Schwer is looking for you." Baiye hesitated on whether to inform them, when it appeared that someone had noticed Bai Yi. There is someone here. It seems to be young Master Bai. Bai Yi approached a few individuals, informing them that Schwer might be in peril and urging them to promptly notify their lady. After delivering his message, he made his way towards the edge of the woods. He needed to return to his family, for the previous night had been fraught with anomalies. How could his wounds have healed overnight? He distinctly remembered the sensation of the serpent's tail striking him. It was solely the feeling of impending death. Yet, why did he find himself unscathed? Where had Schwer vanished to? The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became, prompting Bai Yi to quicken his pace. At that moment, a maid who had been searching for Zhao Schwer in the woods hurried back to the Zhao residence, breathless as she rushed into the main hall. Madam, miss, she exclaimed. De Guxuan regarded the maid and urged her to speak slowly. Did you find the young lady? With a quivering voice, the maid replied. I did not find the young lady, but we encountered young Master Bai in the woods. Bai Yi? De Guxuan inquired. The maid nodded, yes. Young Master Bai appeared to be gravely injured, covered in blood. Moreover, De Guxuan abruptly rose. Moreover what? The maid hastily continued. It seems young Master Bai is also searching for the young lady. De Guxuan slowly took her seat and waved her hand dismissively at the maid. Continue searching at once. Do not return without the young lady. The maid complied and departed to continue her search for Zhao Schwer. De Guxuan then entered another room, where she found the maid who had secretly delivered notes to Bai Yi, kneeling before her. Furious, De Guxuan glared at Xiaoyu. Who gave you the audacity to assist the young lady in delivering notes? Xiaoyu, trembling on the ground, wept sorrowfully. The scars on her body indicated she had been severely beaten, her skin marred by whip marks, blood staining her garments. Just then, a figure clad in a black robe entered the room. De Guxuan pointed at Xiaoyu and commanded the figure, exterminate her entire family. Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, was filled with terror and hastily bowed her head, pleading, Please, madam, spare my family. I beg you. The sound of her desperate kowtows resonated with profound supplication and utter despair. The figure in black, however, ignored her pleas and turned to leave. De Guxuan glared at Xiaoyu. Humph. If the young lady does not return, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence. Xiaoyu continued to beseech for her family's safety. Take her to the fire prison. De Guxuan ordered. The fire prison, a private dungeon of the Zhao family, was reserved for those who had committed heinous acts against the family or betrayed them. Within, one endured the relentless torment of scorching flames day and night, never to be consumed by fire. It was a state of perpetual limbo between life and death, a true existence more agonizing than death itself. By the time Bai Yi arrived at the family estate, it was already midday. Upon seeing his tattered clothing and the bloodstains adorning his body, the members of the Bai family were taken aback. At that moment, Bai Zhentian emerged from the house, and upon witnessing Bai Yi's tragic state, he too was momentarily stunned. Just as Bai Yi was about to speak, Bai Zhentian hastily pulled him into the hall. At that juncture, Bai Linyan was also present, and upon seeing Bai Yi, he abruptly rose and inquired, Year, what has happened? Did the Zhao family inflict these injuries upon you? Bai Yi hurriedly shook her head. No. Bai Linyan, with a puzzled expression, inquired again, what is the matter? Bai Yi cast a glance at Bai Linyan and said, Yesterday, my second uncle was about to take me back to our family when the elders from the Zhou, Li, and Sun families halted us. My second uncle instructed me to return alone, but just as we were departing from the Zhao residence, Schwer summoned me to the small grove, stating that she had something important to discuss with me. Consequently, I ventured to the grove alone to await her arrival. Bai Yi recounted the events of the previous night in meticulous detail to Bai Linyan and Bai Zhentian. Bai Linyan, upon hearing this, wore a rather grave expression. Are you suggesting that there are serpent-like demonic beasts in the grove from last night, and that their prowess is considerable? Indeed, came the reply. I found myself utterly defenseless against that serpent. We often frequented that spot before, yet we had never encountered any demonic beasts there. Bai Yi also appeared to be quite perplexed. Bai Linyan remarked, he can undoubtedly discern your injuries. Indeed, Bai Yi suffered grievous wounds last night, as evidenced by the profusion of blood that envelopes him. Yet, such severe injuries are perplexing. Wait, did you mention that you achieved the realm of Qi mastery last night? Yet now, your cultivation level. It was at this moment that Bai Yi recalled the matter at hand. He extended his hand, and in an instant, a surge of profound energy coursed through his entire being, solidifying. However, upon attempting to command this energy, he found himself unable to do so. Could it possibly be due to the effects of the serpent's venom? Bai Linyan and Bai Jintian exchanged glances as they observed the solidified energy enveloping Bai Yi. Both were taken aback, for while he had not yet reached the realm of energy manipulation, his condensation of energy was distinctly unique. Typically, in the condensation realm, the energy flows throughout the body but does not solidify, as Bai Yi's did. It is important to note that profound energy is still a gas. The condensation realm merely gathers this energy. Yet, how could it be that it appeared so tangible? At that moment, Bai Linyan turned to Bai Yi and said, "Very well. You should wash up and change your clothes, then take some time to rest. As for Shuer's situation, I shall have your second uncle investigated." Bai Yi offered a slight bow. "As you wish, dear adoptive father." After Bai Yi departed, Bai Linyan turned to Bai Jintian and said, "Go find the third brother and instruct him to search for Zhao Shuer. Then, make a trip to the imperial capital. Is there a suspicion that the Tang family is involved?" Bai Jintian inquired with a hint of skepticism. "There is some doubt. But my intuition suggests that the Tang family is not behind this," Bai Linyan advised. "When you go to the imperial capital, do not be overt in your actions, and especially avoid the Tang family." He cautioned. "I understand. I shall depart at once." With that, Bai Jintian turned and left. After Bai Jintian departed, Bai Linyan fell into deep contemplation, not regarding Zhao Shuer, but rather pondering the realm of Bai Yi. It was undeniably peculiar. Throughout his years of cultivation, he had never encountered a condensation of qi quite like Bai Yi's. It had been centuries since he had witnessed such a phenomenon. Within a grand hall, Du Guxian sat quietly, lost in thought. After a moment, she spoke. "Summon someone." A woman entered the hall, responding, "Madam, how may I assist you?" "Make a trip to the Tang family in the imperial capital and inform them that the young lady has been taken by members of the Bai family," she said, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Within the grand hall of the Bai residence, Bai Jintian rushed in, flustered and agitated. "Master, something has happened." Bai Linyan gazed at Bai Jintian and remarked, "However, it was the Tang family who abducted Zhao Shuer, wasn't it?" Bai Jintian hastily shook his head and remarked, "We are not from the Tang family, yet someone has accused us of abducting Zhao Shuer." Who uttered the words of Bai Linyan's rise? Bai Jintian shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. "I am unaware. Currently, the Tang family is gathering the formidable members of their clan. They may come to demand individuals from my Bai family." Bai Linyan's expression changed dramatically in an instant. "Someone is slandering the Bai family. Who could it be? Go find the third brother and have him take Yi away from Chu City for the time being. Await my instructions. Do not return without my permission." Bai Jintian inquired with a sense of perplexity. "What is this?" Bai Linyan gazed solemnly at Bai Jintian, saying, "This matter is far from simple. The Tang family will undoubtedly not let this go easily. We must prepare for the worst and summon all the formidable members of our clan to return." Bai Jintian nodded before turning to depart. Chapter 7. The Three Sovereigns of the Realm. Chapter 8. Mu Xiao interferes. A thread of sword light instantaneously arrived before the members of the Tang family. Without pause, it surged directly into their midst. As this beam of sword light penetrated, heads began to fly. In the blink of an eye, the severed heads of several formidable condensation sea realm experts from the Tang family tumbled to the ground. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Bai Linyan and Bai Laosin gazed at Bai Jintian, their faces alight with uncontainable joy. Bai Jintian had also broken through. In stark contrast, Tang Xianfeng and the armed man wore expressions of deep discontent. Tang Xianfeng bellowed, "What an audacious old dog of the Bai family. I wondered how you dared to seize my Tang family's people. It turns out that all three of you brothers have already attained the sovereign realm." Bai Linyan, with a look of helplessness, turned to Tang Xianfeng and stated, "I have already expressed that I did not abduct the Zhao family's young lady." Tang Xianfeng, filled with fury, retorted, "Enough with the trivialities. Do you think your three esteemed realm masters are anything to boast about?" Following this, he crushed a communication talisman and declared, "Even if you possess 10 esteemed realm masters, it will be of no consequence. I shall still annihilate the Bai family." Hidden in the shadows, Du Guxian, upon witnessing the presence of 3 esteemed realm masters from the Bai family, wore a grave expression. It must be said that these families had concealed their strengths quite adeptly. Yet, the more she observed, the more exhilarated she became. Where there are people, there exists a world of rivalry, and in such a world, the absence of conflict would render it utterly dull. At the Tsangyun Academy, on a mountain peak, a middle-aged man was meditating in midair. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as a communication talisman fell before him. He gazed at the talisman, and after a moment, narrowed his eyes slightly. Family crisis, the Bai family. With a cold huff, he turned and soared towards another peak. At the very moment Tang Shifeng shattered the communication talisman, Bai Linyan fixated intently on him, pondering. Could he be notifying the members of Songyun Academy? However, Songyun Academy has strict regulations that prohibit its members from involving themselves in worldly affairs unless there is an external threat to the Songyun continent. If he is not notifying Songyun Academy, then to whom is he sending the message? Just then, Bai Laosan suddenly interjected, "They are summoning reinforcements. We must eliminate them all before their allies arrive." Upon finishing, Bai Laosan clasped his hands together, raining clouds, parting seas. A terrifying aura surged forth as he struck his palms together, pressing towards Tang Xianfeng with overwhelming force. Bai Linyan and Bai Jintian no longer hesitated, unleashing their most formidable strikes upon the members of the Tang family. Tang Xianfeng and the armed men did not remain idle, engaging in a valiant defense to mitigate the devastating onslaught and minimize casualties. However, it was evident that the combined might of two against the three strongest attacks from the realm of the Zun Master was insurmountable. In an instant, several heads of the Tang family members severed from their bodies. Tang Xuanfeng's eyes widened with despair. He understood that even if he sent a distress signal, it would take time for aid to arrive from Songyun Academy. They had to endure during this precarious interval. With this thought, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, retreat." Upon hearing Tang Xuanfeng's command, the crowd hastily withdrew. The Bai family members, witnessing the retreat of the Tang family, surged with renewed vigor and launched another assault. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the surrounding structures were instantly reduced to rubble. The Tang family members continued to fall back, yet many still perished in the chaos. Conversely, the Bai family grew ever bolder, collectively roaring, "Annihilate the Tang family." A fresh wave of terrifying attacks surged toward the retreating Tang members. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance, "Cease this at once." As the voice resonated, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the scene. Everyone turned to behold the newcomers, an elderly man accompanied by a middle-aged figure. At that moment, Tang Xiafeng turned to the elder and offered a slight bow. "Elder Mu." The elder who had arrived was none other than Mu Xiu, the Grand Elder of Songyun Academy, while the middle-aged man was Tang Xiuyun, a direct descendant of the Tang family. Tang Xiuyun then inclined his head slightly towards Tang Xianfeng, saying, "Uncle, are you all unharmed?" Bai Linyan and Bai Jintian turned to Mu Xiu and offered a slight bow. "We are honored by your presence, Elder Mu. Please forgive our lack of hospitality." At that moment, Bai Laosan suddenly pointed at Mu Xiu, exclaiming, "What? Does Elder Mu intend to disrupt the Academy's rules?" Mu Xiu calmly regarded Bai Laosan and replied, "Heh, rules? I have not transgressed any. I hereby declare that from this moment on, I am the guest elder of the Tang family. Is my presence here as the guest elder of the Tang family a violation of the rules?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Tang family nearby displayed expressions of joy. Tang Xianfeng then cupped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Mu Xiu, saying, "Elder Mu, thank you. The Tang family will surely bestow a generous reward after this matter is resolved." Mu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. "We are all part of one family. There is no need for such formality. Let us first address the pressing issue at hand." Upon hearing Mu Xiu's words, Bai Linyan and the others' expressions instantly darkened. They were acutely aware of Mu Xiu's formidable prowess. Should he choose to intervene today, the situation would undoubtedly become exceedingly precarious. Although Mu Xiu claimed to act in the capacity of a guest elder from the Tang family, it was common knowledge that he held the esteemed title of Grand Elder at Songyun Academy. If Bai Linyan and his companions were to take action against Mu Xiu today, it would essentially equate to the Bai family striking against Songyun Academy. Bai Linyan let out a soft sigh as he turned to Bai Jintian and said, "Second brother, what is your perspective on this? What is there to deliberate? Let's just act," Bai Laosan replied, charging ahead towards the Tang family members. Bai Jintian fell silent for a moment. Having reached a point of no return, he resolved to fight valiantly to the death. Even in the face of demise, he would choose to perish in battle. Bai Laosan rushed forth, his palms opened wide, as a formidable energy converged within them. In an instant, the surrounding air coalesced into a peculiar vortex resembling a black hole. He then unleashed a powerful strike, the cloud-dispelling palm. The swirling black hole, exuding a potent aura, surged toward the Tang family, scattering countless fragments of stone into the air, swiftly engulfing everyone in its wake. As Bai Laosan made his move, Bai Jintian stood resolutely with a sword poised between his brows, silently invoking, "In my name, I commune with the celestial essence, summon forth auspicious omens, and empower my blade." In an instant, a terrifying oppressive force surged from the heavens, causing Bai Jintian's sword to tremble ever so slightly. At that moment, a blinding silver sword light penetrated his weapon, and Bai Jintian abruptly opened his eyes, stepping forward to thrust his sword. With this strike, the surrounding air seemed to be violently torn asunder, and even the fabric of space appeared to warp and contort. This was the celestial sword, an earth-tier sword technique. Tang Xianfeng regarded Bai Jintian's strike with a grave expression, remarking, "Such formidable swordsmanship. Alas, if only you were at the third level of the sovereign realm. None present could withstand this blow. It is truly regrettable that you have only just broken through to the sovereign domain." Mu Xiao observed the confrontation between the two. His eyes narrowed as he took a half-step forward. He unleashed a powerful punch, the celestial fist, conjuring a colossal shadow of a fist that surged towards Bai Laosan's palm and Bai Jintian's sword light. Wherever the fist traveled, the surrounding space erupted into dark fissures. The ability to tear through space was indeed terrifying. In the blink of an eye, this gigantic fist shadow collided with Bai Jintian's sword and Bai Laosan's palm, producing a resounding boom that reverberated through the skies. The surrounding space shattered like glass, transforming into an abyss of darkness. Yet, in an instant, it restored to its original state. Bai Jintian and Bai Laosan were both sent reeling back dozens of feet, while Mu Xiao stood unmoved, effortlessly handling a 2-on-1 situation. Truly, he embodied the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, and most importantly, his punch was a premium earth-tier technique. In the entire Songyun continent, only Songyun Academy possessed a few such exceptional earth-tier martial arts. Bai Linyan approached Bai Jintian and Bai Laosan, who were lying on the ground, continuously coughing up blood. Bai Linyan hastily retrieved 2 elixirs and administered them to the 2 individuals. Yet Bai Laosan merely shook his head, stating, "There is no need. It is already futile." Before he could finish his words, Bai Laosan's head tilted, and he succumbed to lifelessness. Chapter 9. The Fallen Young Master of the Bai Family, Bai Laosan. Bai Laosan. Bai Linyan cried out, witnessing the spark of life extinguish in Bai Laosan. Moments later, he turned and approached Bai Jintian, the second son. Bai Jintian forced a smile towards Bai Linyan, but just as he was about to utter a word, a mouthful of blood spilled forth. At this moment, Bai Jintian's eyes gradually closed, his head tilted, and he succumbed to the silence of death. At this moment, Bai Linyan found himself engulfed in a haze. Turning his gaze to survey his surroundings, he discovered that the members of the Bai family had been ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving him as the sole survivor. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming in a voice laced with fury, "Who dares to conspire against the Bai family? I, Bai Linyan, shall not yield." Concealed in the shadows, Du Guxian trembled upon hearing his words. "This old fool," she mused, a smirk gracing her lips. "That Songyun Academy possesses intriguing elements indeed. Such a formidable elder. It seems I must tread carefully henceforth." With that, she turned and slipped away silently into the night. Bai Linyan cast a glance at Mu Xiao and the others, erupting into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha, you fools. You have been outwitted and remain oblivious." His laughter bordered on madness, a frenzied cacophony that reverberated through the air. Yet, as he laughed, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth from within him, erupting violently. Mu Xiao narrowed his eyes at Bai Linyan and urgently instructed the members of the Tang family beside him, "Step back quickly, he is about to self-destruct." He too retreated a few paces. The self-detonation of a master at the sovereign level was no trivial matter, while it posed minimal threat to Mu Xiao. The weaker members of the Tang family could not withstand such a force. No sooner had the Tang family members begun to withdraw than a thunderous roar echoed through the air, and a crimson mist of blood enveloped the area where Bai Linyan had stood just moments before, mingling with a pungent scent of blood that spread ominously. With Bai Linyan's self-destruction, the Bai family was irrevocably reduced to mere dust in the annals of history. The obliteration of the Bai family shattered the delicate balance of power that had persisted in the Songyun continent for centuries. The 3 great clans, Zhou, Li, and Sun, quaked in trepidation, acutely aware that they were caught in a web of intrigue, yet none knew the architect behind it all. Fearful of entangling themselves in unwelcome consequences, no one dared to investigate or inquire further. Meanwhile, the Tang family, having vanquished the Bai family, descended into a profound calm. While they too had suffered considerable losses in this conflict, it was indisputable that the Tang family emerged as the preeminent victor of this tumultuous battle. The Bai family, after all, possesses a legacy spanning several centuries, yet all the wealth accumulated over these countless years has been entirely consumed by the Tang family, leaving not a drop remaining. After the demise of the Bai family, the Tang family undoubtedly emerged as the most formidable force, second only to the Zhongyun Academy. Du Guxian continued to covertly dispatch individuals in search of Zhao Shuer, yet her efforts yielded no results. What perplexed her further was the absence of Bai Yi during the annihilation of the Bai clan. Meanwhile, the Tang family was fervently pursuing Bai Yi, publicly declaring him responsible for the abduction of Tang family's betrothed, a heinous crime for which they were determined to seek him out. At this juncture, Tang Xianfeng and the elders of the Tang family sensed that something was amiss. Nevertheless, since circumstances had unfolded in such a manner, they resolved to act decisively. Regardless of whether Bai Yi had indeed taken Zhao Shuer, it was imperative to locate him and execute him to eliminate any potential threats. On a desolate and dilapidated street, a young man ambled forward. His attire, once resplendent, now lay in tatters, revealing the hardships he had endured in recent days. His once elegant robe was now threadbare, his hair disheveled, his face grimy, and in his hand, he clutched a withered branch. This young man was none other than Bai Yi. In a hasty bid, Bai Lao San had sent him to this place and departed, citing a family crisis that forbade his return. He promised to retrieve him once the danger had passed. However, 5 days had elapsed, and no one had come for him. Even more tragically, in his eagerness to return to the family, Bai Lao San had left Bai Yi with nothing. Having gone several days without sustenance, Bai Yi stumbled forward, his steps faltering. Passers-by on the street recoiled at the sight of him. At that moment, 2 individuals walked by, whispering softly to one another. Have you heard? The Tang family in the imperial capital is on the hunt for someone from the Bai family, young Master Bai. The other person gestured for silence and replied in hushed tones. The affairs of the immortals are beyond our mortal comprehension. I've heard that the Bai family has been eradicated by the Tang family, and only young Master Bai managed to escape. Now the entire Zhongyun continent is in pursuit of him. Indeed, I've heard that any information leading to young Master Bai will reward you with 500 silver coins. 500 silver coins. That would sustain me for a lifetime. Don't get your hopes up. Even if you were to spot young Master Bai, would you dare to report it? Honestly, I wouldn't. I'm just speaking out loud. We are but impoverished souls. Alas, to be alive is more precious than anything. Gradually, the 2 figures receded into the distance. Their conversation, though deliberately muted, reached the ears of the weary Bai Yi. Upon hearing the news of the Bai family's destruction and his own being sought after, he nearly rushed forward to seek clarification. Fortunately, he restrained himself, but a wave of anxiety washed over him. Where could he possibly go? Why would the Tang family annihilate the Bai family? For what purpose? No, it was Shuer, who had taken Shuej away. Why was the Tang family pursuing him so fervently? Lost in these tumultuous thoughts, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. At the end of a secluded path stood a decrepit courtyard, modest in size, containing 4 or 5 rooms within. Though the small courtyard appeared dilapidated, it was impeccably clean. Above the courtyard's modest entrance hung a wooden plaque inscribed with 4 bold characters, 5-Star Academy. Within the courtyard, an elderly man and a young woman occupied a stone pedestal. The elderly man, clad in a crimson linen robe, had his silver hair loosely gathered. He held a teacup in his hands, savoring the tea. The young woman, dressed in a simple yet form-fitting long gown, had her dark hair elegantly styled atop her head, adorned with a hairpin. The elderly man was Sima Ping, the head of the 5-Star Academy, while the young woman was Yun Shang, a student of the academy. At that moment, Yun Shang turned to Sima Ping and inquired, "Is he the Bai Yi who escaped from the Bai family in Chu City?" Sima Ping set down his teacup after taking a sip and affirmed, "Indeed, he is Bai Yi of the Bai family." A hint of urgency crept into Yun Shang's voice as she asked, "Why have you brought him back? Are you planning to take him to the Tang family for a reward?" She had heard rumors of the Tang family offering a substantial bounty for Bai Yi, and she thought that bringing him to the Tang family would surely yield a significant sum. After months of subsisting on rice, she felt she had grown gaunt and longed for meat. Sima Ping shot her a disapproving glance. "Not at all. My intention is for him to join our 5-Star Academy." Yun Shang stared in disbelief at Sima Ping. "Master, you wish for him to join our academy? Have you lost your senses? He is a wanted criminal. Are you not afraid that the Tang family will come after us? Moreover, we have barely enough to eat. We haven't had meat in months. Look at how I have withered away." As she spoke, Yun Shang stood and spun around in agitation. Sima Ping regarded her with seriousness. "Do you not wish to seek vengeance?" Yun Shang sat back down, scoffing. "Vengeance? Of course, I think of it daily, but how can I achieve it? Master, we are starving. Do we have the strength to fight? Sima Ping glanced toward a room on the left and remarked, he is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. And so what? Extraordinary or not, he is still being hunted, she replied, a sudden realization striking her. You don't mean to suggest that you want him to help us fight back, do you? Sima Ping responded calmly. Is that not a viable option? Master, I believe you may have lost your mind. In my opinion, we should bind him and deliver him to the Tang family. We could at least claim a reward, Yin Shang said with a look of resignation directed at Sima Ping. Sima Ping replied matter-of-factly, he is currently at the 6th level of qi condensation. And what of the 6th level of qi condensation? Achieving that at 17 is hardly remarkable, Yin Shang countered. But then a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Wait, he is at the 6th level of qi condensation? Sima Ping confirmed, yes, the 6th level. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Shang asked, how did he reach the 6th level? Wasn't it said that this continent's cultivation system was altered by powerful beings tens of thousands of years ago? The classifications of realms differ from those outside, with only 5 minor realms between each major realm. The inhabitants of this continent possess remarkably inferior abilities, although their realms are identical. The combat prowess within the same realm starkly contrasts with that of the outside world. Situ Ping, stroking his beard in contemplation, expressed his bewilderment. I cannot ascertain the reasons, but it is evident that he differs from the people of this land. Yun Shang interjected, even if he is different, what of it? Such talent, in our realm, would be deemed utterly commonplace. Can we rely on him to lead us back to our homeland? Alas, perhaps it is best to abandon that notion. With that, she turned and departed. At that moment, a cough resonated from within a room, a hymn. Situ Ping hastily approached the door. Upon entering, he found Bai Yi awake, seated on the bed and surveying his surroundings. Noticing Situ Ping's approach, Bai Yi rose and inquired, esteemed elder, where am I? Situ Ping, gazing kindly at Bai Yi, replied, you are in my home. I chanced upon you unconscious on the road and took it upon myself to bring you here. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi bowed respectfully to Situ Ping, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your benevolent rescue. Situ Ping chuckled lightly, no need for such formalities, as he promptly extended his hand to assist Bai Yi in rising. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from Bai Yi's stomach, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. Situ Ping glanced at Bai Yi and smiled gently. Ah, my young friend, are you feeling hungry? Bai Yi, feeling somewhat awkward, confessed, I must not hide it from you. Esteemed senior, I have not eaten for 4 or 5 days. I am indeed a bit hungry. Bai Yi thought to himself, it is not merely a hint of hunger. I am, in fact, exceedingly famished. Previously, I had even fainted from hunger. Yet, it would be rather blunt to articulate it so plainly. While his thoughts were adrift, he suddenly remembered, I am, after all, a wanted criminal. Might this elderly man before me conspire to take me to the Tang family for a bounty? Upon this realization, he cast a glance at Situ Ping. Situ Ping seemed to have discerned Bai Yi's apprehensions and immediately remarked, are you not the esteemed young master Bai Yi? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. The old man actually recognized him. Surely, he wouldn't intend to tie him up and take him to claim a bounty, would he? Situ Ping then continued, haha, young friend Bai, rest assured, I have no intention of binding you and taking you to the Tang family for the reward. Bai Yi regarded Situ Ping with a hint of wariness. Senior, do you have any food here? Situ Ping chuckled softly. Indeed, I shall prepare a meal for you. With that, he turned and departed. Once Situ Ping had left, Bai Yi sat pensively on the edge of the bed. His family had been annihilated. His adoptive father, second uncle, and third uncle were all gone. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. It was his adoptive father who had rescued him from the riverbank in his childhood. Had it not been for that fateful day when his adoptive father brought him back to the Bai family, he would have surely perished from starvation by the river's edge. From a young age, his adoptive father had treated him as his own, and his uncles had showered him with affection. He yearned for vengeance against the Tang family. The blood feud must be avenged, as well as the grievances with the Grand Elder of Tsangyun Academy. None of them would escape their reckoning. At that moment, a voice interrupted his reverie. Awake? Yun Shang entered the room, observing Bai Yi's tear-streaked face with a playful grin. Oh, why is the esteemed young master of the Bai family in tears? Would you mind if I delivered you to the Tang family in exchange for a bounty? Bai Yi wiped away her tears with her arm and looked at Yun Shang, pleading, can you assist me, dear maiden? Yun Shang cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi and retorted, assist you? On what grounds should I offer my help? Why do you not extend your assistance to me? Just as Bai Yi was about to speak, Situ Ping entered the room, carrying a bowl of rice. Here, young friend Bai, have something to eat. Yunshang turned to Situ Ping, saying, Master, we only have this little rice left. If we give it to him, what will we eat? I believe we should take him to the Tang family and claim some reward. Situ Ping shot a glare at Yunshang, retorting, Nonsense. Bai Yi rose, awkwardly accepting the rice. After a moment's hesitation, he began to eat voraciously. Yunshang looked at Bai Yi with a worried expression. Do eat less. Leave some for me. Situ Ping observed Bai Yi devouring his meal and inquired, Young Bai, might you be inclined to join my prestigious 5-star academy? Bai Yi looked up at Situ Ping with a puzzled expression and inquired, The 5-star academy? Situ Ping affirmed, Indeed, the 5-star academy. I am the current head. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Yi suddenly knelt before him with a thud and promptly declared, I am willing to join. Yunshang cast a glance at the somewhat agitated Bai Yi and interjected, I do not agree. Situ Ping shot a glare at Yunshang but remained silent. Bai Yi gazed at Yunshang, expressing earnestly, My desire to join the 5-star academy is genuine. Although he had never heard of this esteemed institution, its name suggested it must indeed be a prestigious academy, perhaps only second to the Tsangyun Academy. He believed that as long as he joined the 5-star academy and diligently honed his skills, he would eventually seek vengeance for his family's demise. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Situ Ping, inquiring, But I am currently being hunted, and I hold a deep enmity with the Tang family. Would my joining the 5-star academy bring trouble upon you? Of course, it would. Yunshang interjected swiftly. You have two choices, either accompany us to the Tang family, which would yield substantial rewards, or promptly leave, for we do not harbor idlers. Situ Ping quickly reassured him, Rest assured, once you join our 5-star academy, you may focus on your cultivation, we will handle the other matters. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi became increasingly convinced that this prestigious 5-star academy was indeed extraordinary. After all, it openly offered him refuge despite being aware of the Tang family's pursuit. With this realization, he bowed to Situ Ping, declaring his intention to join the 5-star academy. Situ Ping promptly assisted Bai Yi to his feet, saying, Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed 5-star academy. Bai Yi promptly nodded, her face alight with anticipation as she turned her gaze towards Situ Ping for further discourse. Situ Ping continued, Since you are willing to join my 5-star academy, would you consent to become my disciple starting today? My name is Situ Ping. He then gestured towards Yunshang, saying, This is Yunshang. Henceforth, you shall be his junior apprentice. Bai Yi bowed respectfully to Situ Ping and said, Master Bai Yi pays his respects. Afterward, he gave a slight nod to Yunshang and greeted her, Greetings, senior sister. Situ Ping then continued, Now that you have joined the 5-star academy, allow me to elaborate on our institution. From this day forth, our academy has grown from 2 members to 3. Given that you are being sought after outside, it would be prudent to adopt a new name. This would certainly alleviate numerous troubles. Bai Yi gazed at Situ Ping, utterly bewildered, pondering to himself, Oh my, have I been deceived? There are only 3 of us, yet we need to change our names? Did he not just claim he would handle matters outside? This is quite a predicament. It seemed Situ Ping discerned Bai Yi's thoughts. He smiled gently and remarked, Though our 5-star academy comprises only the 3 of us, have faith that one day we shall tread upon the entire Tsangyun continent. As he spoke, he retrieved a tattered, yellowed tome from his bosom and presented it to Bai Yi, saying, This is the highest secret technique of our 5-star academy. Consider it a token of apprenticeship. Observing the book that Situ Ping handed to Bai Yi, Yunshang was astounded and exclaimed, Master Uncle, you are entrusting this to him? Situ Ping regarded Yunshang and replied, Indeed, let him have it. Bai Yi gazed at Yunshang's astonished expression, pondering to himself, Is this really necessary over a mere book? Yunshang looked at Bai Yi with utmost seriousness. You must take great care of this book and return it to Master Uncle after reading. If you lose it, I shall seal your fate for eternity. Bai Yi trembled slightly. After all, it was merely a worn-out book. Was it truly necessary for Sister Yun to react in such a manner? Situ Ping chuckled softly. All right, Shanger, let us step outside and allow Yi to rest properly. With that, he turned and exited the room. Yunshang, casting a fierce glare at Bai Yi, followed suit and departed. Once they were gone, Bai Yi sat down, gazing at the tattered book in his hands. What on earth was this? As he opened the book, the first page read, One word, one thought, vanquishing the myriad realms. Chapter 11, Bai Yi's innate talent. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback upon reading the 7 characters inscribed in the book. The title was so striking that he could hardly contain his curiosity, and he promptly turned to the second page. However, when he opened it, He found himself rooted in place. The second page was entirely blank, devoid of any text. Flipping to the third page revealed the same emptiness. And upon reaching the fourth and fifth pages, he discovered that the entirety of the book, save for the initial page with the 7 characters, was utterly void of content. Bai Yi pondered, could it be that this old man is deceiving me? He rose from his seat and approached Situ Ping. Master, why is there nothing written in this book you gave me? Situ Ping looked at the book in Bai Yi's hand with a puzzled expression. Nothing at all? He inquired. Then turned his gaze toward Yun Shang. Yun Shang shot him a glance. What are you looking at me for? I haven't tampered with it. Situ Ping then directed his question to Yun Shang. Are you certain you haven't placed any restrictions on the book? Yun Shang retorted impatiently. Humph. I have no time for that. Let me take a look. With that, she snatched the book from Bai Yi. Upon opening it, Yun Shang confirmed there were indeed no words inside and muttered, could it be that the restrictions of this continent have concealed the contents of this book? She then pressed her fingers together and pointed them to her forehead, silently chanting an unusual incantation. Suddenly, a myriad of colorful beams of light began to emanate from her brow. As Yun Shang's fingertip, aglow with these radiant hues, was about to touch the book, a transparent barrier unexpectedly materialized around it, preventing her finger from making contact. Yun Shang's expression darkened slightly as she slowly withdrew her finger. Bai Yi stared at this scene, regarding Yun Shang as if she were a creature from another realm. You. Yun Shang glanced back at Bai Yi. What do you mean, you? This restriction is beyond my current abilities to unravel. Let us not pursue this any further. With that, she silently tucked the book into her pocket. Bai Yi observed with a furrowed brow as Yun Shang put away the book, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Wasn't that meant for me? What does it mean for you to tuck it away? Seemingly attuned to Bai Yi's thoughts, Yun Shang retrieved another book from his pocket and handed it to Bai Yi, saying, Here, you may begin with this for now. Once I unlock the restrictions on the other book, I shall present it to you. Bai Yi glanced at the book handed over by Yun Shang, Foundations of Array Techniques. At that moment, Situ Ping remarked, Very well. You may begin your study of this book. Once your senior sister has unsealed that volume, you may then pursue your practice with it. Bai Yi turned the pages of the foundational tome on array techniques. Situ Ping rose and addressed Bai Yi and Yun Shang, stating, I must step out for a while. Yuner, during this period, you shall impart knowledge of array techniques to him. Yun Shang looked at Situ Ping with a hint of confusion, asking, Where are you going? To which place? Situ Ping nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I need to return for a brief visit. I shall also procure some fine items for our new students. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Bai Yi. Yun Shang hurriedly interjected, It is quite perilous. Your current strength cannot be restored. If you are discovered upon your return. Situ Ping waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. Merely hiding here is not a solution. What is destined to come will eventually arrive. Bai Yi gazed at the two with a puzzled expression, inquiring, Master, where are you headed? Situ Ping chuckled softly, to a distant place. You should stay here and diligently learn the fundamentals of array techniques from your senior sister Yun. When I return, I shall bring you 2 delightful treasures. With that, he turned and departed. As he watched Situ Ping's figure fade from view, Bai Yi fell into a contemplative silence. Yun Shang turned to Bai Yi, a playful smile gracing her lips. Little leaf, would you mind if your senior sister used you as a bargaining chip for rewards? Bai Yi, with furrowed brows, pondered the intentions of his frugal senior sister, who immediately proposed to barter herself for a bounty upon their first encounter. Has she lost her mind? Senior sister, what is this array technique? Is it formidable? Bai Yi inquired, clutching the fundamentals of the array technique. Yun Shang cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi and replied, Not impressive. It's merely a few trivial tricks. Bai Yi wore an expression of perplexity. Not impressive? Yun Shang paid no heed to Bai Yi and rose to depart. Just before crossing the threshold of the door, she paused and remarked, You should examine that book for yourself. I am weary and wish to rest for a while. With that, she entered the room and seated herself at the table. From her pocket, she retrieved the tome titled One Word, One Thought, Exterminate 10,000 Realms, and delicately began to leaf through its pages. What on earth is going on? Who has placed a restriction on this book? Moreover, the former head of the estate had evidently perfected the cultivation of this tome. Why then did he meet with misfortune? Who orchestrated such a deed back then? It is undeniable that Yun Shang remained deeply puzzled. The head of the 5-star academy, after mastering this secret technique, was ostensibly invincible throughout the world. How could he have fallen victim to treachery? Furthermore, he was slain silently and without a trace. This situation is indeed highly irregular. Bai Yi sat before the stone table, opening the tome on the fundamentals of array formation. Upon encountering the peculiar and bizarre characters within, he could not help but feel utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend it at all. How could he possibly learn? He considered seeking out Yunshang for guidance. Yet the recollection of her seemingly unfriendly demeanor and her propensity to use him as a bargaining chip for rewards left him feeling disheartened. He closed the book, stowed it in his pocket, and returned to his chamber. Just as he prepared to meditate for his cultivation, Yunshang entered his room. In her hands, she casually tossed a thick volume towards Bai Yi, stating, "Here, this is the compendium of basic array patterns. It contains all foundational array designs. I grant you 3 days to thoroughly memorize every pattern within this compendium. I shall conduct a review in 2 days." With that, she turned to leave, prompting Bai Yi to hurriedly inquire, "Senior sister, I cannot understand this book on array formation." He raised the volume he had just opened. Yunshang flashed a sly grin at Bai Yi and declared, "Tomorrow at this time, I shall return to assess your progress. Should you fail to fully grasp the contents of these 2 tomes, I will have no choice but to exchange you for rewards. After all, with our master absent, I can easily trade you for a substantial bounty at my whim." With that, she departed. Bai Yi glanced at the 2 thick tomes in his hands, his expression one of profound disillusionment. He could not fathom how his newly acquainted, frugal mentor could be so at ease. What if, after his departure, his senior sister Yunshang mistakenly offered him to the Tang family? That would spell disaster. With a soft sigh, Bai Yi opened the Foundational Array Patterns manual that Yunshang had just given him. This manual was far more approachable than the previous one on array principles, which had been riddled with bizarre symbols and texts. Each page contained a complete diagram of an array, while the opposite page provided a detailed explanation and instructions for its drawing. As he studied, Bai Yi's brow furrowed in concentration. If these array patterns were indeed as extraordinary as described, they would defy the heavens. A single array could conceal anything within a certain range. Another could harness the spiritual energy of vast spaces for personal use. Yet another could trap individuals within a defined area. The more he read, the more astonished and serious he became. Gradually, Bai Yi immersed himself in the realm of array patterns. At that moment, Yunshang seemed to sense something amiss. She quietly approached Bai Yi's room. Upon observing his current state, her eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that he had achieved spiritual enlightenment? Was he perhaps the reincarnation of a powerful figure? She quietly exited the room, realizing it was not the time to disturb him. In truth, achieving enlightenment was essential for the study of array techniques, as only those who could connect with the spiritual realm had the opportunity to learn about arrays. However, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Even in her previous environment, they were almost non-existent. Of course, not all who attained enlightenment could learn array techniques. Some might only pursue alchemy. Both array masters and alchemists were incredibly scarce, granting them a status that was revered wherever they went. She was not only astonished that Bai Yi had managed to achieve enlightenment, but also that he had done so with such ease and in such a short time. What shocked her even more was that he had effortlessly reached this state simply by studying a foundational array patterns manual. She recalled that it took her 3 years of foundational study, aided by 2 elders, to achieve enlightenment, and even then, it took her several days to reach that state. Despite her talents, she was regarded as a prodigy among her peers, while many took decades before achieving true enlightenment. What, then, could be said of Bai Yi? With this thought in mind, she cast a few more glances into his room. She had merely intended to leave him with 2 books to pass the time. Yet he had unexpectedly attained enlightenment. Shaking her head with a smile, she returned to her room and picked up a book to read earnestly. Chapter 12. Yunshang takes action at this moment. Bai Yi seemed to have entered a realm of utter darkness, surrounded by countless array patterns, descriptions, and drawing techniques. Golden-hued array symbols began to emerge from the surrounding blackness, and as they fully materialized, they slowly floated into Bai Yi's mind. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber, Tang Xianfeng of the Tang family was meditating in cultivation when a voice echoed, "Master, we have found it." Tang Xianfeng gradually opened his eyes, his form trembling as he stepped out of the secret chamber. Before him stood a figure cloaked in black. Tang Xianfeng fixed his gaze upon the black-clad individual and inquired, "Have you located the remnants of the Bai family?" The black-robed man replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord. I have discovered that Bai Yi is currently hiding within an institution known as the 5-Star Academy, situated in the town of Shantao." Tang Xianfeng raised an eyebrow in suspicion. 5-Star Academy? The black-robed man quickly responded, "I know not the origins of the 5-Star Academy. I can only ascertain that it emerged in Shantao over a decade ago. Tang Xianfeng let out a cold laugh. Take a group and eradicate them, leaving not a single soul behind. The black-robed man fell silent, and upon noticing his reticence, Tang Xianfeng pressed. What is it? Do you have a concern? The black-robed man hastily replied. The 5-Star Academy is surrounded by a protective array. Our people are unable to infiltrate. After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Tang Xianfeng, wiping away the cold sweat that had formed. Tang Xianfeng, taken aback, muttered, an array? Very well, you may withdraw for now. Once the black-robed man departed, Tang Xianfeng continued. Qianer, make your way to Songyun Academy and seek out Elder Mu Xiu. As his words echoed, a voice responded, yes, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Yun Shang arrived once more at Bai Ye's chamber, observing that Bai Yi remained in a state of spiritual connection. She let out a soft sigh. This marked her 5th visit to Bai Ye's room, and he had been in communion for 3 days and nights. While this fact astonished her, she had grown accustomed to it. After all, one becomes desensitized to occurrences that happen repeatedly. Habit breeds familiarity. When Sidu Ping first returned with Bai Yi, she had earnestly considered bringing him to claim a reward, for as she had mentioned before, she had not savored meat in many days. The craving was unbearable. Thus, Yun Shang entered another room, the kitchen. She glanced at the nearly rusted iron pot and the empty grain jar. With a stomp of her foot, she let out a cry of frustration, but suddenly remembered something and quickly covered her mouth with her hands to stifle any further sounds. Yet, at that moment, her stomach grumbled audibly. Ever since Situ Ping departed, she had endured 3 days of hunger. She felt she could not withstand much longer if this continued. She would perish from starvation before her enemies arrived. With a shake of her head and a sigh, she lamented, alas, it seems I am destined to wait for my demise. Had she felt this way on the day Bai Yi first arrived, she would have unhesitatingly seized him to claim the reward. However, after several days of interaction, she had gradually come to regard Bai Yi as one of her own. Even though he had remained in his room in spiritual communion and they had little direct contact, for some inexplicable reason, Yin Shang found herself increasingly fond of Bai Yi. Unbeknownst to her, deep within her heart, she had accepted this seemingly simple-minded junior brother. Within the Tang family's council hall, an individual slowly made his way inside. Tang Xianfeng, seated at the head, promptly rose to greet him. Ah, Elder Mu, it is a pleasure to see you. The visitor was none other than Mu Xiu from Songyun Academy. With a gentle stroke of his beard, Mu Xiu smiled and inquired, pray tell, what business does the head of the Tang family have in summoning me? With that, the two settled into their seats across from one another. Tang Xianfeng spoke. I have taken the liberty of inviting Elder Mu Xiu here today for a matter on which I seek your assistance. As he gestured to the surroundings, several figures silently exited the grand hall. Tang Xianfeng continued, do you recall the incident involving the Bai family not long ago? After a brief moment of silence, Mu Xiu turned his gaze towards Tang Xianfeng, inquiring, have we located the remnants of the Bai family? Tang Xianfeng nodded affirmatively. Indeed. My informants have uncovered that Bai Yi is currently hiding in a place called Sanhe Town at the border. Mu Xiu's expression grew serious. Why have we not dispatched someone to eliminate him? Tang Xianfeng elaborated, this is precisely why I have summoned you. Bai Yi is in Sanhe Town and appears to have aligned himself with a force known as the 5-Star Academy, which is shrouded in mystery and only surfaced in Sanhe Town over a decade ago. While my family does not fear them, the 5-Star Academy possesses a formation that my men cannot breach. I wish for you to assist in dismantling this formation. Mu Xiu was taken aback, astonished that such a small town could harbor a power with a formation. He knew that only the Songyun Academy had 3 formation masters throughout the entire Songyun continent. He was certain that the formation in Sanhe Town could not have been crafted by those 3 old men. Could it be that there were hidden formation masters among the common folk? Mu Xiu looked at Tang Xianfeng and proposed, shall we confront the formation together to eliminate this remnant? While he was eager to seek out those 3 old men, their notoriously foul tempers made such a request daunting. They rarely interacted, often having minor disagreements. To ask for their help would likely invite ridicule. However, he kept this to himself and boldly suggested that he accompany Tang Xianfeng to breach the formation. Tang Xianfeng wore a peculiar expression. Doesn't your academy have formation masters? Why must we take such direct action? Hearing this, Mu Xiu's face turned a shade unnatural. It is merely a trivial formation. Surely the 2 of us can handle it? With Mu Xiu's determination evident, Tang Xianfeng could only acquiesce. Then let us act tonight. Mu Xiu nodded. It is better to act sooner rather than later. Delay could lead to chaos. Are your men still monitoring that remnant? Tang Xianfeng replied. They have been vigilantly observing and have not seen him leave the 5-star academy. That is good. Let us allow them to reunite tonight, Mu Xiu declared with a laugh. The night air turned slightly chilly, dark clouds gradually enveloped the starry sky. And the gentle breeze began to howl, driving away the clouds that sought to obscure the heavens. Unbeknownst to them, this chaos coalesced into a tempest that swept across the Songyun continent. A bolt of lightning illuminated the firmament. A colossal blue flash descending from the boundless sky like a mighty dragon. It was uncertain where it would strike. But the fleeting blue light shimmered like a momentary awakening from a dream, as if it had never existed and yet had never truly vanished. In a quiet room, Yunshang suddenly furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Has it begun?" As the saying goes, on a dark and windy night, it is an opportune time for nefarious deeds. Interestingly, just a few days prior, she had sensed someone encroaching upon her array, though she hadn't anticipated their impatience. From the moment Bai Yi arrived, she had braced herself to confront Bai Ye's adversaries, yet she was taken aback by the Tang family's hasty actions. Yunshang approached the door of Bai Ye's chamber, where Bai Yi remained in a trance. Any interruption would render her efforts futile. With this thought, Yunshang resolved to act. Bringing her fingers together to release a cascade of radiant, multicolored beams from their tips, she deftly maneuvered her fingers, conjuring intricate patterns that shimmered with vibrant hues. Suspended in midair, she was inscribing the Void Array, a barrier designed to isolate everything beyond its confines, ensuring that external disturbances would not affect the sanctity within. As she completed the final stroke, a resonant hum echoed through the air. A massive, resplendent circular shield enveloped Bai Ye's chamber, gradually fading into tranquility. The array was complete, seamlessly merging with the surrounding space, rendering it nearly invisible. In that fleeting moment, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Yunshang's mouth. "Little one, you owe your senior sister a significant favor this time." Another droplet of blood oozed forth, leaving her pallid and weakened. In her prime, crafting such a barrier would have been effortless. However, her current strength was diminished to less than 30%, making the creation of this isolation array quite taxing. Just as she prepared to meditate and recover, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the courtyard. Chapter 13, The Void Array vs. Mu Xiu Boom. At that moment, two cloaked figures hovered above the 5-star academy, the recent explosion a result of their assault on the academy's defensive array. Another resounding blast followed, revealing a circular shield of multicolored light surrounding the academy, now marred by cracks from the relentless onslaught of the two attackers. Yunshang's expression darkened at this sight. The defensive array she had hastily established was of a mere 4th-tier level and could hardly withstand the fervent assault of two beings at the sovereign level. It was not that she underestimated Bai Ye's foes, but with her current capabilities, she simply could not conjure a more formidable array in such a short span of time. Furthermore, the lack of resources played a crucial role, as array formation required substantial material consumption. As she had previously lamented, there was little to sustain her, let alone the resources needed for array construction. Of course, had she been at her peak, she would have still been able to create a higher-level array. For she was indeed a skilled array master. The two assailants, Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiu, were taken aback by the resilience of the 4th-tier defensive array. Their repeated efforts had yet to breach it. Mu Xiu turned to Tang Xianfeng, incredulity in his voice. "This is unexpectedly a 4th-tier defensive array." Mu Xiu discerned the level of the defensive formation before him, for he was well-versed in such matters, having witnessed much within his sect. Moreover, the academy housed 3 formation masters. Occasionally, he delved into the study of formation techniques, which enabled him to recognize the grade of this grand array after several attempts to breach it alongside his companion. He was taken aback to discover that such an intricate formation was concealed within a mere dilapidated courtyard. It was noteworthy that the protective formation of Songyun Academy was merely a 3rd-level defensive array. What manner of institution was this esteemed 5-star academy? Tang Xuanfeng's eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he produced a colossal hammer. Upon seeing the weapon in Tang's grasp, Mu Xiu could not suppress his astonishment. This hammer was no ordinary tool. It was a profound-grade artifact. Artifacts are classified into several tiers: mundane, yellow, profound, and earth. In the entirety of Songyun continent, only Songyun Academy possessed an earth-grade artifact, and profound-grade artifacts were scarce, with only 3 in existence. The fact that Tang Xianfeng had brought a profound-grade artifact to eliminate Bai Yi spoke volumes about his meticulous preparations. As Tang Xianfeng swung the mighty hammer, it radiated brilliant blue beams of light, dazzling to behold. The inky darkness of the night transformed instantaneously into a radiant day under the hammer's luminous glow. With a fierce shout, Tang brought the hammer crashing down upon the already fractured multicolored barrier. With a resounding crack, the moment the hammer made contact, the barrier shattered like fragile glass. The duo, witnessing the collapse of the defensive formation, felt a surge of elation and soared into the courtyard. Yunshang observed the approaching pair with calm composure. Although she harbored no fear, the thought of Bai Yi still in a spiritual state tightened her heart. She mused, "This troublesome fellow, I should have exchanged him for a reward when I had the chance. Now, even if I were to hand him over, no reward would be forthcoming." Yet, despite her thoughts, she would never truly surrender Bai Yi, for he was now her junior disciple, and handing him over would not spare her from retribution. Reflecting on this, Yunshang pressed her fingers together, and in an instant, radiant beams of multicolored light emanated from her fingertips. She raised her hand, gracefully gesturing in the air, as delicate lavender beams floated in her wake. As she continued to trace intricate patterns, mysterious array glyphs began to materialize in the void. Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiu gazed in awe at the array patterns Yunshang was conjuring, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment. The void array glyphs were said to be a legendary formation technique within the annals of Sanyan continent. It was rumored that thousands of years ago, a superlative formation master emerged, who, through the power of the void formation, confronted the 5 great sovereigns. Ultimately, he managed to imprison those 5 sovereigns within the void array for nearly a millennium. As the 2 individuals observed Yunshang meticulously crafting formations in the void, their resolve began to waver. Just as they contemplated retreating, Yunshang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, Mu Xiu noted her pallid complexion and realized she was likely gravely injured. Without further hesitation, he turned to Tang Xianfeng and declared, "She is already wounded. We must act swiftly to eliminate her while her formation remains incomplete." Tang Xianfeng, having discerned her injuries, momentarily revealed a sinister glimmer on his face. "Very well. Let us strike with all our might." With those words, he summoned forth a torrent of profound energy that surged within him, erupting with the ferocity of a raging river. This formidable aura coalesced around him, forming a colossal vortex of energy that violently funneled into his massive hammer. Once the hammer had absorbed this chaotic energy, it emitted a resounding thud, enveloped in a thick azure sheen. With a powerful swing, Tang Xianfeng brought the colossal hammer crashing down towards Yunshang in the courtyard. Simultaneously, Mu Xiu shed any reservations. Aware of the woman's formidable nature, he understood that to oppose her was to invite peril. She must be eliminated to prevent future complications. Closing his eyes and crossing his arms before his chest, he recited an arcane incantation. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide, revealing a massive axe that materialized behind him, crackling with ominous purple lightning, sending shivers down one's spine. Grasping the axe's handle with his right hand, he cleaved downwards towards Yunshang. A terrifying aura permeated the air, and as the axe descended, the surrounding atmosphere was instantly torn asunder. A violet arc of energy hurtled toward Yunshang with lethal intent. Yet, Yunshang remained undeterred, calmly continuing to inscribe the intricate patterns of her formation, seemingly oblivious to their onslaught. As she persevered, her complexion grew increasingly pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her hands moved with a speed that transcended the naked eye, a blur of motion. Suddenly, Yunshang cast her gaze towards Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiu, just as their attacks drew perilously close. With a serene wave of her delicate hand, she commanded, "Go." At her utterance, a resounding hum echoed as a vibrant wall of energy, imbued with formidable power, surged forth towards the 2 assailants. The resounding clash of the colorful barrier met their attacks, yet it dissipated almost instantaneously. Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiu were left in utter astonishment at how effortlessly Yunshang had deflected their combined might using her formation. They had unleashed their full strength, bolstered by 2 enchanted artifacts of profound rank, capable of effortlessly vanquishing even a peak master of their caliber. Yet, it was thwarted by a mere wall conjured by Yunshang's hand. Unbeknownst to them, the seemingly simple barrier was a manifestation of countless intricate formations. Below, Yunshang coughed up another mouthful of blood, pondering in frustration, "Must I perish alongside this fool? How vexing. All this trouble stems from his presence. Had he not come here, none of this chaos would have ensued." As she turned her gaze towards the room where Bai Yi was, she thought to herself, "Here I am, striving with all my might, while he remains unfazed, as if nothing is amiss. It is truly infuriating. The mere thought of this caused her to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, evidently provoked by Ye's nonchalance. She wondered about her master and uncle. If he were to return and find her lifeless body here, what would he think? Tang Xianfeng suddenly addressed Yun Shang, saying, "Young lady below, I do not know who you are, but I am certain that you are not the person I seek. You are gravely injured and are no match for us. Surrender Bai Yi to me, and I may spare your life." Yun Shang coldly regarded Tang Xianfeng and his companion, replying, "Spare me your idle chatter. Come at me again." With that, she began to gather her mystical energy and inscribe a rune. However, just as she was about to channel her energy, she violently coughed up blood and staggered, collapsing onto the ground. Her injuries were too severe. She was no longer capable of fighting. With a bitter smile, she thought, "This fellow. I hope I never encounter you again in my next life." Mu Xiao watched as Yun Shang slumped to the ground, feeling a slight sense of relief. Yet, he knew he could not let her off easily, and he immediately hurled a punch towards her. In her weakened state, Yun Shang was no longer worth the effort of utilizing magical artifacts. He simply struck with his fist. Chapter 14. Your nosebleed as his fist struck. A formidable aura enveloped the fallen Yun Shang. A massive shadowy fist descended upon her with great force. Yun Shang slowly closed her eyes, and at that moment, a phantom appeared above her, grasping the shadowy fist and gently squeezing it until it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Tang Xianfeng and his companion turned to the figure who had intervened. "Who are you?" An unkempt old man materialized before them, revealing himself to be the Elder of Creation. Yun Shang opened her eyes and regarded the Elder of Creation, then bowed respectfully. "I greet you, esteemed Elder." The Elder of Creation glanced at Yun Shang and remarked, "Young girl, you are gravely injured." Yun Shang shook her head with a bitter smile and sighed. Mu Xiao seemed to recognize the Elder of Creation and looked at him in terror, stammering, "Could it be that you are the legendary Elder of Creation?" The Elder of Creation chuckled heartily. "I must say, you two old codgers, attacking a junior together. Do you think the rules of Songyan Continent are mere trifles? For millennia, it had been an unspoken rule in Songyan Continent that the elder generation must not strike against the younger, to prevent talented individuals from being snuffed out by these old geezers. Clearly, the two of them had violated this rule." The Elder of Creation sneered, "If you wish to eradicate her, that is not my concern, but only the younger generation may engage in battle. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to bestow upon you a lesson in creation." Naturally, Tang Xianfeng did not recognize the Elder of Creation and retorted, "What a presumptuous old man. Where did you come from?" He then raised his hand and swung a massive hammer, enveloped in a blue glow, towards the Elder of Creation. Mu Xiao stood by, utterly dumbfounded. He sought to obstruct Tang Xianfeng, but it was already too late. He had heard of the Elder of Creation, rumored to be a peculiar individual whose existence dated back tens of thousands of years. This person was immensely powerful, capable of overpowering all formidable beings of his time with sheer might. Although he seldom traversed the realm of mortals, each of his appearances brought forth a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Even more unsettling was his erratic temperament. Should he take a disliking to someone, he would obliterate entire families without hesitation. Seated helplessly on the ground, Yun Shang observed Tang Xuanfeng's assault on the Elder of Creation, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Could he not perceive the vast disparity in strength? Was it not preferable to live? The audacity of such self-destructive behavior was truly admirable. As Tang Xuanfeng's formidable hammer descended, it vanished into the depths like a drop of water sinking into the ocean, silent and unseen. In tandem, Mu Xiao found Tang Xianfeng also dissipating without a trace. No one witnessed the Elder of Creation's intervention, and Mu Xiao trembled uncontrollably, gazing at the Elder in terror. The Elder waved his hand at Mu Xiao, instructing, "You may leave. If you wish to confront Bai Yi, remember to send forth your younger generation. The elders must not intervene." Mu Xiao, as if granted a reprieve, quickly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "I take my leave, senior," before turning to depart. Yun Shang, likewise, offered a slight bow to the Elder of Creation, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Elder, for your timely rescue." The Elder replied nonchalantly, "It was merely my disdain for those two old fools acting against the juniors. Should their younger generation take action, I shall not concern myself with your fates." With that, he vanished from sight. After the Elder's departure, Yun Shang struggled to rise, staggering back to his chamber. Upon entering, he collapsed unconscious. Thunder roared, and fierce winds howled. Lightning crackled through the sky. The dark clouds thickened ominously, suddenly bursting forth, unleashing a cascade of raindrops as if to cleanse the world's impurities. In the pitch-black realm, crimson-golden runes began to undulate slowly. Upon closer inspection, these runes appeared somewhat crooked and peculiar, reminiscent of the handwriting of a child just learning to write, not particularly neat. These were inscribed by Bai Yi, who, despite a hint of clumsiness, managed to create them with some semblance of form. In a single day of communion, all the runes had been indelibly etched into his mind. Over the past few days, he had diligently practiced inscribing them, and now he could barely manage to recreate all the runes. Suddenly, a gurgling sound jolted Bai Yi awake. As he opened his eyes, the runes began to dissipate slowly. Along with their dissolution, the dark world faded away. Gradually, the surroundings regained their light, and Bai Yi's heart raced. What was happening? Before him appeared a dilapidated room, where he remained seated in that small abode. He pondered, what had just transpired? That realm? Those runes? Suddenly, he glanced at the book of foundational runes in his hand, the previous sensations akin to a fleeting dream. As he reflected, he realized something new had been added to his mind. Upon revisiting the foundational principles of formations in his possession, he discovered that all the intricate patterns within the tome had been indelibly etched into his mind. Moreover, even the symbols and annotations contained within the compendium of basic formations were vividly imprinted in his memory. He exhaled deeply, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Setting the book aside, he resolved to seek out Yunshang for clarification. Rising from his seat, he exited the room, calling out for his senior sister, yet was met with silence. Bai Yi made his way towards Yunshang's room. Upon arriving at the threshold, he beheld Yunshang sprawled on the floor, a trace of blood adorning the corner of his mouth. Bai Yi's heart sank as he realized with dismay that his senior sister was injured. He hurriedly approached Yunshang, knelt beside her, and gently lifted her into his arms, placing her carefully on the bed. "Senior sister, what has happened to you?" he called softly. Yunshang slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Bai Yi's anxious expression, a surge of anger welled up within her. However, at that moment, she lacked the strength to respond and could only fix her gaze intently upon him. Weakly, she uttered, You owe me a life." Bai Yi was initially filled with joy upon seeing Yunshang awaken, yet a sudden chill coursed through him upon hearing her words. "Senior sister, what has transpired?" Yunshang seemed to sense something beneath her head. Glancing sideways, she discovered that Bai Yi's arm was wrapped around her. She turned her gaze coldly towards him, and that single glance sent a shiver down Bai Yi's spine. An unsettling realization dawned upon him as he looked at his arm encircling Yunshang. In a sudden panic, he yanked his arm back with a resounding thud. As his arm withdrew, Yunshang's head abruptly fell onto the bed, leaving Bai Yi with a sense of foreboding. The impact caused her head to buzz, plunging her momentarily into a state of emptiness. With a fierce glare, Yunshang fixed her eyes on Bai Yi, demanding, "Do you intend to kill me?" Bai Yi found himself in an awkward predicament, surprised that Yunshang was so gravely injured. Lacking the strength to lift his head, he chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. He quickly inquired, "Senior sister, how did you sustain such injuries? What transpired?" Yunshang, however, fixed her gaze on Bai Yi, retorting, "Does it concern you?" Bai Yi, with a playful smile, remarked, "Senior sister, I am famished. Is there anything to eat?" Upon hearing this, Yunshang's expression grew even colder. She thought to herself, "I haven't eaten in 4 or 5 days, and you dare to ask me for food?" With that, she promptly replied, "Food? Indeed, you can devour me." As soon as the words left her lips, she sensed the inappropriateness of her statement and quickly added, "Is eating all you ever think about?" Bai Yi wore a peculiar expression, contemplating inwardly. "Eat you? How would one do that? Is it in that manner? Not even allowing a touch, yet expecting me to consume? Is there something amiss?" Upon observing Bai Yi's strange demeanor, Yunshang's face turned an ashen hue from anger, and with a sudden exclamation, startled Bai Yi, who had been lost in thought. Bai Yi awoke with a start, exclaiming, "Senior sister, what has happened to your injury? Is it my fault? Has someone from the Tang family come?" Yunshang was still grappling with her previous words, realizing that she had inadvertently put this troublesome character in danger. The thought filled her with an overwhelming fury, causing her to breathe heavily. Noticing Yunshang's silence, Bai Yi continued, "Rest assured, senior sister, I shall avenge you." "Me? You think you can?" Yunshang retorted, her chest heaving in a manifestation of her boundless rage. Observing the violent rise and fall of Yunshang's chest, Bai Yi suddenly felt a warmth in her nose, as if a torrent was about to escape. She quickly wiped her face, oblivious to the crimson that now adorned her hands and cheeks. Yunshang, noticing Bai Yi smeared in blood, looked at her with a perplexed expression and asked, "What is this? Are you injured as well?" She then added, "But wait, in the spirit state, one cannot be harmed. Nor can one fall into madness." Bai Yi, somewhat perplexed, said, "Senior sister, I am uninjured." Yunshang interrupted Bai Yi, gesturing towards his hand and then to his face. Chapter 15. A pot of peculiar meat. Bai Yi gazed at his hands with a sense of bewilderment. To his shock, they were covered in blood. He then wiped his nose with his hand, and fresh droplets of blood began to fall. Bai Yi's eyelids twitched. Had he sustained an injury? At that moment, Yunshang seemed to have a sudden realization, fixing his gaze on Bai Yi and inquiring, "Do you have something on your mind?" Bai Yi now fully comprehends the situation. Undoubtedly, it was the sight of the undulating chest that elicited a natural reaction within him. He instinctively blurted out, "I have no thoughts." It was merely an instinctive response. The moment the words left his lips, he sensed that he had perhaps misspoken. Turning to Yunshang, he hastily added, "Senior sister, I shall go wash up." With that, he attempted to depart. "You stop right there." Yunshang coldly fixed her gaze upon Bai Yi. An instinctive response? What follows such an instinctive reaction? Bai Yi, without a glance back, dashed out of the room, fully aware that standing still was not an option. Seizing the moment while Yunshang lacked the strength to pursue him, he hurriedly fled. Observing Bai Yi's retreating figure, Yunshang was momentarily taken aback. He truly ran away. Bai Yi emerged from Yunshang's chamber, murmuring to himself, "Could it truly be someone from the Tang family?" With a soft sigh, he resolved to procure something to eat first. He ventured into the kitchen, glancing at the rusted iron pot, then turned his gaze to the empty rice jar, feeling the pangs of hunger in his flat stomach. A surge of frustration welled up within him. Helpless, he decided to step outside in search of sustenance. As he exited the small courtyard, a sudden thought struck him. There was a small grove not far from the yard. Surely, there must be wild rabbits or pheasants there. After all, his senior sister had expressed a desire for meat. It would be the perfect opportunity to procure some game. Before long, Bai Yi arrived at the grove. Yet after wandering for quite some time, he had seen neither hide nor hair of any wild rabbits. Just as he pondered whether to change his hunting grounds, an unusual sound reached his ears. It was a curious, plaintive cry. Woo woo, chirp chirp. Bai Yi turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a most peculiar creature not far away. It possessed the body of a chicken and the head of a rabbit, lacking ears, resulting in an exceedingly bizarre appearance. Its legs were as thick as an adult's arms, and its entire form was cloaked in pale purple feathers that seemed to emit a faint green luminescence. The creature's two eyes were fixed on him, spinning in circles, while it emitted a series of soft, chirping sounds, as if greeting Bai Yi. Bai Yi cautiously approached the small creature, fearful of startling it. The little being regarded Bai Yi's approach with a slight tilt of its head, seemingly puzzled, before it retreated a couple of steps. Bai Yi observed the diminutive creature retreating and promptly halted his advance. After a moment of contemplation, he softly addressed the little being. "Hey there, do not move. I shall come over and play with you." With that, he resumed his slow approach towards the creature. This time, it appeared to comprehend Bai Yi's words, for the small creature ceased its retreat, merely gazing at Bai Yi with an expression of curiosity. Gradually, Bai Yi drew nearer, and when he was merely a few paces away, he suddenly lunged forward, hands outstretched to seize the little creature. Taken aback by Bai Yi's sudden movement, the small being froze for a moment, which proved fortuitous as Bai Yi managed to grasp it firmly, fearing its escape. As Bai Yi was about to depart, he suddenly noticed two eggs not far away. They were the size of an adult's fist, entirely gleaming white. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to emanate a faint, ethereal glow. Bai Yi gave little thought to the matter and tucked away the eggs. Hee, finally something to eat, he murmured as he made his way towards the 5-star academy. Before long, Bai Yi returned to the academy, promptly placing the two eggs in his room. Without pausing to consider the opinions of the little creature, he proceeded to pluck feathers and draw blood, concocting a hearty broth in a large pot. In less than an hour, the air was filled with an enticing aroma, the rich scent of bone broth wafting throughout the vicinity. It was ready. Bai Yi gently lifted the pot lid and ladled a spoonful of the soup, inhaling its fragrance. "Ah, how delightful!" he exclaimed, quickly grabbing a large bowl and filling it to the brim. He covered the pot and made his way towards Yunshang's room, cradling the bowl. Upon arriving at her bedside, he found her already asleep. Bai Yi softly called her name to rouse her. As Yunshang opened her eyes and beheld the bowl of meat in Bai Yi's hands, Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Where did you get this? What kind of meat is this?" she asked, attempting to rise. However, she was still quite weak, prompting Bai Yi to reach out to support her. Yet, a mere glance from her halted him in his tracks as she slowly sat up. Without hesitation, she picked a piece of meat from the bowl, popping it into her mouth without even glancing at it. Chewing, she remarked, "Little one, what kind of meat is this? It tastes a bit peculiar, but it's quite delicious." Observing the grease smeared across Yunshang's face, Bai Yi also took a piece of meat. The moment it touched his tongue, he sensed something was amiss, yet undeniably, it was quite tasty. Thus, the two of them enjoyed the feast, sharing bites until the entire pot was emptied, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Once they finished, they simultaneously let out a satisfied burp. Yunshang rose to wash her greasy face, while Bai Yi tidied up the dishes. He then approached Yunshang, and they exchanged a meaningful gaze as they sat facing each other. Bai Yi softly inquired, "Senior sister, what about your injury?" Yunshang cast a glance at Bai Yi and replied, "That night, 2 individuals came seeking you. You were engrossed in your cultivation, so I refrained from disturbing you." Bai Yi furrowed his brows and inquired, "2 individuals? Seeking me? Could it be that the Tang family has discovered my whereabouts?" Yunshang, somewhat irate, retorted, "If they are not searching for you, then are they seeking me? I possess no enemies in this realm. Yet you, having only just arrived, already have adversaries knocking at your door. Will you not elucidate the matters that preceded your arrival?" Bai Yi found himself in an awkward predicament. "Senior sister, it is as follows," he began, recounting the events involving Zhao Shuer from the very beginning. Yunshang furrowed her brow. "There is a conspiracy at play. Do you know where Zhao Shuer is now?" "I do not," he replied. "In light of your generous invitation for a meal, I shall assist you in analyzing the situation." Just as he uttered these words, Yunshang's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. A delicate blush began to grace her fair complexion. At that moment, she felt as though something was gently coursing over her body, an insatiable heat enveloping her entire being, as if it were setting her aflame. Gradually, her breath became labored and rapid. Her slender waist began to twist unnaturally, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the wind. Bai Yi found herself momentarily bewildered at the sight before her. She hastily inquired, "Senior sister, what has happened to you?" As Bai Yi spoke, it roused Yunshang from the haze of confusion that had begun to envelop him. Yunshang fixed his gaze intensely upon Bai Yi, a hint of indignation creeping into his voice as he inquired, "What kind of meat did you give me?" Bai Yi appeared somewhat at a loss for words, describing a creature that resembled a chicken with the head of a rabbit, devoid of ears, creating an exceedingly bizarre sight. Its legs were as thick as an adult's arms, and its body was adorned with pale purple feathers that seemingly emitted a faint green glow. Before she could finish her words, Yunshang gasped in horror. "What? You actually encountered such a being and even captured it for a stew, and you had the audacity to serve it to me?" As she spoke, it seemed she was on the verge of succumbing to a trance, her body trembling slightly, as if she were struggling to contain an insatiable desire. Bai Yi noticed the terror etched across Yunshang's face, compounded by her current state, and felt an unsettling premonition wash over her. She inquired, "Senior sister, what on earth is that?" Yunshang clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging painfully into her flesh, as crimson droplets trickled down her pristine hands. Trembling, she responded to Bai Yi, "If what you say is true, then that is the ancient desire beast." "The ancient desire beast, do you comprehend its significance?" Her gaze became increasingly disheveled as she continued, "That creature, a single drop of its blood can incite insatiable lust, leading one to a fiery demise. Even those at the Unity Realm, or even the Supreme Realm, find it difficult to withstand." At this point, she fell silent, her visage reflecting sheer horror, her mouth agape as she stared at Bai Yi. Meanwhile, Bai Yi was already flushed with crimson, her entire being trembling. Chapter 16. A bounty of wealth and talent. At this moment, Bai Yi felt as though his entire body was engulfed in flames, with waves of searing heat relentlessly crashing over him. He suddenly turned to Yunshang and asked, "Is there any way out?" Yunshang trembled and replied, "You must leave. You must go away from me." Bai Yi's gaze wandered uncontrollably over Yunshang's entire being. Upon witnessing this scene, Yunshang's countenance changed instantaneously. He bellowed furiously, "Bai, you better leave at once, or I shall take your life." Bai Yi appeared to be oblivious to her surroundings as she rose and approached Yunshang. As Yunshang noticed Bai Yi advancing towards her, she instinctively attempted to retreat. However, before she could evade, a hand encircled her waist. The moment this hand made contact, the last vestiges of Yunshang's clarity swiftly dissolved into confusion. Concurrently, a palpable aura of dread permeated the room they occupied. Had it not been for the protective formations that fortified this small courtyard, it would have undoubtedly been reduced to ashes by now. Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes and was momentarily taken aback by his current predicament. Yun, clad in nothing but his own skin, lay atop him, her alabaster complexion, alluring physique, and faint fragrance captivating his senses. Bai Yi seemed to recall something as he slowly moved away from Yunshang. Gently donning his clothes, he turned to leave. Fear gripped him. He dreaded that Yunshang would awaken and obliterate him with a single blow. Halt! Are you planning to leave without putting on your trousers? A voice called out from behind him. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt an icy chill wash over him from head to toe. You rascal, was this intentional? Yunshang fixed an unwavering gaze on Bai Yi, his eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. Bai Yi swiftly turned around to explain, Senior sister. I truly did not mean to. Before he could finish his words, a powerful force surged towards him. Unsurprisingly, Bai Yi was thrown back several dozen yards by this force. Upon coming to a halt, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his bones shattered to the point of being half broken, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Yunshang gazed at her own fist with a hint of peculiarity, her brow furrowed in confusion. What on earth is happening? She pondered. As she began to channel her mysterious energy, she was astonished to discover that her injuries had miraculously healed. Even more astonishingly, her cultivation level had surged by 2 minor realms. This was unexpected. After all, she was under a restriction that should have prevented any elevation in her realm. Upon further inspection of the restriction, she was astounded to find it had become somewhat loosened. Now, she could exert 50% of her strength. She mused. What could be the reason for this? Could it be due to that flesh? No, that couldn't be right. According to records, the blood and flesh of the ancient desire beasts merely incited one's primal nature, leading to uncontrollable madness. Could it be that the circumstances surrounding that individual were the cause? If that were true, would repeated encounters allow for the complete removal of the restriction? The thought startled her, and she quickly exclaimed, Pa, pa, pa. What am I even thinking? Bai Yi coughed up blood, casting a wary glance at Yunshang, whose peculiar expression filled him with an unsettling premonition. Could this senior sister truly beat me to death? That last punch was far too fierce. He pondered, this is akin to a husband slaying his wife. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. We have been married for several days now. Could she possibly harbor no sentiment at all? Yunshang approached Bai Yi with measured steps, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips, revealing a mischievous grin. Little junior brother, would you care for another round? Bai Yi did not hesitate and blurted out, shall we repeat what transpired earlier, or that very punch just now? Yunshang's smile instantly froze. What do you think? As Bai Yi was about to speak, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Almost immediately, a figure descended not far from the two. It was Situ Ping, returning. Situ Ping glanced at the prostrate Bai Yi and then at the distant Yunshang, appearing somewhat bewildered. What is going on here? Yunshang responded with a playful smile. Uncle Master, I was teaching him about formation patterns, and he accidentally tripped and fell. She gestured towards Bai Yi as she spoke. Situ Ping turned his gaze to Bai Yi, who hastily nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. My senior sister speaks the truth. He dared not speak recklessly, as he had no confidence that his master could quell the wrath of his senior sister. Yunshang, upon hearing Bai Yi's words, could not help but display a hint of admiration. Suddenly, Situ Ping's attention was drawn to the doorway of the kitchen, where some feathers lay scattered. They were the feathers of the ancient beast. He approached, bent down to pick up one, and examined it closely. His expression changed dramatically as he inquired, Where did you acquire this? Yunshang's countenance darkened as she shot a glare at Bai Yi. How could he carelessly discard such things? She swiftly turned to Situ Ping. Uncle Master, these are merely ordinary chicken feathers. A few days ago, my junior brother hunted a wild chicken in the nearby woods, and these are from that bird. As she spoke, she snatched the feather from Situ Ping's hand and hurriedly collected the scattered ones from the ground. Situ Ping's mood brightened somewhat. Is there any chicken meat left? Please bring me 2 pieces. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi, lying on the ground, nearly stumbled, almost biting the dust and injuring his mouth. Noticing the lack of response, Situ Ping felt a bit awkward. Oh, it's nothing. Just remember to save some for me next time. He then turned to Bai Yi. Here, you seem to have taken quite a fall. Here, take this. As he spoke, he handed Bai Yi a pill, which was entirely dark and the size of a fingernail, adorned with a singular pattern. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi accepted the elixir and placed it in his mouth. As the potion entered his body, A surge of pure spiritual energy coursed throughout him, and the fractured bones began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Bai Yi was utterly astonished. "Master," he exclaimed. Situ Ping chuckled. "Ah, it is merely a grade 1 healing pill." Before long, Bai Yi had nearly regained his composure. Rising to his feet, he inquired, "Master, do you possess more of such pills?" He wished to procure a couple for himself, in case one day his senior sister, in a fit of mischief, decided to unleash a punch upon him. In that event, he would rely on these pills, lest he truly be struck down. Yunshang interjected. "Do you think those pills are as common as cabbage?" Situ Ping responded. "While the pills are indeed beneficial, one must not become overly reliant upon them. It is vital to remember that every remedy carries its own risks. Strengthening one's own abilities is imperative. Do not allow yourself to stumble again." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yunshang. It was evident to Situ Ping that Bai Yi had been struck by Yunshang, though he remained unaware of the reason behind the altercation. Yunshang shifted the conversation, asking, "Master Uncle, did you acquire anything of note this time?" The three of them gathered around the table, and Situ Ping produced a ring. Yunshang furrowed his brow. "A spatial ring?" Situ Ping turned to Bai Yi, saying, "Here. This is for you." Bai Yi was about to take it when Yunshang swiftly snatched the ring. "He has no use for it at present. I shall keep it safe for him." As her consciousness penetrated the ring, her expression changed dramatically. Situ Ping smiled calmly. Bai Yi gazed at the two with a hint of perplexity, inquiring, "What troubles you?" Yunshang, disregarding Bai Yi's question, turned to Situ Ping and asked, "Master, is this the one?" Situ Ping nodded affirmatively. With a touch of astonishment, Yunshang exclaimed, "Did you kill him?" Situ Ping shook his head, clarifying, "It was not I who delivered the fatal blow. Rather, I encountered an acquaintance who intervened and vanquished him." He continued, "Initially, I harbored concerns for the two of you. Hence my return. It appears I was overly cautious. I am relieved to see you both unharmed. Remember, refrain from venturing outside without cause, and focus on your cultivation within the courtyard. I have some matters to attend to and shall depart for a few days." Bai Yi felt a jolt as Situ Ping prepared to depart once more, tugging at his master's garment. "Master, could you possibly refrain from leaving? Your absence leaves my heart in disarray." "Ah, what is there to be anxious about? Your senior sister will safeguard you. No one on this continent can harm you." Situ Ping reassured him. "Within that ring lie several tomes of martial arts and weaponry. Dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult your senior sister. Rest assured, Uncle Master, I shall ensure that my junior brother cultivates diligently." Yunshang interjected thoughtfully. "Please take care, Uncle Master." Situ Ping rose, affirming, "Very well, I shall be on my way." With that, he turned and departed. No sooner had Situ Ping left than Bai Yi was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Chapter 17. Feigning Death. Chapter 18. The examination of Qingyun's sect within the confines of the 5-star academy. Bai Yi sat quietly upon a stone bench, meticulously examining the sword before him. At this moment, his injuries had fully healed. Yunshang approached, extending his hand towards Bai Yi. "Return the sword to me." Bai Yi, feeling helpless, reluctantly handed the sword to her. Yunshang sheathed the sword and remarked, "Have you spent these years training on a pig? You are so feeble. Had it not been for me today, you would have met your demise once again. Shouldn't you express your gratitude in return?" Bai Yi's expression hardened. "I will fetch the eggs for my senior sister." As he spoke, he prepared to rise and head to the room. "Wait," Yunshang said gravely, gazing intently at Bai Yi. "I need to discuss something of significance. Today, I used an illusionary array to deceive them. To their eyes, it appears as though you have already been slain by them. Thus, it is likely they shall not seek you out again." Bai Yi gazed at Yunshang, a hint of perplexity lingering in his eyes. Why was his senior sister so earnest this time, so unlike her usual self? "Do you understand?" Observing Bai Yi lost in his thoughts once more, Yunshang, exasperated, exclaimed, "Your cultivation is far too low. You must elevate your strength." Bai Yi also realized this. Nodding earnestly, Yunshang shook his head and sighed. "That rascal, having brought you here, has now departed." Alas! At this moment, Yunshang's emotions were quite tumultuous. Recalling that fateful day made his heart race uncontrollably. He glanced at Bai Yi and said, "Little Leaf, I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Where are you going?" Yunshang, with a hint of bitterness, replied, "Master has sent word. He is in peril. I must go to rescue him." Bai Yi's expression changed dramatically at this revelation. "What has happened to Master?" "I shall accompany you." "Are you seeking death? Do you comprehend how weak you are at this moment?" Yet, he pondered, But would your departure eliminate the danger? The threat remained. Though Yunshang felt a sense of melancholy, Bai Yi suddenly grasped Yunshang's hand, declaring, "Take me with you, even if it leads to death." Yunshang replied with a bittersweet smile, "If death could resolve our troubles, then what purpose does cultivation serve? If you perish, will your family's grievances remain unavenged?" The wide-eyed youth bore a hint of crimson. "You have abandoned me. What am I to do?" Yunshang slammed his palm against the stone table. "What will you do? Are you not a man? Are you not a member of our esteemed five-star academy? How can a grown man dwell on such thoughts? Have you considered your adoptive father? Have you thought of your kin? And your master, who is currently in grave peril? Even if I were to go, it would be a perilous endeavor, yet I must. But you cannot go. You cannot perish. Do you understand? You are the future of your family, of our five-star academy, and indeed, my future as well." The last words were almost inaudible, yet Bai Yi heard them distinctly. He was her future, but what could he possibly do for her? Did he truly have to wait until her demise to seek vengeance? What significance would revenge hold if she were no longer alive? "Shanga!" Bai Yi exclaimed. Yunshang shuddered at the sound of his voice. Turning to Bai Yi, she implored, "Remember my words. Live well, strive to cultivate, and avenge us in the future." With that, she pressed a ring into Bai Yi's hand and vanished from sight. Bai Yi sank down completely, a hint of confusion clouding his mind. "Shang'er, wait for me," he murmured, watching Yunshang depart. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling welled up within him, solidifying his resolve. He must strive to grow stronger. For only through strength could he protect those around him and avenge the fallen. With this thought, he calmed his mind and grasped the spatial ring. As his consciousness delved into the ring, he was momentarily stunned by what he beheld. Numerous piles of spirit stones, a collection of books, and 2 swords were laid before him. Among them was the crimson gold long sword that Yunshang had previously lent him. Bai Yi turned his gaze to the stack of books and discovered that many pertained to formations, with 2 volumes dedicated to sword techniques. Regrettably, the tome titled One Word, One Thought, Exterminating the 10,000 Realms was not among them. Bai Yi took out a book on sword techniques titled Sword Formula. "What kind of sword skill is this?" he murmured. He then opened the sword formula and was immediately captivated by its contents. The path of the sword is boundless. One enters the realm through intent, transcends the ordinary through the realm, and slays immortals with the mundane. In the heart, with the sword, all things become the sword. The white leaves became increasingly enchanting, gradually leading to yet another moment of deep meditation and enlightenment. 1 day, 2 days, and 10 days later, a resounding sound of a sword echoed through the heavens. The crimson golden longsword beside Bai Yi quivered slightly, as if yearning to come to life. At that moment, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes and, with his right hand grasping the sword, gently sliced through the void. Instantly, the air before him was cleaved, creating a rift. The mere act of that gentle stroke had managed to sever the atmosphere. Bai Yi felt a moment of bewilderment, but soon rose again to make another stroke at the emptiness. This time, the air was once more sliced apart, and a faint sword light emerged. Where the blade of light passed, a series of piercing, cutting sounds resonated, culminating in a thunderous strike against the opposite wall. A neat incision appeared on the wall, revealing a view of the other side. Bai Yi gazed at the sword in his hand, an exquisite weapon indeed. He then retrieved another tome of sword techniques from his ring, The Convergence of 1,000 Swords. Upon opening it, he found the contents utterly incomprehensible. Closing the book, he fell into deep contemplation. After a brief moment, he resumed his seated meditation, focusing on his cultivation. At this stage, his primary objective was to elevate his realm. With ample resources and martial skills at his disposal, the enhancement of his realm took precedence. In the blink of an eye, 3 months elapsed, during which Bai Yi ascended from the 6th layer of qi condensation to the 9th. Now, as he channeled his profound energy, a thick, white aura enveloped his entire being. His sword techniques had also reached a minor proficiency, yet he still struggled to grasp the essence of the convergence of 1,000 swords. Nevertheless, he did not neglect the path of formations and had already mastered the ability to inscribe some basic arrays. Bai Yi set down the book in her hands and murmured, "Shang'er, are you well? Where have you truly gone? Tomorrow marks the day when Qingyun sect will recruit disciples." "Indeed. I wonder how many individuals will partake in the examination this year." Bai Yi was strolling along the street when he suddenly overheard passers-by discussing the upcoming recruitment of disciples by the Qingyun sect. At that moment, a young man approached Bai Yi and inquired, "Esteemed brother, are you preparing to partake in tomorrow's recruitment assessment for the Qingyun sect?" Bai Yi expressed some perplexity. "Qingyun sect?" The young man furrowed his brow and replied, "Are you unfamiliar with the Qingyun sect, my brother? Bai Yi clasped his fist and smiled, genuinely unaware. At that moment, another person nearby scrutinized Bai Yi with curiosity, asking, "Are you from out of town?" Bai Yi's expression shifted slightly. "No, I hail from a remote area, and I have never heard of this Qingyan sect." Upon hearing this, the two individuals beside him exchanged relieved smiles. The Qingyan sect is the largest sect in our border town, boasting thousands of disciples and abundant cultivation resources, one of them remarked. Bai Yi contemplated. While he possessed an abundance of resources, secluding oneself in solitary cultivation was not a viable approach. Yun Shang had once conveyed to him that true growth could only be attained through the crucible of battle. The reason for his previous weakness lay in his sheltered upbringing within the family, devoid of the rigors of real challenges. He was akin to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, beautiful, yet lacking in resilience. Bai Yi inquired, "Are you aware of the criteria for the recruitment of disciples at the Qingyan sect?" It is rather straightforward, consisting of 3 stages. The first stipulation is that one must not exceed the age of 18. The second, that one must achieve the qi condensation stage. And the third involves a test of combat prowess. As long as you successfully condense your qi, you are likely to pass. "Ah, I see," Bai Yi replied. "Are you gentlemen planning to participate?" The group exchanged glances, a hint of embarrassment evident among them. "We are beyond the age limit, alas." With that, they turned and departed. Chapter 19, Shattering the Strength Testing Stone. The following day, Bai Yi arrived at the disciples' assessment venue of the Qingyan sect. The square, spanning several dozen yards, featured a large circular platform at its center. At this moment, a throng of thousands had already gathered around the platform, and the cacophony of conversations rendered Bai Yi's ears somewhat unaccustomed. Suddenly, a petite girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, approached him. Dressed in a red floral miniskirt and sporting 2 playful pigtails, her youthful face bore 2 faint dimples as she bounced toward Bai Yi and inquired. Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could I possibly be recognized? He then glanced at the little girl and awkwardly inquired, "My dear, may I ask who you are?" The girl, with a faint smile playing on her lips, looked at Bai Yi and softly replied, "Fear not, I shall not speak indiscreetly." At these words, Bai Yi nearly stumbled in shock. Indeed, he had been recognized. Just as he was about to depart, the little girl grasped his arm. "Do not worry. Aside from you and me, no one else shall know. Now, let us await the assessment." "Ah, and from now on, you shall be called Lin Yi," she whispered, her expression laden with significance, with a mind clouded by dark thoughts. Bai Yi was about to speak when a voice resonated from the stage. "I hereby announce the commencement of the Qingyan sect's disciple recruitment assessment. Before we begin, allow me to elaborate on a few points. First, those over the age of 18 are requested to leave. Second, individuals who have not attained the qi condensation stage should exit. Third, those who have participated in the assessment more than 3 times must also withdraw. Should anyone fail to comply, they will be dealt with according to the sect's regulations for contempt." As the words echoed, a wave of commotion ensued. Alas, it is better to depart. The penalties for disrespecting the sect's rules are severe. Perhaps it is best to accept our fate and leave. At 30 years old, why even attempt this? Are you courting death? Hurry and go. Amidst the clamor, a significant portion of the audience began to disperse. Observing this scene, Bai Yi turned to the little girl beside him and inquired, "What is your name? How many times have you participated in the assessment?" The young girl smiled brightly, "Hee. My name is Shur. This is my first time." Just as Bai Yi was about to speak, a sudden roar echoed through the air. Following the sound, he beheld a young man hurled 100 zhang away. At the tender age of 20, he failed to meet the assessment criteria and had his cultivation extinguished. A dispassionate voice resonated, "Serves him right." Poetic and whimsical, Shur pouted her lips and remarked, as the individual was cast aside and his powers nullified. Half of the onlookers gradually withdrew, leaving fewer than 100 souls remaining in the arena. Bai Yi gazed in astonishment, wondering if these individuals had merely come to partake in the commotion. "It is our turn," Shur gently tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve. At that moment, Bai Yi felt a flicker of uncertainty. Would he be recognized? Shur cast him a peculiar glance and reassured him, "Come on, do not worry. No one will recognize you." "How do you know what I am thinking?" Bai Yi asked, filled with suspicion. "A secret," she replied, and with that, she pulled Yun Shang towards the examination platform. The elder glanced at the two and inquired, "Name, age?" Shur smiled and replied, "I am Shur, and this is Lin Yi. I am 16. With that, she nudged Bai Yi playfully. Bai Yi hastily replied, "I am 17. The old man cast a glance at the two of them and said, Next challenge. Subsequently, they moved to another side. The old man scrutinized them and instructed, channel your techniques. Let me observe your realms. Poem promptly began to circulate her technique. As a subtle aura of profound energy gradually coalesced around her form, the old man, seemingly indifferent, remarked, first layer of qi condensation, pass. He then turned his attention to Bai Yi. Bai Yi swiftly activated his cultivation technique, and in an instant, layers of dense white vapor began to converge towards him. Before long, a thick shroud of white profound energy enveloped Bai Yi entirely. From a distance, all that could be seen was a swirling mass of white mist, obscuring Bai Yi's figure. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What is this?" Sure, initially taken aback, quickly regained her composure and inquired, "Did you succeed?" The elder, still in a state of disbelief, questioned, "Why is your condensation of energy so remarkably solid?" Bai Yi cast a peculiar glance at the elder and inquired, "Is mine different from others?" The elder, slightly easing his demeanor, replied, "Not entirely the same. You may proceed to the next challenge." In the third challenge, the combat power assessment, the task was straightforward. One must strike the power testing stone with all their might. Sure approached the stone, her delicate hands forming a tight fist as a surge of mysterious energy flowed through her. With a resounding thud, the stone quivered slightly and emitted a radiant yellow glow. "Impressive," remarked the elder responsible for the evaluation. "To possess such combat prowess at the first level of energy condensation is commendable for a young girl." Bai Yi approached the measuring stone, channeling his profound energy. This time, he did not circulate the energy externally. Instead, he solidified it and infused it into his fist. Upon closer inspection, a faint golden aura enveloped his fist. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch, resulting in a resounding crash as the massive measuring stone shattered into mere dust. An immediate silence fell over the arena, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The elder sprang to his feet, gazing at Bai Yi before turning his attention to the pulverized stone, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, You actually shattered the measuring stone." In that moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. "Goodness, what a monster. He shattered the measuring stone. This person is truly extraordinary. Humph, let us see how this unfolds. How dare he break the measuring stone?" It was said that the measuring stone was exceedingly tough, fortified by intricate formations within. Not even a formidable practitioner in the core formation stage could break it with a single blow. The spectators were filled with awe and admiration, while others relished in the spectacle. Bai Yi hurriedly bowed in respect, saying, "Esteemed senior, please forgive me. I, in a moment of carelessness, accidentally shattered the measuring stone." He thought to himself, "Why did I exert so much force? Had I known this stone was so fragile, I would have restrained my strength." Sure cast an odd glance at the two, preparing to speak when suddenly a voice rang out, "Who dares to cause a disturbance in my Qing insect?" As the words fell, an elderly man clad in a white robe appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing him, the several elders overseeing the assessment clasped their fists in greeting, exclaiming, "Elder Gu Shuang." At that moment, the individual in question seemed doomed. To think he dared to shatter the measuring stone. Alas, youth, is life not precious? The audience below began to murmur amongst themselves. The elder responsible for the examination spoke respectfully, "Elder Gu, it is not a matter of disturbance. It was merely a disciple participating in the assessment who inadvertently broke the measuring stone." As he spoke, he cast an uneasy glance at Bai Yi. Gu Shuang turned his gaze towards the elder, inquiring, "Inadvertently shattered the measuring stone?" The elder quickly responded, "Yes, it is this young friend," and pointed towards Bai Yi. Gu Shuang then fixed his gaze on Bai Yi, asking, "Were you the one who shattered the measuring stone?" Bai Yi hurriedly bowed in respect, saying, "Yes." "I beg your pardon, senior." Gu Shuang's expression grew somewhat peculiar. "The qi condensation stage? No, your qi condensation seems rather unusual." Upon saying this, he glanced at the crowd below and continued, "The assessment is temporarily concluded. You may disperse. The force testing stone has been shattered, rendering any further evaluations pointless." The crowd erupted in a commotion. "I haven't been assessed yet. I have prepared for this evaluation for 3 years. Yes, let the assessment continue. Next year, I shall be too old." The audience expressed their dissatisfaction in unison. Observing this scene, Gu Shuang and the others furrowed their brows deeply. He then gestured to the crowd below, saying, "Since that is the case, let us proceed with the assessment. However, as we lack the force testing stone, I have decided to implement 2 preliminary rounds. Those who pass these 2 rounds will be recorded, and in the next assessment, Those recorded may directly participate in the third round. Upon hearing this, the crowd below voiced their agreement. Gu Shuang then turned to Bai Yi, instructing, "You too, follow me." Chapter 20. Sharing a Room. Chapter 21. Trouble Arises. Chapter 22. The head of the law enforcement hall. A fierce battle erupted as hundreds of inner disciples launched their attacks, darkening the sky as if it were night. Blades clashed, and the air was filled with a flurry of wind blades and spear tips, creating a cacophony of sounds. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated as an inner disciple was struck by a massive hammer, sent flying out of the arena. A dazzling flash of blades sliced through the air with unstoppable force, cleaving towards one disciple. Yet, a powerful strike from another shattered the attack barehanded. The thunderous roars continued as dozens of disciples were sent reeling, tumbling out of the arena. In the air, Shen Guangjian and his companions were meticulously observing the disciples in the arena when he suddenly glanced towards Bai Ye's position. At that moment, Bai Yi was besieged by dozens of attackers, valiantly shielding Shi behind him. "Elder Gu, are these the two you brought in?" Shen Guangjian inquired. Gu Shuang, lost in thought, turned to Shen Guangjian upon hearing the question, replying, "Indeed, Sect Master." Shen Guangjian chuckled. "Remarkable. One individual managing to fend off so many. They are indeed promising." The cacophony of battle persisted, with yet more disciples being forced out of the arena. A sudden sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere. As a long spear pierced through a disciple's chest, blood splattering. Shen Guangjian and his companions turned to witness this, anger flashing in their eyes. The sect's grand competition forbade lethal force, and it was evident that this individual had violated the rules. The five were about to intervene to apprehend the offender when the spear-wielding disciple launched another strike, this one executed with incredible speed, the tip glinting ominously. Remarkably, this thrust was aimed directly at Bai Yi, racing toward him in an instant. "Impudent!" Gu Shuang bellowed in fury. However, the incident occurred so abruptly that there was no time to intervene. At that moment, Bai Yi was fiercely resisting the frenzied attacks of dozens of opponents when an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis suddenly engulfed him. Behind him, Shi, witnessing a spear aimed directly at Bai Ye's brow, wore a cold expression and was poised to act. A resonant hum of a sword echoed through the heavens as a blade materialized before Bai Yi, charging directly toward the spear's tip. Observing this scene, Shi could not help but muse. A celestial-grade spiritual weapon? An automatic protector? Intriguing. The resplendent golden-red sword soared forth, radiating brilliance and instantly enveloping the entire plaza in a dazzling hue. The terrifying pressure emanating from it crushed the surroundings, causing the other disciples to falter under its might. Retreating hastily, in the distance, Shen Guangjian and his companions stood frozen, utterly astonished. Shen Guangjian murmured, "This sword." Elder Gu Shuang was equally stunned, exclaiming, "This pressure does not belong to this continent." The other three stared wide-eyed, overwhelmed by shock, with the sword's tip meeting the spear's point. The golden-red sword effortlessly obliterated the spear, rendering it non-existent. Subsequently, the sword surged forward, incinerating the disciple who had charged with the spear in an instant. The golden-red sword then returned to Bai Yi, its radiance gradually diminishing until it transformed into an ordinary golden-red sword. The atmosphere in the arena became eerily silent, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. Moments later, all gazes turned toward Bai Yi, eyes filled with trepidation. It was undeniable that the sword was truly terrifying. When the overwhelming pressure had surged moments before, everyone present felt an instinctive terror of impending death. As the disciple was incinerated by a single strike, many trembled uncontrollably, some even soiling themselves in fear. At that moment, Shen Guangjian, Gu Shuang, and others flew to Bai Ye's side, fixated on the sword. As they scrutinized the crimson blade, it suddenly transformed into a wisp of sword light and vanished into Bai Ye's body. The group was taken aback, bewildered by its disappearance. Gu Shuang, gazing intently at Bai Yi, gravely inquired, "Where did you acquire this sword?" Just then, Shen Guangjian whispered urgently, "This matter is of utmost importance. We must return to the inner hall." He turned to the other disciples and declared, "The competition ends here for today. Do not let the events of today spread. Those who do will face annihilation." He then addressed the head of the law enforcement hall, saying, "Hall Master Yin, you shall be responsible for this matter. If news of today's events leaks, you will bear the consequences." Meanwhile, Shi quietly asked Bai Yi, "Brother, where did you get that sword?" Bai Yi replied, "It was given to me by my master." At that moment, Shen Guangjian addressed the two, saying, "Let us proceed to the inner hall." The four of them made their way toward the inner sanctum. Meanwhile, above the clouds hovering over the Qingyun sect. An elderly man known as the Elder of Creation bore an expression of coldness as he murmured, "How could such a thing exist? Had I known, I would have refrained from saving that boy." Suddenly, the space before him trembled slightly, and a young woman materialized silently before him. The Elder of Creation narrowed his eyes, taken aback by her sudden appearance. The woman spoke, "Do not harm my brother. It will not be long before he departs from this continent." The Elder of Creation regarded her gravely and inquired, "Are you from that side?" With a dismissive chuckle, she replied, "Which side is none of your concern. Just remember not to provoke him." Baiyi, do you understand why I have been so loquacious? In truth, when the Elder of Creation harbored ill intentions toward Baiyi, she contemplated eliminating him outright. However, considering his past act of saving Baiyi, she chose to issue a warning instead. The Elder of Creation asked, "Is it because I once rescued him?" The woman clapped her hands and said, "Indeed, now you may leave." With that, she vanished from his sight. Once she departed, the Elder of Creation was drenched in cold sweat. It had been countless millennia since he had bestowed blessings upon others. Yet this time he found himself on the receiving end of such a gift. Ah, the sensation of being alive is truly marvelous. He took a deep swig of liquor and vanished in turn. Inside the inner hall of Qingyun sect, they had just entered. Baiyi exclaimed in surprise, "Where is Shishir gone?" "Here I am, brother," Shishir replied, bounding joyfully to Baiyi's side. Baiyi was somewhat perplexed. "Where did you go just now?" Shishir, with a quick flick of her eyes, replied, "Oh, I just stepped out for a moment." Upon hearing this, Baiyi felt a sense of unease. Stepped out? Who would believe that? At that moment, Gu Shuang turned to Baiyi, his expression grave as he inquired, "Year, what about your sword?" Before he could finish his sentence, Shishir interjected, "Uncle Gu, that sword belongs to my father. He left it to my brother. Father always said that within that sword resides the spirit of our Lin family ancestors. In times of peril, it would automatically unleash an attack. It must have sensed that my brother was facing a life-threatening crisis and activated itself. However, it can only trigger once before dissipating into spirit energy." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present became somewhat more composed. "I see. What a pity," Chen Guangjian lamented with a look of regret. Gu Shuang also felt it was a great loss. Had that strike been executed properly, he had no doubt that even a master at the sovereign level could have been slain. Regret surged within him, igniting a fierce anger. "Do you recognize the person who attacked you?" Baiyi shook his head, stating, "I do not recognize him. At that time, I was besieged by dozens of assailants, and my attention was wholly consumed by them. I did not catch a glimpse of that person's appearance." Chen Guangjian, somewhat perplexed, gazed at Baiyi and inquired, "Do you have any idea why those dozens of individuals united in their attack against you?" After a moment of contemplation, Baiyi replied, "I am uncertain. I did not know them previously." Poetic interrupted suddenly, "Could it be related to that incident?" Gu Shuang cast a puzzled glance at Poetic. "What incident?" Chen Guangjian also looked at Poetic, bewildered. Poetic recounted, "On the day my brother and I first entered the sect, someone intruded into my room and insulted me. My brother struck that individual, thinking he would surely seek revenge. Yet, that person never returned to confront us." Gu Shuang seemed to recall something. "I have heard Fang Yu mention this matter before, but I did not pay it much heed at the time. I never anticipated that Hurun could be so treacherous." Chen Guangjian suddenly shouted towards the door, summoned the head of the law enforcement hall. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Poetic. Moments later, Yinhua, the head of the law enforcement hall, arrived in the inner chamber. Chen Guangjian instructed Yinhua, "Bring Hurun and Hu Qiu to the law enforcement hall. I shall personally conduct the interrogation. Additionally, bring along the dozens who assaulted Lin Yi." "Understood," Yinhua responded before departing. "This matter could be quite troublesome," Gu Shuang remarked gravely. Chen Guangjian turned to Gu Shuang. "Are you concerned that this incident may spread and cause further trouble?" Gu Shuang nodded. "It is certainly a possibility." Moments later, Yinhua rushed back into the inner chamber, flustered. "This is not good. Hu Rin and his grandson have vanished." "What? They've escaped?" A flicker of coldness crossed Chen Guangjian's eyes. At Songyun Academy, within the Songyun Hall, an elderly man clad in a dark robe sat cross-legged, engrossed in an ancient text. This was Songyun Academy's president, Song Lan. At that moment, an elderly man and a young man entered the hall. They were Hu Rin and Hu Qiu. The two bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to President Song." Song Lan set aside the ancient text and regarded them with a furrowed brow. "Who might you be?" Hu Rin replied with reverence, "I am Hu Rin, an outer elder of Qingyun sect." Song Lan inquired with curiosity, "Qingyun sect? The one from the border town? Indeed. What brings you here? A hint of delight appeared on Hu Ren's face. President Song, I have discovered a remarkable treasure. Hu Ren recounted the events from the sect's grand competition. Gradually, Song Lan's brow tightened. Are you suggesting that sword is at least of the Earth grade top tier? Hu Ren nodded eagerly. At the very least, it is of Earth grade top tier. Song Lan shook his head. State your intentions. If President Song could acquire this sword, Songyan Academy would possess another invaluable treasure. Song Lan narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. You may leave now. Upon hearing this, Hu Ren and his companion were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that President Song is not interested in the sword? Song Lan chuckled softly. I am far more intrigued by your intentions than the sword itself. Feeling somewhat awkward, Hu Ren and his companion replied, Then we shall take our leave. With that, they departed. Once they had left, Song Lan spoke in a low voice. That sword does seem to possess a certain allure. A few days later, news spread throughout the vast Songyun continent regarding an inner sect disciple of the Qingyan sect, who possessed a top-tier earthly sword. Brother, may I behold your sword? Sure inquired, seated beside Bai Yi. Bai Yi, feeling a touch of embarrassment, remarked, Sure, I cannot retrieve it. The sword has integrated itself within me. Sure offered a wry smile and replied, Brother, you must attune your senses and delve within your body to see if you can establish a connection with the sword. Consequently, Bai Yi closed his eyes, gradually tuning into his inner self, striving to commune with the sword. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Sure, saying, I cannot sense it. Try again, she urged. Relax your entire being, immerse your spirit within, and call forth the sword with your consciousness and intention. What is consciousness? Bai Yi inquired. Sure feigned ignorance and pressed, focus entirely on sensing that sword. Bai Yi closed his eyes once more, endeavoring to locate the sword within himself. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in terror and exclaimed, The sword is embedded in my dantian. Upon hearing this, Sure was taken aback. Embedded in your dantian? Why not attempt to summon it forth? Indeed, Bai Yi once again closed his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of the sword. A resonant hum echoed from within him, followed by the emergence of a sword, which gracefully hovered before him in midair. A radiant golden light instantly illuminated the entire room. Witnessing this spectacle, Sure hastily exclaimed, Do not allow it to shine so brightly. If this continues, the entire Qingyun sect will become aware of your sword. The white leaves bore a slight bitterness, and in his moment of bewilderment, the crimson golden sword light gradually receded. As the resplendent glow dissipated, an ordinary crimson longsword materialized before the two. Sure scrutinized the sword with keen interest, while Bai Yi regarded it with curiosity. Suddenly, Sure turned to Bai Yi and remarked, Your master is no ordinary individual. Would you care to share more about them? After speaking, she gestured for Bai Yi to stow away the crimson longsword. With a flicker of thought, Bai Yi's longsword transformed into a beam of sword light, seamlessly merging into his very being. Bai Yi spoke softly, I am unaware of my master's precise origins. At that time, I had fainted on the street, and it was my master who brought me back. Shortly thereafter, my master mentioned the need to go to a certain place, and a few days later, he returned with this sword for me. He then departed once more. And not long after, my senior sister informed me that our master had encountered danger, and she too left. Thus, I was left all alone. Upon hearing this, Sure exclaimed, No wonder. Bai Yi, perplexed, inquired, What do you mean, no wonder? Sure responded with a charming smile, Oh, it's nothing. May I have a glimpse of the other items your master has bestowed upon you? Bai Yi hesitated slightly, and upon observing his uncertainty, Sure couldn't help but chuckle. What is the matter, my dear brother? Are you reluctant to share your treasures with your sister? Bai Yi felt somewhat awkward. No, he replied, as he removed a slender cord from around his neck, upon which hung a ring. He handed the ring to Sure, saying, Everything is inside. Take a look for yourself. With a smile, Sure accepted the ring, but her expression quickly turned peculiar. Upon delving into the ring with her consciousness, she discovered 2 eggs. Curiously, she inquired of Bai Yi, Brother, where did you obtain these 2 eggs? I found them in a grove, he explained. Oh. And there was also this strange creature, a chicken with a rabbit's head, lacking ears and appearing rather bizarre. Its legs were as thick as an adult's arms, and it was covered in pale purple feathers that seemed to emit a faint green glow. However, I ended up stewing and consuming it. Sure gazed at Bai Yi in astonishment, exclaiming, What did you say? You actually ate that creature? Bai Yi nodded, saying yes. We stewed it and shared the meal together. At this moment, he suddenly recalled something. and an awkward expression crept across his face. Sure, taken aback, exclaimed, "But that is an ancient lustful beast. You actually consumed it? Surely, you and your senior sister did not engage in anything inappropriate?" Baiye's expression was somewhat grim as he glanced at his own lips, pondering why they were so unrefined. Upon noticing Baiye's demeanor, Sure revealed a knowing smile, playfully pointing at him with her delicate finger. She then set down 2 eggs and picked up several books. "Books on formations? Does your master practice formations?" Baiye responded, "My master does not possess such knowledge. It is my senior sister who specializes in formations. These books are her legacy to me. Feel free to peruse them if you find them appealing." Sure pouted, "What nonsense is this? I have no interest. You should keep them." She then retrieved another long sword from her ring, measuring 3 feet in length and 2 fingers wide, its body a striking azure hue. Quite impressive. This sword is also of heavenly grade. However, it is ill-suited for you. This blade is frigid and devoid of emotion. At that moment, Baiye expressed curiosity. Sure. How do you know so much? Huh? Do I really know that much? Sure's eyes sparkled as she chuckled softly. "I enjoyed reading as a child. All this knowledge comes from the books I've read." Hiki. It must be said that Baiye was increasingly intrigued by Sure. From the very beginning, she had recognized him at a glance, yet she always offered her assistance. Now, she could even discern the grade of this sword. "Who exactly is she?" "Brother." "Please put the items away," Sure said with a smile as she handed the ring back to Baiye. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Chapter 24. The Conspiracy of Duguxian. "Who is it?" Sure inquired. "It is I," came a crisp and chilling voice in reply. Sure glanced at Baiye and whispered, "Could it be senior sister Ling from next door?" Baiye, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What brings her here?" The sound of knocking echoed once more. Sure reluctantly approached the door to open it. To her surprise, it was indeed Lung Qing who stood there, her expression inscrutable. Clad in a light blue gown, her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, were clear yet exuded a chilling coldness. With an impassive gaze fixed upon Sure, she asked, "May I come in?" Sure glanced at Baiye. "Please, come in, Senior Lung," Baiye urged, allowing Lung Qing to enter the room. As she stepped inside, Lung Qing commanded, "Close the door." Upon hearing this, both Baiye and Sure exchanged startled glances. Nevertheless, Sure swiftly complied, shutting the door. Lung Qing, maintaining her stoic demeanor, addressed Baiye, "I wish to see that sword." Baiye, feeling quite embarrassed, remarked, "That sword has vanished." Coldly, senior sister Lung Qing responded, "I can sense its presence." Popo's expression darkened slightly as she thought to herself, "This woman can actually perceive it. Quite remarkable indeed. However, she seems to harbor no ill intentions towards my brother." Contemplating this, she offered a faint smile. "Since senior sister is already aware, let me show you." Baiye hesitated for a moment. At this juncture, Lung Qing suddenly remarked, "Do not worry, I am merely observing." Sure also cast a glance at Baiye, implying that she should allow it. With a mere thought, Baiye summoned the resplendent golden longsword before the trio. Upon laying eyes on the blade, a flicker of intrigue momentarily ignited within the icy depths of Lung Qing's gaze, though she adeptly concealed it. Baiye remained oblivious, yet Sure took notice. After a brief contemplation, Lung Qing remarked upon the sword's remarkable essence, revealing that it had developed a consciousness and recognized Baiye as its master. In the hands of another, it would merely be an ordinary weapon. As she turned her gaze toward Baiye, he felt an involuntary shiver run through him, overwhelmed by an unexpected chill. At that moment, the whimsical Sure leaned closer to Baiye and whispered softly in his ear, "This senior sister is quite impressive. I believe she complements your other sword splendidly. Why not consider gifting that sword to her?" Baiye was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. "A gift for her?" "A gift for her, and perhaps in the future, she might assist you." Baiye hesitated for a moment before addressing Lung Qing. "Senior sister, I possess a sword that, while not entirely suited for me, may indeed be fitting for you. Might you be interested?" Lung Qing furrowed her brow, a hint of surprise crossing her features. "For me?" she inquired, as she opened her palm to reveal a wooden sword that materialized in her hand. "What do you think of this sword?" Baiye was momentarily taken aback, ready to speak, when Sure interjected, "Senior sister, we cultivate the sword not merely as a weapon, but as an extension of our hearts, our very beings. It is not about rank or material possessions. Remember, it is the person who cultivates the sword, not the sword that cultivates the person." A contemplative expression adorned Sure's face. At that moment, Baiye suddenly produced the azure, a motionless sword from within her ring, giving it a gentle shake. Cold sister, what do you think of this sword? A shiver coursed through Lung Qing's body, for as Bai Yi unveiled the blade, she felt an unexpected resonance with it. It was as if the sword and she were one, their spirits intertwined. She could sense the pressure Bai Yi exerted while grasping the sword. As though Bai Yi was not merely holding the weapon, but was, in essence, holding her. Bai Yi gazed at Lang Qing in a daze, a flicker of joy igniting within him. So, you wish to impart grand philosophies, yet the sight of a treasure leaves you flustered, does it not? Lang Qing, with a grave expression, remarked, Junior brother Lin, this sword. Bai Yi, with an air of pride, sheathed his sword and proclaimed, we cultivate the sword not merely with our hands, but with our hearts, our beings, and our spirits. It is not the rank or external possessions that matter. It is the person who wields the sword, not the sword that shapes the person. Beside him, Shir nearly burst into laughter at Bai Ye's audacity. If other disciples were to witness this scene, they would surely be left agape in disbelief. How could one dare to expound such lofty principles before senior sister Lung? Such folly could only be met with two words, courting death. When senior sister Lung first joined, a few oblivious individuals attempted to approach her, only to find themselves met with a blade piercing through their brows. Throughout the entire Qingyun sect, her name has become synonymous with a taboo. How could this fellow dare to entrap senior sister Lung in such a manner? Cold Qing, upon hearing Bai Ye's words, remained expressionless and inquired, Junior brother Lin, may I take a closer look at that sword? Shir turned her gaze towards Bai Yi, saying, brother. Bai Yi was well aware of Shir's intentions and promptly retrieved the sword, presenting it to Lung Qing. Sister, this is for you. Upon hearing these words, Lung Qing's body trembled slightly. For me? She inquired, her voice barely trailing off when suddenly, a blade pierced the space between Bai Ye's brows, its tip sinking into his flesh by half an inch. Shir's expression shifted dramatically. The strike was executed with such swiftness and stealth that even she had not detected it. With a frigid gaze, Shir turned to Lang Qing. You seek death. Lang Qing withdrew the sword with a swift motion, a spray of crimson blood erupting forth. Although the blade had only penetrated his flesh slightly, its extraction still drew forth a trickle of blood. Bai Yi touched his forehead, feeling somewhat bewildered. Gazing at the blood on his hands, he nearly cursed. Shir hurriedly examined Bai Ye's wound. Brother, are you all right? Lung Qing seemed to sense the awkwardness in the air as well, stating, Junior brother Lin. Only one person is permitted to call me Qing, and you are not that person. With that, she turned and walked away, her sword in hand. Shir coldly observed Lang Qing's retreating figure, thinking to herself, this woman is certainly formidable. Her strike could undoubtedly eliminate a strong practitioner of the condensing sea realm in an instant. How monstrous! Lost in thought, she glanced back at Bai Yi, contemplating saying something. But after a long moment of reflection, she shook her head and sighed. Inside the Zhao family's grand hall, Duguxian toyed with a flying knife in her hand. Madam, it has been confirmed. That sword is indeed at least a top-tier earth grade, possibly exceeding that level, a man in a black robe reported respectfully. Duguxian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? Exceeding earth grade, reaching heavenly grade? According to our investigation, that sword has developed sentience and can automatically protect its master in times of crisis. Sentience? Are you saying that sword has recognized that Lin Yi as its master? Duguxian inquired. The man in black replied solemnly, indeed. However, if we eliminate that young man, the sword will become a masterless object. Duguxian waved her hand dismissively. All right, you may leave now. After the man in black withdrew, Duguxian pondered for a moment before vanishing from sight. Atop a billowing white cloud, an unkempt old man lay reclining, gnawing on a chicken leg. He was the elder of creation. Suddenly, a woman appeared. It was Duguxian. She regarded the elder of creation. There is an external entity. The elder took a hearty swig of wine. What does that have to do with me? Duguxian looked at the elder with confusion. Aren't you afraid that this continent? The elder of creation interjected. How have I survived for countless years? It's not solely through cultivation, but also intellect. Does this woman expect me to deliver a head? I'm not that foolish. I wish to live a few more years. He had not forgotten the terrifying scene from that day. The little girl was indeed formidable. Every time he recalled it, his hair stood on end, and his entire body trembled. Duguxian glared at the elder of creation. Aren't you concerned that one strike from him could obliterate this continent? You have been its guardian for millennia. The elder of creation looked at Duguxian with utmost seriousness. Do you think you are anything special? Trying to play these games in front of me. Chapter 25. Lang Qing's swordsmanship as the news of the appearance of a heavenly-grade weapon at the Qingyan sect spread throughout the Songyan continent. Various factions sent elder-level figures to the sect to pay their respects. Inside the inner hall of the Qingyan sect, Chen Guangjian wore a troubled expression. He was already aware of the intentions of the various families and sects wishing to visit, who among them did not harbor ulterior motives. He looked at the 4 elders before him. What do you all think? One elder suggested, we should take the initiative and compel Lin Yi to surrender that sword. Then, beside him, Gu Xuan's expression darkened. Elder Xie, what do you mean by that? Elder Xie gazed at Gu Xuang and remarked, I am aware of your connection with Lin Yi. However, we must prioritize the interests of our sect, rather than becoming the target of criticism. It would be wiser for us to take the initiative. Upon hearing these words, the group fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a woman spoke up. I must disagree with Elder Xie's perspective. I believe that even if they covet that sword, they would not resort to blatant theft. The speaker was none other than Elder Sun Yan, the master of Lang Qing. Elder Xie scoffed. What if they come to seize it? Once again, the crowd lapsed into silence. Then, Chen Guangjian suddenly suggested, Gu Xuang, please summon Lin Yi. Let us hear his thoughts. Gu Xuang turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, she returned with Bai Yi and Shi to the inner hall. Disciple Lin Yi pays his respects to the sect master and esteemed elders. Bai Yi offered a slight bow. Chen Guangjian smiled gently and inquired, Lin Yi, are you aware that the news of your possession of a heavenly tier weapon is spread across the entire Songyan continent? Bai Yi spoke softly, as Shi has previously stated. That sword is the manifestation of the spirit of my ancestors from the Lin family, and it is not merely a celestial weapon. Elder Xie scoffed. Do you take us for mere children? Even if we were to believe you, do you think others would? Suddenly, Shi interjected. Elder Xie wishes for my brother to surrender the sword to the sect? Elder Xie chuckled foolishly. I never suggested such a thing. Chen Guangjian then inquired, Lin Yi, could you present the sword for our inspection? All eyes turned to Bai Yi, who, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. With that, he concentrated his thoughts, and the resplendent golden sword materialized in his hand. The crowd instinctively drew closer to Bai Yi. And it must be said that upon seeing the sword again, they were still profoundly astonished. Although the sword appeared unremarkable at first glance, a closer examination revealed its inherent connection to the primordial path. Elder Xie suddenly stepped forward, attempting to seize the sword. Shi quickly positioned herself in front of Bai Yi. Are you attempting to steal it? Elder Xie's expression darkened. He seemed to want to speak, but held his tongue. Elder Sun, with a grave demeanor, addressed Bai Yi. This sword has already recognized you as its master. Even if others were to obtain it, it would merely be an ordinary object. I possess a technique for wielding this sword that you might find beneficial. Saying this, she produced an ancient scroll and extended it toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi hesitated slightly and said, Elder Sun, to which Gu Xuang suddenly interjected, since Elder Sun has bestowed this upon you, there is no need for you to be overly modest. Bai Yi nodded gently as he accepted the ancient text, titled 3 Sword Techniques. Elder Sun, observing Bai Yi's acceptance of the tome, spoke up. This sword technique was a serendipitous discovery of mine, though it comprises merely 3 forms. The power of each is extraordinarily formidable. What is even more significant is that when this sword technique is cultivated to perfection, each form can invoke the principles of the Great Tao. It is no exaggeration to assert that it possesses the capability to obliterate heaven and earth. Bai Yi appeared somewhat awkward as he addressed Elder Sun, stating, such a precious sword technique is something I cannot accept. As he spoke, he extended the technique back towards Elder Sunday. However, Shi unexpectedly performed a slight bow to Elder Sun, expressing, I would like to thank you on behalf of my brother. Upon concluding her words, she took hold of the sword technique from Bai Yi's hands and stowed it away. Chen Guangjian smiled gently and remarked, Lin Yi, you should return for now. It would be wise not to leave the sect in the coming days, as I have a vague sense that there are numerous concealed presences nearby. They may pose a threat to you. Bai Yi clasped his fists in salute, expressing his gratitude to the sect master. After uttering his thanks, he sheathed his sword and departed with Shi. Once they had left, Elder Sun suddenly remarked, to have comprehended the essence of the sword at the qi condensation stage is indeed remarkable. Chen Guangjian's pupils dilated in surprise. Are you saying Lin Yi has grasped the sword intent? Among those present, only Elder Sun was a swordsman, making her acutely aware of the nuances of sword intent. She had sensed it the moment Bai Yi stepped into the inner hall. The other individuals, though competent, lacked the sensitivity to discern such subtleties without close observation. The other 3 elders were similarly astonished. To comprehend sword intent at the age of 17 in the chi condensation realm undoubtedly marked one as a prodigy among geniuses. Elder Sun herself had toiled for over 30 years to barely grasp the sword intent, and while many practiced swordsmanship across the Tsangyan continent, only a select few truly understood its essence. It was even rarer to find someone like Lin Yi, who achieved such understanding at such a tender age. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuang could not help but reveal a glimmer of joy, but he quickly sighed. Sect Master, what shall we do if they come to seize that sword? Chun Guangjian pondered for a moment before letting out a weary sigh. Alas, what is a blessing if not a trial? Lin Yi and Shi Shi returned to the courtyard, where Shi Shi presented him with a manual of sword techniques. Brother, you can learn from this. In truth, Bai Yi did require a proper sword technique. The manual left to him by Yunshang merely contained theoretical concepts and philosophical beliefs about swordsmanship. He lacked a practical technique to wield, and although he had now grasped the sword intent, he remained unaware of how to apply it. As for the other manual, 10,000 swords returned to one. He still found it incomprehensible. Bai Yi took the book and, upon opening it, was momentarily taken aback. The 3 sword techniques described within were quite formidable. One sword to shatter the earth, another to vanquish the heavens, and the last to obliterate the firmament. Such power seemed reminiscent of the once revered tome one thought to annihilate all realms. Could it be that both were equally formidable? Was it the swordsmanship that was extraordinary? Or was the world itself simply too fragile? Shi Shi observed Bai Yi's peculiar expression and felt a twinge of unease. Brother, are you doubting the techniques described in this manual? Bai Yi nodded hastily. If what is stated within is true, how can one possibly engage in combat? A single strike could obliterate the very heavens. Shi Shi, her forehead adorned with a frown, replied, Do you truly believe that merely being human allows one to attain supreme mastery? The potency of this sword technique is intrinsically linked to the practitioner's cultivation level. For instance, even if you were to perfect this technique while currently at the chi condensation stage, a single swing would likely devastate the entire border city. With that, she couldn't help but sigh. All right, I must concede that this sword technique indeed possesses formidable strength. Bai Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Destroy the entire border city? Shi Shi remained unconvinced. Do you have any idea how swiftly Senior Sister Lang wielded her sword that day? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling how he had failed to react in time before she had pierced his brow. Fortunately, Senior Sister Lung had refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Otherwise, he would have met his demise long ago. Shi Shi continued, her swordplay transcends complexity, shattering the very essence of technique through sheer speed. In essence, her strike surpassed a certain threshold of rules, which is why, before you even sensed her movement, the blade had already found its mark upon your brow. Bai Yi cleared his throat, pondering, is Senior Sister Lung truly so peculiar? The moment the thought escaped his lips, he hastily covered his mouth, acutely aware that Senior Sister Lang resided next door. Should she overhear him discussing her unfavorably, he might find himself in dire straits without even realizing it. Shi Shi cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi, remarking, if my conjecture holds true, Senior Sister Lung's ultimate speed should be within a range of 3 zhang. Beyond that distance, her speed cannot reach its peak. Yet, it remains sufficiently formidable. Brother, you must strive to keep up. With that, she playfully waved her tightly clenched fist at Bai Yi, her face lighting up with a mischievous smile. Bai Yi gazed intently at Shi Shi. Upon noticing such a piercing look from Bai Yi, Shi Shi felt a sudden tightening in her heart. Brother, why are you staring at me like that? Bai Yi was about to speak when suddenly a voice emanated from the doorway. Chapter 26. This person seems familiar. How could one achieve such an extraordinary speed from 3 zhang away? It was an exceedingly frigid voice, sending shivers through one's body as if one were ensconced in an icy cavern. The two turned to look, and there stood Lang Qing, her expression devoid of emotion, clad in a pale blue gown. Her eyes resembled autumn waters, clear yet imbued with a chilling coldness as she advanced with deliberate grace. Bai Yi's heart sank. It seemed trouble had truly arrived, and how astute this Senior Sister was. Shi Shi smiled serenely. Senior Sister Lung, achieving the pinnacle of speed from a distance of 3 zhang, or even further, is not particularly difficult. After a brief pause, she continued, at least, it is not arduous for you. As for others, well, that remains uncertain. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback as he noticed Shi Shi gazing in his direction. Suddenly, Lang Qing spoke up, inquiring, how can one achieve this? After pondering for a moment, Shi Shi replied, let go of the physical form. Lang Qing furrowed her brow, and after a brief pause, She gently nodded her head, saying, I understand. How do you possess such knowledge? While you cast a puzzled glance at Sure, who merely shook her head and replied, I learned it from a book. After speaking, she broke into a playful smile. In the Jin Yuan sect's grand hall, a middle-aged man clad in a cloud-blue brocade robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This was Yuan Jiang, the sect leader of Jin Yuan, facing Elder Yuan Shui. A few days prior, they had heard that the Qing Yun sect had unveiled a heavenly tier weapon, prompting various factions to flock to witness it. However, Yuan Jiang refrained from sending anyone and ordered all disciples of the Jin Yuan sect to abstain from discussing this matter. Elder Yuan Shui, perplexed, inquired, sect leader, why do we not go to observe it ourselves? Yuan Jiang's expression remained impassive as he responded, I fear you might act foolishly upon witnessing it. Yuan Shui countered, but if we do not strive for it, then in the future, Yuan Jiang interrupted, do you believe anyone would dare to act at this juncture? Yuan Shui, still confused, asked, can they resist temptation? Yuan Jiang chuckled, there is but one heavenly tier weapon. Only a fool would strike first. In my view, the trial grounds will soon present the best opportunity. Will Lin Yu take his sword to the trial grounds? Yuan Jiang pondered for a moment, he likely will. Days later, figures soared through the skies, all heading towards the direction of the Qing Yun sect. At the Qing Yun sect, Qin Guangjian was deep in thought within the Qing Yun hall when a disciple rushed in, reporting to sect leader, the elder of the Xianmen sect, the elder of the Blood Moon sect, and the elders from the 5 great families are en route to our Qing Yun sect. They will arrive shortly. Qin Guangjian narrowed his eyes, summoned the 4 elders to the hall. Yes. No sooner had the disciple exited the grand hall than a voice echoed, Sect Leader Chun. I trust you are well. We have come uninvited and hope for your understanding. Qin Guangjian looked towards the speaker, astonished to see dozens of individuals, including elder figures from previous generations and prodigies from the younger generation. After inviting them into the hall and instructing the servants to prepare fine spiritual tea, Qin Guangjian addressed the assembly. Your presence truly elevates the stature of our Qing Yun sect. Ah, how have you been, Sect Leader Qin? Another voice called from outside. The speaker was Mu Xiu, the supreme elder of the Tsang Yun continent, accompanied by Elder Tangxing from the Tang family, along with several young talents from the Tang family. Upon recognizing Mu Xiu, Qin Guangjian promptly stood to greet him respectfully. The previous arrivals were all elder-level figures from various factions, so such deference was unnecessary. However, Mu Xiu was different. He was the supreme elder of the Tsang Yun Academy, a status that warranted utmost respect. Seeing Qin Guangjian rise to receive him with such reverence, Mu Xiu expressed his satisfaction and remarked, I apologize for intruding today. Sect Leader Qin Guangjian quickly replied, not at all, Elder Mu. Your visit brings great honor to our Qing Yun sect. It is a pleasure, not an intrusion. As Qin Guangjian invited Mu Xiu to take the main seat within the hall, Mu Xiu graciously offered him a place beside him. Mu Xiu surveyed the assembly with a smile and remarked, esteemed elders, your unexpected gathering must surely pertain to a matter of great significance concerning me, Mu. The crowd nodded in agreement, and Elder Zhou Yang of the Xianmen sect chuckled. I have heard whispers of a celestial-grade weapon emerging from the Qingyun sect, and I, Shou, have come to behold it. I kindly urge you, Master Chun, to indulge us. Elder Uxin of the Blood Moon sect laughed heartily. If I could witness a celestial-grade weapon in my lifetime, it would fulfill my greatest desire. The elders clamored for Qin Guangjian to swiftly present the sword. Eager to satisfy their curiosity, Qin Guangjian's expression turned troubled. To speak candidly, this sword does not belong to the Qingyun sect. It is a treasured heirloom of one of our disciples, and I cannot firmly ascertain if it truly qualifies as a celestial-grade weapon. Oh, Master Chun, do not be so modest. If it is a celestial-grade weapon belonging to your disciple, then it is indeed part of the Qingyun sect, they urged. Surely, Master Qin would not be so stingy as to deny us this opportunity after our long journey. Besides, we merely wish to admire it. We harbor no intentions of seizing it. Mu Xiu interjected with a smile. Come now, Master Chun, let us not prolong this. Please present the celestial-grade weapon for our viewing pleasure. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Guangjian turned to Elder Gu Shuang and said, Elder Gu, would you be so kind as to summon Lin Yi? Elder Gu Shuang pondered briefly before departing. After Bai Ye's departure, Lang Qing devoted himself to the comprehension and practice of the 3-sword techniques. Now, he has mastered the first technique, one sword shatters the earth, to a small degree. With his current realm, when he fully unleashes this technique, The ground within several zhang is shattered by more than 3 feet. It must be said that this sword's skill possesses truly terrifying power. However, it has a significant drawback. Its speed is exceedingly slow when compared to Long Qing's sword strike. The difference is indeed astronomical. Bai Yi gazed at Shi and inquired, "If only we could combine the earth-shattering power of this sword with the swiftness of senior sister Long's strike, it would be truly perfect." Shi, taken aback and about to respond, was interrupted as Gu Shuang entered the courtyard. "Year, the sect leader requests your presence in the main hall." Bai Yi, without much thought, followed Gu Shuang towards the main hall, while Shi, burdened with her own thoughts, trailed behind. Shortly after, the three arrived before the grand hall. As they stepped inside, Bai Yi's expression drastically changed. He spotted members of the Tang family, as well as various clan elders, many of whom were familiar faces. Just as he was about to concoct an excuse to slip away, Chen Guangjian suddenly pointed at Bai Yi and declared, "This is the disciple Lin Yi." The crowd turned their attention to Bai Yi, and at that moment, Tang Qiyun, who had accompanied the Tang elder, abruptly stood up, poised to speak, but was restrained by Tang Sheng beside her. The other factions displayed peculiar expressions, and witnessing this scene, Chen Guangjian furrowed his brows and inquired, "Do you all know my disciple Lin Yi?" At this juncture, Elder Li from the Li family of the border city spoke up. "This face seems remarkably familiar." Elder Zhou Xing from the Zhou family, appearing perplexed, remarked, "This young friend bears a striking resemblance to... Wait, it seems I recall something. He is likely a sword cultivator." The crowd began to feel somewhat awkward at this revelation. What did he mean by likely a sword cultivator? He was indeed a sword cultivator, and moreover, possessed a celestial grade sword. Tang Sheng fixed his gaze upon Bai Yi and queried, "Might you be young Master Lin? May I inquire as to your family's residence and your father's identity?" As he spoke, he seemed to realize his words could be misconstrued, and quickly added, "Young Master Lin, please do not misunderstand. I am merely quite curious about the origins of your sword." Suddenly, Shi stepped forward and bowed slightly, saying, "My brother and I are both from the Lin family of Shantao Town in Border City. That sword of my brother's has been passed down through our lineage." Before Shi could finish her words, Mu Xiu abruptly exclaimed, "Bai Yi." Bai Yi instinctively turned his head. Chapter 27. What is the intention of Elder Son? Bai Yi and Mu Xiu locked eyes, a hint of derision curling at the corners of Mu Xiu's mouth. Observing this scene, Shi felt a sudden pang of concern. Her foolish brother, how could he be so oblivious? At that moment, all eyes in the hall were fixed upon Bai Yi. And just as Shi was about to speak, a chilling voice echoed through the air. Lin Shitty stepped forward. For the first time, Shi sensed a refreshing quality within that icy tone. Hastily, she tugged at Bai Yi and whispered, "Present the sword to the sect leader, let them see it. Senior Sister Lung is looking for us." At that moment, Bai Yi was startled awake and promptly drew out his sword, offering it to Chen Guangjian. As the sword was revealed, the gazes of everyone present shifted from Bai Yi to the blade itself. Chen Guangjian accepted the sword and said, "You may all leave now." Bai Yi and his companion turned and departed. Outside the hall, Lian Qing stood silently, her presence as chilling as ever, evoking an unsettling dread. Yet, in this moment, Bai Yi perceived this coldness as a refreshing breeze amidst the sweltering heat of summer. Bai Yi clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister." Cold Qing replied in a calm voice, "From this moment onward, it would be wise for you to remain within the sect. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable." Shi nodded in agreement. "I, too, did not anticipate that they would recognize you so readily. I underestimated their capabilities." Bai Yi could only manage a bitter smile. Acknowledging the inevitability of facing the situation, "Let us return," he suggested. Within the halls of Qingyun Palace, a cacophony of voices erupted, each debating the nature of the sword. Some claimed it to be merely a top-tier earthly weapon, while others argued it must be at least a mid-tier heavenly one. The atmosphere was thick with noise and speculation. Sure, that sword of mine," Lang Qing remarked with an impassive expression, "is merely a sword. As cultivators of the sword, we should not be swayed by material possessions. With a sword in our hearts, all things become swords. Moreover, that sword has already recognized you as its master. Even if it were to fall into another's hands, they may not wield it effectively, unless they were to slay you." Upon hearing these words, Bai Yi inexplicably felt a chill sweep over his neck, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Senior sister, I comprehend these principles, but it was given to me by Shonger after all." Shi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Is she the senior sister with whom you share meals?" Bai Ye's face darkened, exclaiming, "This girl. Eating meat? What kind of meat?" Lung Qing interjected with curiosity. "Sister, are you familiar with the ancient lustful beasts?" Sure suddenly inquired of Lung Qing. "I have encountered them in ancient texts," Lung Qing replied. Her expression shifting as she pondered. Has he consumed that kind of flesh? With white leaves adorned with dark lines, he could no longer bear to listen. How could these two display such shamelessness? Suddenly, a cunning smile appeared on his face. "Senior sister, I possess 2 eggs. Would you care to take a look?" A sword came to a halt half away from the white leaves, halted by a barrier of golden light. Observing this, Lang Qing let out a soft exclamation. Bai Yi, drenched in sweat, pondered to himself, "This senior sister is truly peculiar. She resorts to her sword at the slightest provocation." Fortunately, he had taken precautions by inscribing a defensive array on a spirit stone to carry with him. Otherwise, he would have been drenched in blood once more. Meanwhile, Sure observed Lang Qing with a grave expression, noting that this strike was even swifter than the last. In just a few short days, such remarkable progress had been made. It was undeniable that this individual's swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary. Lung Qing fixed his gaze upon the golden barrier before Bai Yi, inquiring, "What is this?" Bai Yi remarked with a bitter smile, "Senior sister, must we draw our swords at every turn?" Cold Qing disregarded Bai Ye's words. Sheathing her sword and turning away, Sure, with a playful glint in her eyes, looked at Bai Yi and teased, "Brother, are you attempting to pry into the heart of this icy beauty?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi fell into a prolonged silence, unable to utter a single word. Within the Qingyan Hall, only Mu Xiu and a few members of the Tang family remained. Mu Xiu regarded Qin Guangjian and said, "Master Qin, I trust you know the appropriate course of action." Qin Guangjian remained silent. Elder Xie scoffed that Bai Yi has audaciously assumed another's name to enter our Qingyan sect. According to our sect's rules, he should be expelled and his cultivation revoked. Gu Shuang furrowed his brow slightly. If he truly is Bai Yi, then we ought to hand him over to Elder Mu and his companions. Elder Xie interjected sharply. "But what?" Elder Sun Yin suddenly spoke up. "Regardless of whether Lin Yi is Bai Yi, he is, after all, a disciple of our Qingyan sect. Is this not a bit excessive?" Tang Xing turned to Sun Yin. "Huh, are you suggesting we align ourselves with the enemy of my Tang family?" Before Sun Yin could respond, Qin Guangjian interrupted, "Enough, summon the 2 of them here." In the courtyard, Sure, with a grave expression, advised Bai Yi, "They have already seen through your identity. We must leave this place swiftly." Bai Yi wore a sullen expression. Just about to speak when a disciple from the inner sect entered the courtyard and addressed the 2. "The sect leader has summoned both of you to the Qingyan Hall." Bai Yi felt a heavy weight in her heart. It was over. Those from the Tang family must be seeking her out. Sure furrowed her brow slightly. "What do they want from us?" One disciple shook his head and replied, "I do not know." Sure tugged at Bai Ye's sleeve. "Let us go. It would not hurt to take a look." The 2 arrived at Qingyan Hall, and upon seeing the members of the Tang family and Mu Xiu still present, their hearts sank. Indeed, it was the Tang family. This time, it was truly over. Qin Guangjian, noticing the cold glint in their eyes, pointed at Bai Yi and said, "You are not Lin Yi. You are actually Bai Yi. Now, reveal your purpose for coming to my Qingyan sect." Bai Yi's complexion appeared somewhat grim. "Sect master, I am indeed Bai Yi. But I am also a disciple of the Qingyan sect. Presumptuous. To impersonate another and infiltrate our Qingyan sect is a blatant violation of our sect's regulations. How dare you claim to be a disciple of the Qingyan sect?" Elder Xie interjected sharply before Bai Yi could finish speaking. Gu Shuang cast a puzzled glance at Sure. "Sure, are you not of the Lin family either?" With a hint of apology, Sure replied, "Indeed, I am not. However, I was previously unaware of Elder Gu's significant connection to the Lin family. It was merely a coincidence that my brother and I joined the Qingyan sect. We harbor no ulterior motives. We simply wish to live peacefully as disciples of the sect." Qin Guangjian then spoke. "Since you 2 are not of the Lin family and have entered our sect under false pretenses, I shall deal with this according to the sect's regulations. Do you have any objections?" Bai Yi chuckled wryly. What a splendid enforcement of sect regulations. Since I am not a disciple of your Qingyan sect, please return my sword to me." Elder Xie mocked him. "Your sword? It has already been confiscated by the sect." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiu cast a cold glance at Elder Xie and remarked, "Elder Xie, although this disciple may have transgressed the sect's rules, that sword rightfully belongs to him. Shouldn't you return it?" Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback by Mu Xiu's words, but soon he grasped the cunning nature of this old fox. Suddenly, Qin Guangjian spoke up. We shall discuss the matter of the sword at a later time. For now, I must enforce the sect's rules. I will strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect." With that, he struck towards Bai Yi, an overwhelming pressure rendering Bai Yi immobile and utterly defenseless. This was not merely the revocation of his cultivation, it was a lethal strike. Sure appeared visibly torn, uncertain of what to do. Just then, Elder Sun appeared before Bai Yi, drawing her sword with a swift motion. The terrifying pressure dissipated in an instant. Chen Guangjian glared coldly at Sun Yin. "What is the meaning of this, Elder Sun?" Chapter 28. "I will hold you off." Elder Sun clasped her fist in a salute. "Sect leader, dealing with Lin Yi is an internal matter of our sect. It seems rather inappropriate to do so in front of so many outsiders, does it not?" She cast a glance at Mu Xiu and the members of the Tang family. Mu Xiu chuckled. "Ah, has Elder Sun forgotten that we of Songyun Academy are considered outsiders?" Chen Guangjian's gaze hardened as he fixed his eyes on Elder Sun. "Step aside." Elder Sun shook her head with a sigh. "Sect leader, my words are not yet finished." Elder Xie then snorted. "Elder Sun, are you perhaps in cahoots with this Bai Yi?" Bai Yi respectfully cupped his fist towards Elder Sun, stating, "Elder Sun, there is no need for you to speak on behalf of the younger generation. I am eager to witness how this Master Qin treats the disciples of his own sect." Chen Guangjian let out a cold chuckle, retorting, "Disciples of the sect? You are not one of my disciples." With that, he struck once more, unleashing a terrifying pressure that bore down upon Bai Yi. The chilling aura of death enveloped him, leaving Bai Yi feeling utterly powerless against the oppressive force. Yet, he did not surrender. Though he bore no sword in hand, he recalled the sword techniques inscribed in his mind, where the essence of the sword resided within him, making all things akin to a blade. He pointed his finger as if wielding a sword, declaring, "One sword shatters the earth." With a thunderous roar, the ground within the hall shattered instantaneously, the entire structure disintegrating into dust. Nevertheless, Bai Yi was still sent flying several dozen feet away. As he came to a halt, blood flowed from his mouth, leaving him gravely injured. Sure hurried to Bai Yi's side, asking, "Are you all right?" Bai Yi shook his head, asserting, "I'm not dead yet." The crowd, witnessing Bai Yi withstand Chen Guangxian's strike, displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Elder Sun contemplated, Bai Yi is indeed extraordinary. In merely a few days, he has managed to master the first sword of the three-sword technique to a small degree. Moreover, he wields his finger as a sword, demonstrating such formidable power, which indicates that his swordsmanship has reached the realm of the heart sword. Mu Xiu fixated on Bai Yi, pondering, this fellow is truly a prodigy. He withstood a blow from the breaking sea realm despite being in the condensation chi realm. Although Chen Guangjian did not utilize his full strength, it is still beyond what an ordinary condensation chi practitioner could endure. Chen Guangjian, his expression darkened, glared at Bai Yi. "You dare to retaliate? I shall execute you for the crime of treason." With that, he unleashed another palm strike, this time employing 80% of his strength, certain that Bai Yi, in his wounded state, could not withstand such a blow. The immense palm imprint bore down on Bai Yi, whose face twisted in a grimace as he prepared to unleash another earth-splitting sword. At that moment, Elder Sun stepped in front of Bai Yi, thrusting his sword towards the massive palm imprint. The sword light pierced forth, yet the palm imprint remained unbroken, merely dimming slightly. Elder Sun was sent flying 100 paces, blood spilling from his mouth as Bai Yi hurried to his side. "Elder Sun, you." Elder Sun waved his hand. "I do not wish for such a prodigious sword cultivator as you to perish here." Chen Guangjian, glaring at Elder Sun, retorted, "Elder Sun, do you truly intend to side with this traitor?" Elder Sun met Chen Guangjian's gaze. "Sect leader." At this juncture, Elder Xie suddenly scoffed. "The crime of treason must be punished." He turned to Chen Guangjian. "Sect leader, please adhere to the sect rules and eliminate these three traitors." Chen Guangjian's eyes glinted with malice as he executed another palm strike, causing the air to boil around them, with dark golden light pulsating violently. The colossal palm imprint distorted the surrounding space, a manifestation of his full power, intended to eliminate all three with a single blow. Sure observed the impending strike, her expression fraught with indecision. She understood that neither Bai Yi nor Elder Sun could withstand such a terrifying blow. Should she intervene? Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, the enormous palm imprint bore down upon them. Bai Yi retrieved several spirit stones inscribed with formations, channeling his energy to activate the array. A resonant hum of golden light erupted, and the three of them vanished in an instant. As soon as they disappeared, the massive palm imprint crashed down, creating a deep pit in the ground where they had just stood, its depth unfathomable. Chen Guangjian furrowed his brow. "Have they escaped?" Mu Xiu spoke in a low voice. It was an array. I overlooked the woman beside him. In Musho's estimation, Shir was undoubtedly the same woman from the 5-star academy, highly proficient in formations. A fact he had neglected. With this in mind, he turned to Qin Guangjian and urged, "They cannot have gone far. We must pursue them." The three reappeared in the courtyard where Bai Yi had been moments before. The technique he employed was the instantaneous movement array he had previously learned from the array records, capable of transporting individuals instantaneously to a designated location. However, there exists a drawback. The range is limited to a mere 100 zhang. Elder Sun gazed at Bai Yi in astonishment, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that you possessed such mastery over the art of formations. I have underestimated you. Think of a way for you all to escape swiftly. It won't be long before they discover this place." Bai Yi hurriedly exclaimed, "Elder Sun, please tend to your wounds." He could discern that Elder Sun was gravely injured. Though they were not related by blood, she had risked her life to assist him, which filled him with a sense of guilt. At that moment, Lang Qing suddenly entered the courtyard and, upon seeing the severely wounded Elder Sun, inquired, "Who has harmed you?" "Master?" Elder Sun turned to Lang Qing and replied, "It was the sect master who sought to slay Lin Yi. I intervened to stop him and was thus injured by the sect master. Now he harbors murderous intent. You must swiftly take the two of them away from Qingyun's sect. I will hold them off for a moment." Shir quickly interjected, "Senior, you are already gravely wounded and may not be able to withstand them. Let us devise a way to escape together." Bai Yi nodded hastily, saying, "Elder Sun, let us devise a plan to escape together." Just then, a voice suddenly echoed, "Escape? Do you truly believe you can?" The speaker was none other than Elder Xie. As his words fell, he swung a powerful fist towards the group with ferocity. The immense shadow of his fist stirred ripples through the fabric of space. Just as Bai Yi was about to act, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a sword had already penetrated Elder Xie's brow. With a face full of terror, Elder Xie gazed fixedly at the one wielding the sword and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Bai Yi stood frozen in place, for the one who drew the sword was none other than Lang Qing. She had effortlessly dispatched Elder Xie, a formidable figure at the peak of the core formation stage. Even Elder Sun couldn't help but marvel, acknowledging that she had indeed reached the realm of intense sword. Poetic thoughts swirled in Shir's mind as she mused, truly a prodigy, to touch upon the realm of intense sword in merely a few days. As Lang Qing sheathed her sword and turned to speak, a terrifying aura surged forth, striking her back 10 zhang. Lang Qing abruptly spun around, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The assailant was none other than Qin Guangjian. With a frigid gaze, Qin Guangjian addressed Lang Qing, declaring, "To slay a sect elder is a capital offense." In truth, Lang Qing's swift dispatch of Elder Xie had also left him momentarily stunned. She was merely at the chi manipulation stage, yet she had so effortlessly killed Elder Xie of the core formation stage. It was undeniably astonishing. Yet the more impressive she became, the stronger his murderous intent grew. He then spread his palm wide, and a spear materialized in his grasp. Upon seeing the spear in Qin Guangjian's hand, Elder Sun's heart sank. The sect leader had summoned the treasured weapon of the sect, an exquisite artifact of the Xian tier. How could they possibly withstand such power? He quickly urged Bai Yi and the others, "You must flee. I will hold them off." Bai Yi and the others, however, shook their heads with a bitter smile, pondering where they could possibly flee. Qin Guangjian brandished his spear, the gleaming blades emanating a fierce radiance, as if the surrounding space could scarcely endure such intensity, resulting in the emergence of faint fissures. In an instant, hundreds of these lethal blades surged toward Bai Yi and his companions. Chapter 29, The Death of Elder Sun. As the deadly blades hurtled toward the four, Elder Sun struggled to rise, positioning himself protectively behind the three. However, Lang Qing stepped forward, standing resolutely alongside him, proclaiming, "Master, I shall stand with you." Upon witnessing this, Bai Yi hastily stepped forward, urging, "Let us proceed together." In an instant, hundreds of shimmering blades surged forth. Bai Yi converged his fingers into a sword, deftly wielding glimmers of light that cleaved through the oncoming onslaught, managing to shatter several blades. However, a few still found their mark, piercing Bai Yi's body, causing him to stagger back. Yet he continued to brandish his finger sword against the relentless barrage. Elder Sun, too, was engaged in a flurry of swordplay, defending against the incoming blades. In her already injured state, her complexion grew paler, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. In stark contrast, Lang Qing's technique was surprisingly straightforward, delivering swift, lightning-like thrusts. Each strike resulted in the destruction of a blade. The clashing sounds resonated continuously as the blades swirled menacingly. enveloping Bai Yi and his companions. Chun Guangjian persisted in wielding his spear, unleashing dozens of blades with each thrust. Shi remained shielded behind the three, and although the majority of the blades were deflected, several still aimed towards her. Yet, Shi appeared oblivious, lost in contemplation. Miraculously, those blades vanished mere inches from her position. Of course, Bai Yi and the others remained unaware of this phenomenon, their focus entirely consumed by the multitude of oncoming blades. At last, Bai Yi could no longer withstand the assault, being hurled back by a barrage of blades, a spray of blood escaping his lips. The other three turned to him, concern etched on their faces. Just as Shi gritted her teeth, ready to act, Elder Sun suddenly cackled. Ha ha ha. Lang Qing, take the two of them and flee. After a moment of silence, Lung Qing replied, one day, my disciple shall avenge you. With that, she turned, leading Bai Yi and Shi to shatter a teleportation talisman. Elder Sun erupted in fury, one sword to sever the heavens. With a resonant clang, her power surged dramatically. The soul-burning force caused the surrounding space to fracture instantaneously. A colossal blue sword hovered above Elder Sun's head, embodying the power of world annihilation. Although it contained merely a fragment of such might, it was sufficient to cleave through the very fabric of existence. Qin Guangjian's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Elder Sun, have you lost your mind? Mu Xiu's face also grew grave, urging, we must retreat. With a thunderous roar, Elder Sun ultimately refrained from unleashing the sword, as her strength was insufficient to control its overwhelming power. The forced activation resulted in a backlash that shattered her body, a spray of blood painting the sky crimson. The giant sword gradually dimmed before vanishing entirely. Witnessing this, Mu Xiu squinted, realizing the terrifying potential of such swordsmanship. If Elder Sun were to reach the sea-breaking realm and wield that sword, it could indeed sever this world. As he pondered this, he glanced towards the spot where Bai Yi had once stood. Have they escaped? Qin Guangjian's expression darkened, fury boiling within him. First, Bai Yi had obliterated Qing Yunhao. Then Elder Xie had been slain by a single strike from Lung Qing, and now, despite his all-out efforts, Bai Yi and his companions had managed to slip away. Though Elder Sun has passed away, it holds no significance for him. Contemplating this, he could not help but let out a cold snort. Another formation, the pursuit continues. Mu Xiu, however, shook his head. Even if we catch up to them, their formation would likely allow them to escape. I shall return to the academy to seek out a formation master to assist us in dealing with them. Chun Guangjian nodded in agreement. That sounds like a good plan. Bai Yi and several companions arrived at a dense forest, seeking a relatively secluded spot. Both he and Lang Qing bore significant injuries and needed to heal before they could face any further pursuit, for a second encounter could spell their doom. They no longer possessed any teleportation talismans or teleportation arrays. Bai Yi promptly retrieved a collection of spirit stones, intent on swiftly inscribing several teleportation arrays. Meanwhile, Lung Qing sat cross-legged, commencing his recovery. Shi gazed at Bai Yi with her wide, sparkling eyes. Brother, Bai Yi looked up at Shi, relieved to see that she was unharmed. He had long regarded her as a sister, and naturally, he wished for her safety. Several hours passed, and darkness enveloped the sky. Bai Yi meticulously inscribed over a dozen teleportation arrays, along with several defensive formations. He provided both Shi and Lung Qing with 2 defensive spirit stones each, instructing them on their usage. Once this task was completed, Bai Yi addressed the two. Let us proceed to the Black Wind Forest. Lung Qing furrowed her brow in confusion. To where? Indeed, there were rumors of beastly creatures appearing there. I have long desired to explore it, and besides, we have no other destination at the moment. Shi nodded in agreement. It is a suitable place to go. Perhaps they will not suspect us of heading there. With an impassive expression, Lung Qing turned to Bai Yi. Lend me some spirit stones. I wish to enhance my strength to avenge my master. Upon hearing this, both Bai Yi and Shi's gazes dimmed. Elder Sun had fallen in his attempt to save them, leaving an uncomfortable weight in Bai Yi's heart. He then produced a handful of spirit stones and handed them to Lung Qing, who accepted them without hesitation. Let us depart. Under the cover of night, the three quietly made their way towards the Black Wind Forest. In the grand hall of the Tang family, Tang Xing recounted the earlier events to Tang Xianfeng in their entirety. After a moment of silence, Tang Xianfeng pondered, so Bai Yi is still alive? But weren't Xiuyun and the others the ones who personally executed him? Tang Xing replied, currently, Elder Mu Xiu and Lord Qin are pursuing this individual. Should we offer our assistance? Tang Xianfeng dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand. Let them handle it. We shall observe the unfolding situation. Within the Zhao family hall, Du Guxian appeared lost in thought. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across her lips. Bring forth a messenger. As her words fell, a man clad in black entered the hall. Du Guxian chuckled lightly. Disseminate the news discreetly. That sword may conceal the opportunity to escape this continent. Moreover, it could facilitate the advancement of those at the sovereign realm. Understood. The black-clad man retreated quietly. In the hall of Tsangyun Academy, Mu Xiu stood quietly before Tsonglan, the academy's principal, along with 3 array masters. At that moment, one of the array masters chuckled. What a rarity! It seems there is indeed a matter that Elder Mu Xiu cannot resolve. Mu Xiu's expression darkened. The speaker was Lu Chongxing, who had previously clashed with him. Though their animosity was not profound, they often found themselves at odds. Songlan calmly interjected, could it be that the woman is from outside? Upon hearing this, the 4, including Mu Xiu, were taken aback. Although Mu Xiu had entertained this suspicion before, he was nonetheless astonished by the principal's words. After a brief contemplation, Songlan continued, if she truly hails from outside, there may be a chance for us to learn how to exit this continent, perhaps even to advance our cultivation. He has lingered at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm for over several hundred years, and it must be said that the temptation to advance further is of utmost significance to him. Another array master pondered for a moment and remarked, according to Elder Mu, since that woman can effortlessly inscribe void array patterns and can teleport using arrays, I estimate she must at least be an 8th level array master. The speaker was Han Chonglin, an unequivocal 5th level array master and one of the foremost array masters in the Tsangyun continent. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but display expressions of gravitas. Chapter 30. The concealed immortal array. Kanglin spoke. Do the 3 of you have any means to ensnare them? Han Chonglin contemplated briefly. There is indeed a method, though it may require a considerable amount of spirit stones. To capture them, we must construct a grand array to isolate the internal and external spaces. But what is it? Mu Xiu inquired anxiously. Han Chonglin continued. To trap them, we must apprehend them within an extremely short time frame. We cannot afford to grant them any opportunity to breach the array. Kanglin nodded. What Master Han has stated is indeed correct. He then turned to Mu Xiu. Do we currently have any information on their whereabouts? Mu Xiu shook his head. Not at the moment, but locating a few of them should not be difficult. I shall dispatch someone to search for them immediately. Han Chonglin cautioned. When you find them, be sure not to let them notice. We need time to set up the array. Only after its completion should we take action. Mu Xiu responded with a soft acknowledgement. I shall go and send someone to search right away. At the Jinyuan sect, within the Jinyuan hall, Yuan Zhang was lost in thought while holding a cup of tea. At that moment, Yuan Shui hurriedly entered the grand hall, first offering a slight bow before saying, Sect Master, that sword is currently within the Qingyun sect. And the individual named Lin Yi is actually a descendant of the Bai family, which was annihilated by the Tang family. Presently, Bai Yi is being pursued by the sect master of Qingyun sect and Elder Mu Xiu from Tsangyun Academy. However, this person is cunning and has now vanished without a trace. I have also gathered intelligence indicating that the sword may be of external origin, and it could potentially offer an opportunity for a sovereign realm pinnacle expert to advance further. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhang abruptly stood up, staring at Yuan Shui in shock. Is the information reliable? Yuan Shui nodded earnestly, absolutely reliable. Yuan Zhang's expression shifted numerous times, but after a moment he regained his composure, with Tsangyun Academy intervening. Even the finest treasures will likely elude us. Yuan Shui sighed lightly, indeed. Yuan Zhang sat back down, taking a small sip of tea before continuing. Continue to keep an eye on them, and report to me promptly if there are any unusual developments. Yuan Shui complied and withdrew, while Yuan Jiang fell into deep contemplation. In the imperial capital, amidst towering clouds, a magnificent palace of 100 zhang in circumference was adorned with 4 radiant hues swirling around its periphery. It was not the celestial abode of deities, yet it surpassed even the grandeur of the heavenly palaces. Within the palace, a middle-aged man adorned with an imperial crown and a light golden dragon robe was diligently reviewing the memorials in his hands. The individual in question is none other than the emperor of the imperial capital, Songyu. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor, with a large blade hanging at his waist, approached. Upon entering the hall, he knelt on one knee and clasped his fists. Addressing the emperor, I pay my respects to your majesty. Songyu slowly lifted his gaze, setting aside the documents in his hands. And a congenial smile graced his lips. Commander Jiang, is there something amiss? Commander Jiang replied, Your Majesty, a heavenly tier weapon has appeared within the Qingyan sect. Furthermore, some have speculated that this sword may be of foreign origin, potentially offering an opportunity to transcend this continent. Song Yu furrowed his brow slightly. I have indeed heard of this sword before, but can one truly escape this continent with merely a sword? Commander Jiang continued. According to my investigations, this sword was first wielded by a young man, who was accompanied by a mysterious woman, a high-level formation master. Upon hearing this, surprise flickered across Song Yu's face, for he knew that within their imperial hall, there was not a single formation master across the entire Songyan continent. Only the Songyan Academy boasted 3 formation masters. However, such matters were of little concern to Song Yu, as long as no one troubled the imperial hall. He would refrain from involving himself in the mundane struggles of the world. To him, quarrels were devoid of meaning, and a life of tranquility was his chosen path. Thus, all factions across the Songyan continent, regardless of the events that transpired, habitually overlooked the imperial hall. Song Yu shook his head with a light chuckle. Just keep a watchful eye on this matter, but do not interfere. Commander Jiang complied and withdrew. Within the hall, Song Yu let out a soft sigh. Is the world about to change? He then manifested a long halberd in his hand, its blade shimmering with a faint azure light. Reminiscent of the ethereal flames of the netherworld yearning for the souls of the living. Were Shir present, she would undoubtedly be astounded. This halberd was indeed a supreme heavenly tier weapon. In a dense thicket, Bai Yi and his companions sat quietly on the ground. At this moment, Lung Qing had fully recovered from her injuries, and Bai Yi was nearly back to his former self. Suddenly, Long Qing declared, I am going to strive for the return to Dan realm. I need you to safeguard me. Shir shook her head, senior sister. Do not rush into the return to Dan realm just yet. Allow me to share a secret. Each realm does not merely consist of 5 minor tiers, but rather 10 or even more. With a glint in her eye, she continued, Oh, I read it in a book. Ancient texts record that if one were to cultivate a realm to its utmost limit, the results could be quite terrifying. For instance, in your Qi mastery realm, you can currently manipulate Qi within a span of around 10 feet. But have you ever considered what it would be like if your Qi mastery could extend 100 feet, 1,000 feet, or even beyond? Upon hearing this, Long Qing's pupils constricted sharply. To cultivate a singular realm to its pinnacle? Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly reflecting on his own realm before speaking. What about me? My condensation realm seems distinct from others. Shir, with a charming smile, replied, Brother, you are currently at the 9th layer of condensation, which sets you apart. Others are merely at the initial stage of condensation. Lung Qing interjected. If one were to cultivate a singular realm to its utmost limit, would that not be? Shir nodded. In theory, if one truly reaches that pinnacle, one could be deemed invincible in a certain sense. Bai Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, Invincible? Shir nodded in affirmation. Consider this. If your Qi condensation reaches its zenith, allowing you to instantaneously harness countless miles of profound energy, even drawing upon the entirety of the universe's essence, what could your adversary possibly do? Without any profound energy at their disposal, they would be utterly at your mercy. Of course, this is merely a theoretical notion. Achieving such a feat appears to be quite challenging. Bai Yi's face was shadowed with frustration. Where's the challenge? It's simply impossible. At that moment, Lung Qing fell into deep contemplation. After a brief pause, she suddenly spoke, I understand. With that, she closed her eyes to meditate. Not to hasten her return to the Dan realm, but to continue her cultivation in the Qi condensation stage. Shir raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, What an extraordinary prodigy. Then she turned to Bai Yi, saying, Brother, why are you so foolish? Hurry up and cultivate. Who knows when they might discover you? Should I prepare for your funeral? As Bai Yi felt a twitch in his eyelids, he remarked, Is it too much to ask for a few auspicious words? Following this, he entered a state of cultivation. Though he believed that the pinnacle of perfection described by Shir was unattainable, he nonetheless endeavored to push his Qi condensation to its utmost limits. Observing the two as they began their practice, Shir let out a soft sigh and said, I should go find that fellow. With a gentle wave of her hand, Bai Yi and Lang Qing's figures vanished from sight, concealed by the hidden immortal array. After completing the incantation, she clapped her hands lightly and murmured, This formation is rather entertaining. How delightful it was that this very array was one she had learned from the array books in Bai Yi's ring. Initially, her curiosity had compelled her to read a few pages, but she never anticipated it would prove useful. Meanwhile, Bai Yi and Lung Qing remained oblivious to the events unfolding around them. Moments later, Shir too disappeared from view. Chapter 31 Chapter 32 A bitter battle. Hu Ren sneered. Ah, Bai Yi, had it not been for you, my grandson and I would not be in such a dire predicament. Today, I shall rend your body into pieces. Hu Qiu interjected suddenly. Yes. Let us slay that Bai Yi. Those two women should be stripped of their powers, allowing me to torment them thoroughly. Hu Ren shot a cold glare at Hu Qiu. Can you not think of anything else? Hu Qiu shivered slightly. Grandfather, they have caused us such suffering. Is it not reasonable for me to exact some form of retribution? With a disdainful grunt, Hu Ren then inquired, which direction did they take? Hu Qiu pointed. They ran that way. Hu Ren barked coldly. Pursue them. With that command, the two set off in the direction of Bai Yi and his companions. Hu Ren, being a formidable late-stage returning Dan expert, harbored no fear of Bai Yi and his friends. He was confident that should he catch up to them, he could easily take their lives in an instant. Moments later, Bai Yi and his companions suddenly came to a halt. Longqing spoke up. They are upon us. Bai Yi murmured softly. They are pursuing swiftly. After speaking, he sought a concealed spot to hide himself, while Longqing and Shi remained motionless in place. At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed. Let us see where you intend to flee today. As the words faded, an elderly man and a young man appeared not far from Shi and Longqing. It was none other than the grandfather and grandson, Hu Ren and Hu Qiu. Hu Ren fixed his gaze upon them and inquired, where is that lad Bai Yi? Has he escaped? Suddenly, a flash of sword light pierced through Hu Qiu's chest. The assailant being none other than the hidden Bai Yi. Upon witnessing his grandson fall in an instant, Hu Ren erupted into a furious roar. You dare to slay my grandson? You shall all pay with your lives today. The sight of his grandson's demise sent a jolt through Hu Ren's mind, but soon, overwhelming rage consumed any remnants of rationality. He charged towards Shi and Longqing, unleashing a punch that caused the surrounding space to tremble, as if it might shatter under the force. Seeing Hu Ren's assault, Shi hurriedly took refuge behind Longqing, with a focus on the surrounding energies. Longqing attempted to counter Hu Ren's furious strike, but found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Bai Yi, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of alarm. This elder was formidable indeed. Dismissing further contemplation, he joined his energy and launched a sword light towards Hu Ren. Simultaneously, Longqing executed a swift thrust. And with a resounding crash, Bai Yi's sword light struck Hu Ren's left shoulder, causing blood to spatter. In contrast, Longqing was violently pushed back several steps by Hu Ren's retaliatory punch. Hu Ren glanced at the wound on his shoulder, his gaze turning wild as he directed his fury towards Bai Yi's direction, unleashing another powerful punch. As Bai Yi saw the elder charging towards him, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. Was this man a transformed fox? Without further hesitation, Bai Yi released another barrage of sword light. The brilliance shattered, sending Bai Yi hurtling away for dozens of yards. With a furrowed brow, Longqing thrust his sword once more. This strike was incredibly swift, a mere blur to the naked eye, yet Hu Ren managed to evade it. Having dodged Longqing's attack, Hu Ren transformed his punch into a palm strike, forcefully striking Longqing's back. Longqing was sent flying 10 yards, blood spilling from his mouth. Observing this, Shi wore a grave expression. Hu Ren was indeed no ordinary foe. Just previously, Longqing had dispatched Xie Chang of the Condensation Sea realm with a single strike. Yet this Hu Ren of the returning Dan realm had evaded him, demonstrating that rank alone did not dictate strength. After sending Longqing sprawling, Hu Ren pivoted and charged towards Shi. Bai Yi, who had just regained his footing, felt a surge of alarm upon seeing Hu Ren advance towards Shi. This was clearly an attempt to target the weakest opponent. Hu Ren had recognized that among them, Shi possessed the least strength, and he aimed to eliminate her before turning his attention to Bai Yi and Longqing. As he observed Shi's frightened demeanor, Hu Ren couldn't help but smirk with derision. However, he did not lower his guard. Instead, he prepared to unleash a full-force punch aimed squarely at Shi. With a furious shout, Bai Yi proclaimed, "A single sword shall cleave the earth." His fingers converged to form a blade, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a radiant arc of sword light directed at Hu Ren. Sensing the imminent peril, Hu Ren abandoned his strike on Shi. Pivoting to evade the oncoming brilliance of Bai Yi's sword, he then surged forward, closing the distance between himself and Bai Yi, launching a powerful fist towards him. Bai Yi was taken aback to see that the old man had evaded the brilliance of his sword. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful punch towards Hu Ren. A tremendous roar echoed as Bai Yi was sent flying 100 zhang away, a stream of blood tracing a crimson arc through the air. Longqing rose and thrust her sword toward Hu Ren's back. Although Hu Ren did not turn his head, his body inexplicably sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Lung Qing's strike once more. He then seized Lung Qing by her hair and violently hurled her to the ground. With a resounding thud, her forehead collided with the rocky surface, instantly staining her flowing hair with blood. Hu Ren did not relent. He followed up with a palm strike aimed at the back of Lang Qing's head. Witnessing this scene, Bai Ye's expression changed dramatically. He leapt into the air, not to attack, but to shield Lung Qing with his own body. Fully aware that if this blow landed upon her, it would undoubtedly spell her demise. Seeing Bai Ye's reckless maneuver, Shi gasped in disbelief. "Brother, are you willing to sacrifice yourself?" She stamped her foot, preparing to intervene, when suddenly a massive python lunged forward, crashing into Hu Ren's midsection. The old man was instantly propelled several zhang away. At that moment, Bai Yi reached Lung Qing's side, hastily supporting her as they retreated to safety. The gigantic serpent fixated its gaze upon Hu Ren, hissing furiously. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi guided Lang Qing to a hidden spot. His heart raced as he recognized the python. It seemed to be the very same one from earlier. Meanwhile, Hu Ren gazed at the serpent with a frenzied expression. Just then, the python abruptly turned its attention towards Bai Yi and his companions. Hu Ren paused, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure and fled. Bai Ye's face paled as the python hissed menacingly in his direction. With both he and Lung Qing gravely injured, how could they possibly contend with this formidable creature? Shi, her expression grave, whispered to Bai Yi, "Brother, I will go out and divert its attention. You take Lung Shiji and escape." Bai Yi hastily shook her head, declaring, "That cannot be. I shall divert its attention. You two must leave first." At that moment, Lang Qing staggered to her feet. As she rose, the colossal python let out a roar and lunged toward the trio. With blood-soaked hair billowing in the wind, Lang Qing's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. She thrust her sword forward, and the giant serpent collided with the blade. With a howl, it was sent reeling several paces back, the sword having pierced its formidable body. It was astonishing, for the python was clad in dark green scales, notoriously resilient. The act of thrusting the sword seemed to drain her of every ounce of strength. She stumbled and nearly fell, prompting Bai Yi to rush forward and support her. This time, Lung Qing did not resist Bai Ye's assistance. Bai Yi softly spoke. "Senior sister Lang, take Shi and go. I will hold them off for you." Lung Qing contemplated for a moment before responding, "Very well, I shall avenge you." With that, she staggered to Shi's side, grasped her hand, and activated the teleportation array. Chapter 33, The Serpent Battle. Chapter 34, Madness. Days later, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, and Shi hurriedly approached with a gentle smile, saying, "Brother, you are awake. How do you feel?" Bai Yi glanced at his own body, astonished to find that his previous injuries had miraculously healed. He then turned to Shi, filled with curiosity, and asked, "Shi, what is going on?" With a playful smile, Shi replied, "It's a secret." At that moment, Lung Qing approached, inquiring, "You're awake?" Upon seeing Lung Qing greet him, Bai Yi felt a bit awkward. What could the senior sister mean? Noticing Bai Ye's silence, Lang Qing simply turned and walked away, settling down in a corner to meditate. Shi giggled, "Brother, doesn't happiness come rather unexpectedly?" Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What is this chaotic situation?" Then he inquired, "What about Hu Ren?" Shi's expression instantly turned frosty as she replied, "He has fled. However, that individual is indeed quite formidable. We must remain vigilant in the future." Bai Yi rose and approached Lung Qing, inquiring, "Senior Lung, are you uninjured?" Upon hearing this, Shi, who had just taken a sip of water, sputtered and sprayed it everywhere, subsequently breaking into a fit of coughing. Lung Qing, on the other hand, turned her head and cast a frosty glance at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "Forget it, let us pretend I never mentioned it." Bai Yi stepped aside and sat cross-legged. With the primary focus on enhancing his strength, he had anticipated that remaining hidden here would provide him with a brief respite from being discovered. Yet unexpectedly, he encountered Hu Ren. Cursing his misfortune internally, he heard Shi raise the roasted meat in her hand and inquire, "Do you eat meat?" Bai Yi blurted out, "Is it the flesh of the ancient beast of desire?" Suddenly, an odd atmosphere enveloped the scene. In the heart of a dense forest, Hu Ren sat cross-legged. By this time, his injuries had nearly healed, and he slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, "Bai Yi, wait for me." After speaking, he rose and departed. Determined to find Bai Yi. Within the Songyun Hall, Song Lan sat in the foremost position, his brow furrowed. Mu Xiao, now recovered, stood quietly within the hall. Lost in thought, Song Lan suddenly spoke. Elder Mu, please go to the Qingyun sect and retrieve that sword for me. Mu Xiu sighed softly. That sword has already been taken by Chen Guangjian. Its whereabouts are now unknown. Song Lan exclaimed in surprise. Chen Guangjian took it? What does he intend to do? Mu Xiu expressed some regret, saying, I should have brought the sword back sooner. Song Lan waved his hand dismissively. No matter for now. We shall not venture into the Haifeng forest. There is something amiss there. Go and find Chen Guangjian instead. Bring him back when you locate him. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Xiu turned and left. In the imperial hall, Song Yu furrowed his brow as he examined a memorial in his hand. He murmured, A serpent swarm has appeared in the Haifeng forest? What is going on? Could it be related to that individual? It shouldn't be. At that moment, a figure entered the hall and knelt on one knee, declaring, Your Majesty, Chen Guangjian requests an audience. Song Yu, puzzled, contemplated for a moment before responding, Let him in. As Chen Guangjian entered the hall and bowed respectfully, he greeted, I pay my respects to Your Majesty. This scene left Song Yu somewhat astonished. In his memory, these powers had never regarded him as any sort of sovereign. What game was Chen Guangjian playing? Without further contemplation, he smiled at Chen Guangjian, saying, There is no need for such formalities, sect leader Chen. What brings you here today? Chen Guangjian rose respectfully and stated, I have an item to present to Your Majesty. With that, he produced the celestial grade sword. Song Yu gazed at the sword, his expression revealing shock. This was no ordinary celestial grade sword. Others might mistake it. But he would not, for he possessed a celestial grade halberd himself, and this sword was at least of the mid-tier celestial grade. Noticing Song Yu's rapt attention on the sword, Chen Guangjian felt a sense of relief wash over him. Song Yu looked at Chen Guangjian, asking, Why do you wish to present this sword to me? Chen Guangjian replied, This sword cannot be safeguarded within my Qingyun sect. Huh, you are quite candid. Do you believe my imperial hall can protect it? Song Yu laughed heartily. Chen Guangjian's expression darkened, about to speak, when Song Yu interjected, Take the sword back. If you cannot protect it, neither can my imperial hall. It was no jest. Had that girl not visited a few days prior, he might have been tempted. But now, the sword was undoubtedly a hot potato. Furthermore, once a celestial grade artifact recognized its master, it possessed its own pride. Even if its master were slain, it might not recognize another. Chen Guangjian's face turned grave as he implored, Your Majesty, do you not wish to step beyond this continent? This sword could offer an opportunity for that. Song Yu, growing impatient, retorted, Step outside? To face defeat? With a wave of his hand, he said, You may leave. In the grand hall of the Sun family in Jincheng, Sun Yin was lost in thought when a voice interrupted him. Patriarch, the head of the Zhou family has come to visit. Sun Yin, slightly puzzled, wondered what the purpose of the visit was, and then instructed, Please invite him in. Ha ha ha, brother Sun, it has been many years. How have you been? A robust middle-aged man entered the hall, clad in an exceedingly loose brocade robe that appeared rather ill-fitting. He walked with both hands clutching the fabric, as if letting go would cause him to trip. This man was none other than Zhou Yuan, the head of the Zhou family. Sun Yin rose and clasped his fists in greeting. Brother Zhou, it is indeed a rare visit. They seated themselves across from each other, when Zhou Yuan suddenly asked, Brother Sun, have you heard of that sword? Sun Yin furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, I have. Zhou Yuan continued. It is said that this sword could elevate our cultivation to a new level. We have lingered in this realm for centuries. If this sword truly holds the power to advance us further. Sun Yin shook his head with a smile. I fear it may not be that simple. It is merely a sword. Zhou Yuan's expression grew serious. It is rumored to be an artifact from beyond. Sun Yin chuckled lightly. I am already aware of that. To be frank, brother Zhou, I hold no interest in that sword. If you have come for this matter, I fear I must disappoint you. Zhou Yuan appeared somewhat reluctant. Yet Sun Yan's stance was resolute, leaving him with no recourse. Initially, he had intended to collaborate with Sun Yin to seize the sword, but it now seemed impossible. Moments later, Zhou Yuan departed from the Sun family residence. In the Black Wind Forest, Bai Yu was fervently cultivating. He had reached the 12th layer of qi condensation. Approaching his limits, he was preparing to make a breakthrough into the qi mastery realm, while Lung Qing was striving for the 13th layer. Shi observed the two with a sense of wonder, pondering whether her arrival had altered Bai Ye's fate or if her assistance had helped him navigate through numerous crises. She found herself momentarily lost in thought. Just then, an overwhelming aura erupted from Bai Ye's body. Shi turned to see that the floor around him was quivering slightly. And she wondered, had he succeeded? With a sudden cough, Bai Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. Alarmed, Shi rushed over. Brother, what has happened? Bai Yi smiled broadly. I am striving to reach the 8th layer of Qi mastery, and almost found myself pierced by Xian Qi in the process. Shi stared in disbelief. You leapt directly from Qi condensation to the 8th layer of Qi mastery? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 35. The fish that slipped through the net at that moment. Lung Qing slowly opened his eyes, looking at Bai Yi as if he were a creature from another realm. Are you even human? Bai Yi was utterly speechless. Is there anyone who praises others in such a manner? He promptly shut his mouth, for he did not believe he could withstand her strike at that moment. Just then, a near-maniacal roar echoed. I have finally found you. Die. The three turned to see it was Hu Ren. Bai Yi's forehead was lined with black threads. Why does this old man persist in haunting us? Having said that, he activated the teleportation array, and the trio vanished in an instant. Hu Ren, witnessing their disappearance, let out another furious roar. By the city boundary river, Chen Guangjian wore a brooding expression, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice broke through. Master Chen, where do you intend to go? Chen Guangjian turned to see Mu Xiao intently staring at him from a distance. Upon seeing Mu Xiao, Chen Guangjian felt somewhat uneasy. Elder Mu. Master Chen, I noticed something amiss on your face. A few days ago, I visited your sect and learned that you left with that sword. Are you intending to keep it for yourself? Hearing this, Chen Guangjian quickly replied with a grin. Elder Mu must be mistaken. How could I do such a thing? I took the sword to find Bai Yi, intending to capture him along with the sword to present to you. Mu Xiao chuckled lightly. In that case, let us head to Tsangyun Academy together. I have my own methods to deal with that young man Bai Yi. Chen Guangjian felt a sense of foreboding, turning to leave. But at that moment, Mu Xiao threw a punch at him. A formidable force enveloped Chen Guangjian, rendering him unable to evade. With a thunderous crash, he was sent tumbling back several hundred yards. Upon halting, he spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at Mu Xiao in terror. Elder Mu. What do you mean by this? Mu Xiao approached Chen Guangjian. Not far from him. I am taking you to a certain place. With that, he soared toward Tsangyun Academy with Chen Guangjian in tow. He had no intention of killing Chen Guangjian. After all, the Elder of Creation had once stated that their generation must not lay hands on Bai Yi. However, Chen Guangjian could act against Bai Yi, as Bai Yi bore the sin of treachery against the sect. As the sect leader, Chen Guangjian was entitled to deal with the matter. Mu Xiao brought Chen Guangjian to the Tsangyun Hall. Upon seeing Song Lan, Chen Guangjian promptly bowed respectfully. Dean Song. Song Lan regarded Chen Guangjian. Is that sword in your possession? Chen Guangjian hastily produced the sword and handed it to Song Lan. This is the sword in question. Now that matters had reached this point, he would no longer hide it, promptly surrendering the sword. Song Lan examined the sword closely. Indeed, it had already recognized its master. Now, only the true master could wield it. After that, he turned to Mu Xiao and inquired, Is Bai Yi still in the Black Wind Forest? Mu Xiao replied, Yes. Our men have not detected him leaving the Black Wind Forest. Song Lan nodded slightly, gazing at Chen Guangjian. Master Chen, are you not going to eliminate the traitor? Chen Guangjian quickly nodded. I shall attend to that traitorous individual at once. Just as he was about to depart, Song Lan suddenly spoke. Very well. I shall have Elder Mu and several array masters accompany you, to lend you assistance. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangjian's heart sank. He promptly replied, I am sufficient on my own. Mu Xiao chuckled softly, let's go together. With that, Mu Xiao led Chen Guangjian out of the grand hall. The three of them, Bai Yi and the two women, were secretly conferring in a secluded spot when suddenly, the sounds of a scuffle reached their ears. Bai Yi suggested to the two women, let us investigate. With that, the trio stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Upon witnessing the combatants, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a swift flick of his sword energy, he struck down three of them in an instant. The remaining individuals stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the turn of events. At that moment, Bai Yi emerged from the shadows, exclaiming, Bai Zhe? The person before him was indeed Bai Zhe, the grandson of the Bai family's steward. It must be said that Bai Yi was quite astonished to see Bai Zhe. He had believed himself to be the sole survivor of that catastrophic clan annihilation. To his surprise, he discovered that another had escaped. Bai Zhe was momentarily lost in thought when he heard someone calling him. He shivered involuntarily, and upon turning around to see Bai Yi, he was instantly filled with immense joy. Young Master Bai Yi? Bai Yi hurriedly approached and embraced Bai Zhe, laughing as he said, I once thought I was the sole survivor of that calamity. Little did I know that you, young one, are still alive as well. Bai Zai's expression darkened slightly. At the time of the incident, I was away on a procurement mission and was not present within the family. Upon my return, I found the place in utter disarray and soon learned that it was the work of the Tang family. Moreover, the members of the Tang clan were still searching for other members of the Bai family, forcing me to hide in various places. Bai Yi let out a soft sigh, saying, "Let us not dwell on past matters. I shall undoubtedly avenge this grievance." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Shi and Lung Qing, beckoning. "You two may step forward." Lung Qing and Shi emerged from their concealed hiding place. Upon seeing the two women, Bai Zai exhibited a hint of wariness. Bai Yi promptly stated, "This is senior sister Lang, and this is Miss Shi. They are all part of our circle." Bai Zai's expression softened as he clasped his fists together. Greetings, senior sister Lang and Miss Shi. Shi scrutinized Bai Zai for a moment before turning to Bai Yi, inquiring, "Brother, is this one of the overlooked members of your clan?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of several individuals turned peculiar. Shi seemed to realize her blunder and quickly added, "I meant, is he a survivor?" Bai Yi nodded and, glancing around cautiously, murmured, "This place is not safe. We should find a spot to conceal ourselves." Poem agreed, "Indeed, let us hide for now, lest that old fellow comes pursuing us again." As they made their way, Bai Yi inquired of Bai Zai, "Who were those individuals I just faced?" Bai Zai shook his head and replied, "I am unfamiliar with them as well. However, they are likely disciples sent by the sect for training. Recently, numerous individuals have arrived in this Black Wind Forest, and I had intended to depart from here to seek a new locale." Bai Yi felt a sense of perplexity. "Isn't there's still more than a month until the trial?" Bai Zai remarked, "Recently, there has been a surge of formidable beasts in this vicinity. I heard that a few days ago, Elder Mu Xiu from Tsangyun Academy encountered a horde of serpent demons, and it was only due to the personal intervention of the Academy's head that he was rescued." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi and the others were taken aback, and they soon inquired, "What brings that old fellow Mu Xiu here?" Shi cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi and replied, "Of course. He has come in search of you." Bai Yi's heart sank. "Does Mu Xiu know that we are hiding in this dark wind forest?" Shi nodded. "He must have found out, or perhaps that old fellow who informed Mu Xiu." Bai Yi's expression darkened slightly. "Hiding like this is not a solution. They will eventually find us." Suddenly, Shi's lips curved into a smile. "If the old ones come looking for us, we shall flee. And if we encounter their young ones, we will eliminate them." Bai Yi gazed at Shi, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile and saying, Indeed. We possess the teleportation array. When faced with the elderly, we shall flee, and when encountering the young, we shall strike." Bai Zai, listening to the conversation between the two, felt a tinge of confusion and thus inquired, "Young master, are they still pursuing you from the previous generation?" As Bai Yi was about to speak, a voice interrupted him. Chapter 36. The Lingering Souls. Chapter 37. Enemies converge. Days later, Bai Yi slowly set down the book in his hands and, after a moment of hesitation, took out dozens of spirit stones, meticulously inscribing array patterns upon them. Meanwhile, Lang Qing had already surged into the first layer of the returning Dan realm, wielding her azure longsword as she contemplated something profound. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, and with a swift motion, she thrust her sword forward. A beam of sword light erupted, instantly shattering the surrounding air into fragments. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura emanated from the sword light, obliterating nearby trees, which were reduced to nothingness. Beside her, Shi watched in astonishment, her eyes wide. "This individual is extraordinary. I never anticipated that merely reaching the returning Dan realm would result in such a qualitative transformation." Long Qing retracted her longsword, murmuring, "No, I should be capable of even greater strength." With this thought, she prepared to strike once more. At that moment, a young man appeared not far from them, Tang Zio. Upon seeing Bai Yi and the others, he paused for a brief moment. Then a smile of delight spread across his face. He promptly crushed a communication talisman and remarked, "What a surprise to encounter you all here." Bai Yi set down the spirit stone in his hand and rose to regard Tang Zio with a hint of derision, saying, "Ah, it is you, brother Tang Zio. Have you come to spar with me, having noticed my recent surge in strength?" Upon hearing this, Tang Zio did not react with anger, but rather smiled faintly. "Bai Yi, I find it quite puzzling that despite our previous encounter in which we clearly vanquished you, you seem to have escaped death." Bai Yi let out a cold snort. Oh, were you not merely lost in a dream back then? I distinctly remember witnessing the three of you collaborating to shatter a tree, only to depart in a fit of self-satisfaction. I was left pondering, Could it be that Tang Zhao was so engrossed in his training that he became delusional? At this moment, Shir leaned closer to Bai Yi and whispered, "Brother, let us not underestimate the situation. That individual has already summoned assistance." Upon hearing Shir's words, Bai Yi's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Summoned help? He had indeed not noticed Tang Zhao crushing a communication talisman earlier, leading him to believe that the opponent posed no significant threat. Lung Qing suddenly spoke up coldly, "Shall we kill them?" Tang Zhao could not help but burst into laughter at Lung Qing's words. Kill? Ha ha ha, this little sister seems to be speaking without engaging her mind. With a swift motion, Tang Zhao's words were abruptly cut short. A blade was pressed against his brow, the tip penetrating flesh by half an inch. A trickle of blood slowly seeping down. Tang Zhao was struck with terror. How is this possible? Who exactly are you? How can your sword be so swift? Lung Qing ignored his query and turned to Bai Yi. Shall we proceed with the kill or not? Bai Yi's expression was somewhat peculiar. Pondering, why does this cold senior sister inquire about me after contemplating murder? Wasn't she the one who would strike down those she found displeasing? Without further deliberation, he addressed Lung Qing, stating, "Let us refrain from killing for the moment. I wish to observe whom he calls upon." With a swift motion, Lung Qing sheathed her sword, emitting a sharp sound as blood splattered forth from the blade's tip. Tang Zhao hastily covered the wound on his brow, staggering backward a few steps, his countenance betraying signs of panic. He discerned that he was no match for this woman, as her previous strike had come without warning. Even upon hearing the sound, he had not fully comprehended the danger until it was upon him. A shiver of dread coursed through him. Just who is this woman? Brother Tang, is there something urgent that necessitates the summoning of a message talisman? A voice inquired, followed by the sudden appearance of 5 young men. Upon seeing Bai Yi and his companions, the 5 initially paused in surprise, then turned their gazes toward Tang Zhao. The moment they noticed the blood on his brow, their expressions shifted dramatically. Brother Tang, what has transpired? One of them questioned, pointing at the blood stain with a look of confusion. Tang Zhao's face darkened as he glared at Bai Yi and the others. We acted together to eliminate them. The 5 men exchanged glances with Bai Yi's group, their faces reflecting astonishment. Is he truly Bai Yi? One appeared to recognize Bai Yi and inquired of Tang Zhao. Tang Zhao nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Today he assisted me in their demise. In the future, my Tang family shall owe you all a favor. Upon hearing this, the 5 men displayed expressions of delight. While a favor from Tang Zhao might not hold substantial weight, one from the Tang family certainly carried significance. They recalled that Elder Muxiu from Songyun Academy was allied with the Tang family. With this in mind, the 5 silently resolved to secure this favor from the Tang family without fail. Bai Yi suddenly spoke. Are your people all gathered? One individual stepped forward and shouted, "Today marks your demise." With that, he charged fiercely towards Bai Yi, followed closely by the others. However, Tang Zhao quietly took a few steps back. As he watched the 5 advance, Bai Yi formed a sword with his fingers and struck down fiercely. A beam of sword light cleaved through the air, directly hitting the foremost assailant, sending him flying several yards away. Yet, the other 4 had already reached Bai Yi. Lung Qing was about to intervene when Shir stopped her, saying, "Sister, let my brother handle this himself. He must temper himself in the crucible of life and death combat. Though mastery is essential, the awareness in battle cannot be overlooked. Often, in encounters where strengths are closely matched, the one with superior combat awareness holds an undeniable advantage." Lung Qing nodded gently in agreement. Very well. As the 4 charged, Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, swiftly sidestepping an attack. Immediately, his fingertip released another beam of sword light aimed at one of the attackers. The remaining 2 seized the opportunity, simultaneously throwing punches at Bai Yi, unperturbed by their strikes. Bai Yi's sword light pierced one assailant's chest, causing a spray of blood as he fell lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, the other 2's punches landed on Bai Yi, sending him reeling backwards. Yet, as he staggered, another sword light shot forth, aimed at one of them. Seeing the incoming light, that individual brandished a staff, blocking Bai Yi's strike. Meanwhile, the other 2 had reappeared before Bai Yi. His heart raced as he dodged one attack, retaliating with a punch that sent another crashing backward with a thunderous impact. On the sidelines, Tang Zhao's face registered shock. The last time he pursued Bai Yi, he had not exhibited such strength. In just a few short months, Bai Yi had astonishingly grown to such a degree. Yet, he was aware that the 5 he had summoned were all adept at the 4th tier of chi manipulation, and now one had already fallen to Bai Yi. Just as he pondered this, a howl echoed as another of the attackers was slain by Bai Yi. Tang Xiao looked at Bai Yi with astonishment. The latter was becoming increasingly formidable, and after eliminating 2 opponents, his momentum surged. The remaining 3 seemed to realize something, retreating hastily to Tang Xiao's side. One of them glared at Tang Xiao, wiping the blood from his mouth in fury. "Young Master Tang, while we are fighting for our lives, you seem to be rather at ease." The other 2 directed discontented glances towards him as well. "Indeed, young Master Tang, 2 of us have already perished. Why do you not take action? What is your intent?" Tang Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. "We should leave." "Leave? Did I permit you to depart?" Bai Yi advanced slowly towards Tang Xiao and his companions. Tang Xiao spoke gravely. "I underestimated you." With that, he crushed a communication talisman. Chapter 38. Invincible in Oneself. Bai Yi's eyelids twitched as she observed Tang Xiao crush another communication talisman, prompting her to inquire, "Do you intend to exploit the advantage of numbers?" Tang Xiao fixed his gaze on Bai Yi, declaring resolutely, "Today, you shall perish, whether by fate or by force." Bai Yi suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Let us see if you possess the capability." With that, he unleashed a formidable sword technique. The ground trembling beneath him as a terrifying aura swiftly enveloped Tang Xiao and his 3 companions. In the grip of this overwhelming pressure, the air around them churned violently. Resembling a surging river, waves rising and falling in tumultuous succession. In an instant, a colossal beam of sword light descended upon Tang Xiao and his companions. Tang Xiao's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the lethal strike. He retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the sword light, while the other 3 also summoned their strength to resist. With a resounding crash, Tang Xiao was hurled several dozen meters away, crashing against a large tree before coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the other 3 were cleaved in 2 by the merciless sword light. Filled with dread, Tang Xiao turned to Bai Yi and stammered, "How is this possible?" In that moment, he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bai Yi, devoid of any superfluous words, thrust his sword forward, aiming directly at Tang Xiao's chest. Yet, the sword light shattered violently half a foot before reaching its target. As an immense force repelled Bai Yi back to his original position, an elderly figure emerged before Tang Xiao. It was Mu Xiu. Beside him stood Qin Guangjian. Mu Xiu turned to Tang Xiao and said, "You should leave first." Upon witnessing Mu Xiu's arrival, the expressions of Bai Yi and his companions darkened. Lang Qing fixed her icy gaze on Qin Guangjian, a chilling murderous intent emanating from her. Mu Xiu regarded Bai Yi and his group with a faint smile, saying, "There is no better day than today. Let me see you off." He then turned to Qin Guangjian, adding, "I shall refrain from intervening in your sect's affairs. You handle it yourself." At Mu Xiu's words, Bai Yi appeared somewhat bewildered. "Old man Mu, if you have the guts, come and battle me for 300 rounds. However," Mu Xiu merely shook his head with a smile, replying, "Little brat, you lack the qualification to compel me to act." Long Qing stepped forward, declaring, "I shall avenge my master." With that, she held her sword aloft, its tip directed menacingly at Qin Guangjian, stating coldly, "Today, I will exact vengeance for my master." Qin Guangjian scoffed, "Today, I shall cleanse the sect and uphold its regulations, eliminating all traitors." With that, a long spear materialized in his hand. Upon seeing this spear, Bai Yi could not help but exhibit a grave expression. He immediately stepped forward, aligning himself beside Lung Qing. "Sister, elder son perished because of me. Let us avenge her together." Lung Qing's face remained impassive. "Agreed." Suddenly, Qin Guangjian swung his spear, unleashing a barrage of deadly light towards Bai Yi and Lung Qing. Both Bai Yi and Lung Qing responded simultaneously to defend against the onslaught. It must be said, the rapid growth in Lung Qing's strength was somewhat astonishing the last time. The 3 of them had barely managed to withstand Qin Guangjian's assault. Now, the majority of the lethal rays were effortlessly blocked by Lung Qing alone. Mu Xiu observed this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly, lost in thought. Bai Yi, leveraging the chill of Qing, managed to deflect the majority of the razor-sharp energy. With a sudden movement, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Qin Guangjian. One sword shattered the ground, another emerged, causing the surrounding air to be instantly torn asunder. A beam of sword light surged through the multitude of cutting energies, aiming directly at Qin Guangjian, obliterating countless shards in its wake. Observing Bai Yi's strike, Qin Guangjian's expression grew grave. He halted the dance of his spear and thrust it fiercely against the sword light. With a resounding clash, the spear met the luminous blade. The sword light shattered, yet Qin Guangjian was sent staggering back several paces. At that moment, Qing took the opportunity to advance, her sword, already renowned for its swiftness, now unleashed with utmost force, darting towards the space between Chen Guangjian's brows, nearly invisible to the naked eye. With a sharp clang, her sword halted mere inches from him, thwarted by an impenetrable barrier of light that enveloped him completely. Beside them, Shir observed this scene with furrowed brows, realizing that a formation master had been summoned into the fray. Having failed her initial assault, Qing retreated swiftly. However, just as she attempted to withdraw, Chen Guangjian retaliated with a fierce thrust of his spear towards her. Caught off guard, and with no time to evade, she hastily countered with her sword. Yet, this rushed strike proved insufficient to withstand the almost full force of Chen Guangjian's attack. Qing was violently thrown back 100 paces, crashing to the ground and spitting a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ye's eyes blazed with fury. "If you dare to receive another strike from my sword," he declared as he brought his fingers together, unleashing a glimmering shard of cold light from his fingertips. As this luminous shard flickered into existence, the surrounding space was effortlessly cleaved as if it were mere parchment. This was a strand of sword light forged from the condensation of hundreds of feet of spatial profound energy. Gazing at this radiant beam, Bai Yi chuckled maniacally. "Embrace your demise." With that, he pointed decisively at Chen Guangjian, and with a swift whoosh, the seemingly unremarkable strand of sword light darted towards him with unparalleled speed, devoid of grandiose displays or overwhelming aura. Upon seeing this beam of light, Mu Xiu's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out to Chen Guangjian, "Retreat, quickly." Chen Guangjian, acutely aware of the peril posed by the approaching sword light, had already begun to retreat even before Mu Xiu's warning. Yet, his speed was no match for the swift shard of light. With a soft hiss, the sword light pierced through the protective barrier enveloping Chen Guangjian and struck directly between his brows. A trickle of blood slowly oozed down from the point of impact as Chen Guangjian's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring, "How did you accomplish this?" However, before Bai Yi could respond, he collapsed, succumbing to his untimely fate. Mu Xiu cast a lingering glance at Bai Yi before turning away. He understood that should he choose to intervene at this moment, he could effortlessly eliminate Bai Yi and his companions. Yet, he dared not take the risk, for the emergence of that enigmatic elder would spell trouble. Although Chen Guangjian's actions went unimpeded due to his esteemed reputation, Mu Xiu recognized that his own intervention would be akin to bullying the weak, a course of action he deemed unwise. After Bai Yi unleashed that sword light, he collapsed to the ground, completely drained of all his internal energy. Shir approached his side and asked, "Brother, are you all right?" Bai Yi waved his hand dismissively, inquiring, "Is seeing your sister Long all right?" "Fortunately, she is safe," came the reassuring voice of Lang Qing. Bai Yi let out a sigh of relief, saying, "It is fortunate that all is well. We must hasten our departure from here." He seemed to ponder something and then questioned, "But why did Mu Xiu leave? Why did he not take our lives?" Shir, too, appeared perplexed, responding, "I am equally bewildered." Suddenly, Lung Qing interjected, "I heard from my master that in the Songyan continent, it is forbidden for the elder generation to harm the younger." Bai Yi inquired, "How could Chen Guangjian take action against us?" Long Qing replied in a subdued tone, "We were once disciples of the Qingyan sect, and he is the sect master. He has unjustly accused us of treason, thus his actions against us can be deemed justified." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi suddenly asked Shir, "Do you think my previous strike could have slain Mu Xiu?" Shir's expression turned peculiar as she responded, "Brother, do you truly consider yourself invincible? Chen Guangjian is merely at the condensing sea realm, while Mu Xiu resides in the sovereign realm. And you? You are still at the Qi master level. Are you aware of the vast difference in realms between you?" Bai Yi spoke somewhat unnaturally. "Did you not claim that realm is of no significance?" Shir was utterly speechless, and after a moment of silence replied, "Indeed, your sword will surely be capable of slaying Mu Xiu. Come, let us pursue him." Bai Yi suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat twice, suggesting, "Let us spare him for now. We should first find a place to recuperate." Chapter 39. Eliminate them all, Elder Mu. Why do you not take advantage of this excellent opportunity to eliminate him? Lu Chongqing remarked with a tone of derision. Mu Xiu's expression darkened. "If you possess such courage, then you should do it yourself." Han Chonglin cast a perplexed glance at Mu Xiu, with a grim countenance. Mu Xiu recounted, "When Tang Xianfeng and I attempted to assassinate Bai Yi, just as we were about to succeed, an individual suddenly appeared. He stated that our generation should refrain from taking action against him. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to bestow upon us a great calamity." Lu Chongqing scoffed, "A calamity? What sort of calamity?" Han Chonglin's pupils constricted in astonishment as he inquired, Are you referring to the Calamity Elder? Mu Xiu nodded affirmatively. It seems likely to be him. Lu Chongqing, filled with skepticism, questioned, who is the Calamity Elder? Ignoring Lu's inquiry, Mu Xiu murmured, this situation has become rather troublesome. Even Qin Guangjian has been slain by him. I fear that among the younger generation, no one is capable of defeating this individual. After a moment of contemplation, Han Changlin asked, what shall we do next? Mu Xiu pondered briefly before responding, we should return and allow the academy head to make the decision. With that, the group departed from the Blackwind Forest. Days later, talented disciples from various sects flocked to the Blackwind Forest. Songyan Academy, Qingyan Sect, Xiamen Sect, Zhenyuan Sect, Blood Moon Sect, and numerous esteemed families dispatched their young prodigies to participate in this trial organized by Songyun Academy, aimed at honing the skills of the younger generation. The choice of the Blackwind Forest as the venue was due to the recent discovery of low-level demonic beasts in the area, providing an ideal opportunity for the youth to practice and sharpen their combat abilities. Kanglin sat within the Songyan Hall and inquired, Elder Mu, has the bounty been disseminated? Mu Xiu affirmed, it has been secretly circulated. Kanglin continued, if Bai Yi escapes once more. Mu Xiu interjected resolutely. I refuse to believe he can evade hundreds of individuals. In recent days, Master Han and I have discreetly set up dozens of formidable formations within the Blackwind Forest. No matter his abilities, he cannot slip through our grasp. As Bai Yi and his companions were savoring the freshly roasted meat, they were suddenly alerted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Bai Yi turned to look and saw 3 young men making their way towards them. Long Qing furrowed his brows, expressing unfamiliarity with the newcomers. Upon noticing Bai Yi and the others, the trio paused momentarily. One of them then clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and smiled, saying, I apologize for the interruption. We have seen nothing. With that, the 3 turned on their heels and departed. Bai Yi, perplexed and with a frown etched on his face, wondered about their meaning. Shi blushed slightly and remarked, brother, that person seems unwell. Suddenly, Long Qing interjected. We must leave at once. Bai Yi appeared somewhat perplexed. Why? She inquired. Long Qing replied in a cool tone, those few individuals are seeking assistance. Shi furrowed her delicate brows and asked, are you suggesting, Senior Sister Lang, that they are aware we are not their match and are therefore enlisting others to confront us? Lang Qing nodded in affirmation, while Bai Yi, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, let them come. As long as they don't bring the old ones, we'll vanquish as many as they send. Suddenly, Shi interjected, what if the old ones do arrive? Bai Yi nonchalantly remarked, they wouldn't dare. Just then, faint sounds drifted over. Hurry, don't let them escape. If we eliminate them this time, we shall acquire 100 spirit stones. Just think of the thrill. Shh, keep your voices down, lest they overhear us. One of them, with a sinister grin, added, those 2 women are rather appealing. Perhaps we should first strip them of their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lang Qing's expression turned icy in an instant. Bai Yi beside her couldn't help but shudder. Shi murmured, do these people lack common sense? Or are they simply weary of life? Moments later, a group approached, encircling Bai Yi and her companions. One among them shouted, you must be Bai Yi, right? I present you with 2 choices. First, take your own life, and we shall leave your corpse intact, allowing us to consider sparing these 2 lovely ladies. Second, we kill you, then strip these 2 of their powers, indulging ourselves before finishing them off. He chuckled twice before abruptly falling silent, as a blood hole appeared in his forehead. The remaining group stood in shock at the sight. Another member exclaimed, let us attack together. They are merely 3. What do we have to fear? With that, he charged towards Bai Yi and her companions, and the others swiftly drew their weapons to assault them. The air erupted with thunderous sounds. Blades flashed and shadows danced as torrents of wind surged forth. In an instant, the residual force shattered the surrounding trees as the dozen assailants struck simultaneously. Each attack was fiercely sharp, and every clash sparked like lightning. The clangor of metal echoed through the air. Although Bai Yi and Long Qing possessed formidable strength, they found themselves struggling against the simultaneous onslaught of a dozen adversaries. A single misstep could result in a devastating blow. After several clashes, a blade finally found its mark, carving a deep gash into Bai Yi's back, exposing bone and staining her garment with crimson. Similarly, Lang Qing, despite her swift swordplay, faced relentless opposition, with foes managing to parry her strikes at critical moments. The intensity of the battle escalated, the sounds of clanging steel ringing through the air. Suddenly, a cry pierced the chaos, and a figure was propelled from the fray. Upon closer inspection, it was a headless corpse. The tide of battle began to shift as casualties mounted, accompanied by anguished screams. Two severed heads rolled out from the melee, signaling the grim reality of their predicament. With each fallen foe, the confrontation approached its climax. At this juncture, both Bai Yi and Lang Qing bore varying degrees of wounds, their bodies marred by blood, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was their own or that of their enemies. Lang Qing's frigid gaze radiated an insatiable thirst for vengeance, her disheveled hair swirling in the air, tainted by the metallic scent of blood, while her drenched gown evoked the presence of the Grim Reaper. As the mournful wails echoed, more lives were extinguished in the wake of despair. Before long, a solitary figure knelt before Bai Yi, the last survivor amidst a sea of fallen bodies. This individual had been spared at the behest of Shur, seeking to uncover the motives behind the assault that had befallen them. Bai Yi cast a frigid gaze upon the young man, trembling on the ground before him. "Why have you come to take my life?" The man, quaking with fear, stammered, "A bounty has been placed upon your head. Anyone who slays you shall be rewarded with hundreds of spirit stones." Bai Yi then inquired, "Who issued this?" "It was someone from Tsungyun Academy," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi could not help but furrow his brow. The elders dare not come, so they send the young ones instead? After uttering these words, he cast a glance at the individual kneeling on the ground. "You may leave now." The man, hearing the reprieve, sprang to his feet in a state of relief. However, mere steps into his escape, he fell flat, as the cold blade had already pierced through his brow. "Brother, what shall we do now?" Bai Yi cast a glance at Lung Qing, remaining silent. Lung Qing spoke, "Heal the wounds, and then wait." Poem couldn't help but sigh. "I hope they are a bit more foolish." Bai Yi glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, noting the destitution of the individual. Just as the three were about to depart, a voice resonated. Chapter 40, The World Has Changed. Chapter 41, The Great Killing Formation. Bai Yi leisurely stepped into Yunshang's room, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Suddenly, it seemed as if the voice of Yunshang echoed in her ears. "Little Yezi, I yearn for meat." Bai Yi instinctively replied, "Sure." Yet, after speaking, she paused slightly, then forced a smile and asked, "Shanger, are you well?" "Yes, I'm fine, of course. Without you here, my ears are much more at peace." Yunshang's voice echoed once more beside Bai Yi's ear. Tears of white leaves moistened my eyes. "Shanger, do you know? I miss you dearly." "What do you miss me for? To strike you, perhaps?" Bai Yi slowly settled onto the bed of Yunshang, inquiring, "Could you strike me once more?" With a scoff, the response came, "Pa, it would be a waste of my energy to strike you." The trio of Shur gazed at Bai Yi, who seemed entranced in his own musings. Just as Lang Qing was about to step forward, Shur halted her, saying, "Senior sister, let him enjoy a moment of solitude." With that, she took Lung Qing by the hand and departed, while Yang Xiao sighed and followed suit. The words that linger in Bai Yi's ears are those spoken by Yunshang as he departed. "For your family, for your master, and for me as well." Bai Yi clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over. "Shanger, you must wait for me. I will come to find you." After speaking, he rose and walked slowly out of the room, firmly shutting the door behind him. He made his way toward his own room, moving slowly yet resolutely. His figure, which was never particularly robust, appeared even more frail at that moment. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind, nor did they comprehend his intentions. Shur and the others, upon witnessing Bai Yi's state, couldn't help but feel a surge of concern. Lung Qing suddenly remarked, "Your brother is quite remarkable." Shur was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. "Don't you think he's being overly emotional?" Lung Qing shook his head. "If a person lacks emotions, what is the purpose of living?" Shur cast a puzzled glance at Lung Qing. After a moment of silence, Lung Qing continued, "I am different from you all." Yang Xiao was about to inquire further, but was silenced by a mere glance from Lung Qing. It must be said that Yang Xiao was quite perplexed. How could Lang Qing, who was clearly an icy and unfeeling individual, proclaim that life without emotion held no significance? If it were meaningless, why then live? Of course, he dared not voice this thought, as he did not believe himself capable of enduring Lang Qing's sharp retort. In the blink of an eye, several tens of days passed, during which Bai Yi remained confined to his room without venturing outside even once. Shur had attempted to enter several times, but each endeavor was thwarted by Lung Qing. Alone in his room, Bai Yi refrained from dwelling on past events or continuing his cultivation. Instead, he obsessively perused the array books left behind by Yunshang. After countless days of contemplation, although he was still unable to effortlessly inscribe the void patterns like Yunshang, he had managed to sketch some simpler void formations with considerable effort. Several days later, a multitude of auras approached the five-star academy, among which were numerous formidable practitioners of the returning Dan realm, and even more from the Chi control realm. "Brother, there are visitors. Come out and fight," Sure called out from in front of Baiye's door. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, and Baiye stepped outside. Upon seeing him, Sure eagerly grasped his arm and playfully said, "Brother, I have been so worried about you these past few days." Baiye smiled faintly and replied, "It's nothing." "Have they arrived?" Yang Xiao interjected. "Yes, there are quite a few of them this time." Baiye let out a cold laugh. "No matter." With that, he began to arrange the formation, reminiscent of the deadly trap he had attempted in the Blackwind Forest. At that time, he had not succeeded and was discovered by Tang Zio, which led him to abandon his efforts. Now, however, he sought to establish this formidable formation to confront those who sought to take his life. Moments later, Baiye returned to Sure's side, uncertain of the extent of the formation's power, yet confident that it would suffice against the approaching adversaries. Sure regarded Baiye with a mix of surprise and admiration. While others might not comprehend the intricacies of the formation, she was familiar with Baiye's treatises on formations. Gazing at the array he had just constructed, she felt a profound astonishment. She had not anticipated that he could conjure a fourth-level deadly trap. Previously, she had only known him to be adept at inscribing simple teleportation formations and basic defensive arrays. The realization that he had now created a fourth-level trap formation left her genuinely astounded, for it was far more formidable than the earlier teleportation array. Yang Xiao's expression was somewhat peculiar as he inquired, "Junior brother Bai, did you just claim to possess the ability to arrange formations?" Baiye chuckled. "I just learned it." Before Yang Xiao could utter another word, several figures suddenly appeared before the crowd. One of them burst into laughter. "Haha, we indeed found you here." No sooner had the words left his mouth than dozens more figures emerged, soon surrounding the entire courtyard tightly. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as several hundred individuals. Among them, over 100 were in the returning Dan realm, with more than a dozen at the foundation establishment stage, while the remainder were all at the Chi manipulation stage. It must be said that this assembly was indeed somewhat terrifying. It was likely that even a formidable expert at the sea condensation stage would meet with despair against such a united front. Baiye surveyed his surroundings and spoke, "Humans perish for wealth, and birds die for sustenance. Today, you all have come to take my life, Baiye, solely for the bounty that hangs in the balance. I shall not harbor resentment towards you, yet I will show no mercy." Baiye naturally comprehended the intentions of these individuals. Were he in their position, he would undoubtedly act in the same manner, regardless of enmity or camaraderie. When the stakes are sufficiently high, all issues become trivial. He harbored no illusions of mercy towards these individuals, as the majority present had previously held no grievances against him, yet now found themselves on opposing sides. One must never entertain notions of compassion when confronting adversaries. At this moment, Yang Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety, for he had not anticipated such a formidable assembly united in their intent to eliminate Baiye. In his estimation, if the motive was a bounty on Baiye's head, the likelihood of collective action would be minimal. Yet it was now evident that they had indeed allied themselves. Yang Xiao cast a furtive glance at Baiye and, in an awkward tone, remarked, "Can your array truly contend with them? To be frank, I am feeling rather unsettled at this moment." Baiye gazed at Yang Xiao earnestly and declared, "Rest assured, if my senior brother encounters misfortune, I shall avenge him." Yang Xiao's lips twitched in response. What good is revenge? At that moment, a young man across from them spoke up. "Baiye, you are now surrounded. It would be wise to surrender promptly. Perhaps we might grant you a swift end." Baiye lifted his gaze to the young man before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Might I inquire, dear sir, is your intention to take my life merely to claim the bounty proclaimed by Songyun Academy?" The young man chuckled softly. "Indeed. To be candid, we harbor no animosity towards young Master Bai. Were it not for that enticing reward, we would not have chosen to oppose you. However, in pursuit of that bounty, we find ourselves compelled to offend you, young Master Bai." Baiye let out a soft sigh, lamenting, "Alas. However, to my knowledge, that bounty only entails a singular earthly-grade weapon. I am curious as to how you intend to divide it." At that moment, another young man interjected. There is no need for young Master Bai to concern himself with the division. As soon as he finished speaking, the previous young man suddenly declared, "Let us attack together." With that command, hundreds of individuals surged forward towards Baiye and his companions. Baiye gazed at the hundreds of individuals rushing towards him, though his expression remained calm. Uncertainty gnawed at his heart. He was unsure whether the grand formation he had constructed could truly ensnare them. Should it fail, their demise would be inevitable. Devoid of any semblance of doubt. Let us not even mention the presence of over a dozen cultivators at the core formation stage. The sheer number of hundreds at the chi refinement stage would suffice to obliterate them. At times, the sheer weight of numbers proves crucial. Unless there exists a significant disparity in cultivation levels, even a 1 or 2 realm difference can be effectively compensated for by sheer numbers. Sure, observing the oncoming throng, gently shook her head and said, "Brother, I shall return to my room now." Bai Yi expressed his astonishment. "What is the purpose of returning to the room? I fear that I might compose poetry." With that, Sure strode into the room and firmly shut the door behind her. Bai Yi wished to articulate further. Yet at that moment, hundreds of individuals surged into the realm of the formation he had meticulously arranged. With a gentle wave of his hand, he commanded, "Formation, arise." At the sound of Bai Yi's furious declaration, a pale crimson barrier suddenly manifested in the sky above, enveloping all present within its confines. Under this ethereal crimson veil, the world appeared to be severed from the outside realm. The entire expanse above was suffused with a delicate red hue, while wisps of crimson energy spiraled about intermittently. The crowd, upon witnessing this spectacle, stood momentarily bewildered, evidently unable to comprehend the situation at hand. Unbeknownst to them, they were ensnared within a formation, and they had no inkling of the brutal fate that awaited them. However, after a brief pause, they snapped back to reality and continued their advance towards Bai Yi and his companions. Suddenly, a chilling cry pierced the air. The onlookers turned to behold a severed head slowly descending, accompanied by a spray of crimson blood. What transpired? Who struck? How did his head come to be severed? Confusion erupted among the assembly. At that very moment, the blood gushing from the headless corpse surged upwards, splattering against the pale crimson barrier. Instantly, the barrier quivered slightly, solidifying further. Curiosity piqued. The crowd scrutinized the crimson shield. Just then, another head was launched forth, blood splattering and instantly staining the sky a deep red. Frowns creased the brows of the onlookers, and one among them remarked, "This situation is rather ominous. We should withdraw from here." Having spoken, he attempted to lead a few companions away, but as they approached the edge of the crimson barrier, an onslaught of countless crimson energy blades surged towards them. In a desperate bid, they attempted to fend off the assault, yet soon discovered that these blades were insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, several lay lifeless, their expressions frozen in shock. The remainder of the crowd, witnessing this harrowing scene, could not help but pale in terror. Bai Yi gazed at the scene before him with a sense of exhilaration. Indeed, this grand formation was extraordinary. Its overwhelming power was astonishing. If several such formations were established around the Tang family, the entire clan would be rendered utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Yang Zhao's heart was tumultuous, for he was astounded by the formidable strength of the formation. It was worth noting that the individuals who had just perished were all formidable cultivators of the returning Dan realm. Within this formation, these powerful beings had been rendered utterly defenseless. Suddenly, he felt a tinge of embarrassment regarding his earlier panic. Had he known that Bai Yi's formation was so formidable, he would not have reacted with such alarm. With this thought, Yang Zhao could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Yet, his mirth was abruptly stifled as he noticed a blade of energy hurtling towards him. He swiftly turned to Bai Yi and inquired, "What is happening?" Bai Yi's previously calm expression suddenly darkened. "Senior brother Yang, it seems I have overlooked something." Yang Zhao sensed that the situation was turning grim and, with a stern countenance, inquired, "What have you forgotten?" Bai Yi awkwardly remarked, "I forgot that once this lethal formation is activated, it will indiscriminately attack everyone within." Upon hearing this, Yang Zhao nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. You can forget that?" Lung Qing also turned to Bai Yi, his expression grave, and inquired, "What shall we do now?" Bai Yi was about to speak when a flurry of wind blades surged towards them. The individuals across from them stood frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Were they inflicting harm upon themselves? As everyone remained dazed, thousands of wind blades silently appeared within the formation. The number continued to multiply, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with countless blades. These pale crimson blades obscured the horizon, swirling momentarily before plunging downward with ferocity. The air was pierced by a series of sharp, shrill sounds, quickly giving way to a chorus of terrified wails. Blood rained down like a crimson deluge, severed heads tumbled, and anguished screams echoed as corpses piled high. From a distance, the massive pale red dome had transformed into a deep crimson, resembling a sphere congealed from blood. The cacophony of cries continued to emanate from within the formation. As the pale red dome absorbed more and more blood, the force of the blades intensified. Bai Ye's sword light, which had been barely sufficient to withstand the wind blades, shattered upon contact with them. The situation for Lung Qing was equally dire. His body bore deep wounds visible to the bone. As the wind blades grew increasingly formidable, Lung Qing was on the brink of collapse. Of the hundreds who had once been present, only a handful of core formation experts remained, struggling to fend off the blades, while the rest had already met their demise. Bai Yi appeared to contemplate something and inquired of Lung Qing, "Where's Brother Yang?" Lung Qing scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Yang Shao. "He is likely deceased," he replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression turned grim, realizing the perilous situation they were in. Not far off, amidst a pile of corpses, a single eye blinked through a narrow gap. However, Bai Yi and his companion remained oblivious, fully engrossed in combating the onslaught of wind blades, leaving them no energy to divert their attention elsewhere. Bai Yi narrowly evaded the slicing winds and swiftly turned to Lung Qing, inquiring if there was any way out. With a sudden thrust of her sword, Lung Qing pierced through a blade of wind, her voice as cold as ice. "The formation you devised. Why would you ask me for a solution?" At that moment, the several golden core cultivators across from them began to advance slowly towards Bai Yi and Lung Qing. Though their approach was deliberate, they had nonetheless closed the distance between them and the two, evidently intending to exploit the constraints of the formation to eliminate Bai Yi and Lung Qing. Bai Yi observed several individuals approaching while simultaneously fending off the gusts of wind, and his eyelids involuntarily twitched. Were these people out of their minds? Even at such a perilous moment, they sought to take his life. Lung Qing also noticed this scene and inched closer to Bai Yi. Lung Qing inquired, "How much longer will this formation remain in effect?" Bai Yi felt somewhat awkward. Initially, he feared that the power of the formation would be inadequate, so he placed an abundance of spirit stones to bolster it. If the spirit stones were to be depleted, it would take approximately 3 to 5 days. Lung Qing suddenly contemplated slaying this individual with a single strike, questioning how he could endure within this formation for 3 to 5 days. To say nothing of 3 to 5 days in the current state. Even a few hours seemed untenable. Just as Bai Yi was about to speak, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged from within. Chapter 43, A Sudden Change of Events. The few remaining individuals of the returning Dan realm, still alive, had approached Bai Yi's vicinity. One among them suddenly launched a fierce punch towards Bai Yi. A sense of crisis surged within Bai Yi's heart, prompting him to swiftly thrust his sword forward. The blade found its mark upon a fist, and the tremendous recoil reverberated through him, propelling Bai Yi several paces backward. No sooner had he halted than a flurry of wind blades hurtled towards him. The pupils of Bai Yi suddenly constricted, and he swiftly pivoted to evade 2 slicing wind blades. Yet, in the next moment, a single wind blade pierced through his abdomen, causing a spray of blood as Bai Yi was propelled backward several zhang. The individual who had assailed Bai Yi was also struck by multiple wind blades, collapsing lifelessly to the ground at that very instant. Bai Yi clutched his wounded abdomen with his left hand, while his right hand extended like a sword, valiantly resisting the onslaught of slicing winds. He staggered in an attempt to approach Lung Qing, but the wind blades multiplied, and given his severe injuries, he found himself unable to advance another step. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, coming to an abrupt halt, his eyes slowly closing. Witnessing this, Lung Qing was momentarily taken aback, fearing that Bai Yi intended to surrender. She softly inquired, "Have you given up?" At that moment, Bai Yi abruptly opened his eyes, his right hand swiftly carving through the air. As he waved his hand, golden patterns emerged in the void, forming an array of bizarre and intricate shapes. In a brief moment, the space before Bai Yi was filled with these peculiar, complex designs. "Break," Bai Yi uttered softly. As his words fell, the intricate shapes gradually transformed into countless fragments of light, soaring towards the blood-red barrier. As these shards of light entered the crimson shield, it began to dim, while the surrounding wind blades also slowly faded into obscurity. When the last of the bizarre patterns dissolved into light and merged with the blood-red barrier, the shield vanished entirely, taking with it the innumerable wind blades that had plagued the scene. Seeing this, Lung Qing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Having completed this feat, Bai Yi stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Lung Qing rushed to his side, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" Bai Yi smiled broadly, declaring, "You won't die." He then cast his gaze toward the several formidable cultivators at the core formation stage. At that moment, they appeared as if rendered utterly powerless. Upon meeting Bai Ye's eyes, their expressions shifted drastically. One of them spoke, "Brother Bai, this was all a misunderstanding. We shall no longer trouble you in the future." As he finished speaking, he attempted to rise and depart, but at that instant, a sword pierced through his brow. Long Qing stood proudly, her right hand wielding the sword, its tip fully embedded in the man's forehead. "This is merely a misunderstanding," she stated coldly. With that, she withdrew her blade sharply, causing a spray of crimson droplets to scatter. After sheathed her sword, she staggered over to another individual nearby, and without uttering a single word, struck him down in one swift motion. After vanquishing them all, she sat down to recuperate. Meanwhile, a cluster of corpses not far away began to stir slowly. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yi and his companion couldn't help but furrow their brows. As one corpse after another was overturned, an individual emerged from within. The appearance of this person, none other than Yang Xiao, caused Bai Yi and his companion to exchange peculiar glances. After rising, Yang Xiao took a deep, greedy breath of air and exclaimed, "Ah, the sensation of being alive is truly exquisite." Bai Yi was about to speak when his pupils suddenly constricted. Sure. He had momentarily forgotten about her, and her room was indeed within the confines of the Great Formation. At that moment, both Lang Qing and Yang Zhao's expressions darkened considerably. Just as Bai Yi was rising to his feet, Shishi's door swung open. She stepped out, glancing around before her gaze fell upon Bai Yi and the others. "Are they all dead?" Shishi inquired. Bai Yi exclaimed, I nearly perished." Shishi cast a peculiar glance at Bai Yi, inquiring, "Nearly perished? How many did you escape from?" Yang Xiao suddenly chuckled wryly, stating, "What by shitty means is that we almost met our demise as well." Bai Yi, puzzled, asked Shishi, "Why are you completely unscathed?" Lung Qing and Yang Xiao also gazed at Shishi with bewilderment, wondering why she had not been affected by the indiscriminate assault of the Grand Formation. Shishi's expression turned slightly awkward as she scratched her head, replying, "I have no idea. Perhaps the formation finds me rather pleasing to the eye." She then offered a couple of awkward chuckles. Within the Songyan Hall, Mu Xiu spoke solemnly. "Dean, among the hundreds who went to slay Bai Yi, not a single one has returned." Song Lan's pupils constricted sharply. "All perished?" Mu Xiu affirmed, "Indeed, all have died." Song Lan's countenance grew grave. "All slain by Bai Yi?" Mu Xiu replied, "We do not know. Our people did not accompany them." After a moment of silence, he continued, "There was an incident in the Black Wind Forest, and our men were focused there at the time." Song Lan inquired, "Black Wind Forest? What was discovered?" Mu Xiu responded, "It seems there is a passage that is about to open." Upon hearing this, Song Lan furrowed his brows deeply, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, he said to Mu Xiu, "Very well, you should first investigate whether those individuals were indeed killed by Bai Yi." Mu Xiu acknowledged and departed. After Mu Xiu left, Song Lan fell into contemplation. In the Tang family's grand hall, Tang Xianfeng bore a sullen expression, pacing restlessly, revealing his anxiety. At that moment, an elder entered the hall, Tang Sheng, a senior member of the Tang family. Tang Sheng approached Tang Xianfeng and offered a slight bow. "We have found nothing." Upon hearing this, Tang Xianfeng slammed his palm onto the table, which instantly splintered into dust. "For 3 consecutive days, there have been several headless corpses at the entrance of our Tang family. How can we not ascertain the culprit?" Tang Sheng pondered for a moment and suggested, "Could it be Bai Yi?" Tang Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed suddenly. "Regardless of whether it is him, this boy must be eliminated at once." After a brief hesitation, Tang Sheng remarked, "If the older generation does not intervene, it will be very difficult to slay this boy." Tang Xianfeng closed his eyes slightly and murmured, "If necessary, we may have to take a gamble." Following Bai Ye's massacre of hundreds, the entire Songyan continent was shaken. Those hundreds were predominantly the young geniuses of various major powers, and their demise represented a significant loss for these factions, without yielding any benefit in return. Consequently, the older generations of these powers found it increasingly difficult to contain their restlessness. They understood that since they had become enemies of Bai Yi, he must be eradicated in his infancy. Otherwise, the repercussions would be endless. Elders from various factions convened, discussing how to eliminate Bai Yi. In the imperial capital, within the emperor's hall, Songyu was deep in thought, while Song Lan stood before him. Songyu, with a serious expression, stated, "This seal may not hold much longer." Song Lan, equally grave, responded, "Can the emperor contact that individual?" Songyu fell silent for a moment and said, "I was able to get in touch before, but recently I have been unable to reach him. The reason eludes me, and if he does not intervene this time, I fear this continent may not endure. Chapter 44. A tear in the veil with a heavy sigh. Song Yu continued, alas. I was able to connect previously, yet recently I have been unable to. Upon hearing this, Song Lan's expression darkened. What shall we do? Song Yu seemed to have recalled something, pondering that perhaps one individual could resolve this predicament. He thought of Shur, whose presence had left him with an impression of unfathomable depth, akin to that of the venerable elder of creation. He believed that perhaps Shur could assist them in sealing that place once more. Song Lan furrowed his brow. Her? He had been considering Yunshang. Unaware that Yunshang had departed and that Shur, not Yunshang, was by Ye's side. Previously, he had heard Mu Xiao mention that the woman beside Bai Yi possessed extraordinary skills and formations. This thought deepened his furrowed brow. But we have nearly the entire continent's forces against us. Will she truly aid us? After a moment of silence, Song Yu replied, regardless, we must attempt it. Do we possess any alternative methods? Song Lan contemplated for a moment. Currently, the elders of various factions are deliberating on how to eliminate Bai Yi. Should we? Song Yu interjected firmly. First and foremost, we must prioritize the greater situation. Let us make our visit. Inside a grand hall, over a dozen elder-level figures were devising strategies to slay Bai Yi. At that moment, two figures slowly entered the hall, Song Lan and Song Di. The arrival of the two drew puzzled expressions from the assembly, yet they nonetheless greeted the newcomers with respect. Suddenly, an elder from the Li family rose and addressed Song Lan, Director Song. Due to your bounty, my Li family has lost over a dozen promising youths. Will you not provide me with some explanation? Indeed, you summoned your people back, while ours were left to serve you. My family has lost 20 members this time. It seems that Song Yun Academy is acting with malice, another elder asserted. Several elders rose in anger, some even contemplating direct action against Song Lan. Tang Xing interjected. The one responsible for the deaths of your kin is Bai Yi. You should seek vengeance against him. Moreover, I trust you have all heard of the recent events concerning my Tang family? That is a consequence of your own actions, one elder shouted in retort. At this moment, Song Yu, with a slight frown, spoke up. May I have a moment to address everyone? Elder Sun Yu of the Sun family suddenly exclaimed. What do you wish to say? No matter the case, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Elder Tang Sheng turned at Song Lan. I implore you, Director Song, to take responsibility for the recent events concerning my Tang family. Song Lan sighed softly. I too did not foresee matters escalating to this extent, but now that they have, we must find a resolution. However, there is another pressing matter that I need to discuss with all of you. After speaking, he glanced around and continued. I kindly ask everyone to notify the heads of families and sect leaders to come here. What I am about to discuss is of utmost importance. It may very well pertain to the survival of the entire continent. Upon hearing these words, the crowd exhibited expressions of shock. Tang Sheng, puzzled, inquired. What matter could be so grave as to impact the very existence of the continent? Elderly, somewhat sarcastically, remarked, concerned about the entire continent? Surely, you exaggerate. Song Yu interjected. Director Song is not exaggerating. This matter is indeed exceedingly serious, and I urge everyone to take it seriously. Emperor Song. Instead of enjoying your comforts in the imperial palace, what brings you here? An elder mocked. Most among them paid little heed to the emperor. For the imperial palace was known to remain aloof from worldly affairs, and few were aware of its true power. Song Lan, feeling a surge of anger, urged, everyone, quickly notify your family heads and sect leaders. I have no time for idle chatter. He realized that this group was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Of course, he did not blame them, as very few were privy to the details, and even most family heads and sect leaders were unaware. Noticing Song Lan's unusual demeanor, the crowd fell silent and began to convey messages to their respective family heads or sect leaders. Song Yu turned to Song Lan and said, when they arrive, please explain the situation to them. I wish to speak with that woman. Song Lan pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well. If she refuses. Song Yu sighed softly, then I shall seek out others. Shortly thereafter, Song Yu arrived at a courtyard belonging to the 5-star academy. As he entered the courtyard, Shur was already standing there. Upon seeing Song Yu, she smiled. Does the emperor have business here? From within the room, Bai Yi, who had been cultivating, emerged slowly and glanced at Song Yu. Bai Yi furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at Shur, inquiring, who is this person? Shur replied with a smile. From the imperial capital, the emperor, of course. Song Yu offered a faint smile. I presume this must be the esteemed young master Bai Yi. Bai Yi turned to Song Yu and asked, have you come to kill me? At that moment, Lang Qing and Yang Xiao had also emerged from the room, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bai Yi. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Song Yu paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. Kill you? No, no, no. I have come to seek this young lady's assistance, he said, glancing toward Shi. Bai Yi looked at Shi with a hint of confusion and inquired. Do you know him? Shi shook her head. Not well. In truth, she too was perplexed, wondering why the emperor would seek her out, and even request her assistance. After all, what familiarity did they share? Why would he approach her for aid? Song Yu quickly interjected, this matter is of great significance. I implore you to lend your support. Shi felt a surge of irritation and thought to herself, is this person out of his mind? Can't he see that I am concealing my true capabilities? She resolved that she could not allow him to continue speaking, for it would lead to complications. Thus, a smile graced her lips as she suggested, why not speak with my brother? Perhaps he can assist you. With that, she discreetly conveyed a message to Song Yu. Do you understand what should remain unsaid? Song Yu's expression shifted, and he seemed to grasp her meaning. He promptly responded with a smile, understood. He then turned to Bai Yi, offering a slight bow. Young Master Bai, I kindly request your assistance in this matter. Bai Yi, somewhat perplexed, smiled and replied. Please tell me what it is. If it is within my capabilities, I shall certainly consider it. Bai Yi contemplated that, after all, the individual had graciously requested his assistance, and it was only courteous to respond with some form of politeness. Nevertheless, he did not commit fully, implying that even if he possessed the ability, he might not necessarily extend his help, merely expressing it in a more tactful manner. Song Yu managed a wry smile and began. The situation is as follows. Our continent was once a forbidden ground several millennia ago, sealing a passageway. Yet, a number of individuals breached this seal. And although it was later restored by formidable beings, encompassing the entire Songyan continent, the seal has begun to weaken over the course of thousands of years. Furthermore, due to a singular individual forcefully breaking through the seal to arrive here, it is now barely able to sustain itself for a few months. Upon hearing this, the crowd was visibly astonished, while only Shi subtly wrinkled her delicate nose, thinking to herself, what a trivial breach of the seal, it was merely a slight tear. Yang Xiao, with an expression of shock, inquired, where does the sealed passage lead? Bai Yi and Lang Qing exchanged puzzled glances toward Song Yu. In a deep voice, Song Yu remarked, as you are aware, in the beast domain, there have recently been sightings of serpent beasts in the Blackwind Forest. I suspect they have emerged from the fissures in the seal. Chapter 45, Offering Assistance. Bai Yi, somewhat at a loss for words, inquired, what will happen once the seal is shattered? Song Yu replied in a grave tone. The beasts from the beast domain may very well traverse through this passage and arrive here. When that time comes, it could result in untold suffering for all living beings. Bai Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, thus, if the seal breaks and the monstrous beasts descend upon us, I shall have no need to seek vengeance. How delightful it would be to let the beasts annihilate them all. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Yang Xiao beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, what Brother Bai says is quite accurate. Song Yu's expression darkened as he glanced at Shi, who responded with a charming smile, I will heed my brother's advice. After all, they have relentlessly pursued us. Let the beasts devour them all. Song Yu, somewhat exasperated, shook his head. If the beasts truly arrive here, it won't just be those who hunt you that perish. Many innocent lives will also be mercilessly slaughtered. Lang Qing's gaze was frosty as she retorted. What do their lives have to do with us? The Emperor Song should seek solutions elsewhere. I am certain I cannot be of any assistance. Bai Yi added. Since young Master Bai is unwilling to lend a hand, I shall take my leave. Then let us part ways. No need to see me off. Bai Yi quickly nodded. Within a grand hall, over 20 individuals had gathered, comprising the leaders and elders of various factions. The atmosphere was lively, filled with a cacophony of voices discussing an unknown matter. Song Lan of Songyan Academy spoke up, ladies and gentlemen. You may not yet be aware of the purpose behind my gathering you all. I believe you are all informed of the recent emergence of monstrous beasts in the Blackwind Forest. Therefore, I must share with you the origins of our Songyan continent. Upon these words, the assembly displayed expressions of astonishment. Many were oblivious to the unfolding events, with some even speculating that this meeting was convened to plot against Bai Yi. An elder inquired, what significance does the Songyan continent hold? The crowd turned their attention to Song Lan, and a few individuals privy to the secrets wore somber expressions. Yet no one spoke, awaiting Song Lan's elaboration. Thousands of years ago, this continent was, in fact, a forbidden land. At this revelation, the hall erupted in a stir of disbelief. None had known of such a truth. Subsequently, A few explorers ventured here and discovered a seal. Believing it to conceal great fortune, they exerted every effort to break the seal. Ultimately, they succeeded. The assembly gasped, assuming those explorers must have acquired numerous treasures. At this juncture, a patriarch inquired, was there some divine artifact within the seal? This question echoed the thoughts of many who speculated that the seal contained rare treasures. Perhaps even legendary artifacts. Song Lan sighed softly and continued, upon breaking the seal, they encountered a passage that seemed bottomless. The deeper they ventured, the darker it became. They journeyed for over half a month without reaching the end, and just as they contemplated retreat, an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanated from the other end of the passage. Sensing danger, they turned to flee. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. They fought back, yet only one managed to escape. What truly lay within that passage? And why was it sealed once more? A head of a family inquired. Kanglin then continued. The individual who escaped returned to the sect and reported this matter to them. After a thorough investigation, their sect master, in collaboration with several dozen top-tier experts, managed to seal it. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their confusion. Someone remarked, "What relevance does this have to our gathering today?" Kanglin responded, "The very site of the sealing was deep within the Hafeng forest, and surely you have all heard of the recent emergence of demonic beasts in that area." The expressions of the crowd shifted, yet they did not attach much significance to it. After all, merely a few demonic beasts were hardly a cause for concern. At that moment, an elder spoke up. "Are you suggesting, Director Tsong, that what was sealed back then could be some demonic beasts? And now, with the seal weakened, many of these beasts have been released?" Kanglin nodded. "That is one way to interpret it, but the situation is even more dire than that." Another elder interjected. "Does not Songyun Academy possess array masters? Could they not simply re-establish the seal?" This suggestion garnered unanimous agreement among the attendees, as they were well aware of the presence of array masters within Songyun Academy and believed that their intervention would resolve the issue. However, Kanglin shook his head with a wry smile. "Indeed, our academy has array masters, yet they lack the capability to re-establish the seal." At this juncture, a head of a family suggested, "If sealing is not an option, then we shall await the emergence of these beasts and slay them. With so many powerful individuals among us, do we truly fear a handful of demonic beasts?" Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. All present had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years and were not particularly fazed by a few demonic beasts. Kanglin smiled bitterly. It is not merely a matter of a few demonic beasts. If it were, those powerful beings would not have sealed it for millennia, but would have simply exterminated them. According to the records left from that time, it is likely a passageway to the beast domain. The beast domain? What does that imply? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as they were unfamiliar with the term. The beast domain could refer to a continent or perhaps a star domain. Regardless of its nature, it was certain that it was far more complex than just a few demonic beasts. If it were indeed a continent, how many demonic beasts would that entail? Such a notion seems exaggerated, does it not? I find it hard to believe. The crowd engaged in fervent discussion, expressing skepticism over the existence of such a multitude of demonic beasts and remaining curious yet bewildered about the beast domain. Ultimately, Kanglin stated that if they wished to re-establish the seal on this passageway, they would need to enlist the assistance of a specific individual, the woman beside Bai Yi. At this revelation, all present became visibly unsettled. Bai Yi, who is he? He is the common enemy among us. Just moments ago, we were deliberating on how to eliminate him, and now we are to seek his aid, setting aside whether he would even assist us. We would have no face left to show. Immediately, one individual stepped forward. Seeking Bai Yi's help? Surely, you jest. Soon after, several others stood up, expressing their disbelief in the feasibility of this course of action. The individual known as Bai Yi must be swiftly dealt with, without delving into other matters. The fact that he has previously slain hundreds is intolerable to all present. The crowd is fervently debating, unable to reach a consensus in the moment. This night is particularly tranquil, with only the sound of a few crickets resonating like a trembling song. Bai Yi and Lang Qing once again arrived at the outskirts of the Tang family estate, preparing to present a grand gift to its members. The two separated, with one approaching stealthily from behind while the other maneuvered from the side. Before long, the lifeless bodies of several Tang family disciples were laid out at the entrance of their residence. The duo retreated along different paths, during which Lang Qing unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, who ran. Without a moment's hesitation, she pursued him. After more than an hour, she tracked into a dense forest. It appeared that Hu Ren had noticed her presence, halting and turning to face her. Unfazed, Lang Qing revealed herself and charged forward, initiating combat. Previously, even when allied with Bai Yi, Hu Ren had proven no match for them, yet now, Lang Qing alone seemed poised to overpower him. It must be said that her innate talent truly marked her as a prodigy among geniuses. In a brief exchange, Hu Ren found himself increasingly overwhelmed, and in a moment of carelessness, he was struck in the left shoulder by Lang Qing's sword, prompting him to flee. The adage of fighting when one has the upper hand and retreating when one does not held true. However, Lang Qing relentlessly pursued him, and thus they continued for nearly another hour. They ventured deep into the heart of the Black Wind Forest, where Hu Ren appeared somewhat disheveled. His face contorted in a manner that suggested a ravenous ferocity. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he spotted a well not far in front of him. The well was roughly 10 feet across, surrounded by 8 stone pillars, with intricate and enigmatic patterns below. Above, 8 chains, each as thick as an arm, hung down, intertwining to form an irregular shape. At this juncture, Lang Qing was just a few paces away from Hu Ren, thrusting her sword toward him. Without hesitation, Hu Ren leaped into the well. Witnessing this, Lang Qing furrowed her brow slightly before following suit. Chapter 46. Bai Ye's conditions the following day. Bai Ye felt a surge of unease upon realizing that Lang Qing had not returned. Shi also knitted her brows, remarking, given senior sister Lang's strength, she should be more than capable of protecting herself, unless unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Bai Ye couldn't help but furrow his brows. Could it be that they had been discovered? Yang Xiao, panting heavily, returned to the courtyard, having learned that Lang Qing had not yet returned. He had ventured out early in the morning to gather information, but had found nothing of value. If they had indeed been discovered, the Tang family would surely be frantically searching for Bai Ye upon learning that the culprits were the two of them. Yet, there was no sign of such chaos. And according to his inquiries, there were still no leads regarding the murders of the Tang family members. With this knowledge, Bai Ye's frown deepened. If they had not been uncovered by the Tang family, then where could Sister Lung have gone? At this moment, all three were filled with deep confusion, even a sense of heaviness. The disappearance of Lang Qing might suggest the presence of unseen forces watching over them. However, after much contemplation, they could not discern which power it might be. Just as the three were consumed with worry for Lang Qing, Song Yu slowly entered the courtyard. Upon seeing him, Bai Ye seemed to recall something, and his expression instantly turned icy. Master Song, what is your intention? Shi and Yang Xiao also cast suspicious glances at Song Yu. At that moment, all three suspected that it was Song Yu who had harmed Lang Qing. Noticing the hostility in their gazes, Song Yu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, what does this mean? I haven't even spoken yet, and they all look as if they want to devour me. He quickly managed to force a smile. What do you mean by that, young Master Bai? Yang Xiao suddenly inquired. Did you capture Sister Lung? Song Yu looked surprised. Miss Lung? Bai Ye squinted slightly and remarked, Emperor Song, is it still necessary to maintain this facade? Yesterday, you requested my assistance, yet I declined. Subsequently, you proceeded to capture my senior sister. How absurd. Song Yu's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. I believe there may be some misunderstanding. I did not apprehend Miss Lang Qing. Shi, perplexed, inquired. Is it truly not you? Upon hearing Shi's somewhat frosty tone, Song Yu involuntarily shuddered and hastily shook his head. It truly was not me. How could I possibly act against a friend of the lady? Bai Ye was about to say something, yet was interrupted by Shi. It should not be him. She then turned her gaze towards Song Yu. Do you have something to discuss? Song Yu sighed softly. I kindly ask young Master Bai and the young lady to lend their assistance regarding the matter of the seal. Bai Ye resolutely refused. Impossible. Song Yu's expression turned somewhat grim. Feel free to propose any conditions, as long as you are willing to assist in sealing that passage. After Bai Ye's departure yesterday, he returned to the Grand Hall, where the various clan heads and sect leaders were engaged in heated discussions. Reluctantly, he felt compelled to reiterate the gravity of the situation to everyone. Yet, there were still those who dismissed his concerns. If they were to seek assistance from another to seal the passage, it would be one thing. But to request Bai Ye, who was regarded as the common enemy of all factions, was another entirely. Some even sought to exploit this opportunity to unite against and eliminate Bai Ye. Ultimately, Song Yu had no choice but to assert his authority, unleashing the pressure of a half-step barrier realm expert. The onlookers were utterly astonished by Song Yu's power, which surpassed even that of a master, leaving everyone in a state of uproar. Such is the nature of this world. Without strength, One's words are akin to mere flatulence, but with power, even a simple sound can resonate, leaving an enduring fragrance for 3 days. Witnessing the awe his strength inspired, he declared, "This matter is mine to decide." He then turned and sought Bai Yi once more. Bai Yi was about to decline when Sure smiled gently, saying, "Brother, have you not heard what Emperor Song proclaimed? As long as you take action, the terms will be entirely at your discretion." Bai Yi pondered for a moment, a smile gracing his visage. "In this case, Your Majesty Song, I am not entirely devoid of compassion. Since this matter pertains to the survival of the entire Tsunyan continent, I cannot remain indifferent. I shall lend my assistance to the best of my abilities, for as a member of the Tsunyan continent, it is my duty to contribute in any way I can, striving to minimize casualties." Upon hearing these words, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy. "So, does this mean that young Master Bai is willing to offer his help?" Bai Yi nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I shall certainly assist with this task. However, I do have a few stipulations. Feel free to express them, as long as it is within my capacity." "I shall comply with any conditions," Song Yu promptly replied. Bai Yi displayed a hint of hesitation, remaining silent. Noticing his silence, Song Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does young Master Bai have any reservations?" Sure. With a playful smile, interjected, "My brother is concerned that his conditions might impose upon you, hence he hesitates to speak." Song Yu responded with a serene smile, "There is no need for young Master Bai to feel this way. I am more than capable of fulfilling your conditions." His demeanor radiated confidence. After all, he was on the cusp of the boundary realm, and there was scarcely anything he could not accomplish in this realm. Bai Yi let out a deep sigh. "Since it is thus, I shall speak plainly. According to the words of Emperor Song, if the seal on the passage is lifted, will it not result in the death of countless individuals? Might it not even lead to the destruction of the entire continent?" Song Yu nodded gravely, suddenly feeling a sense of unease at Bai Yi's words. However, he chose not to dwell on it further. Bai Yi continued, "Then, would the Song Emperor consider it worthwhile to exchange the lives of a few for the entirety of the continent?" Hearing this, Song Yu felt an increasing sense of unease. Yet he still nodded in a gesture of acquiescence. Sure, with a subtle smile gracing her lips, cast a knowing glance at Song Yu. She understood that her brother had ensnared Song Yu in a significant trap, and astonishingly, Song Yu remained blissfully unaware. Yang Zhao's lips twitched slightly. Was the earlier mention of doing what one could for the sake of Tsunyan continent merely a guise for personal vendetta? Bai Yi smiled faintly and said, "I have 3 conditions. I wonder if that might be a bit excessive?" As he spoke, he glanced at Song Yu with a hint of shyness. Song Yu furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Unlike before, he did not immediately acquiesce but instead replied, "Please, go ahead and tell me." Bai Yi sighed softly, stating, "Firstly, in order to save the entire continent, it is imperative that we make some sacrifices. Secondly, the annihilation of my Bai family must be thoroughly investigated to uncover the true puppet master behind it. Thirdly, my current strength is insufficient. I require your assistance in enhancing my power." Upon hearing these words, Song Yu's lips twitched slightly. Yang Zhao's eyes widened in surprise, contemplating to himself, "This junior brother Bai is indeed formidable. These 3 demands are quite audacious." Song Yu felt a sense of discomfort. These conditions were rather unreasonable. The first stipulation was undoubtedly aimed at eliminating all those who had previously wronged him. However, nearly every faction across the continent had taken action against him at some point. Was it feasible to eradicate all these forces? The second condition was more acceptable, as he too had sensed something amiss and had previously conducted a discreet investigation, albeit without pursuing it further. The third demand regarding the enhancement of strength posed a significant challenge, given the inherent scarcity of cultivation resources on the continent. To elevate one's power in a short span was an arduous task indeed. Reflecting on this, his expression darkened, noticing the discomfort etched on Song Yu's face. Bai Yu couldn't help but smirk derisively. Does the esteemed emperor not honor his word? At that moment, Sure interjected. "You did assert that you would comply with anything within your capabilities." Yang Zhao's expression darkened further, thinking, "This pair of siblings is truly cunning. I must be wary not to fall into their schemes, lest I find myself unwittingly aiding them while being sold out." After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu gritted his teeth and replied, "I agree. However, regarding the first condition, might we negotiate?" Chapter 47, A Twinge of Pain. "I consent to your terms. But can we perhaps discuss the first condition?" Bai Yi chuckled lightly and inquired, "How shall we deliberate?" Song Yu responded in a solemn tone, "Eradicating them entirely is unfeasible. Would it be acceptable to eliminate only those who have acted against you? Bai Yi spoke with a hint of sarcasm, saying, at that time, my family did not take action against the Tang clan, yet they not only obliterated the Bai family but also relentlessly pursued me. And now you speak to me of mercy? Yang Xiao, equally indignant, added, what is more detestable is that they chased after Bai Shidi for his sword. Did you ever advocate for mercy then? Song Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As Bai Yi and Yang Xiao pointed out, when they were being hunted, no one spoke out for justice. In fact, some even fanned the flames of discord. It is indeed rather unscrupulous to remember such notions only when assistance is required. However, there is little choice, as the matter of the seal is of grave importance. At that moment, Shi suddenly interjected, brother, I believe there is merit in what Lord Song has said. We should first eliminate those who have acted against us. Bai Yi gazed silently at Shi. While a flicker of hostility passed through Song Yu's eyes as he spoke, I know how to proceed. With that, he turned and departed. He had previously attempted to contact the Elder of Creation, yet it seemed as though he was evading him entirely, making him impossible to locate. It now appeared that only Bai Yi could once again seal the passage. Resolute in his thoughts, he crushed a communication talisman. 3 days later, the entire Tsungyun continent trembled as the elders and heads of major powers, including the Zhou clan, Li clan, Sun clan, Qingyun sect, Xuanzong sect, Jinyuan sect, and Blood Moon sect, were all ruthlessly slain by a group of enigmatic individuals. The Tang clan suffered the most devastating losses, with all direct descendants being eradicated. Strangely, however, the Zhao clan remained untouched, with not a single member falling victim. Even Songyun Academy lost an elder, though it was not Mu Xiu. This signified that all those who had once opposed Bai Yi, save for Mu Xiu, had been annihilated. At this moment, only a few from the elder generation of the Tang and Zhao clans remained, excluding the Imperial Hall, whose true strength remained a mystery. Within the inner sanctum of the Zhao clan, Dugu Xian wore a grim expression. The Zhao clan had not escaped the assassination attempt. Rather, it was Dugu Xian alone who had intercepted those mysterious assailants. Although she had managed to stop them, she was now severely injured, gripping a flying dagger tightly, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. In the Imperial Hall, Song Yu sat in quiet contemplation. Below him, a figure knelt on one knee. Master. All the elders of the various factions, except for Songyun Academy and the Zhao clan, have been eliminated. Song Yu responded with a soft exclamation. The Zhao clan? Initially, he had ordered the elimination of all elder-level figures across factions, while Songyun Academy's survival was understandable due to its complexities. The failure to eradicate the Zhao clan was indeed peculiar. He had dispatched over 10 assassination specialists, each a peak sea-opening expert, and each capable of independently eliminating a general master-level opponent. The inability to subdue the Zhao clan surprised him. He then instructed, monitor that individual from the Zhao clan closely and report any unusual movements to me immediately. The figure acknowledged and departed. After a moment of reflection, Song Yu also left the Imperial Hall. Brother, I believe that Master Song is quite efficient in his dealings, Shi remarked with a smile in the small courtyard. Addressing Bai Yi, Yang Xiao chuckled heartily indeed. This time, there should be no one left to pursue us. Bai Yi furrowed her brows, still without any news of senior sister Long, pondering what predicament she might be facing. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two darkened. Shi sighed softly, expressing her hope that senior sister Long would not encounter any misfortune. The group was genuinely concerned for Lung Qing, having traversed through numerous life and death situations together. Their bond had long since evolved into one of profound camaraderie. None wished for the other to face peril. Just as Yang Xiao was about to speak, Song Yu slowly entered the courtyard. Are you still satisfied, young Master Bai? Although Song Yu wore a faint smile, a closer inspection revealed its stiffness. In his quest to enlist Bai Ye's assistance, he had indeed exerted considerable effort, while the lives of those individuals meant little to him. Taking such drastic measures for the sake of one person was unprecedented in his life. After all, he was a formidable figure, a half-step into the realm of barriers. Among the elite of this continent, being so constrained by circumstances was quite irksome for him. Had it not been for the missteps of his youth that led him to this predicament, he would scarcely concern himself with the lives and deaths here. He could simply walk away, yet now he dared not return. Bai Yi smiled and said, now, let us discuss the second condition. Song Yu furrowed his brow. As for who orchestrated this behind the scenes, it requires a thorough investigation. However, I assure you that it will not be long before my team uncovers the truth. Sure, with a slight frown, remarked, Does this imply that the Emperor Song already has some leads? Song Yu shook his head. Not at the moment. But my team has commenced their inquiries. He then glanced at Bai Yi and continued, may I ask, what level of cultivation do you need to seal the passage? Bai Yi paused for a moment, contemplating, at least the core formation stage. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's expression darkened. It was a jest to suggest that ascending from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage could be accomplished so effortlessly, even with ample resources. It would require a minimum of several years. Song Yu cast a somber glance at Bai Yi, inquiring, are you jesting, young master Bai? Given your current status in the Qi refinement stage, achieving the core formation stage, even with sufficient resources, would undeniably take a few years. Are you implying we should wait several years before taking action? To say nothing of years, I doubt we could even afford a few months. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao appeared somewhat uneasy. Currently at the returning to essence stage, he had spent 2.5 years transitioning from the Qi refinement stage to his present state. To contemplate a breakthrough to the core formation stage would require no less than 3 to 4 years. Bai Yi, however, merely waved his hand and said, as long as the Emperor Song provides me with ample resources, it will not take long. I believe a month will suffice. Upon hearing this, both Yang Xiao and Song Yu were taken aback. Song Yu furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had misheard. Are you suggesting that you can advance from Qi condensation to golden core in just a month? Bai Yi spoke softly, it won't even take a month. Upon hearing this, not only Yang Xiao and Song Yu, but even Shi furrowed her brows. Brother, do you think breaking through to the Dan realm is as simple as drinking water? Shi couldn't help but inquire. Bai Yu seemed to realize that his words had perhaps crossed a line, and he promptly inquired, is it truly difficult to advance to the core formation stage? The three individuals present were momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief silence, Song Yu replied, I can provide you with resources, but whether you can achieve the core formation stage ultimately rests upon your own efforts. You have only 1 month. At this moment, Song Yu discerned that Bai Yi was not merely showy, his boasting was also not to be underestimated. Reluctantly, having chosen him, Song Yu could only place his trust in Bai Yi. Nevertheless, regardless of whether Bai Yi reached the core formation stage by the end of the month, it was imperative to devise a way for him to seal that passage. He handed Bai Yi a ring, saying, inside, you will find sufficient resources, and your sword is also contained within. Upon uttering these words, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. For these were the very items he had brought from his previous location, treasures he had been reluctant to part with, and now he was about to give them away. He then shook his head with a smile, saying, I look forward to good news from young Master Bai in a month. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 48, Complete Sealing. Bai Yi spoke softly. Previously, my family, the Bai clan, was annihilated. However, some survived. I wish to implore the Song Emperor to dispatch someone to locate the remaining members of the Bai lineage. I aspire to restore the Bai clan, and furthermore, my senior sister has gone missing. I would like to request the Song Emperor's assistance in her search as well. He paused for a moment before continuing, of course. If it is inconvenient for the Song Emperor, I will not press the matter. I am capable of searching on my own, but I fear that without assistance, I may not reach the Jedon realm within a month's time. Song Yu's expression darkened. It was evident that Bai Yi was subtly threatening him. If he did not aid in the reconstruction of the Bai clan, Bai Yi would certainly use this as an excuse to refrain from taking action after a month. A flicker of anger crossed his mind, yet he nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, Bai Yi entered a fervent state of cultivation. With the resources provided by Song Yu, his progress was undeniably swift. Although he had previously possessed ample spiritual stones, the ones gifted by Song Yu were markedly superior. After several days, Song Yu sent word that they had located over a dozen survivors from the Bai clan, who were subsequently brought to the original Bai ancestral land. Although the new Bai clan remained somewhat disheveled, it now bore a semblance of vitality and presence. However, the prolonged search for Lung Qing yielded no results, leaving Bai Yi increasingly anxious. One day, Bai Yi ventured into the wooded area. After days of cultivation, he had reached the pinnacle of the Qi manipulation realm. Mastering his control, with his eyes gently closed, the crimson long sword in his hand trembled slightly. He was immersing himself in the understanding of the sword technique that could shatter the earth. Before acquiring the crimson sword, he had always wielded his fingers as a blade. Now that the crimson sword had returned to his possession, he sought to delve deeper into the essence of this sword art through it. Shi had once told him that this sword was extraordinary, having recognized him as its master. Initially, he had comprehended the sword's intent through this very blade. Perhaps this sword would allow him a more profound insight into that sword technique. He recalled Elder Sun mentioning that when this sword technique reached its pinnacle, every move could invoke the laws of the Great Tao. Although he was still oblivious to the nature of the Great Tao, he understood that it must be formidable. As his internal energy surged, the crimson sword emitted faint, melodious sword cries. With a single swing, a resonant sound reverberated across the heavens. As the sword was unleashed, a beam of sword light tore through the air, leaving devastation in its wake. All the trees vanished, and the ground bore a fissure nearly a yard wide where the sword light had passed. Observing the power unleashed by this strike, Bai Yi felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He recalled Shir stating that this earth-shattering technique, if perfected, could obliterate an entire border city. Yet, it seemed to fall short of such grandeur. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. The power of the laws. He had executed the strike devoid of this power. But what precisely was the power of the laws? After pondering for a considerable time without any revelation, he decided to return to his cultivation. He had now reached the peak of the Qi manipulation realm and must strive to break through to the Jidan realm. Within a pitch-black cave, Lung Qing moved swiftly with her long sword in hand. Before her stood a figure who appeared exceedingly disheveled, Hu Ren. At this moment, Hu Ren was in a state of utter frustration. Was this person unwell? For over 10 days, he had pursued her, journeying from the capital to Qifeng City, and then to Heifeng Forest, ultimately finding himself in this unfamiliar place. Yet, she continued to elude him, driving him to the brink of madness. At that moment, a terrifying aura surged towards him from ahead. A ferocious beast roar echoed, causing Hu Ren's expression to shift dramatically as he halted in his tracks. He had never been to this place before, nor had he ever heard of it. The menacing roar instilled a sense of danger within him, compelling him to cease his advance without hesitation. At that moment, Lung Qing also sensed the ominous presence and paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Just as he deliberated whether to retreat, the fearsome aura began to dissipate. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly charged forward with his sword drawn, heading straight for Hu Ren. Upon seeing Lung Qing's approach, Hu Ren bellowed, "Have you lost your mind?" He understood that this place was not to be trifled with, as it might harbor formidable beings. Engaging in combat here would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for both of them. Nevertheless, Lang Qing disregarded Hu Ren's warning and thrust his sword forward. Realizing that Lang Qing was intent on attacking, Hu Ren steeled his resolve and fled further ahead. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Hall, Song Yu wore a troubled expression. The seal had begun to show signs of cracking, and if this continued, it would likely break in a matter of days. Yet, there were still over 10 days remaining until Bai Yi's deadline, leaving him to question whether Bai Yi would indeed aid him in maintaining the seal. After all, if Bai Yi were to renege on their agreement, Song Yu would be utterly powerless. Regret washed over him as he reflected on his earlier decision. However, if Bai Yi chose not to assist in sealing the beast, the entire continent might face annihilation from the impending monstrous invasion. Surely, Bai Yi must consider the well-being of his kin and family, as he had shown considerable concern for them by enlisting Song Yu's help in their search and in the reconstruction of the Bai clan. With these thoughts, he felt a measure of reassurance. Nonetheless, the pressing issue remained. The seal had to endure until Bai Yi intervened. With a bitter smile, he retrieved an object from his possession. It resembled a box, shrouded in a shadowy gray hue that emanated faint wisps of black mist. As he gazed at it, a wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was this very object that had drawn the ire of various factions. Having nowhere to turn, he had concealed himself in this insignificant place, studying it for thousands of years without uncovering its true purpose. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he mused, perhaps this is fate. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Bai Yi has reached the pinnacle of the returning Dan stage. Yet he still falls slightly short of breaking into the Dan formation realm. Brother, this matter cannot be rushed. Your current speed is already extraordinary. You must understand that many individuals spend their entire lives without attaining the returning Dan stage. Yet you have achieved it in merely a month's time, and in the most remarkable manner. Shir gazed at Bai Yi with a playful glimmer in her eyes. Bai Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, I was too hasty. He paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, Shir, given my current capabilities, am I able to completely seal that passageway? He was acutely aware of the promise he had made to Song Yu, especially since he had benefited from it. Moreover, failing to seal that passageway entirely could pose a potential threat to the Bai family in the future. Shir pouted. Complete sealing? Brother, what gives you the audacity to claim such a thing? Did you not hear Song Yu mention it? It took several formidable warriors to seal it initially. And even that was not a complete seal. Do you truly believe that your current strength surpasses that of those formidable warriors? Bai Yi pondered for a moment and earnestly remarked, I believe it should be about right. Hearing Bai Yi's unwavering confidence, Shi was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, standing nearby, inquired with a peculiar expression, Junior brother Bai, your progress and cultivation over the past month has indeed been remarkable. Yet I can't help but feel that your newfound arrogance has escalated to an alarming degree. It's quite amusing that someone at the mere returning Dan stage feels utterly invincible. Upon hearing Yang Xiao's words, Bai Yi felt somewhat displeased. Brother Yang, may I inquire how long it takes to progress from the Qi Mastery realm to the returning Dan realm? Yang Xiao's expression darkened, and he ceased to engage with Bai Yi. He increasingly perceived that this junior brother could not be comprehended through conventional reasoning. Bai Yi perceived a slight discomfort in Yang's expression, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. In truth, senior brother Yang is quite remarkable, isn't he, Shi? Just as Shi was about to respond to Bai Yi, Song Yu entered the courtyard with measured steps. Chapter 49. A slightly dangerous notion. As Song Yu entered the courtyard, he scrutinized Bai Yi's current realm of cultivation. He was momentarily taken aback, though this astonishment quickly morphed into acceptance. Previously, when he had encountered Bai Yi, he had merely glanced at his realm, without any intention of thorough examination, thus failing to notice the distinctiveness of Bai Yi's cultivation compared to others. This time, he had come with the specific aim of discerning whether Bai Yi had indeed attained the golden core stage. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Bai Yi's realm was indeed unlike that of his peers. Nevertheless, the thought of Shi quelled his surprise. After all, she was no ordinary individual. This realization only deepened Song Yu's curiosity regarding Bai Yi's true identity. Bai Yi gazed curiously at the oddly pale-faced Song Yu and inquired, what troubles the sovereign of Song? Song Yu chuckled lightly. Oh, it's nothing. I am merely astonished by the depth of Bai Gongzi's cultivation. Bai Yi, with a hint of pride, tilted his head towards the sky and proclaimed, our cultivation knows no bounds. What then is the meaning of realms? Yang Xiao, his expression darkened, thought to himself, this Bai Jr. is about to start posturing again. Shi sighed softly. Brother, let us maintain a semblance of modesty. In the presence of others, your pretense is futile. They could easily extinguish your existence with a mere hand. Song Yu's countenance darkened, yet he did not succumb to anger. After all, youthfulness often comes with a dash of arrogance. Young Master Bai, I have thoroughly investigated the individuals who conspired against the Bai family. However, I am unable to ascertain the whereabouts of that young lady from the Zhao family. Song Yu found himself perplexed. Had it not been for that serpent-consuming Zhao Shuer, the situation would indeed seem suspicious. Yet, if the serpent had indeed devoured Zhao Shuer, why then did it spare Bai Yi? Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to glance at Shi. Shi furrowed her brow slightly and discreetly conveyed to Song Yu, I was not present at that time. It was not I who saved him. I am equally in the dark regarding the matter. Bai Yi hastily inquired, who is scheming behind our backs? Song Yu replied in a hushed tone, it is Lady Zhao, Dugu Xian. Bai Yi was somewhat taken aback. What was her intention in doing this? Song Yu shook his head. Her motives remain unclear. Should I send someone to eliminate her? In truth, once he discovered that it was Donggu Xian behind this mischief, he contemplated sending someone to deal with her. However, considering Bai Yi's position, he decided it prudent to inform him first and gauge his thoughts. Bai Yi waved his hand and said, I will handle it myself. Upon hearing this, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback. Handle it himself? The dozen or so assassins he had sent previously had failed to subdue that individual. Could this young master Bai truly manage it on his own? Even though his cultivation was significantly superior to that of the average person, he could not possibly contend with the peak master of the respectful realm. Could he? Just moments ago, when he had assessed Bai Yi's cultivation level, he had noted that Bai Yi had not yet reached the core formation stage. He was merely at the pinnacle of the returning Dan stage. Moreover, he had conducted an investigation into Du Gu Xian, who was rather enigmatic and seemed to share a similar origin to his own, possibly from the outside world. However, considering that Shi was present, he felt somewhat reassured. Might young master Bai first assist in sealing the beast domain passage? Bai Yi waved his hand, saying, there is no rush. I wish to visit the Zhao family first. I need to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Madame Zhao. Once this matter is resolved, I shall certainly accompany you to seal that passage. Song Yu's expression darkened. Was this fellow truly disinterested? Young Master Bai, the seal has begun to show signs of fracture. I fear it will not be long before it is completely undone. and the entire continent may be overrun by monstrous beasts. I am well aware of that. You need not worry, Sovereign Song, Bai Yi replied calmly. Sure chuckled playfully. Rest assured, Sovereign Song, my brother always keeps his promises. Reluctantly, Song Yu nodded. Then I shall wait a few more days. Once young Master Bai has settled matters with the Zhao family, I will return. Just as he turned to leave, Bai Yi called out to him. Sovereign Song, do you know the exact strength of the Zhao family? If I were to confront them alone, could I eliminate them? Upon hearing this, Song Yu stumbled slightly. You intend to annihilate the Zhao family? Ha! What a fanciful notion. He did not believe that Bai Yi could survive such an encounter alone, not to mention Madame Zhao. Even the other formidable members of the Zhao family would undoubtedly reduce Bai Yi to mere dust, although he did not possess exhaustive knowledge about the Zhao family. His investigations from the past few days had allowed him to surmise their formidable power, while it may not pose a significant threat to him. It was indeed quite daunting for Bai Yi. Shu's mouth fell open in astonishment. Brother, you claim you would destroy the Zhao family by yourself? It must be said. She increasingly felt that her brother had been growing rather arrogant lately, to even contemplate such a question. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Brother, I can't help but notice that your recent thoughts seem rather perilous, Shu remarked. Bai Yi was somewhat perplexed. Danger? What danger? Shu was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao had quietly withdrawn to the side. Song Yu forced a faint smile. In my view, if young Master Bai intends to annihilate the Zhao family, his current strength may still fall short. With a serious expression, Bai Yi stated, it's nothing, just a slight hurdle. I believe that with a bit of determination, there is still hope. Song Yu felt on the verge of despair. A bit of determination? Even if you ground your teeth to dust, you could not extinguish the Zhao family. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and merely cast an awkward glance at Shu. I shall make a trip to the Zhao family now. Upon my return, I will immediately reinforce the seals on the passage. With that, he strode purposefully towards the courtyard exit. Song Yu stood in a daze and turned to Shu, asking, didn't young Master Bai used to be more composed? He had intended to imply that Bai Yi had previously exhibited a modicum of wisdom, but he softened his words for fear of provoking Shu's ire. Shu, equally perplexed, mused inwardly, could it be that his recent training has muddled his mind? With this thought, she hastily called out to Bai Yi, brother, are you truly going to the Zhao family alone? Bai Yi chuckled softly, of course not. I intend to visit the Bai family to see how things have been on their end. He would certainly not venture alone into the Zhao family. After all, when Song Yu had eradicated numerous formidable forces, it was solely the Zhao family that remained unscathed, although he was uncertain about the underlying circumstances. He could surmise that the Zhao family was far from ordinary. To go alone would undoubtedly mean a one-way trip. His mention of visiting the Zhao family was merely a fade to maintain appearances. Upon hearing that Bai Yi was not headed to the Zhao family, Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Bai, over 20 survivors have returned to the Bai family. Moreover, the family has nearly been rebuilt. While it may not be as it once was, it stands comparably to many other families today. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi slightly bowed to Song Yu, expressing, I am truly grateful to you, Master Song. Without your assistance, the reconstruction of the Bai family would have taken an exceedingly long time. Bai Yi was genuinely appreciative of Song Yu. For, as he stated, without Song Yu's help, not only would the reconstruction of the Bai family have been a daunting task, but the formidable forces harboring animosity towards him would have caused him considerable distress. Although the situation with Songyun Academy and the Zhao family had yet to be resolved, it was already manageable compared to the past. Chapter 50. He is concerned seeing Bai Yi express his gratitude so earnestly made Song Yu feel somewhat uneasy. After all, he had initially maintained a cooperative stance towards Bai Yi, and at times, had not fully trusted him. Faced with Bai Yi's sincere thanks, he suddenly felt a bit awkward. There is no need for such formality, young Master Bai. In truth, I have always found their treatment of you rather distasteful. However, for certain reasons, I had refrained from intervening. Bai Yi chuckled softly. In that case, I shall first pay a visit to the Bai family. Once I am done, I will accompany you to inspect that seal. Previously, he had inquired about the seal from Shu, for he did not believe that his own proficiency in formations was sufficient to achieve a complete sealing. After all, the seals of several superlative experts from tens of thousands of years ago had only endured for a few millennia. Shu had reassured him, advising him not to overly worry and to do his utmost. Since she had spoken thus, he did not dwell on it too much. As Shu had said, as long as one gives their best effort, it suffices. Upon returning to the Bai family, Bai Yi was somewhat astonished by the sight before him. Just as Song Yu had mentioned, while it could not compare to the state before the incident, the rapid restoration within a mere month was indeed remarkable. The imposing black stone door remained, with a turquoise stone plaque hanging askew above it. The two powerful characters of Bai Jia were as familiar as ever. Gazing at the entrance, he was suddenly transported back several months, reminiscing about his childhood. Each time his second uncle took him out and returned, he would gaze deeply at this grand door. Beyond it, he could almost hear the calls of his adoptive father and the admonitions of his third uncle. Before he knew it, tears were streaming down Bai Yi's face. How he longed to step through the door and be met with the caring greetings of his adoptive father. The bustling activity of the Bai family's youth, and the warm, benevolent smile of his second uncle. In that moment, fear gripped him, preventing him from taking another step forward. He stood there quietly, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he returned to the five-star academy, his eyes still glistening with tears. Entering the courtyard, he sat on a stone bench, gazing up at the starry sky. He recalled his second uncle's words. Every night, the brightest star in the sky represents a loved one watching over you. They are always there, guarding you from above. He also remembered his adoptive father's counsel. One must learn to grow up, for only by doing so can one achieve their aspirations. Furthermore, he recollected his third uncle's assertion that a man need not strive to be exceptionally strong in the world but must act with integrity. In that moment, countless thoughts flooded his mind, lingering until the late hours of the night. Sure, in her room, gazed at Bai Yi, from dusk until midnight, silently observing without intruding. A bittersweet smile graced her lips. Indeed, such a life is quite pleasant, simple, with those who matter nearby, and those who care for oneself also close at hand. She glanced at Bai Yi, momentarily taken aback, for at that instant, he was looking at her as well. With a playful smile, she stepped out of her room and approached Bai Yi, sitting across from him. Brother, do you enjoy this tranquil life we now lead? Bai Yi appeared somewhat unnatural as he pondered. Do you believe we are living in tranquility now? With a soft sigh, he continued. From the annihilation of my family months ago to the mysterious fate of my master and senior sister, followed by our relentless pursuit. It is only in this past month that we have experienced any semblance of peace. Sher's eyes dimmed with sorrow. And what shall become of us after sealing that passage? After the sealing, I must return to the Zhao family to clarify the events that transpired, and thereafter seek out the ancient and unyielding Mu Xiu at Songyun Academy. As he spoke, Bai Yi's expression turned somewhat fierce. Moreover, there has been no word from senior sister Long. Her whereabouts remain a mystery. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Sher's countenance fell. Brother, I shall accompany you to seal the beast domain tomorrow. Without waiting for Bai Yi's response, she turned and walked toward her room. As Bai Yi regained his senses, he realized that Sher had already returned to her room. It was at this moment that he discerned something was amiss with her that evening, yet he dismissed it, contemplating that he would inquire about it another day when time permitted. The dawn's light began to unfold as Song Yu arrived in the courtyard. After some preparation and discussion, the group set forth towards the direction of the Black Wind Forest. Along the way, Bai Yi learned from Song Yu that the passageway they sought was, in fact, a dry well. The other end of this well led to the beast domain, a vast expanse of starry territory chronicled in ancient texts. This realm had been under the dominion of monstrous beasts since primordial times, teeming with creatures that had proliferated since antiquity. The oldest among these ancient beasts had existed for millions of years. Fortunately, the well connected to a desolate area within the beast domain, devoid of excessively powerful creatures. Upon reaching the depths of the Black Wind Forest, the group encountered a dry well not far ahead. The mouth of the well was approximately a zhang in circumference, surrounded by 8 stone pillars adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns. Above, 8 chains dangled, each as thick as an arm, their ends affixed to the tops of the pillars, intertwining to form an irregular shape. A meticulous examination revealed that the chains were riddled with fissures, appearing as though they could shatter at any moment. Song Yu's expression was grave. When he had visited a few days prior, those cracks had not been so pronounced. It was evident that the seal had loosened considerably in the intervening days. Bai Yi and Sher observed intently, with Sher feeling a sense of familiarity regarding the well's mouth, though she could not quite recall where she had encountered it before. Noticing Song Yu's grave expression, Bai Yi began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Although he had not dismissed the matter entirely, he had not given it the weight it deserved. In hindsight, he realized he had perhaps been overly confident, With his current mastery of formations, he could only comprehend the seal in a general sense. This thought darkened his countenance as he contemplated the difficulty of managing the situation. If such a complex seal could be breached, his present abilities were utterly inadequate for a permanent containment of this place. The memory of confidently assuring Songyu that he could handle it now made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Turning to Shir, he inquired, "What shall we do?" Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Songyu's expression soured even further. Initially, his intention had been to have Shir take action, not Bai Ye. Yet, Bai Ye's statement made him doubt the reliability of their plan. Shir frowned slightly and replied, "Brother, they invited you to assist, not me. Besides, my current strength is inferior to yours. How would I know what to do?" Her words nearly caused Songyu to stumble. It became evident that both siblings were equally unreliable, shattering the flicker of goodwill he had felt towards Bai Ye. "Young Master Bai, Miss Shir, please do not hesitate. Regardless of who takes action, the priority is to reinforce this seal." Bai Ye, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "I apologize, Sovereign Song. I underestimated this seal. It appears the situation is more complex than I initially thought. Please grant me a few days to conduct a thorough study." After speaking, he turned to Shir and suggested, "Shall we return and delve into our research for a few days?" Shir, with an air of indifference, nodded in agreement, then gestured towards Songyu, adding he might have reservations. Observing the peculiar dynamics between the siblings, Songyu felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration. After a moment of composure, he replied, "I fear that by the time you thoroughly investigate, this seal may very well have already been broken." Chapter 51. The Celestial Sealing Array. Bai Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Your Majesty, Song, I sincerely apologize. Is there perhaps another way to delay this for a few more days?" Songyu replied, "When I sought you out a month ago, I was already stalling. It is remarkable that we have managed to prolong it until now. Do you expect me to extend it further? If it were possible to keep delaying, would I even need to seek your assistance?" Seeing Songyu's anger, Shir leaned closer to Bai Ye and whispered, "Why not attempt a few formations? Is that feasible?" Bai Ye pondered. "Well, it's worth a try. After all, we have no other options at this moment." A moment later, Bai Ye's spirits lifted. "Your Majesty, Song. In that case, I shall proceed to seal this place. However, it may only be temporary. When I possess the power to achieve a complete sealing, I will return." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Songyu's expression softened slightly. "Then please, Master Bai, act swiftly." He was eager to waste not a single moment. Fearing that Master Bai might present unforeseen complications shortly, Bai Ye, without any unnecessary words, directly produced a substantial collection of spirit stones. One by one, he meticulously inscribed intricate and peculiar patterns upon these stones. After 2 hours, all 360 spirit stones were adorned with array inscriptions. Witnessing this, Songyu was somewhat astonished. In his previous encounters, arrays were a common subject, and there existed numerous formidable array masters. However, those array masters in his realm employed array flags in conjunction with directional forces to communicate the might of heaven and earth, thus forming various formations. Yet, he had never encountered anyone like Bai Ye, who utilized spirit stones to establish arrays. Before long, Bai Ye arranged the intricately inscribed spirit stones into an unusual pattern. Then, he infused it with his profound energy. As the energy coursed into the stones, they began to quiver slightly, emanating beams of golden light. The peculiar pattern formed by the spirit stones gradually transformed into a cascade of golden radiance. The brilliance intensified, eventually enveloping the entire Darkwind forest in a resplendent golden hue, exuding an unparalleled sanctity, akin to a celestial phenomenon descending from the heavens. Suddenly, the golden pattern began to drift towards the mouth of the well. As it covered the well's entrance, it pressed down gently and ultimately merged into the 8 chains. Concurrently, the countless cracks on the chains began to heal gradually. It must be said that Songyu was utterly astonished, murmuring incoherently, though his words were indecipherable. At this moment, Shir was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unreliable fellow would manifest such an extraordinary array. Having perused various array texts, she recognized this as the celestial sealing array documented within them. This formation, once activated, could encapsulate the heavens and the earth. However, what Bai Ye had inscribed was merely 1 foot of the celestial sealing array. Even so, it was enough to evoke astonishment. One could only imagine the terror if the entire grand formation were to be drawn. After completing this endeavor, Bai Ye felt somewhat drained. The foot of the formation consumed an immense amount of profound energy, Fortunately, he had only inscribed 1 foot, or he might have exhausted himself entirely. Lord Song, you can rest assured, there should be no issues in the near term. Sure hurried over to support the faltering Bai Yi. Young Master Bai, your expertise in arrays is indeed extraordinary. It has truly opened our eyes. I hope you will not hold our previous rudeness against us. Song Yu, filled with excitement, even offered a slight bow to Bai Yi. This left the onlookers with expressions of bewilderment. Bai Yi did not return to the courtyard, nor did he visit the Bai family again. Instead, he and Sure made their way to the Zhao residence. In truth, Bai Yi had attempted to dissuade Sure from following him, but she remained resolute. To be candid, Bai Yi felt a flicker of anxiety within him. After all, his abilities were still insufficient to garner the respect of others. Nevertheless, he was eager to unravel the mystery behind why Duguxian had sought to undermine the Bai family. After much contemplation, he resolved to pay a visit. Upon arriving at the Zhao estate with Sure, Bai Yi was once again engulfed in memories, the last moments shared with his second uncle, and the countless times spent with Shuai, entering and exiting the premises. Each scene felt as vivid as yesterday, simultaneously within reach and yet painfully distant. Suppressing his melancholic sentiments, he approached the grand entrance of the Zhao residence. Bai Yi, what brings you here? Inquired a servant of the Zhao family upon spotting the duo. I wish to see your mistress, Bai Yi replied. The servant scoffed. Humph. You think you can just see our mistress? Be gone. He attempted to push Bai Yi away, but Bai Yi was quicker. Lunging forward and delivering a punch to the servant's chest, he stepped over the fallen servant and strode into the Zhao courtyard. At that moment, a voice thundered. Who dares to act so recklessly? As the words fell, an elderly man approached Bai Yi with measured steps. Bai Yi recognized him as Zhao Yu, the elder of the Zhao family. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Zhao Yu froze momentarily. It's you? Indeed, it is I. I demand to see your mistress. Bai Yi replied coldly. Zhao Yu's patience wore thin. She is not here. You should leave. Not here. In truth, Zhao Yu harbored intentions of eliminating Bai Yi. But the mistress had instructed him to avoid trouble during this period. Thus, he suppressed his fury and merely wished to dismiss Bai Yi. Not here? You would do well to leave at once, he added, his tone icy. Bai Yi, incensed by these words, drew his crimson sword and thrust it toward Zhao Yu. Sure, witnessing Bai Yi's sudden aggression, felt bewildered. Had his recent breakthroughs inflated his ego? Zhao Yu, observing the abrupt attack, felt a flicker of anger in his eyes. He swiftly struck toward Bai Yi with an open palm. The sword's tip aimed directly at Zhao Yu's hand, yet it failed to penetrate, being repelled by the force of his blow. Do not be foolish, otherwise, do not blame me for taking advantage of your youth, Zhao Yu warned. It was evident he had restrained his strength. Otherwise, Bai Yi would have been gravely injured. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yu, Bai Yi's strike had been executed with nonchalance. Lacking the full force he was capable of, Bai Yi refrained from unnecessary words. Since the battle had begun, there was no room for retreat. Once again, he thrust his sword toward Zhao Yu, but this strike was far from casual. In an instant, the surrounding air was violently torn apart, and a faint golden sword light shot forth, piercing directly toward Zhao Yu. Observing this attack, Zhao Yu felt a flicker of surprise. It must be acknowledged that this strike was several times more powerful than the previous one. Although somewhat astonished, he still did not deem it worthy of concern. In a manner reminiscent of his earlier attack, he unleashed a palm strike that stirred the surrounding air, forming a faint black vortex that bore down on Bai Yi. As the dark vortex collided with the golden sword light, a thunderous explosion erupted. Bai Yi was forced back by several feet, but managed to steady himself. Witnessing this, Zhao Yu's expression turned grave. Though he had not exerted his full strength in that palm strike, it could have severely injured an average practitioner at the returning dance stage, if not killed them outright. Yet, Bai Yi had only been pushed back a short distance, indicating that while he was at the returning dance stage, his prowess likely rivaled that of the core dance stage. With this realization, Zhao Yu decided to hold nothing back, unleashing a full-strength palm strike towards Bai Yi. Chapter 52. Time for the grand move. As this powerful strike was executed, the sky above the Zhao residence darkened ominously, as if obscured by clouds. Multiple faint black vortices surged forward to crush Bai Yi. The sheer pressure made Bai Yi feel unsteady, like a solitary boat in a stormy sea, on the verge of being engulfed by the overwhelming force. However, faced with this terrifying blow, Bai Yi remained calm, centering his thoughts and slowly closing his eyes. He sought to comprehend the nature of this formidable pressure. He had always felt that his sword lacked a certain power. In this moment, the oppressive force seemed to reveal to him what he was missing, a resolute heart in the face of life and death, and a deeper understanding of power. With that thought, he gradually opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of determination flashing within them. Suddenly, he unleashed his sword. With a resonant hum, the sound of the sword echoed. As the sword's cry rang out, the terrifying pressure from Zhao Yu's attack began to dissipate rapidly. And even the dark sky above gradually brightened. Zhao Yu was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? At that moment, Bai Ye's sword was already upon him. Disregarding the overwhelming pressure, in the blink of an eye, the sword and palm met. A more formidable force erupted outward, causing several buildings within the Zhao estate to disintegrate into dust, while Zhao Yu was violently thrown back, only coming to a stop upon crashing into a stone wall, leaving a distinct imprint of a person upon the surface. Simultaneously, Bai Yi was also propelled back several feet, nearly exiting the Zhao family courtyard. A trickle of blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Despite being wounded in this clash, Bai Yi smiled. Now he has gained an understanding of his own strength. Under full exertion, he is capable of contending with formidable masters of the condensing sea realm. When combined with formations, he believes he could effortlessly vanquish an ordinary practitioner of the condensing sea realm. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile graced his lips. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the Zhao family's courtyard. Boldly, before the person even arrived, their voice resonated, prompting a hint of scorn to appear on Zhao Yu's face. He recognized that the speaker was none other than Zhao Quan, another elder of the Zhao family. A formidable presence at the third tier of the breaking sea realm. Bai Ye's countenance darkened upon seeing the newcomer, for he could discern from the very aura that this individual undoubtedly surpassed Zhao Yu in strength. Yet, he felt no fear, for he possessed a teleportation array. If he could not contend, he could certainly flee. Zhao Quan fixed a cold gaze upon Bai Yi, remarking, "I wondered who had the audacity to approach. It turns out to be the young master of the Bai family. Huh? Do you believe you inflicted insufficient harm upon your own family? Or do you simply tire of living?" Bai Yi spoke softly. "I have come today solely to meet your lady and to comprehend the reasons behind the treachery that befell my family." Zhao Quan surveyed the shattered remnants of several houses around him and coldly remarked, "To me, it seems you have come to provoke the Zhao family." Before Bai Yi could respond, he continued, "Since you are here, you might as well stay." With that, a colossal axe materialized in his hand. An artifact of the mysterious tier, its surface shimmering with a serpentine azure glow that sent shivers down one's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the massive axe towards Bai Yi. As it sliced through the air, the atmosphere crackled ominously, and streaks of azure light danced menacingly, as if the very fabric of space was about to be cleaved apart. Witnessing the impending strike, Bai Ye's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily raised his sword in defense. But it was a moment too late. The axe's blow struck him, sending him hurtling back 100 feet, where he landed and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Shir rushed to Bai Ye's side, asking anxiously, "Brother, are you all right?" Bai Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, declaring, "I can still endure. This old man truly possesses some tricks." As he spoke, he slowly rose to his feet. Shir, move back a bit. Brother is about to unleash a formidable attack." Shir promptly nodded and ran to a distance. "Old man, prepare to receive this sword strike." With that, an immense surge of profound energy coursed through him, continuously flowing into his sword. In that moment, even the surrounding profound energy and the essence of the heavens and earth began to converge toward Bai Ye's sword. Witnessing this, Zhao Quan's expression shifted to one of gravity, mingled with a hint of confusion. Logically, Bai Yi was merely at the returning Dan realm. How could he possibly harness the essence of the heavens? Although this strike took him by surprise, it was merely a slight astonishment. With a resounding howl, a colossal sword manifested above Bai Yi, causing the very sky to tremble at its appearance. The giant sword radiated a faint golden light, distorting the surrounding space ever so slightly at that moment. Shir, observing this spectacle, could not help but muse, what a terrifying sword strike. This power may well transcend this realm. On the opposite side, Zhao Quan's initial surprise transformed into sheer shock upon witnessing this. He felt an impending sense of danger. This strike was potentially lethal. His expression changed drastically as he swung his massive axe with all his might, attempting to counter this life-threatening blow. Just then, another elder emerged onto the scene, wielding a curved blade and standing with an air of arrogance. It was Zhao Shengtian of the Zhao clan, a formidable figure at the third tier of the sovereign realm. As Bai Ye's fearsome sword descended, Zhao Shangtian swung his curved blade with lethal intent. The radiant sword light of Bai Yi shattered instantaneously, and the formidable aura, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, was effortlessly dismantled by Zhao Shangtian's single stroke. Bai Yi was forcefully repelled 100 feet away, halting with his body drenched in blood, numerous deep wounds exposing bone, and continuously bleeding. Lying prostrate on the ground, Bai Yi managed a bitter smile. Not only did they bully the weak with their numbers, but the Zhao family truly had no shame. Suddenly, he realized a troubling fact. If the opposing force was significantly stronger than he might not even have the opportunity to activate the teleportation array to escape. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he acknowledged that strength was indeed paramount. Zhao Xingtian clearly intended to offer Bai Yi no respite. Charging at him once more with a blade, a flurry of sword light aimed at Bai Yi, tearing the very fabric of space as it passed. Observing this, Shirshi's face darkened momentarily, preparing to intervene. However, Song Yu abruptly appeared before Bai Yi, waving his sleeve to dissipate the onslaught of sword light. He then urged, "Leave at once." With that, he whisked Bai Yi and Shir away, vanishing from the scene. By the time Zhao Xingtian and Zhao Quan arrived, the place was utterly deserted. They had fled. Who had come to his rescue? Song Yu returned with the two to a secluded courtyard within the 5-star academy, where Bai Yi lay gravely injured and unconscious. After placing Bai Yi in a room, Song Yu turned to Shir and inquired, "Why did you not intervene? Are you not concerned he might be killed?" Shir sighed softly. "It is not that I do not wish to intervene. It is that I cannot. Unless he faces a life-threatening crisis, I would have acted had you been a moment later." Song Yu, perplexed, asked, "Why is that?" Shir regarded him earnestly. "Because I may only be able to act once." Song Yu's confusion deepened. "Only once?" Shir cast a disdainful glance at him. "Even if I can act but once, it would suffice to eliminate his immediate concerns." She emphasized, "At the very least, I would resolve any threats to him on this continent, including that old wretch." Skeptical, Song Yu glanced at Shir but refrained from voicing his doubts. Chapter 53. Advising Director Kanglin. After leaving, Song Yu made his way to Tsangyun Academy, where he encountered Kanglin and Mu Xiao in the Tsangyun Hall. Addressing them, he said, "You should not have made an enemy of Bai Yi." Kanglin replied solemnly, "I never anticipated matters would escalate to this extent." Initially, he had not regarded Bai Yi as a significant threat, but as events unfolded, he increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Mu Xiao, with a grim expression, inquired, "Is it possible to ascertain Bai Yi's true origins?" Having conducted a discreet investigation into Bai Yi following recent occurrences, he could only discern that he had been rescued by Bai Linzhen over a decade ago. With no further information available, Song Yu stated, "You must be aware of the woman beside him, yes? According to my recent findings, the woman currently at Bai Yi's side is not the same one Elder Mu Xiao had previously encountered." Mu Xiao, puzzled, asked, "Not her?" Song Yu continued, "From my investigations, it appears that the 3 members of the Tang family who attacked Bai Yi did not actually kill him. Rather, it was that woman who employed a certain formation to deceive the 3. As he spoke, he glanced at the 2 individuals and continued, "After that, the woman vanished." Which means that for the subsequent several days, Bai Yi was alone. It was only on the day of the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment examination that the woman beside him appeared. Song Lan suddenly inquired, "Is it possible to ascertain the origins of this woman?" Song Yu shook his head. "No, it is as if she materialized out of thin air." Previously, at the Qingyun sect, she claimed to be from the Lin family of Sanhe Town. However, according to my investigation, the Lin family in Sanhe Town ceased to exist several years ago. Song Lan seemed to ponder something and asked, "Could this woman have come from outside?" Song Yu nodded. "Not only is she from outside, but I suspect she forcefully tore through the Great Formation to enter here not long ago. The Beast Desire passage of the Tsangyun continent was sealed by several powerful beings, and along with the continent itself, it was locked away, meaning that outsiders must obtain permission to enter. The Elder of Creation is the guardian of this land, and thus, anyone wishing to leave or enter must do so with the Elder's consent. However, someone previously did not locate the Elder of Creation and instead forcefully ripped the formation to arrive here, yet did not face punishment from the Elder. This indicates that the strength of the individual who entered is undoubtedly superior to that of the Elder of Creation." Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Song Lan's expression grew grim. If that woman is indeed beside Bai Yi, then, he suddenly remembered something, could the mysterious individuals from not long ago have been summoned by her? Upon hearing this question, Song Yu's expression became slightly uneasy, but he quickly regained his composure. It should be, perhaps. Song Lan's face darkened further. What should we do now? Song Yu smiled faintly. It is not about what we should do, but rather what you should do. Do not include me in your ranks. Song Lan, surprisingly, attempted to draw him to his side. How could that be possible? After all, he had expended considerable effort to cultivate a rapport with Bai Yi and would never switch to the opposing side. Song Lan awkwardly said, I implore you, Emperor Song, to point us in the right direction. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu remarked, continuing to oppose Bai Yi is certainly not an option. Since we cannot be adversaries, we must seek to befriend him. Song Lan's face fell. He had once targeted Bai Yi mercilessly and had even rallied all factions against him. Reflecting on this, he could not help but shake his head and smile ruefully. Mu Xiao suddenly suggested, Director, perhaps we should flee. Song Yu could not suppress a chuckle. Flee? Do you believe you can leave without the Elder of Creation's permission? Or do you think you can tear through the formation as that woman did? Song Lan asked in confusion, Is the Elder of Creation not present? Song Yu sighed, If I could find the Elder of Creation, I would not have gone through such lengths to request Bai Ye's assistance. Regardless, with my abilities, I have searched for half a month without success. Perhaps Director Tsong might be able to locate him. As he pondered this, he continued, Even if you manage to find him, if that woman beside Bai Yi does not allow you to leave, do you truly believe you can escape? Mu Xiao appeared somewhat skeptical. Has the Emperor Song ever witnessed that woman's capabilities? Song Yu looked at Mu Xiao with confusion. No, not at all. Mu Xiao pressed on. Then the Emperor Song has no understanding of her strength. Previously, you mentioned that she might have torn apart the Grand Formation herself, but that was merely conjecture. Perhaps she is simply an ordinary woman. Hearing Mu Xiao's flawed reasoning, Song Yu sighed. Indeed, one cannot engage in discourse with a fool. I recall that Song Lan possessed some intellect in the past, but now. Previously, he had wondered why Song Lan was behaving so strangely this time. Now he understood it was due to the constant presence of someone like Mu Xiao. He had initially intended to discuss the situation with him, hoping to facilitate a reconciliation with Bai Yi, which would benefit everyone involved and perhaps allow him to return to that place in the future. However, Mu Xiao's remarks left him speechless, leading him to think, why should I concern myself with them? As long as I maintain a good relationship with Bai Yi, that suffices. What had begun as a good intention had resulted in being perceived as a fool. With that thought, Song Yu forced a smile. Perhaps you are right, Elder Mu. In that case, I shall take my leave. Please, continue. He turned to depart, but Song Lan called out to him, Emperor Song, do you think that woman is strong? Song Yu chuckled, not strong at all. She is merely an ordinary person. My previous assumptions were unfounded. Song Lan fell silent, contemplating how to foster a good relationship with Bai Yi. After a prolonged silence, Song Lan unexpectedly voiced, how can one build a rapport with Bai Yi? This surprised Song Yu, and Mu Xiao was even more astonished. Mu Xiao urgently inquired, why would you wish to befriend him? If Song Lan seeks to cultivate a relationship with Bai Yi, it is Mu Xiao he should fear most. After all, it was he who orchestrated the previous actions of Song Yun Academy against Bai Yi. Thus, even if Bai Yi were to spare Song Yun Academy, he would certainly not forgive Mu Xiao. This realization intensified Mu Xiao's anxiety. Director, we need not fear Bai Yi, even if he possesses power behind him. This continent ultimately bows to Song Yun Academy. Song Lan disregarded Mu Xiao and focused on Song Yu. Emperor Song, show us the way. Song Yu chuckled, sensing that Song Lan had not entirely lost his wits. Cultivating goodwill with Bai Yi is not particularly difficult. It hinges on the sincerity of your intentions. I must caution you, however, Bai Yi is notoriously hard to satisfy. Song Lan hesitated. What if the cost is too steep? Song Yu laughed heartily. It seems that Director Tsong has yet to fully contemplate this matter. Mu Xiao retorted. Is Emperor Song's counsel to us in forging a bond with Bai Yi driven by ulterior motives? At that moment, Song Yu felt the urge to reprimand him, but managed to restrain himself. Thinking to himself, he realized that continuing the conversation with this fool would only lead to his own folly. After hearing Mu Xiao's words, Song Lan hesitated even more. He turned to Song Yu and inquired, Lord Song, what advantages might we gain from cultivating a friendship with Bai Yi? Initially, Song Yu intended to disregard the two, allowing them to remain foolish in their ignorance. However, upon reflecting on his past acquaintance with the former dean of Song Yun Academy, he sighed. Did not the former dean Song wish to uncover the truth regarding his master? Chapter 54. The master of Tsong Lan, the previous dean of Song Yun Academy, Lin Feng, was also Tsong Lan's master, having come from outside. Like Song Yu, He had fled to this place to escape pursuers. Centuries ago, Lin Feng was relentlessly hunted by several formidable foes when he fortuitously encountered the Elder of Transformation. Upon learning of Lin Feng's plight, the Elder offered to bestow upon him a fortune. In his severely injured state, Lin Feng had no choice but to heed the Elder's counsel. Subsequently, the Elder transported Lin Feng to the Tsungyun continent, where, after several years, Lin Feng joined Tsungyun Academy. His formidable prowess led to his selection as the next dean by the then current head. Shortly thereafter, turmoil erupted across the Tsungyun continent, resulting in the demise of the sitting dean as he sought to quell the unrest. Lin Feng avenged his predecessor's death with his immense strength, restoring peace and eventually becoming the new dean. Under Lin Feng's stewardship, the Tsungyun continent experienced an era of tranquility and prosperity, arguably the most stable period in thousands of years. However, this idyllic state did not endure. Several decades ago, a catastrophic event transpired. Hundreds of powerful individuals on the Tsungyun continent were slaughtered overnight, all by a flying dagger. Strangely, the continent returned to tranquility shortly thereafter. After ascending to the position of dean, Song Lan investigated this matter, discovering that the assailant who had slain the hundreds originated from outside. The motivations behind these killings, however, remained shrouded in mystery. All that was known was that a mysterious man wielding a flying dagger had been responsible. Master? The thought of his master dimmed Song Lan's gaze. At the age of 3, he had wandered the streets, unaware of his parentage or whether he would survive, relying on begging for sustenance. There were often stretches of 5 or 6 days without food, a harsh existence he endured for 5 or 6 years. During this time, despair consumed him as he witnessed other children being cherished by their fathers and attended to by their mothers, enjoying warm meals. He often harbored deep resentment toward his parents for abandoning him to such a life. Countless times, he contemplated ending his own life to escape the relentless torment. Each time he went days without a morsel, his sense of hopelessness deepened, lamenting the unfairness of the world. Yet, despite his aversion to such a life and his yearning for liberation, he persevered. It was only through surviving that he found an opportunity to alter his fate. One day, as on countless others, he begged on the streets, met only with indifferent gazes. To him, even a kind glance was a luxury. That day was akin to the ones preceding it, with no one offering him a single coin. Gently stroking his flat belly, he slowly made his way toward a dilapidated thatched cottage. At that moment, a figure stood before him, and as he looked up, he was momentarily frozen by the warm smile that greeted him. This was the very expression he had longed for, and now it was bestowed upon him by another. Staring at the person, he found himself entranced. "Uncle, could you spare me some food?" He stammered, unsure of what to say, yet instinctively uttering those words. Since his childhood, he had repeated this phrase countless times, accompanied by another, "I'm sorry." These two sentences had been the refrain of his existence. The person's smile grew even more endearing. "Come, let me take you to eat." Upon hearing this, his body stiffened, and he began to tremble. No one had ever spoken such words to him before. Each time he had asked, "Could I have something to eat?" the response was always a curt "Get lost." In disbelief, he asked, "Really?" "Of course it's true." With this affirmation, his excitement surged. The person then led him to a bun shop, the very establishment he had passed by countless times, not because he could obtain a meal there, but rather to savor the enticing aroma of the buns. He devoured more than a dozen before pausing, feeling a pang of embarrassment as he glanced at the man. "Have I eaten too much?" The man chuckled softly. "Not at all. Just eat until you're full." He nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm full now." The man gently patted his head. "What is your name? How old are you?" Feeling a twinge of sadness, he replied, "I don't have a name. Everyone calls me Little Beggar." The man looked slightly puzzled. "What about your family?" "I've been alone since I was little." "I have no family." At that moment, he desperately wished to ask the man if he could take him in. However, he understood boundaries. The gift of food was already more than he could have hoped for. He dared not wish for more. After a moment of contemplation, the man asked, "Would you like to come with me?" Surprised, he stared at the man. "You want to take me with you? Why are you being so kind to me?" Tears began to brim in his eyes. The man wiped away his tears gently. "There is no reason. I simply believe that a sensible child like you deserves a better fate." He nodded eagerly. "I'm willing." The man chuckled again. "Good. However, you must promise me that you won't cry anymore. A little man should not weep." Quickly, he used his sleeve to dry his eyes. "I won't cry again." The man then took him to Tsungyun Academy, where he bestowed upon him the name Kanglin and accepted him as his disciple. Over the following years, The man treated him as his own, and he devoted himself to diligent cultivation, growing ever more sensible, his heart filled with gratitude for his master. Master, I have broken through to the sea-breaking realm. The voice was imbued with an overwhelming sense of excitement and pride, accompanied by profound gratitude. The individual chuckled in astonishment, acknowledging that Lon Air had indeed not disappointed his mentor. Master, I am deeply thankful for your guidance and teachings over the years. As he reminisced about the moment he first encountered his master, his eyes became moist with emotion. This marked the first time he had shed tears since he had promised his master. The master gazed at the tearful Lon Air and inquired, "How did you vow to be my disciple?" Quickly wiping the corners of his eyes, he replied, "I shall always remember." The master smiled gently, assuring him, "I harbor no intentions of reproach." Lon Air clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, acknowledging, "I understand." Thus, years passed in tranquil succession. However, life rarely unfolds without turbulence. Eventually, an unforeseen event transpired. On what began as a serene day, the entirety of the Tsangyun continent became agitated. For the previous night had witnessed the slaughter of hundreds of formidable warriors, including Lon Air's master. No one knew who was responsible. Investigations revealed that the assailant had wielded a flying dagger. After the massacre, the perpetrator vanished as if they had never existed. Lon Air stood vigil beside his master's lifeless body, refraining from tears, merely keeping watch. He remained in this position for several days, uttering not a single word, nor moving a muscle. Yet, in his mind, memories of every moment spent with his master replayed incessantly. He silently vowed that one day he would avenge his master. Thoughts of his mentor left Lon Air in a state of confusion. For decades, he had sought to uncover the identity of the assailant, but alas, he had found not a single clue. Consequently, he speculated that the individual may have departed from this realm. Song Yu observed Lon Air's bewilderment and suggested, "Perhaps Bai Yi can assist you." Upon hearing this, Lon Air turned sharply towards Song Yu, questioning him. Song Yu nodded, "Even if he cannot, the woman accompanying him surely can." Lon Air hesitated. "How can I trust them?" Song Yu shook his head with a smile. "To find the one you seek, you must leave this continent. Besides seeking the Elder of Creation, that woman may possess the ability to facilitate your departure." Wu Xiao noticed Lon Air's wavering resolve and urged, "We could capture Bai Yi and his companion, compelling them to lead us out." Song Yu looked at Mu Xiao in surprise, raising his thumb in approval. "I believe Elder Mu's plan is viable." With that, he turned and walked away, genuinely somewhat apprehensive of Mu Xiao. After Song Yu's departure, Lon Air remained silent for a long while. "Elder Mu, you may go." Chapter 55, Breakthrough in Swordsmanship. Chapter 56, What secrets lie ahead? Sure observed Bai Yi's sword and suddenly felt like a burden, with that sword in hand. Bai Yi was invulnerable to danger. Shaking her head with a wry smile, she approached Bai Yi, asking, "How are you? Are you all right?" Bai Yi smiled broadly. "I'm not going to die yet." In the distance, Mu Xiao fixated on Bai Yi's sword, his expression grave. He had heard that the sword would automatically protect its master, but he never anticipated its formidable power. The previous flash of sword light had left him utterly astonished. Had he not unleashed his full strength, he would likely have been slain. What manner of sword was this? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Could it be that Song Yu's words held truth? This thought instilled a flicker of retreat within him, yet reason swiftly admonished him against it. Even if he withdrew now, Bai Yi would undoubtedly hunt him down in the future. By then, he might not stand a chance against him, especially with Bai Yi already gravely injured. Though the sword could defend its master, could it also protect the woman beside him? With this thought, Mu Xiao's face contorted into a menacing snarl. He decided to take a gamble. Unable to slay Bai Yi, he would first eliminate the woman beside him. He then unleashed a fierce punch, targeting not Bai Yi but Sure. Despite being gravely wounded, the power behind his punch was terrifying. With this strike, the space within several dozen feet around Mu Xiao trembled slightly. Suddenly, numerous spatial rifts emerged, emanating a fearsome pressure. At the same time, dark blades of space shot forth, engulfing the entire horizon in an instant. Mu Xiao sneered menacingly, "Die, all of you." As his words fell, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Countless spatial blades flew towards Sure. Witnessing this scene, both Bai Yi and Sure's expressions changed drastically. Bai Yi promptly embraced Sure tightly, discerning that the strike was aimed at her. Had it been directed at himself, the sword might have been triggered. However, with Sure as the target, he could not ascertain whether it would still activate, and he dared not take that gamble. Sure, taken aback by Bai Ye's fierce embrace, found herself momentarily immobilized. She had been prepared to counterattack, yet was caught off guard by her brother's protective hold. Instead of feeling resentment, she experienced a surge of emotion. Having been a maid since childhood, no one had ever treated her with such care, aside from her grandfather, even though the madam had always been kind. The affection stemming from a master-servant relationship paled in comparison to Bai Ye's devotion. Lost in thought, she gazed at Bai Ye, whispering, "Brother, you will die? I am unafraid." "Why?" "Because you are my sister." Sure gently closed her eyes. It was evident that once Bai Ye had embraced her, she had missed her chance to retaliate. Even if she attempted to strike back now, she might not be able to fully deflect the blow. With this realization, Sure managed a bittersweet smile and said, "Brother, in the next life, I still wish to be your sister." Bai Ye nodded earnestly, declaring his intention to be her brother. The two exchanged smiles. In an instant, numerous dark spatial blades surged toward them. Just as these ominous blades were about to strike, a furious voice rang out. "Stop!" A terrifying pressure enveloped the scene, and a figure materialized before Bai Ye and his companion, Song Lan. Upon witnessing Song Lan's arrival, Mu Xiu's expression stiffened momentarily, only to contort into a more sinister grimace. He could no longer hold back. With that, he resolved to bring ruin to all. Mu Xiu's attacks grew increasingly ferocious and frenzied. Observing this, Song Lan's expression darkened significantly. Their strengths were nearly equal, and if Mu Xiu was determined to fight to the death, Song Lan would likely struggle to withstand such a dreadful blow. Even if he managed to endure it, he would surely suffer grave injuries. Contemplating this, he hesitated over whether to intervene. Just as he wavered, Mu Xiu's assault commenced. Countless dark spatial blades swiftly engulfed Song Lan, Bai Ye, and Sure. As he beheld the three consumed by the blades, Mu Xiu erupted into maniacal laughter. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The myriad dark spatial blades began to shatter slowly. Moments later, all the blades disintegrated and vanished, revealing a figure before Bai Ye and the others. It was Song Yu. How is this possible? Mu Xiu was taken aback, fully aware of the terrifying power behind his previous strike. Yet, such a formidable blow had been effortlessly dissipated by Song Yu. A chilling thought brewed in his mind. You are not at the sovereign level. You have surpassed the sovereign realm." His voice trembled, his face etched with terror. At that moment, even Bai Ye and the others were rendered speechless, particularly Song Lan. He had never regarded Song Yu with any significance. In his view, it was inconceivable for this land to harbor a being surpassing the sovereign level. He was acutely aware of the horror contained within Mu Xiu's strike. Had he been forced to endure it, he would have been severely injured. Yet, Song Yu had effortlessly neutralized that attack. The shock that Song Yu instilled in him was truly profound and unsettling. Bai Ye and his companion, tightly embraced, turned their gazes toward Song Yu. Bai Ye could not help but swallow hard. So, the Song Emperor is truly formidable, he thought, reflecting on how he had previously been somewhat unfriendly towards him. As this realization dawned upon him, a chill unexpectedly surged from within his heart. Song Yu offered a subtle smile. Indeed, there are even more formidable individuals. At that moment, Song Lan regarded Bai Ye, who was tightly holding on to Sure, with a look of incredulity. Is he taking advantage of the situation? Why is he holding on so tightly when everything is fine? Are they truly just siblings? Observing Song Lan's puzzled expression, Bai Ye felt a bit uncertain. He instinctively tightened his embrace, casting a wary glance at Song Lan. What are you planning to do? Song Yu turned to Mu Xiu, who was across from him. Elder Mu, I have stated before that as long as I am here, no one shall dare lay a hand on young Master Bai. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiu felt an urge to curse. What nonsense! Why didn't you say that earlier? What shocked Mu Xiu even further was what followed. No sooner had Song Yu finished speaking than Song Lan immediately echoed, "And I too. No one shall touch young Master Bai while I am present." Mu Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood, angrily pointing at the two. "You two are utterly shameless. I, Mu Xiu, have completely had enough of this." With that, he turned and fled. Seeing Mu Xiu attempt to escape, Song Yu was about to give chase, but Bai Ye stopped him. "I shall avenge today's grievances in the future." Song Lan hurried to Bai Ye's side. "Young Master Bai, allow me to escort you home to recuperate." Bai Ye gazed at Song Lan with a peculiar expression, pondering the oddity of the situation. Were these individuals not intent on his demise? What performance was unfolding today? Noticing Bai Ye's strange demeanor, Song Yu quickly interjected, "Young Master Bai, please return to tend to your injuries. Once you have healed, I shall reveal a secret to you." "What secret?" Bai Ye inquired. Yet Song Yu remained silent. And Bai Yi chose not to press further. Shi assisted him back to the small courtyard, where Yang Xiao regarded the gravely injured Bai Yi with astonishment. Junior brother Bai, have you been bested again? Upon hearing Yang Xiao's remark, Shi shot him an annoyed glance. Meanwhile, Song Lan felt a twinge of discomfort. The trio exchanged few words before taking their leave. Has the dean made a decision? Song Yu asked Song Lan as they walked. Song Lan sighed softly. As long as we can locate the one who harmed our master, conceding once is a small price to pay. His expression turned somewhat unnatural. Song Emperor, are you truly above the realm of the master? Song Yu chuckled. Is that so surprising? What does it take to reach such heights? A secret. Song Lan narrowed his eyes. Are you contemplating action? Noticing Chong Lan's narrowed gaze, Song Yu felt a flicker of displeasure. Song Lan's countenance darkened slightly. No. I was merely reflecting on how we saved Bai Yi. He ought to remember this favor. Song Yu paused, then laughed heartily. Dean Song, it was I who rescued him. What do you have to do with it? I must remind you, at times your indecisiveness hinders your progress. Song Lan wished to argue further. But Song Yu had already turned and vanished from sight. After a moment of silence, Song Lan also departed, within the confines of his room. But he tended to his wounds while meticulously recalling his battle with Mu Xiu. This encounter had proven immensely beneficial. Not only had his understanding of the void array patterns deepened, but his comprehension of the sword arts had also become more profound. He remained curious about the void array patterns. Although he could inscribe them, it was merely a replication of what he had gleaned from texts. It was akin to a painter imitating a model, yet, even so, the patterns he inscribed were fearsome. If he were to fully grasp the principles and intricacies of those patterns, would he not defy the heavens? Indeed, the paths to enlightenment are myriad, each shrouded in mystery. If only Shang-Er were here, he could pose his questions to her. Reflecting on Yun Shan, Bai Ye's eyes dimmed with concern. Are you well? You must wait for me. With a low sigh, he retracted his thoughts and continued his healing process. Days later, Bai Ye's wounds have completely healed, and he has made further progress in his cultivation. He is now perhaps only a single opportunity away from reaching the Dan formation stage. Bai Yi entered the courtyard and found Shi seated on a stone bench, lost in thought. Shi, what occupies your mind? Upon hearing Bai Yi's voice, Shi momentarily paused, then shook her head with a gentle smile. It is nothing. Have your injuries healed? Yes, they have, replied Bai Yi, taking a seat opposite Shi. Shi, I now feel that my understanding has reached the pinnacle of the returning Dan realm. Yet, I find myself unable to break through. What could be the reason for this? After a moment of contemplation, Shi responded. Perhaps it is simply a matter of awaiting the right opportunity. In the early stages of cultivation, as long as one has ample resources and puts in the effort, breakthroughs come easily. However, as one progresses, mere diligence is insufficient. At times, enlightenment and experience are required for advancement. Bai Yi felt a tinge of confusion. How does one comprehend this realm? Poem smiled gently. Shall we take a stroll outside? Bai Yi nodded, and the two of them rose to walk into the distance. Along the way, Shi inquired, Brother, do you enjoy your current life? Bai Yi felt somewhat perplexed by Shi's sudden question. What's the matter, Shi? Shi blinked playfully and replied, it's nothing really. Just a casual question. Bai Yi sighed softly, expressing his earnest desire to grow stronger swiftly in order to rescue Shang. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of melancholy passed through Shi's eyes, though she concealed it adeptly, leaving Bai Yi unaware. Well then, dear brother, you must strive diligently. Unbeknownst to them, the two had wandered into a narrow alley, scarcely more than a yard wide. The ground was paved with blue stone slabs, uneven and marked by occasional rises and dips. Sparse patches of grass, about an inch in height, sprouted between the stones, lending the path an air of antiquity and nostalgia. Suddenly, Shi inquired of Bai Yi, Brother, do you know why these little blades of grass only grow to about an inch tall? Bai Yi expressed a hint of confusion, wondering whether these grasses were simply unable to grow tall. Shi sighed softly, clarifying that it was not a matter of height, but rather that those that had risen to greater heights had already been trampled down by passers-by. Bai Yi was even more perplexed. Why would those individuals trample on the grass that had grown taller? It is because people tend not to care about things beneath their feet that pose no harm to them. Bai Yi appeared contemplative, on the verge of speaking. At that moment, a tumultuous shout echoed from across the alley. You old wretch, hand over that item. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire family. Young man, why resort to thievery when there are countless other paths to choose? Bai Yi and his companion hastened towards the source of the commotion. Stop! What kind of cowardice is it to bully an elder? Bai Yi admonished sharply. At that moment, not far ahead of Bai Yi, a middle-aged man with an unkempt beard was vehemently berating an elderly gentleman clad in a grayish-white robe. As Bai Yi's voice resonated, the middle-aged man slowly turned his head. Upon seeing him, Bai Yi momentarily froze in disbelief. This man was none other than Wang Dachui, who had previously challenged Zhao Shuer. Wang Dachui cast a glance at Bai Yi, a flicker of hostility crossing his face. Who is this little brat? Get lost, he retorted. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to recognize Bai Yi, and a glimmer of apprehension dawned upon his features. He was well aware of the incident where Bai Yi had vanquished hundreds of the younger generation. He did not believe he could overpower Bai Yi, nor did he consider Bai Yi a benevolent figure likely to spare him. Why you are Bai Yi? Bai Yi smiled faintly and remarked, Brother Wang, have you been enjoying a bit of comfort lately? Shall I surprise you with something unexpected? No, he replied, and with that, he turned and fled. Bai Yi made no effort to pursue him and instead approached the elder. Elder, are you all right? The elder disregarded Bai Yi's inquiry, fixating instead on the serious expression on Shu's face. Noticing the elder's indifference, Shu shot him a fierce glare and exclaimed, Hey, old man, did you not hear my brother ask you a question? With white hair adorned by dark streaks, the elder gazed at Shu, perplexed. What are you saying? Why is he ignoring you? At that moment, the gravity etched on the elder's face transformed into a peculiar expression. This young woman was no ordinary person, and the youth accompanying her also bore an air of distinction. Yet, it seemed unlikely such a formidable individual should not have been permitted entry by that old codger. The elder's thoughts spiraled into confusion. Shu, noticing the elder's silence, felt a surge of indignation. Old man, have you lost your tongue, or has the fright rendered you foolish? Upon hearing her furious retort once more, the elder gradually regained his composure. Thank you, young sir, for your timely assistance. At that moment, Shu sensed something amiss. Employing her spiritual awareness, she scrutinized the elder, her eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, what is this? This old man possesses remarkable prowess. A mere glance revealed that the elder was hardly weaker than Songyu. With a soft sigh, she remarked, Old man, you have truly surprised me. The elder responded with a rueful smile. My dear girl, you flatter me. Bai Yi was somewhat perplexed, inquiring, What are you discussing? The elder chuckled softly and replied, Oh, it's nothing of consequence. Would you two care to join me for a seat at my humble abode? Bai Yi hesitated for a moment and glanced at Shu. At that moment, the old man suddenly spoke. I have something of great value. Chapter 58, The Celestial Path's Annihilation. Something valuable? Bai Yi expressed his surprise. The old man nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I possess something remarkable. Please follow me. Without waiting for Bai Yi and Shu to respond, he turned and strode away. Shu remarked, Let us follow and see. The two accompanied the elderly man for a short distance until they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard was diminutive, considerably smaller than Bai Yi's own. It contained merely 2 rooms, both in a state of severe disrepair, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. The trio entered one of the rooms, where the old man gestured for Bai Yi and Shu to take a seat. He then settled himself down as well. Observing the old man seated, Bai Yi inquired with curiosity, Elder, what about the valuable item you mentioned? Young man, do not be in haste, the old man replied. Rising, he prepared a pot of tea and poured a cup for both Bai Yi and Shu. First, let us enjoy some tea, he continued. Shu regarded the old man with a degree of suspicion. The old man, with a serene smile, reassured them, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to share some thoughts with you. Bai Yi appeared somewhat perplexed. Did you not mention that there are remarkable treasures? Indeed, there are exceptional treasures. And perhaps it presents a fortuitous opportunity for you. Poetic spoke up. If you have something to convey, do so. Can't you see my brother is anxious? At this moment, Poetic was also filled with a hint of ire. She was acutely aware that this elder was no ordinary man. However, she felt he posed no immediate threat to her. The old man, aware of his dwindling years, understood that certain matters must be entrusted to others. Otherwise, when calamity struck, it could lead to dire consequences. With this thought, the elder let out a deep sigh. Bai Yi felt somewhat bewildered. What great calamity! The old man sighed softly, alas. Surely both of you are aware of the origins of this continent? Bai Yi nodded, having heard it said that this place was a forbidden land thousands of years ago. The old man shook his head. indicating that it was not merely so. Bai Yi displayed a hint of confusion, inquiring, "Is that not the case?" Sure, too. Turned her gaze toward the elder, awaiting further elaboration. The elder replied, "Indeed, thousands of years ago, this was a forbidden land. However, what transpired before that? The elder continued, "Eons ago, specifically hundreds of thousands of years past, this continent did not exist. It was merely an expanse of boundless starry sky. How then did this continent come into being? Centuries ago, the heavenly Tao brought forth the destruction of the world, and countless realms were reduced to desolation, devoid of any vitality, and utterly lifeless." Bai Yi and Sure simultaneously exclaimed, "The heavenly path annihilates the world? What is the primordial cosmos?" The elder continued, "As for the primordial cosmos, it can be understood in this manner. Tens of thousands of dimensional realms are referred to as a star domain. Tens of thousands of star domains comprise a universe, and countless universes together constitute a primordial cosmos." The two exchanged a startled glance, their astonishment evident. Even Sure, who had always believed she resided at the pinnacle of this world, found herself bewildered by the elder's revelations. The cataclysmic event of the heavenly path's annihilation had directly obliterated hundreds of primordial cosmoses. The sheer force of destruction lingered for millennia, rendering those hundreds of primordial cosmoses incapable of nurturing life for thousands of years thereafter. Yet, in an unexpected turn of fate, a certain race managed to survive beneath the terrifying shadow of the heavenly path's annihilation. What? How was that possible? No one would believe it. Yet it was indeed a truth. Approximately 10,000 years after the heavenly path's destruction, a race emerged and traversed these hundreds of primordial cosmoses. By then, many star domains had already birthed new forms of life: humans, magical beings, and numerous other races. However, none could resist that particular race, known for having evaded even the wrath of the heavenly path's annihilation. As he recounted this tale, the elder lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Bai Yi hastily inquired, "And what transpired thereafter?" In the ensuing centuries, it seemed as though these myriad realms once again endured the cataclysm of divine retribution. Apart from that singular race, no other species managed to survive. Sure pondered, "Is that race the beast folk?" The elder gazed at her in astonishment. "My dear, how do you know?" Sure shook her head. "I do not know for certain. It is merely a conjecture. I suspect it is related to the seal within the Blackwind Forest." The elder nodded thoughtfully, yet then shook his head. "Indeed, there is some connection, though it is not particularly significant. The beast folk will soon emerge, and once they do, it will herald yet another calamity." Bai Yi inquired, "Did the beast clan not annihilate all races? What about us?" "Indeed," the elder replied, "but it was precisely this act that incensed the heavenly Tao. However, at that time, the heavenly Tao had just unleashed the heavenly tribulation and was weakened, unable to descend again to eradicate the beast clan." Sure then asked, "Why did the heavenly Tao choose to unleash the world-destroying tribulation in the first place?" The elder suddenly appeared somewhat embarrassed, replying, "Perhaps it was simply a matter of boredom." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a surge of indignation. "You annihilate hundreds of realms out of sheer tedium? Is this truly permissible?" The elder continued, "Perhaps, in hindsight, the heavenly Tao regretted its decision, yet it was too late. If the beast clan were allowed to persist, no other races would ever emerge, regardless of the passage of time." Contemplating this, he resolved that since complete extermination of the beast clan was unattainable, it would be wise to seal them away, awaiting the emergence of a formidable force capable of their ultimate destruction. Bai Yi inquired, "Is the seal located here?" The elder shook his head. "No, in the past, the beast clan roamed across hundreds of realms. To seal them was an arduous task, achievable only by gathering them in one place and then employing a thunderous method to subdue and seal them. So how did the heavenly Tao manage to seal the beast clan back then?" The elder responded, "The heavenly Tao devised a trap for the beast clan, using its own source heart as bait to lure all the beasts to a singular location." Sure furrowed her brow. "The source heart?" The elder nodded. "Indeed. It utilized its source heart to draw all the beasts into its very core." Bai Yi, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Within its belly?" Poem expressed incredulity. "How vast must the heavenly Tao be?" The elder chuckled, remarking, "This is merely a trivial maneuver. After drawing all the beast clans into its own belly, the heavenly Tao forcibly suppressed and sealed them using its primordial power. However, in the end, the heavenly Tao realized it had underestimated the beast clans. Although it succeeded in sealing them, its own essence suffered significant damage." Bai Yi inquired, Does this imply that the heavenly path has already fallen? The elder paused, responding. One could say so. Poem seemed to have an epiphany, if that is the case. Does it not mean that this continent is the very body of the heavenly path? Upon hearing this, Bai was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Are you suggesting that we are standing upon the corpse of the heavenly path? Observing Bai's astonishment, Poem could not help but chuckle. Hee, brother. You have certainly swung your sword recklessly upon the ground during your training. In other words, you have frequently sharpened your sword upon the body of the heavenly path. Bai's expression became somewhat grim. Poetry, do not speak carelessly. It may lead to dire consequences. Observing the playful banter between the two, the elder shook his head with a gentle smile, murmuring softly, Indeed, where there are people, there is liveliness. In this world, where there are people, there is love. Life is ever present. Destruction is inevitable. The cycle of reincarnation is unending. The way of heaven does not extinguish the world out of cruelty, but rather out of the constraints of natural law. Even the mightiest of heavens cannot escape this natural order. His words were imbued with a profound sense of sorrow and lamentation. Chapter 59. I shall guard the gate. Listening to the elder's words, Bai fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he inquired, Since the way of heaven has sealed the beast clan, what do you mean by foreseeing great calamity? The elder withdrew his thoughts. Though the beast clan has been sealed for these many years, they have not relinquished their resistance. One could assert that after hundreds of thousands of years, the current beast clan is perhaps even more formidable than before. Consequently, the body of heaven has begun to show signs of fissures. Once these cracks fully rupture, the beast clan may emerge. At that time, it would spell catastrophe for humanity and other races alike. Upon hearing the elder's words, Bai's countenance darkened. Poetry regarded the elder thoughtfully and asked, Why do you reveal this to us? Do you believe we can contend with the entire beast clan? The elder shook his head. It is not that you possess the strength to confront the beast clan, but rather, if I were to share these words with others, would anyone truly believe them? Bai remained silent, asking, Do you think we would believe? The elder did not respond verbally, but merely nodded in agreement. Bai smiled wryly. Is this what you refer to as a treasure and an opportunity? The old man chuckled awkwardly. Not quite. In the past, the heavenly Tao possessed a ring. Within it lay countless treasures. Should you too acquire such an item, it might indeed be deemed a grand fortune. Bai felt a stirring within. After all, it was the ring of the heavenly Tao. Surely, it contained a multitude of treasures. However, what if the heavenly Tao was not deceased? Would it not be rather impolite to seize his ring? Sure chuckled. Indeed, there are many valuable items within. Do you know the direction in which his ring lies? The elder shook his head. That is something you must discover on your own. Bai raised his hands in exasperation, asking, Where shall we search? We have not a single clue. The elder replied in a grave tone, when the heavenly Tao realized it had underestimated the beast clan. It exerted all its effort to conceal its corporeal form among the stars. However, a portion of it remains unhidden. That is this very continent beneath our feet. Poem hastily inquired, Which part of the heavenly Tao's body does this continent represent? The elder responded, The head. Upon hearing this, Bai was utterly bewildered, exclaiming, Are you saying that what lies beneath us is the head of the heavenly Tao? The elder nodded affirmatively. Poem sighed softly. If that is the case, how difficult it must be to locate its hands. Moreover, the rest of its body has been concealed among the vast cosmos. Where shall we begin our search in this boundless starry expanse? Bai, somewhat speechless, remarked, Elder, are you perhaps weaving tales to amuse children? I find your words rather unconvincing. The old man replied, Believe it or not, that is for you to decide. I have spoken all that I needed to say. Now, we shall see what fate has in store. Suddenly, Sure inquired, Old man, if what you say is true, how much longer can the body of the heavenly Tao endure? After a moment of contemplation, the elder responded, 300 years. At most, 300 years. Bai broke into a grin, exclaiming, You startled me. I thought I might not be able to hold on much longer. We still have 300 years ahead of us. Why worry about it now? Let us go, Sure. With that, he took Sure's hand and began to walk away. The elder did not intervene, but as Bai led Sure out of the courtyard, she furrowed her brow deeply, for at that moment, she could no longer perceive the elder's presence. This indicated that he had vanished abruptly as they exited the premises. Noticing Sure's troubled expression, Bai inquired, Sure, what troubles you? Sure managed a smile in response. It's nothing. Let us return. At that moment, a terrifying thought surfaced in Sure's mind. The elder might have been the Tao of heaven from long ago. Contemplating this, she turned to steal a glance back at the courtyard, only to find her body freeze in place as she did so. Bai Yi sensed something was amiss with Shir. "What is it, Shir?" he inquired, turning to look at her, only to be frozen in shock himself. Behind them, there was no courtyard. Instead, a dense forest sprawled out, shrouded in mystery. What could possibly be happening? Bai Yi swallowed hard. Shir let out a deep sigh. "Let us return first and discuss it." With that, they swiftly turned away, feeling an eerie sense of danger in that place. Moments later, they found themselves back in the courtyard, their hearts still racing with trepidation. That place was undoubtedly extraordinary, provoking even Shir's sense of peril. This further convinced her of her suspicions that the old man was indeed the embodiment of the Tao of heaven. As they entered the room, Yang Xiao rushed over. Upon seeing the two enter, he hesitated, contemplating whether to call out to them. He had never witnessed them entering the room together before. A hint of intrigue curved his lips. Bai Yi and Shir entered the room, and as Bai Yi turned to close the door, she caught sight of Yang Xiao, whose eyes were wide with astonishment. Their gazes locked, and upon realizing Bai Yi had noticed him, Yang Xiao hastily covered his eyes and turned to leave, muttering to himself. "I did not see anything. I know nothing at all." Bai Yi exhibited a peculiar demeanor. "Brother, where are you headed?" Just as the words left his lips, a loud thud echoed through the air. Yang Xiao, with his eyes shielded, collided with the stone bench situated in the courtyard, unleashing a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Upon hearing this agonizing wail, Shir emerged from her chamber, inquiring, "Yang Xixiao, what has happened to you?" Yang Xiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It's nothing. You all should return inside and continue." Shir's expression turned curious. "Continue what?" Bai Yi hastily replied, "It's nothing." Then he turned to Yang Xiao and inquired, "Senior brother, did you seek me for something?" Yang Xiao chuckled softly. "I did have a matter to discuss. But upon noticing that junior brother Bai is occupied, it seems my concern is no longer pressing. Your affairs take precedence, junior brother." With white hair adorned with black streaks, he wished to convey that things were not as they seemed. Their retreat to the room was intended for a discussion regarding the matters spoken of by that old man earlier. Observing the peculiar expression on Bai Yi's face, Yang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle softly, whispering, "We are all men here, we understand." He exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Yi, signaling him to return to the room. Shir, watching the exchange between the two, couldn't suppress her concern. "Oh no, could it be that my brother harbors feelings for brother Yang? What am I to do?" Just then, her anxious thoughts were caught by Yang Xiao's sidelong glance. He leaned closer to Bai Yi and murmured, "Look, they're already anxious. You should hurry. After all, I used to be quite the professional doorkeeper." With that, he headed toward the entrance. At that moment, Shir approached briskly, her face etched with seriousness as she regarded Bai Yi intently. Bai Yi felt somewhat uneasy under her earnest gaze. Shir, what is it?" Shir replied solemnly, "Come. Let us go to the room. I have something to ask you." Without waiting for Bai Yi's consent, she seized his hand and pulled him toward the room. Yang Xiao, standing at the door, couldn't help but sigh at the scene. Flowers bloom and wither. Is it not evident to the blind? How can one see what ought not to be seen? Allow me to guard the entrance, haha. Chapter 60. Yunshang arrived. Shir dragged Bai Yi into the room and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Hearing the door close, Yang Xiao chuckled softly but quickly covered her mouth. After a moment's thought, she took out a piece of rag, pinched it, and stuffed it into her ears. "Now this will do. I assure you I won't peek." Shir, with a serious expression, turned to Bai Yi and said, "Brother, are you?" She suddenly found herself at a loss for words, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Bai Yi regarded Shir with a peculiar look, inquiring, "What troubles you, Shir?" Taking a few deep breaths, Shir seemed to have resolved something within herself. She spoke, "If you need me." As she uttered these words, her cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson, her upper teeth gently biting her lip, and her head lowered slightly, as if grappling with a sentiment too delicate to voice. Bai Yi, in a moment of curiosity, raised his hand to gently caress Shir's head. As Bai Yi's hand gently brushed against Shir's head, she slowly raised her gaze, her eyes half closed, her breath quickening. Her cheeks, already flushed, deepened in hue. And it was not only her cheeks. At that moment, even her delicate neck began to exhibit a subtle blush. Bai Yi seemed to grasp something and immediately spoke, "Shir, where are your thoughts wandering?" "I am your brother," Shir replied, her voice trembling. "You need not be my brother." Bai Yi tenderly embraced Shir, saying, "Silly sister, I shall forever be your brother. Sure opened her eyes, replying, but Bai Yi interrupted her, saying, regardless of anything, you are my sister. And that is unchangeable. A single, clear tear slipped down Sure's cheek as she replied, you are the first person to treat me this way. With just a word from you, I would gladly fulfill any wish. Bai Yi shook his head with a smile, saying, I require nothing from you. Your well-being is sufficient. Sure buried her head deeply in Bai Yi's embrace, feeling the safety of her brother's arms without a care in the world. After a moment, Bai Yi gently pushed Sure away, inquiring, Sure, who do you think that elder was today? Sure softly wiped her still moist eyes and replied, if I am not mistaken, he is likely the Tao of heaven from back then. Bai Yi, taken aback by her words, exclaimed, how can that be? Sure continued, who else, besides the Tao of heaven from that time, could possess such intimate knowledge of those matters? Bai Yi nodded, if that is the case. Then it must indeed be the only possibility. Yet, was their encounter with us purely coincidental, or was it meticulously orchestrated by him? Sure pondered for a moment. I believe it is not merely a matter of chance. Sure's intuition was correct. It was indeed a scheme devised by the will of heaven. At that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside. Junior brother Bai was engaged in a flurry of activity with junior sister Sure, preventing anyone from entering. What are they so busy with? What could a man and a woman possibly be occupied with? They are siblings. You clearly do not understand. Overhearing the conversation outside, Bai Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Sure's cheeks flushed crimson, prompting her to fall silent. Bai Yi hurriedly pushed the door open and emerged, only to find Yang Xiao and Song Yu engaged in a hushed conversation. However, their voices were considerably softer than before, rendering Bai Yi unable to discern their words. Song Yu faced Bai Yi, while Yang Xiao had his back turned to him. Upon Bai Yi's appearance, Song Yu immediately caught his eye and discreetly gestured to Yang Xiao, signaling him to cease his remarks. Yet, Yang Xiao continued to speak unabated. Seemingly oblivious to the unspoken warning, Bai Yi was utterly speechless. He had not realized until now how trivial Brother Yang could be. At that moment, he felt the need to reassess his perception of Brother Yang. Following Song Yu's repeated glances, Yang Xiao finally sensed that something was amiss. He turned around and, momentarily taken aback, blurted out without a second thought, Brother Bai, is it done? Bai Yi resolved to disregard the senior brother any longer. She turned her gaze towards Song Yu and inquired, might there be something of importance, Sovereign Song? Song Yu regarded Bai Yi with a peculiar expression, yet remained silent. Bai Yi felt somewhat unnatural, pondering, could it be that this Emperor Song truly believes in the words of Brother Yang? Noticing Song Yu staring blankly at Bai Yi without any reaction, Yang Xiao discreetly nudged him. Startled, Song Yu exclaimed, indeed, young master Bai treads an unconventional path, donning unusual footwear. After uttering this, he sensed he may have overstepped and quickly added, young master Bai, there is a matter I wish to convey to you. What is it? Bai Yi inquired, puzzled. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Song Yu clearly had yet to recover from the earlier scene. He spoke in a serious tone. According to my investigation, it appears that Madame Zhao may have already departed from this continent. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. She has fled? Naturally, he did not believe that Du Guxian departed from this continent out of fear of him. However, he could not fathom the reason for her departure. Song Yu continued, there is one more matter. Young Master Bai should exercise caution regarding Mu Xiao. Bai Yi nodded. I am aware of this. Is young Master Bai planning to seek out Madame Zhao? Sure emerged from the room. It is not yet time. With brother's current strength, he cannot venture out. Bai Yi turned to Sure and asked, what level of mastery is required to venture outside? Sure replied solemnly, naturally, the stronger one is, the better. I wish to rescue Shang first, he murmured, his thoughts perpetually consumed by Yun Shang. I wonder how Master and Shang are faring out there. Sure advised. Perhaps they have not been trapped after all. Yet, he pondered, why have they not returned? Perhaps they still have unfinished business to attend to. In silence, Bai Yi stood as Yang Xiao approached him, gently patting his shoulder. Sure Junior sister speaks the truth. If they are indeed in peril, your current strength would render you of little assistance. I must enter seclusion. Song Yu sighed softly, gritting his teeth. Young Master Bai is welcome to seclude himself in my imperial hall. Bai Yi did not refuse. She turned to Sure and said, I must hasten to enhance my strength and rescue Master and Shang. Sure nodded in agreement, her heart a tumult of emotions. She cherished her current life, surrounded by those who cared for her, and felt that this place was safe for Bai Yi. However, She feared that if they were to leave this continent, she might be unable to protect Bai Yi. Yet, she understood that Bai Yi would not remain here indefinitely. He still had to save his master and Shang heir. Contemplating this, she could not help but sigh. Yin Shang, how fortunate you are. Soon after, they gathered their belongings and followed Song Yu towards the imperial hall. As they departed, a figure gradually emerged in the courtyard, dressed in a simple, form-fitting gown. With her dark hair casually pinned atop her head and a hairpin adorning the side, it was Yin Shang. However, she was not in her true form, but rather a projection of herself. Gazing dreamily at Bai Ye's vanishing silhouette, she murmured, "Little Yi, do not worry. Rest assured, I will wait for you. I will certainly await your rescue." As she spoke, her form began to fade, gradually becoming transparent, until she silently vanished from sight. Simultaneously, in a pitch-black prison, a woman was tightly bound by several blood-red chains to a stone pillar. Her entire being was drenched in blood, a continuous stream of deep crimson flowing from her head, pooling into a sea of blood. Upon closer inspection, countless fine threads, resembling strands of hair, penetrated her body at various points. Waves of spiritual energy seeped through these threads from her essence. At that moment, the woman smiled sweetly, and her smile caused the entire blood sea to tremble. The chains, too, quivered slightly, their grip tightening with renewed force. "Little Yi, I will surely endure until you come to rescue me. That little girl is truly fortunate." The projection was a result of her reckless determination, a sacrifice of her lifespan to conjure it. Consequently, the torment she endured daily was exponentially more excruciating than before. Yet, she held no regrets, for her projection had glimpsed Bai Yi, and that was enough for her. Chapter 61. The Black and White Box. Bai Yi and the two others accompanied Song Yu to the emperor's hall. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the hall, Yang Xiao was utterly astonished. Is this not somewhat exaggerated? Bai Yi was equally astonished. He had never encountered such a grand and magnificent palace. Observing the astonishment on their faces, Song Yu felt a sense of pride. "Come." He beckoned. Upon entering the palace, Song Yu led them directly to the main hall. "Young Master Bai, you shall retreat to my cultivation area, where the spiritual energy is abundant. I wish you swift progress on your journey. However, one must not rush the path of cultivation. Young Master Bai should take care not to be overly hasty." Bai Yu nodded, saying, "I have now reached the pinnacle of the Dan formation. Yet no matter how diligently I cultivate, I find myself unable to progress further. Is there something amiss?" Song Yu replied, "First, you must comprehend what it truly means to be in the Dan formation realm." Bai Yi was taken aback. What is the Dan formation realm? He had never delved deeply into the study of realms during his cultivation, always relying on abundant resources to forcefully advance his practice. When he reached the pinnacle, he could effortlessly step into the next realm. Hearing Song Yu inquire about the Dan formation realm left him utterly perplexed. Song Yu continued, "The Dan formation realm is achieved by absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, unifying one's dantian with the essence, energy, and spirit of a person, thereby culminating in the formation of the Golden Dan. Attaining the Golden Dan signifies reaching the Dan formation realm." Bai Yi expressed his confusion. "Essence, qi, and spirit?" Song Yu furrowed his brows and replied, "Young Master Bai is unaware of essence, qi, and spirit? How did you cultivate to the returning Dan realm?" Returning Dan signifies the unification of essence, qi, and spirit, laying a solid foundation for future Dan formation. Bai Yi felt somewhat embarrassed, stating that he had inadvertently reached the Dan formation realm while practicing. Upon hearing this, not only was Song Yu taken aback, but Yang Xiao also nearly let slip a curse. After all, it had taken him several arduous years to barely comprehend the Dan formation realm, while Bai Yi seemed to have ascended to it almost effortlessly. The thought struck him, and he felt a sudden pang in his chest. Indeed, Bai Yi's words had profoundly unsettled him. Song Yu forced an awkward smile and said, "Young Master Bai, please accompany me to the training chamber. Time in the realm of cultivation is elusive, and before long, months had slipped away." However, within the confines of the training room, no matter how diligently Bai Yi practiced, he could not attain the Dan formation realm. This left him quite perplexed, prompting him to consider seeking counsel from Shi or Song Yu. As he stepped out of the training room, he noticed Shi squatting nearby, seemingly engrossed in drawing something on the ground. Bai Yi approached Shi and said, "Shi." She turned to him with a playful smile. "Brother, you have emerged from your seclusion." Then, with a light gasp, she inquired, "Have you not yet achieved your breakthrough?" Bai Yi nodded, a hint of frustration evident in his voice as he remarked, "Indeed, no matter how diligently I practice, I am unable to make a breakthrough. I cannot even perceive the essence that the Song Emperor spoke of. As he uttered these words, his gaze fell upon the ground beside Shur, where two figures were depicted, hand in hand, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll. Shur, who are these figures? He inquired. Shur hastily erased the drawing. Her demeanor flustered as she replied, they are no one in particular. I was merely doodling. In truth, the figures represented her and her brother, walking hand in hand, just as they always did. Bai Yi wished to express more when suddenly a voice interrupted. Young Master Bai. The voice paused before continuing. Has young Master Bai not yet made a breakthrough? The speaker was none other than Song Yu. Bai Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, despite his relentless efforts and cultivation during this period, he had yet to attain the Dan formation. He was contemplating seeking guidance from Emperor Song. At this moment, Song Yu was equally perplexed. With his prowess, he could easily discern that Bai Ye's current realm was a mere step away from the Dan formation, remaining unchanged since his seclusion. This left him in considerable confusion, as it was reasonable to expect that Bai Ye's previous level of cultivation would have allowed him to achieve the Dan formation swiftly. Yet, so much time had passed, and he remained at the same stage. Bai Yi sighed softly. Perhaps the timing is simply not ripe. He found his own words amusing, a form of self-consolation. He then inquired, has Emperor Song come for a particular matter? Song Yu, pulling his thoughts back, replied, Director Song has arrived and wishes to see you. Bai Yi was somewhat taken aback. What could Song Lan possibly want? After a moment of contemplation, he could not arrive at any conclusion. Does Emperor Song know what brings him to seek me? Song Yu shook his head in response, I do not know. Come, let us pay him a visit. Moments later, the group arrived at the Imperial Hall. Within the hall, Song Lan sat quietly, lost in thought. At this moment, Bai Yi and the others entered the hall. Bai Yi opened his mouth. Director Song, have you come to see me for a particular reason? Song Lan rose with a smile upon the arrival of several individuals. Young Master Bai, please, let us sit and converse. With that, he gestured invitingly. Once seated, Song Lan let out a soft sigh. To speak candidly, I have come to request your assistance, young Master Bai. Bai Yi was somewhat perplexed. Assistance? What kind of assistance? Song Lan let out a heavy sigh and recounted the events concerning his master from years past. Once he finished, Song Yu spoke in a grave tone. It is entirely due to our greed from back then. Had it not been for this box, neither Lin nor I would have. As he spoke, he produced a box, pitch black like ink, exuding an air of antiquity, with a faint shimmering glow upon its surface. Bai Yi gazed at the box with a hint of perplexity. Is this truly the treasure for which you all fought with such fervor? Song Yu nodded heavily. At the time, we believed it to be a rare gem, yet for centuries, it has merely been a box. I have tried numerous methods, but it remains unopened. Shur regarded the box with curiosity, remarking, perhaps it is indeed a priceless artifact. At these words, the others turned their attention to her. Feeling a bit embarrassed under their scrutiny, Shur quickly added, it's just a guess. Suddenly, Song Yu declared, if it is a precious treasure, then I shall bestow it upon young Master Bai. Bai Yi was taken aback. For me? Song Lan also appeared somewhat astonished. Master Song, are you serious? You were pursued for decades for this item. Song Yu chuckled softly. Gifts are meant for those fated to receive them. I believe young Master Bai is destined to possess this box. A flicker of surprise crossed Shur's eyes as she mused. This fellow knows that my brother will emerge from this place, and he bestows that box upon him. Once others discover it, regardless of whether it is a rare treasure, it will undoubtedly bring considerable trouble. Contemplating this, Shur spoke, Master Song. Are you intending to put my brother in danger? Song Yu furrowed his brow. How could I wish harm upon young Master Bai? By giving this item to my brother. If outsiders learn of it, will he not face the same relentless pursuit you once endured? Song Yu's expression darkened. I had not considered that. In truth, he had contemplated such a scenario, but he had not anticipated that this young lady would discern it so swiftly. Bai Yi, however, paid no heed to the conversation between the two, instead directing his gaze towards Song Lan. In truth, Bai Yi found himself quite intrigued by the box. As the moment he first laid eyes upon it, he experienced an unprecedented sensation, a feeling that rendered him unable to refuse the allure of the box. Noticing Bai Yi's attention directed at him, Song Lan offered an awkward smile. He then retrieved from within the ring a box of identical dimensions. However, the one he produced was entirely white, resembling a flawless piece of pure jade devoid of any impurities. Bai Yi gazed at the white box, realizing it was indeed a juxtaposition of black and white. Upon seeing the white box, Shur was equally astonished, as a memory from an ancient scroll suddenly resurfaced in her mind. The thought of that object left her momentarily paralyzed. Chapter 62. A Mutual Gaze. Shur scrutinized the box intently, pondering whether it could truly be the legendary artifact of lore. Bai Yi gazed at the somewhat astonished Shur with a hint of perplexity. Shur, do you recognize this object? However, Shur paid no heed to Bai Yi's inquiry, instead turning her attention to Song Yu and Song Lan. With a playful smile, she asked, "Are you truly intending to gift this to my brother, Emperor Song and Director Song?" Song Yu replied, "Of course." Shur then directed her gaze back to Song Lan. At that moment, Song Lan seemed to sense something amiss, pondering whether this truly was a rare treasure. As this thought crossed his mind, he began to hesitate. His original intention for this visit was to present the box to Bai Yi, hoping that when Bai Yi eventually ventured out, he could accompany him. Not for any other reason, but to uncover the identity of the one who had caused the demise of his revered master and to avenge him. Observing Song Lan's hesitation, Song Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it, Director Song? Are you reluctant?" Song Lan sighed softly. "What do you mean, Emperor Song? In truth, my purpose for coming here was to bestow this upon young Master Bai. I merely hoped that when young Master Bai departs in the future, he might take me along." Bai Yi gazed at Song Lan and inquired, "Are you, Director Song, planning to venture forth in search of those who caused the demise of your esteemed master?" Song Lan nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. My master bestowed upon me immense kindness, a debt that transcends mere gratitude. If I am unable to avenge him, I shall forever bear the weight of guilt in my heart." Shur then asked, "So, has your strength surpassed that of your master in his prime?" Upon hearing this question, Song Lan appeared perplexed. "My dear lady, you jest. I doubt I possess even half the strength my master once had." Shur, further intrigued, queried, "Then do you believe that even if you find the one responsible for your master's death, you could ensure your revenge?" At this, Song Lan's expression darkened considerably. Until that moment, he had been preoccupied with the thought of locating the perpetrator, yet he had never contemplated whether he possessed the capability to exact vengeance. In a grave tone, Song Lan declared, "Regardless, I must make the attempt. If I remain here, it is likely that in a few hundred years, my strength will still be insufficient for revenge. However, if I venture out, there may still be hope." Shur playfully smiled. "Very well. I shall speak on behalf of my brother. However, these boxes now belong to him." "That is only natural," Song Lan replied. Shur turned to Bai Yi, "Brother, both boxes are now yours. Please take them." Suddenly, Song Yu interjected, "Might you elucidate the nature of these two boxes, Miss Shur?" At this, the group turned their attention to Shur, while Bai Yi nodded in encouragement for her to elaborate. Shur pouted slightly. "Truth be told, I have only seen these in ancient texts. I cannot ascertain their authenticity." She then glanced at the two boxes and continued, "If I am not mistaken, these are not truly boxes, they merely resemble boxes in form. The black one should represent the chaos primordial yin, while the white one embodies the chaos primordial yang." Song Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you suggesting that these are the chaos primordial yang and yin?" At that moment, a tempest of emotion surged within Song Yu, as he recalled an ancient legend which spoke of these primordial entities as the original forms of the universe. Thus, if these indeed were the chaos primordial yin and yang, it was conceivable that they could one day give rise to an entirely new cosmos. Song Lan and Bai Yi, clearly unfamiliar with these entities, discerned their extraordinary significance from the shock etched on Song Yu's face. Bai Yi hastily set about concealing the two items, a flicker of trepidation coursing through him as he feared these two individuals might reconsider their decision. Just moments ago, he had discerned a hint of reluctance in Song Yu's eyes, while Song Lan's countenance was beset by indecision. As Bai Yi's hand approached the boxes, both began to tremble ever so slightly. Witnessing this phenomenon, the onlookers were overtaken by astonishment. With each subtle quiver of the boxes, two beams of light, one white and the other black, emanated from within. Though the light radiated slowly, it bore an unstoppable force akin to the very essence of all creation. Before long, the entire Imperial Hall was engulfed by these two luminous streams. Wherever the white light traverses, all things transform into a crystalline translucence akin to white jade, evoking an ineffable sense of sanctity. In contrast, the presence of black light cloaks the surroundings in an inky darkness, as if one has entered a realm steeped in ink. Yet, within this profound obscurity lies an enigmatic power. The two forms of light gradually extend their reach, enveloping the onlookers in a mesmerizing dance of black and white. as if they were merging with these luminous phenomena, becoming ethereal. Shirshir murmured, "The legend is true." Observing Shirshir's astonished expression, Bai Yi felt a surge of exhilaration. For in all the time he had known her, he had never witnessed such sheer astonishment on her face. He intuitively understood that this seemingly ordinary younger sister was anything but typical, and the profound effect these two entities had on her hinted at their extraordinary nature. With this realization, Bai Yi dismissed further contemplation and reached for the two boxes. Such treasures must be secured first. After all, what if those two regretted their decision? However, as Bai Yi's hand made contact with the boxes, they erupted in a more intense beam of light. Simultaneously, the two lights began to slowly merge, the black and white intertwining into a realm of gray. In an instant, the entire horizon transformed into a delicate shade of gray. Remarkably, the two boxes inched closer, drawn together in a union. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Shirshir exclaimed in disbelief, "They are going to merge." Bai Yi inquired, "What will happen next?" "A new universe will be born." Just as the crowd stood in utter astonishment, the two boxes unexpectedly transformed into a beam of gray light, soaring upward and directly merging into Bai Yi's abdomen. As this gray beam entered his body, the radiant gray glow that had previously filled the entire Imperial Hall vanished in an instant. Witnessing the transformation of the two boxes into a beam of light that penetrated Bai Yi's being, the onlookers were instantly petrified in place. Bai Yi was equally bewildered. He had yet to gather them, and they had astonishingly found their way into his body. Shirshir was the first to react, her face etched with concern as she turned to Bai Yi. "Brother, what is happening? Are you all right?" Bai Yi shook his head like a willow, expressing his uncertainty. Shirshir, feeling a sense of urgency, asked, "Can you sense those two boxes?" With his eyes gently closed, Bai Yi sank his consciousness deep within himself. Moments later, he gasped in astonishment, "How is this possible?" Noticing the unusual expression on Bai Yi's face, Shirshir hurriedly inquired, "What is it, brother?" As Bai Yi delved into the depths of his being, he was astounded to discover that his dantian had formed a golden elixir. Furthermore, he realized that this golden elixir was, in fact, the manifestation of the two boxes. "I must have broken through to the golden core stage." Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the others attentively sensed his current realm. After a brief moment, they exchanged incredulous glances. Indeed, Bai Yi had reached the golden core stage. Yet they felt that his attainment was distinct from others, though they could not ascertain the difference. Shirshir seemed to have an epiphany. She grasped Bai Yi's hand and declared, "Come with me." Thus, Shirshir led Bai Yi away, vanishing before Song Yu and Song Lan. The two exchanged bewildered looks. Chapter 63. The flying magical artifact. After Shirshir and Bai Yi departed, Song Yu's expression grew somber. He glanced at Song Lan, only to find his face even darker. Unable to suppress a sigh, he muttered, I truly did not expect that box to be that object." Song Lan's countenance darkened further. "Those two treasures have been seized by that fellow Bai Yi?" Song Yu replied with resignation, "What is the matter, Director Song? Are you having second thoughts? Did the Emperor Song not pay a hefty price for this object?" Song Yu then smiled nonchalantly. "Do you know why that box remained unopened in our possession for hundreds of years?" Song Lan replied, "Perhaps it was because we did not keep them together." Song Yu shook his head. "When Brother Lin and I discovered this object, it was already together. It must have been an issue of timing back then." Song Lan seemed about to speak, but was interrupted by Song Yu. "I understand that you harbor resentment, but have you considered why that box flew into Bai Yi's body on its own?" Song Lan, visibly exasperated, scoffed, "How would I know? Perhaps the box did not enter Bai Yi's body by itself. It may have been that woman's doing." Hearing this, Song Yu found himself somewhat doubtful. However, he quickly dismissed the thought and remarked at Song Lan, "Could it be that the box sensed Bai Yi's extraordinary nature?" Song Lan snorted disdainfully. "Bai Yi extraordinary? Can he compare to that woman?" At this, he seemed to recall something, falling silent. Shirshir led Bai Yi into the cultivation room and closed the door. "Brother, take a moment to sense your golden elixir." Bai Yi's eyes were gently closed, his mind delving into the two boxes transformed into golden elixirs. After a brief moment, a look of terror escaped his countenance. Shirshir hurriedly inquired, "What is wrong, brother?" Bai Yi exclaimed in terror, "Within my golden core lies an expansive starry sky, boundless and infinite." "A starry sky?" "Indeed, it is a celestial expanse, akin to the vast heavens we behold at night, limitless in its grandeur." Shirshir mused to herself, "Could it possibly be a universe?" Bai Yi once again attuned himself to the vast expanse of the starry sky, and he realized that it might indeed be a universe unto itself. With a sudden surge of intent, his consciousness soared toward a particular star, and in the blink of an eye, it settled upon a stretch of land. This land was none other than the very star to which his spirit had gravitated. He observed that, apart from the absence of any living beings, this place bore an astonishing resemblance to the world outside. Here, majestic mountains and flowing rivers coexisted under a blazing sun, infused with a density of spiritual essence far surpassing that of the outside realm. He fell into deep contemplation. If only some flowers, grasses, and trees were to emerge, this could truly become a world of its own. What left him utterly astounded, causing him to momentarily lose his breath, was the sight that unfolded before him as this thought crossed his mind. Slowly, verdant plants began to sprout around this land. Overwhelmed, he dared not dwell further on this phenomenon and promptly retracted his consciousness to face Shur, recounting the extraordinary scene he had just witnessed. Upon hearing his account, Shur's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth forming an astonished O. Are you saying that a mere thought of yours could transform that world? Bai Yi nodded in affirmation. After a moment of contemplation, Shur spoke. Brother, could you attempt to grant me passage into that realm? Bai Yi cleared his throat and asked, Do you wish to enter? Shur nodded in affirmation. Yes, I would like to take a look inside. Bai Yi felt a twinge of concern. Could there be any danger? Shur softly replied. As long as my brother harbors no ill intentions towards me, everything should be fine. Bai Yi certainly harbors no ill intentions towards Shur, for he has long regarded her as his own beloved sister. Bai Yi nodded and said, Relax and do not resist. I shall attempt to transport you to that realm. Shur agreed with a nod. In an instant, with a mere thought, Bai Yi caused Shur to vanish from sight. Is it truly possible? Bai Yi wondered in astonishment. Subsequently, he too entered that otherworldly domain, where he discovered Shur. At that moment, she was curiously surveying her surroundings. Upon noticing Bai Yi's arrival, she turned to him and remarked, Let us conduct an experiment. Bai Yi, perplexed, inquired, What experiment? Poem pondered for a moment and replied, For instance, you might envision the emergence of something entirely different. Bai Yi nodded, and his mind immediately drifted to the serpent demon. Suddenly, a hissing sound emanated from behind him. Both turned to look, only to find hundreds of gigantic serpent demons, each as thick as a human waist, fixated on them. Shur was momentarily speechless. Brother, could you not think of anything else? At that moment, she felt an undeniable sense of peril, though it was more accurate to say that her brother's thoughts were the true source of danger. She truly wondered what occupied his mind day in and day out. Upon witnessing the presence of hundreds of serpent demons, Bai Yi's eyelids fluttered with surprise, and he exclaimed in anger, Must it be played this way? With a mere thought, the multitude of serpent demons vanished without a trace. He suddenly realized that in this realm, one ought to refrain from conjuring malevolent thoughts. Indeed, it seemed that whatever one contemplated would manifest, and he feared that, inadvertently, he might find himself meeting his demise in this peculiar place. Shur turned to Bai Yi and suggested, Brother, I believe there should be a house nearby. Bai Yi nodded and said, I shall give it a try. Immediately, a room materialized silently not far away, as if it had always existed. Shur clapped her hands in admiration and exclaimed, Incredible! Here, you are like a sovereign being, capable of manifesting your desires at will. After a moment's contemplation, she added, I have decided to remain here and dwell within this realm. Bai Yi's face was filled with displeasure. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? You stay in my belly all day long. Shur chuckled mischievously. What? Do you miss me when I'm not around? Bai Yi remained silent as Shur suddenly proclaimed, All right, let us venture forth. Oh, and do remember, do not casually reveal the uniqueness of your golden Dan to others. Bai Yi nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Shortly thereafter, the two departed from that realm. As they emerged, the door to the training chamber swung open, revealing a grim-faced Song Yu. Young Master Bai, my informant has relayed news that Mu Xiu may have ventured to your Bai family, he announced. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically. That old wretch dares to covet my family's interests, he exclaimed, turning on his heel to leave. Song Yu hastily interjected, I shall accompany young Master Bai. Bai Yi, however, shook his head. I owe Emperor Song far too much already. There is no need for you to trouble yourself with this matter. Song Yu smiled and responded, What are you saying, young Master Bai? There is no need for us to speak of debts between us. I shall accompany you. When Bai Yi uttered the words about owing him enough, he nearly leaped up in excitement. That was precisely what he longed to hear. Sometimes, offering a helping hand to someone in distress is indeed a noble act. However, it is essential that the recipient of such kindness acknowledges your goodwill. If the person you assist perceives your generosity as a mere obligation, then your efforts are rendered fruitless. You refrained from further refusal. Understanding that even with his recent breakthroughs, he held no absolute certainty of overcoming Muxio. Observing Ye's acquiescence, Song Yu's expression relaxed slightly. He would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to further entangle Yi in his debt. He promptly produced an object, palm-sized and triangular in shape, gleaming with a bright silver hue. Yi regarded the item with confusion, inquiring about its nature. Poetic exclamations escaped Shirshi's lips. A celestial-grade flying artifact? At that moment, Shirshi's intrigue towards Song Yu intensified, contemplating the wealth of treasures he possessed. Song Yu, noticing Shirshi's recognition of the object, felt no surprise. Instead, he was filled with excitement, further affirming Shirshi's remarkable nature. Chapter 64. The Great Battle with Muxio. Yi gazed curiously at the object in Song Yu's hand. Inquiring, "What is a flying talisman?" Song Yu elaborated, "It is an artifact capable of carrying individuals through the skies." At this moment, young Master Bai is not yet able to soar through the air. Thus, we can utilize this item to swiftly reach the Bai residence. After speaking, he infused the flying talisman with his vital energy. As the energy coursed into it, the palm-sized object began to gently rise from Song Yu's grasp, gradually enlarging. In a brief moment, the flying talisman transformed into a substantial length of several zhang and a width of about 1 zhang. With a chuckle, Song Yu remarked, "This flying talisman is named the Silver Flying Chariot, and its speed surpasses that of even a peak master at full flight." Yi was somewhat taken aback. "So soon?" he inquired. Song Yu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, let us depart." With that, he stepped into the hovercraft, followed closely by Yi and Shir. The interior of the vehicle was rather confined, and the three of them barely managed to fit comfortably within its limits. As Song Yu initiated the flight sequence, a wave of dizziness and weightlessness engulfed Yi, rendering his mind momentarily blank. His heart felt as though it were suspended in midair, creating an unsettling sensation in his chest. Yet, the discomfort did not cease there. Soon after, a tumultuous churn erupted within his stomach. With a sudden retch, Yi expelled a murky liquid from his mouth. In an instant, the atmosphere and odor within the hovercraft transformed dramatically. Shir's expression soured considerably, as it was the first time she contemplated delivering a good beating to this fellow. Song Yu's countenance darkened as well. Reflecting his thoughts, the culinary preferences of this young Master Bai are truly perplexing. Yi felt somewhat embarrassed, wiping his mouth with the sleeve of his garment. "I apologize. I might have overindulged yesterday." However, the two individuals chose to disregard Yi, making a concerted effort to distance themselves from him. In the confines of the already cramped vehicle, a noticeable space had unexpectedly formed around Yi. Yi was acutely aware that her somewhat ungraceful reaction had caused discomfort for the two individuals, making them feel slightly uneasy about her proximity. Ordinarily, the journey from the Imperial Palace to the Bai residence would take but a fleeting moment at such high speed. However, for Shir and Song Yu, the experience felt as though it spanned an entire century. At last, the flying vehicle came to a halt, and just ahead lay the Bai home. Shir was the first to alight from the vehicle, sprinting a distance away to take several deep breaths. In contrast, Song Yu exhibited a more restrained demeanor, merely expressing with a gentle sigh, "Indeed, the air in this place is remarkably refreshing." Yi offered an awkward smile and replied, "It's all right." Song Yu chuckled softly and took a few steps back, distancing himself slightly from Yi. Yi scratched his head and said, "Master Song, please put away the flying vehicle." Song Yu's lips twitched slightly. This flying vehicle is a gift for young Master Bai. He felt a surge of annoyance. "Put it away? How can I do that? Are you unaware of the state you left it in? How am I supposed to use it now?" Upon hearing these words, Yi found himself somewhat perplexed. "You wish to gift this to me? It appears rather valuable, does it not? You would simply bestow it upon me?" In his heart, Song Yu mused, "You are aware of its worth, yet you assume I desire to give it to you? It is your actions that have rendered it unusable for me. Would you prefer I cleanse it thoroughly before presenting it to you?" However, he would never voice such sentiments aloud. He chuckled softly, recognizing that young Master Bai was still unable to fly independently. Should he possess this flying vehicle, it would undoubtedly alleviate many of his troubles. Yi contemplated this and decided to stow away the flying vehicle. At that moment, Sure hurried over. But upon reaching a distance of about 10 feet from Bai Yi, she abruptly halted. Then, she retreated a few steps. Covering her nose, she exclaimed, "Wait." As she spoke, she tossed a ring to Bai Yi, adding, "Place it inside this ring." She feared that Bai Yi might inadvertently store the flying vehicle within the confines of her ring, thereby contaminating its contents. If that were to happen, she would have to keep her distance from whatever he might extract from the ring. However, that was of lesser concern. Her greatest dread was that Bai Yi would confine the flying vehicle within the realm of his golden core, for in such a scenario, how could she ever return to play there again? Although Bai Yi felt a tinge of confusion upon witnessing this, he did not dwell on it. He accepted the ring tossed to him by Sure and subsequently stowed away the flying car. After securing the vehicle, Bai Yi made his way toward the Bai family estate. Meanwhile, Songyu and Sure trailed behind at a considerable distance. Moments later, Bai Yi encountered Mu Xiao, who was standing not far from the Bai residence. With a thunderous roar, Bai Yi declared, "Old Mu, your esteemed Bai is here. Are you bold enough to face me in battle?" Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiao abruptly spun around to gaze at Bai Yi, his eyes brimming with a palpable murderous intent as he slowly approached. Just a few paces away from Bai Yi, Mu Xiao suddenly halted, pointing an accusing finger at him and seething with rage. "Have you come to disgust me, old man?" Bai Yi, perplexed, inquired, "Disgusting you? What do you mean?" Mu Xiao's expression darkened significantly as he retorted, "Are you not aware of the odor that clings to you?" In the distance, Sure and Songyu could not help but burst into laughter. Bai Yi's expression darkened, as he was acutely aware that there was an odd scent emanating from him. Without further ado, he drew his crimson long sword and pointed it at Mu Xiao, declaring, "Old man Mu, today I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare?" Mu Xiao replied earnestly, "I do not dare, for I fear being overwhelmed by your stench." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nearly stumbled and fell. Bai Yi retorted angrily, "Are you so afraid of death?" Mu Xiao let out a cold snort. "I do not fear dying in battle. Rather, I dread perishing from the stench." Bai Yi exclaimed with anger, "Can't you just close your nose?" Mu Xiao, infuriated, retorted, "Are you trying to suffocate me?" In the distance, Sure was utterly speechless. How has this brother recently become so flamboyant? Bai Yi felt a surge of anger, having been insulted repeatedly by this old man. "Today, even if I cannot scorch you to death, I shall suffocate you. If all else fails, I will simply infuriate you," she declared as she charged towards Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao bellowed, "Take your foul stench and leave." Yet, Bai Yi had already thrust her sword forward, aiming directly at the space between Mu Xiao's brows. As the blade approached, Mu Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and then unleashed a powerful punch, the immense shadow of his fist hurtling towards Bai Yi with great force. With a resounding crash, the colossal fist shadow collided with Bai Yi's advancing sword, releasing a formidable aura that spread through the air. As the sword's brilliance shattered, the fist shadow gradually dissipated as well. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Xiao's face. "It seems, in just a few days, your strength has notably improved." In the past, though his punch would not have been enough to slay Bai Yi, it could have severely injured her. Yet now, she stood unscathed, not even retreating an inch. Bai Yi chuckled lightly, "Old man Mu, I have recently experienced a remarkable surge in strength, all in preparation to eliminate you." The title Old Man Mu uttered by Bai Yi ignited a flicker of anger within Mu Xiao. It had been some time since anyone had dared to speak to him with such audacity. "You rely solely on your words. Prepare to face the consequences." With that, Mu Xiao unleashed a powerful punch, aimed directly at Bai Yi. Bai Yi hastily exclaimed, "Old Mu, halt. Let us find another place to battle." With that, he turned and sprinted into the distance. In an instant, Mu Xiao appeared not far from Bai Yi. However, his expression soon darkened, for he noticed that Songyu and Sure were quietly standing nearby. Previously, his attention had been entirely focused on Bai Yi, leaving him oblivious to the presence of the two. Upon realizing their proximity, a flicker of apprehension coursed through him. Songyu, having detected Mu Xiao's awareness of his presence, took a few steps forward. "Elder Mu, how have you been?" Mu Xiao's countenance grew grim as he prepared to respond. Bai Yi suddenly declared, "Today, we shall engage in a duel, and no one else shall interfere." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao's lips twitched slightly. "Do you truly believe I would trust you?" Chapter 65, The Identity of Mu Xiao. Bai Yi turned to Songyu and said, "Sovereign Song, today I shall engage in a fair duel with this old man Mu. Please refrain from intervening." Songyu hesitated. Although Bai Yi had reached the core formation stage, Mu Xiao possessed peak strength at the sovereign level. It was not that he underestimated Bai Yi, but the disparity in their realms was too vast. However, he soon relaxed, for he contemplated the nature of their cultivation. Mu Xiao had merely attained peak sovereign status within the confines of this continent's cultivation system, whereas Bai Yi was genuinely at the core formation stage. Sure chuckled softly. Brother, do take care. Remember to respect your elders and cherish the young. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiao's expression twisted into one of fury, casting aside all restraint. His aura surged violently as he unleashed a powerful fist towards Bai Yi. The blow reverberated through heaven and earth, causing countless spatial fissures to spread. And in the blink of an eye, the entire sky dimmed as though night had fallen. The overwhelming darkness instilled a sense of dread, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Witnessing Mu Xiao's strike, Bai Yi felt a tremor of fear. He thought to himself, this old fellow is quite formidable. At that moment, a look of disbelief crossed Song Yu's face. Logically, Mu Xiao should not possess such power. How could one punch shatter the fabric of space? He recalled that last time, he had only been able to cleave space with the use of his massive axe. Yet now, Mu Xiao wielded no weapon at all. The encroaching gloom had completely engulfed Bai Yi. In this world engulfed by darkness, Bai Yi felt as if he were mired in a quagmire. Each movement met with an overwhelming force that rendered him nearly immobile. A sense of panic began to rise within him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sure furrowed her delicate brows. Had Mu Xiao concealed his strength previously, or had he recently stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity? Song Yu glanced at Sure and asked, should we intervene to assist young Master Bai? Sure shook her head. Let us observe for now. Bai Yi, ensnared in the depths of despair, found even the slightest motion to be an arduous task, let alone the thought of retaliation. Just as his mind began to spiral into chaos, an unexpected surge erupted from the depths of his golden core. A slender beam of white light shot forth. Like the blazing sun, it illuminated the dim horizon, the brilliance undiminished, casting a dazzling radiance wherever it passed. The onlookers, illuminated by this white light, appeared almost translucent, revealing their forms in stark clarity. Sure gasped in astonishment, as an ethereal mist enveloped her, shrouding her figure. Beside her, Mu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the gloom that had shrouded the sky had been dispelled, the formidable power of his fist remained undiminished, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Bai Yi. Bai Yi raised his hand, and with a swift motion, pierced the ground with his sword. In an instant, the earth beneath him shattered, leaving behind a profound and terrifying chasm. Not only that, but the surrounding space was also instantaneously cleaved apart. With a whoosh, the sword's radiance collided with a fist. The entire sky trembled, sending forth a wave of horrifying energy that spread outward. It was as if a tumultuous tide surged forth, causing the ground to undulate in a magnificent spectacle. In the blink of an eye, the area within hundreds of feet transformed into a desolate ruin. As the residual waves subsided, the onlookers were taken aback, their expressions filled with shock at the sight of the devastation spanning hundreds of feet. Meanwhile, Mu Xiao slowly emerged from the wreckage, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Bai Yi. At this moment, Bai Yi found himself somewhat bewildered. The overwhelming force he had just unleashed was beyond his comprehension. It was a fragment of power that surged forth from within his golden core, which had enabled him to deliver a devastating blow to Mu Xiao. Although he had succeeded in severely injuring Mu Xiao, he himself was not in a much better condition. While it appeared that nothing was amiss externally, internally, Bai Yi's meridians were riddled with cracks. He dared not exert even an ounce of strength. Bai Yi exhibited an air of calm composure as he declared, Mu Lao Air, you have lost. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiao across from him spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his hand, pointing at Bai Yi, stammering you. Yet, despite his efforts to continue, he found himself utterly speechless, clearly infuriated by Bai Yi's proclamation. Bai Yi chuckled, declaring, today, I shall claim your life. Mu Xiao's expression twisted into a grimace. Despite his grievous injuries, he still possessed the strength to fight. In response to Bai Yi's scorn and provocation, Mu Xiao let out a primal scream, seemingly losing all rationality. He charged toward Bai Yi, and simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. In the blink of an eye, his power subtly surpassed that of a sovereign. Observing this from a distance, Shure's countenance shifted. Does Sovereign Song understand Mu Xiao? Song Yu pondered for a moment before replying, I do not know his true origins. He glanced at Mu Xiao and inquired, do we need to intervene? As Mu Xiao's aura surged, Bai Yi's eyelids twitched with apprehension. He sensed impending danger. This old foe might indeed fight to the death. His own meridians were already fracturing. And if he forced himself to act, dire consequences could follow. Just then, Muscio unleashed a ferocious punch. In an instant, it felt as though the very heavens were about to collapse under the weight of his power. Both Song Yu and Shir's expressions shifted drastically. Bai Yi could not possibly withstand this blow. Without hesitation, Song Yu appeared before Bai Yi, wielding a long spear that had seemingly materialized in his hand. The spear's blade shimmered with a faint azure light, reminiscent of the desire of the nether fire for the souls of the living. He then lunged fiercely at Muscio. Muscio's face paled at this sight, but it was too late for him to withdraw. He could only escalate his assault and clash head-on. The two forces, imbued with cataclysmic might, collided violently, causing the very skies to tremble. Under the weight of their overwhelming power, the heavens appeared as fragile as thin ice. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the sheer magnitude of their confrontation sent Bai Yi reeling thousands of feet away. Muscio, though shaken back 100 feet, astonishingly sustained minimal damage. Meanwhile, Song Yu, though unyielding, felt a dull ache in his hands and noticed a trickle of blood seeping forth. He was a half-step into the barrier realm, wielding a weapon of heavenly quality, yet even so, he found no advantage in the clash with Muscio. Muscio glared intently at Song Yu, demanding, "Sovereign Song, what is your intent? Did you not hereby you challenge me to a duel?" Clearly, he was enraged by Song Yu's sudden intervention. With a wry smile, Song Yu replied, his eyes betraying a grave seriousness, "Elder Mu, the outcome was already determined. Yet you chose to strike again. You were the one to break the rules, so how can you blame me?" Muscio, in a fit of madness, retorted, who declared that the outcome was determined. Song Yu countered, "I distinctly heard young master Bai proclaim your defeat. Was that not a clear verdict?" At this moment, Muscio found himself utterly speechless, realizing that Song Yu was cut from the same cloth as Bai Yi. Both exhibited an astonishing lack of shame. In a fit of madness, he let out a long howl. "Today, even if I must perish, I shall take all of you with me." Upon uttering these words, his aura surged once more, and this escalation in intensity sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, including Shir. As this formidable energy swelled, ethereal rings of light began to materialize around Muscio, each radiating a different hue. Witnessing this spectacle, Shir, who was holding Bai Yi, suddenly sprang to her feet. Chapter 66. Muscio escapes. Chapter 67. Piercing through 1,000 meters. Chapter 68. A sense of unease. So, does this mean that just now you were? Bai Yi quickly shook his head, saying, "No, I did not intentionally gaze at you. I simply have not yet adjusted and inadvertently stole a glance." Poem's lips twitched slightly as she replied, "Let us not dwell on that. Aside from your eyes, is there any other aspect that differs from before?" Bai Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, "It appears that whenever I concentrate, everything within a radius of several hundred feet materializes in my mind." Shir nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is divine consciousness. In due course, take your time to explore and acclimate. It will prove immensely beneficial for you in the future." Bai Yi nodded, expressing his bewilderment. How could my eyes and that mysterious spirit thought be in such a state? Shir presented a small jade vial to Bai Yi, saying, "This is the miraculous healing elixir bestowed upon you by the Song Emperor. It is precisely because of this that your spiritual perception has become exponentially stronger, perhaps even dozens or hundreds of times more potent than that of an ordinary individual. However, I cannot ascertain the condition of your eyes." Bai Yi took the small jade vial and examined it closely, pondering the extraordinary nature of the elixir. "Indeed," nodded Shir, "do not underestimate this potion. It possesses the power to save lives." Outside, Song Lan, hearing sounds emanating from the room, hurriedly inquired, "Has young master Bai awakened?" Upon hearing Song Lan's call, Bai Yi and Shir ceased their discussion about the life-restoring elixir and slowly exited the chamber. As they emerged, Song Lan quickly interjected before Song Yu could speak. "Is young master Bai's condition no longer critical?" Bai Yi cast a peculiar glance at Shir, his eyes seemingly inquiring whether the rebirth pill truly belonged to Song Yu or did Song Lan. Shir glanced at Song Lan, and Bai Yi understood. He circumvented Song Lan and approached Song Yu, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Emperor Song, for the divine medicine." Song Yu chuckled softly. "I am pleased if it proves beneficial to you, young master Bai." Noticing that Bai Yi had disregarded him, Song Lan felt a twinge of awkwardness. He then stepped closer to Bai Yi and whispered, "Young master Bai, I have obtained a secret regarding the Zhao family." Bai Yi cast a perplexed glance at Song Lan and inquired, "What secret?" Song Lan promptly replied, recently. I dispatched individuals to conduct a covert and thorough investigation into the Zhao family. Consequently, I have incurred the loss of several formidable experts at the Ninghai level. He deliberately paused, intending to evoke a sense of guilt or indebtedness in Bai Yi by emphasizing his losses. However, Bai Yi was acutely aware of Song Lan's intentions and chose to disregard that remark, silently reflecting, "This old fox is quite cunning. I must not fall into his trap." Despite this internal resolve, Bai Ye's countenance unmistakably betrayed feelings of guilt and obligation. Observing Bai Ye's expression, Song Lan felt a surge of satisfaction and continued, "Through my investigations, I have uncovered the existence of a private prison belonging to the Zhao family. Those who have committed grave offenses within the family are imprisoned there. However, it appears that those held captive may not solely be members of the Zhao family. There could be others who have been captured by them. Perhaps your friends are among those detained." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's brow furrowed in concern. "Is it possible for you to ascertain who is imprisoned within?" When Song Lan mentioned that his friends might be held in the Zhao family's private prison, Bai Ye's first thoughts turned to Zhao Shuer and Lang Qing. Yet, upon further contemplation, he deemed it improbable, as Zhao Shui was the esteemed young lady of the Zhao family. It seemed inconceivable that she could be imprisoned. As for Lang Qing, he also doubted the likelihood. Song Lan shook his head. That private prison is exceedingly concealed and located deep within the Zhao family estate. Infiltrating it undetected is simply impossible. Bai Yi pondered for a moment before deciding to take a look. Regardless of whether Shui Er or Lang Qing were imprisoned within, he felt compelled to go. After all, he had intended to visit the Zhao family to clarify the matters of the past. Thus, it was imperative that he made this journey. "Let us proceed," he declared. However, Sure interjected, "Are we truly going to venture forth in this manner?" Bai Yi inquired with a hint of confusion. What else could it be? To which Sure solemnly replied, "If Miss Shuer or Sister Ling is indeed imprisoned there, when we arrive at the Zhao residence, they may use them as leverage against us. What shall we do then?" Bai Yi was also startled. If it were truly as Sure had suggested, then not only would rescuing them be a challenge, but both she and Sure might find themselves in peril. Bai Yi spoke in a low voice. "What do you suggest we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Sure proposed, "How about this? We ask Emperor Song for assistance, requesting him to invite several elders of the Zhao family to the Imperial Hall to detain them. We will then proceed to the Zhao residence. Without a formidable master overseeing them, it should be manageable for Gu to rescue the person with his current strength." At that moment, Song Lan suddenly stepped forward, declaring, "I shall accompany young Master Bai." A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Song Yu's mouth as he thought to himself, "This old fellow has become rather excessive of late." Bai Yi turned to Song Yu and inquired, "Might the esteemed Emperor Song be willing to assist me with this task?" Song Yu replied with a faint smile, "A trifling matter. I shall return to the Imperial Hall forthwith to extend an invitation to several elders of the Zhao family." With that, he turned and departed. Poetry suddenly interjected, "It seems that Emperor Song requires a bit more time." Director Song, could you elaborate on the private prison of the Zhao family? Song Lan promptly nodded. The Zhao family's private prison is situated on the mountainside behind their estate. Deep within that mountain lies a forbidden ground, purported to be the resting place of the Zhao ancestors. However, this is a mere facade. It is not where their ancestors are interred. Within that vicinity resides a volcano, which has existed for tens of thousands of years. It is said that the Zhao family believes a fire spirit dwells within that mountain, yet for millennia, none from the Zhao lineage have succeeded in subduing it. Consequently, they have been compelled to confine this fire spirit within the mountain. Moreover, the private prison lies not far from this volcano. Owing to the nature of the volcano, the interior of the prison is engulfed in flames. However, the fire here is not lethal. Rather, it inflicts excruciating pain upon those imprisoned. In essence, the inmates endure this torment day and night, perpetually teetering on the brink of life and death, trapped in a state of desperate suffering, unable to seek relief or escape. It is a profoundly cruel existence. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's expression darkened, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, Sure inquired, "Do you mean there is a fire spirit within?" Song Lan nodded. "According to the information I have gathered, that is indeed the case. However, we cannot ascertain its veracity at this moment. Nevertheless, if the Zhao family's secret prison truly is engulfed in flames, it would lend credence to the claims." Sure nodded, a smile playing upon her lips. "Brother, are you intrigued by that fire spirit?" Bai Yi promptly shook his head, expressing his fear of being burned alive. Sure's face darkened with displeasure. and Song Lan then inquired, "Are we ready to set off now?" Bai Yi shook his head, saying, "Let's wait a little longer. I have yet to receive a message from the Emperor Song." Sure turned to Bai Yi and asked, "Brother, have you been feeling a sense of unease lately?" Bai Yi felt a twinge of confusion. Anxious? Not at all. However, Sure furrowed her brows, increasingly convinced that something ominous was on the horizon. Bai Yi inquired, Sure, what troubles you? Have you been feeling overly fatigued lately?" However, Sure abruptly replied, "Perhaps we should postpone our visit to the Zhao family. I have an unsettling feeling about this." At that moment, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in Song Lan's eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. Chapter 69, A Shift in Circumstances. Suddenly, Bai Yi remarked, "The Emperor has summoned the elder of the Zhao family to the Imperial Hall." Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Song Lan's eyes. Though he concealed it well, Bai Yi's keen perception captured the nuance. However, Bai Yi chose not to expose him and, with a smile, addressed Song Lan, "Director Song. It's time. We may proceed to the Zhao family." Sure, noticing an unusual look in Bai Yi's eyes towards Song Lan, felt a twinge of confusion but refrained from voicing her thoughts. The trio set forth towards the Zhao family's residence in Qingfeng City. Song Lan intended to carry them through the skies, yet Bai Yi declined. After departing from the five-star academy, Song Yu soared towards the direction of the Imperial Hall. However, it wasn't long before he furrowed his brow, sensing a subtle presence trailing him. Consequently, he halted and called out to the distance, "If you have been following me for so long, why not reveal yourself?" Following his words, no one emerged. Instead, a circular barrier appeared around Song Yu, enclosing him within. A smirk curled at the corners of Song Yu's mouth. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be Director Song's meticulous scheme. At that moment, a voice echoed from the shadows, "Activate the formation." As the command was issued, the circular barrier surged with radiant light and blades of energy, seemingly emerging from nowhere, surged towards Song Yu. A sardonic expression graced Song Yu's face. "Do you think a mere trapping formation can ensnare me?" Naturally, he harbored no fear of such a primitive trap. In years past, he had evaded countless pursuers, surviving far more formidable formations than this, let alone such a rudimentary one. He stood resolute as the myriad blades approached, and just as they neared within a foot of him, they disintegrated one by one. This was his barrier. Although Song Yu was merely at the threshold of barrier mastery, it was not within the capabilities of such a low-tier formation to breach. Witnessing this scene from their concealed vantage point, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. They contemplated retreating, yet at that moment, a terrifying pressure locked onto them. Under this overwhelming force, they found themselves utterly immobilized, like lambs to the slaughter, devoid of any means to resist. Song Yu advanced slowly before them. They were none other than the three formation masters from Song Yun Academy and two pinnacle experts of the sea-breaking realm. "Does Song Lan look down upon me?" he sneered. "Is this the best he can send, these worthless pawns?" However, his expression soon shifted, and he thought to himself, "This is not good. He intends to detain me and strike at young Master Bai." Yet, a cold smile soon appeared at the corners of his mouth. Bai Yi's strength is no longer what it once was. Even a few esteemed masters would find it challenging to eliminate him. With this in mind, he relaxed. He then summoned his shadow guards, instructing them to escort everyone present to the Imperial Hall. He refrained from taking lives, as he wished to retain these individuals for a future favor for Bai Yi. Upon returning to the Imperial Hall, Song Yu dispatched 5 shadow guards to invite the elders of the Zhao family for a discussion on pressing matters. The so-called pressing matters were merely a pretext he concocted, aimed at fulfilling the earlier suggestion made by Sure to delay them. Moments later, the 5 shadow guards escorted 3 elders from the Zhao family into the Imperial Hall. From the appearance of the 3 elders, it was somewhat implausible to claim they had been invited. Each elder bore traces of blood, and one even had blood oozing from his mouth. Song Yu observed the group and waved his hand, signaling the shadow guards to withdraw. He then gently crushed a communication talisman and smiled, saying, "I hope my invitation to you today does not come off as too presumptuous." One of the elders let out a cold laugh, saying, "Are you aware that you have thwarted the master's plans?" At these words, Song Yu's smile faltered. "Master?" Another elder shouted angrily, "Release us and those 2 immediately. Otherwise, if this reaches the master, your entire Imperial Hall will face ruin." Upon hearing this, Song Yu's expression grew grave. He recognized who the 2 individuals mentioned were, those who had just intercepted him alongside the 3 array masters from Songyun Academy. Could those 2 be from outside? With this realization, Song Yu thought, this situation has taken a turn. I must promptly inform young Master Bai. He then took out a communication talisman and crushed it. Witnessing Song Yu shatter the talisman, the expressions of the three elders darkened. Bai Yi and his companions were slowly making their way towards the Zhao family, when suddenly Bai Yi halted his steps, turning his gaze towards Song Lan. Taken aback by Bai Yi's sudden pause and attention, Song Lan blinked in surprise before speaking. What is it, young Master Bai? Do you feel we are progressing too slowly? I can carry you both and fly us there. Bai Yi shook his head, expressing that he felt he was moving a bit too hastily. Just moments ago, he had received a message from Song Yu, informing him that circumstances had changed and he should refrain from rushing to the Zhao family. Sure looked at Bai Yi with curiosity, asking, Brother, is there something amiss? Bai Yi smiled and asked, Shall we take a gamble? Poem looked even more puzzled. What shall we bet on? Shall we wager whether our visit to the Zhao family will be smooth? Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Song Lan couldn't help but furrow his brow, secretly pondering whether they had uncovered something. Poem replied, Brother, we shall not gamble. With that, she took Bai Yi by the hand and led him in another direction, one that was towards the imperial palace of the capital. Song Lan appeared somewhat anxious, saying, We should be heading this way. As he spoke, he pointed towards the direction of the Zhao family in Qingfeng City. Bai Yi smiled and said, Let us first proceed to the imperial hall and then visit the Zhao family. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Song Lan's heart sank. Could it be that they had truly discovered his intentions? Contemplating this, Song Lan found himself engulfed in hesitation, weighing the possibility of taking action to subdue the two individuals. Just days prior, he had stumbled upon the revelation that this continent was now interconnected with the outside world. The reason for this was that when Bai Yi had sealed the beast domain passage, he had not reinforced the entire continent's seal. Now, the seal over this land had nearly dissipated. Upon learning this, he had promptly ventured outside. After grasping the general circumstances beyond, he had leaked the news of Bai Yi acquiring the chaotic Yuan Yang and chaotic Yuan Yin to a certain faction. This faction had promised Song Lan that once they obtained the treasures from Bai Yi, they would avenge his master. When the faction learned that Bai Yi was merely at the core formation stage, they casually dispatched two peak sea-breaking realm experts to capture him. However, Song Lan remained uneasy and secretly allied with the Zhao family to confront Bai Yi. Yet now, it seemed that those two, along with his three formation masters, had failed. He was not particularly surprised by this outcome, for Song Yu was indeed a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, he had a second plan in mind. He pondered how certain he could be of striking Bai Yi down in a single blow if he were to act suddenly. Based on his previous assessments of Bai Yi's combat prowess, he concluded that although Bai Yi was significantly stronger than others of the same rank, he could not possibly match a master-level adversary. As this thought crossed his mind, he cast a glance at Sure. He could not deny that she was the most enigmatic element in this scenario. Not only had Song Yu previously informed him that Sure was no ordinary person, but his observations over time had only deepened his sense of mystery surrounding her. After all, despite Bai Yi being pursued multiple times, Sure had always remained by his side, and she was merely at the qi condensation stage. Logically, under such relentless pursuit, she should not be faring so well. Although he hesitated over whether to strike, his mind was already made up. Watching Bai Yi and Sure leisurely make their way towards the Imperial Hall, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed Song Lan's face. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch at Bai Yi, who was less than half a yard away. The attack was so abrupt and close that Song Lan could not exert his full strength. He employed just over 30% of his power. Yet he believed this would suffice. However, as his fist approached Bai Yi by mere inches, it came to an abrupt halt. Surrounding Bai Yi was a faint golden barrier, which was precisely the defensive formation he had prepared beforehand. Nevertheless, at that moment, the barrier had begun to show signs of cracking. Although it had been breached by Song Lan's punch, it had already afforded Bai Yi ample time to distance himself from Song Lan. Bai Yi retreated several paces, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Song Lan. What is the meaning of this, Director Song? Song Lan, having failed in his initial attempt, instantly wore a grim expression, his eyes locked onto Bai Yi. You must die today, no matter the cost. With that, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, specifically targeting Bai Yi and Sure. Bai Yi said, Wait, can you tell me why? Song Lan replied coldly, I will tell you after you're dead. With that, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Bai Yi. This blow represented the pinnacle of a master's strength, and its sheer force seemed capable of shattering space itself, truly terrifying. Under the shadow of this attack, Bai Yi felt as if he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through him. Although Bai Yi's physical form was considerably stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator at the core formation stage, it was still utterly insufficient against the assault of a master. As the power of the strike intensified, blood began to seep from Bai Yi's body. It was evident that he could hardly withstand this overwhelming force. Exemplifying the sheer horror of that blow, faced with the impending attack, Bai Yi refrained from further words. Instead, he drew forth his crimson long sword and thrust it fiercely, unleashing a mysterious power from his golden core. In an instant, the very fabric of space began to warp, seemingly unable to bear the weight of this force. A brilliant crimson golden light enveloped the surroundings, yet soon after, this radiance began to shatter inch by inch. Even this formidable sword light could not contend with Song Lan's strike. The Master's palm effortlessly dismantled the sword's brilliance. With a thunderous crash, the sword light fragmented, propelling Bai Yi backwards for 100 zhang. Upon halting, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, and numerous wounds marred his body. Song Lan sneered, "Though you are indeed a prodigy. The chasm in our realms cannot be bridged by sheer talent." With that, he struck out once more, this time aiming his palm at Shi. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yi's countenance shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forward, charging directly towards Shi. Observing the brother who would recklessly place himself in harm's way to shield her during moments of crisis, Shi's lips curled into a smile. Yet her eyes quickly dimmed with melancholy. How wonderful it would be if this could continue indefinitely. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi had reached Shi's side. Just as Song Lan's palm descended almost simultaneously. As Song Lan's hand struck Bai Yi, a brilliant shaft of white light erupted from within him. Under the illumination of this radiant beam, the entire sky appeared translucent. Even the scorching sun at the zenith seemed to dull in comparison. When Song Lan's palm made contact with the white light, it felt akin to striking a cushion of cotton. There was no sense of impact. To his astonishment, he realized that his hand was being gradually consumed by the very white light he had struck. He attempted to retract his hand, but an incredibly powerful force seemed to be pulling at his palm relentlessly. Gradually, an expression of terror began to manifest on Song Lan's face. For he discerned that the white light was not merely devouring the momentum of his strike. His very hand was also beginning to fade away, with his fingers vanishing little by little in the blink of an eye. Panic surged within him. What do you intend to do? Stop at once. At this moment, his fingers had dwindled down to their bases. Although, given his level of mastery, regrowing a severed limb was not insurmountable. It would nonetheless require a substantial cost and considerable time. Bai Yi gazed at the slowly vanishing palm of Song Lan, feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this radiant light possessed the ability to devour? In truth, when Song Lan had struck with that palm earlier, a sense of dread had washed over him. After all, the sheer force of that strike had instilled within him a palpable sense of impending doom. Yet, he had endeavored to summon the power within his golden core, not anticipating the success that would follow. To his astonishment, this newfound strength enabled him to effortlessly withstand Song Lan's terrifying blow. Moreover, it even began to absorb Song Lan's power. Contemplating this, he focused his thoughts and resolved to intensify this consuming force. Instantly, a formidable pull enveloped Song Lan, and upon perceiving this turn of events, Song Lan finally panicked. He realized that no matter how vigorously he struggled, he could not escape this compelling force. Indeed, with each futile attempt, the pull only grew stronger. Bai Yi, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Bai Yi remained indifferent. He would never engage in idle chatter with an adversary while possessing an undeniable advantage in battle. Shi observed the force that ensnared Song Lan, her brows furrowing in concern, for this very force evoked a sense of danger within her. What could this force possibly be? Its terrifying nature was undeniable. Suddenly, a look of dread crossed her features, her mouth agape. Could this be the fabled chaos power? According to ancient texts, the chaos power is a remnant of the universe's primordial inception, and in certain respects, it surpasses all other forces within the cosmos. Furthermore, it harbors even more terrifying capabilities, as the universe's origin was merely a swirling mass of chaotic energy after countless years of gestation. It gave rise to the chaos yang and chaos yin. When these two forces reach a pivotal threshold, they will merge, resulting in an explosive release of formidable energy that cleaves the nebulous chaos into two distinct entities. Ultimately, after eons of sedimentation and tranquility, One part becomes the heavens and the other the earth, thus forming the universe. However, through the incessant passage of time, the chaos power gradually dissipates, vanishing into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Yet, the fact that Bai Yi could harness this chaos power left Shir utterly astounded. Could it be that countless particles of chaotic energy resided within his golden core? The mere thought of such a possibility startled her. How terrifying would that be? Clearly, Bai Yi at this moment could not truly wield that power, as evidenced by the expression on his face. His countenance was gradually becoming pale, indicating that the force was inflicting considerable backlash upon him. At this moment, Bai Yi sensed that something was amiss. He felt an uncontrollable tremor coursing through his entire being. It seemed that the overwhelming force was becoming too much for him to bear, and if this persisted, he feared he too might be consumed by it. Realizing this, Bai Yi hastily focused his mind, gradually retracting the force. Observing Bai Yi's distress, Song Lan's expression softened, yet he did not fully relax. For his right hand had completely vanished, and his internal energy was nearly depleted, leaving him in a state of parched desperation. If Bai Yi did not withdraw that force, it would not be long before Song Lan was rendered utterly incapacitated. As Bai Yi successfully reined in the power, Song Lan staggered back several steps, halting to stare at Bai Yi with lingering apprehension. Chapter 71. Startling Song Lan, what kind of power is that? Song Lan inquired, a hint of panic lacing his voice as he addressed Bai Yi. Bai Yi did not respond to Song Lan's words. Instead, he was intently attuning to his own body. After a moment, he felt a sense of relief. Although he had experienced backlash this time, it was far less severe than the previous occasion. Last time, his entire meridian system had been severely damaged by that force of backlash, whereas this time, he merely felt a slight weakness with minimal impact. He then recalled the regeneration pill that Shir had previously administered to him, marveling at its extraordinary nature. Just then, Song Lan, some distance away, exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that the power of chaos Yuan Yang?" Song Lan, of course, was unaware that the force he sensed was indeed chaotic energy. He merely speculated it to be the power of chaos Yuan Yang. Upon the realization that it might be chaos Yuan Yang, a flicker of joy briefly crossed Song Lan's face. However, this fleeting joy quickly morphed into a grim expression. He pondered bitterly. If he possessed the power of chaos Yuan Yang, would he still need to beseech others for vengeance against his master's enemies? He recalled how, in the past, he had humbly begged that faction for assistance in avenging his master, lowering himself to the point of wearing his lips raw. The memory of his past subservience filled him with frustration. For centuries, he had never bowed so low to anyone except to his master. With this thought, his countenance grew fierce. Yet, he hesitated. After all, Bai Yi was able to wield that power, which posed a significant threat to him. Should he take the gamble? Just as Song Lan was engulfed in uncertainty, he heard Shir's anxious voice nearby. "Brother, are you all right?" Following the sound, he turned to Bai Yi and noticed something seemed amiss. Bai Yi's complexion was exceedingly pale, his face resembling a blank sheet of paper. Moreover, his body appeared to tremble slightly, as though he had sustained grave injuries. Song Lan narrowed his eyes, silently contemplating, could it be that he was harmed by that force? At this thought, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Truly, the heavens favor me. Although he had suffered from that force a moment ago, seeing Bai Yi now, he believed that Bai Yi was far worse off. He could not possibly summon that power again. If Bai Yi was unable to wield that force once more, he was confident he could strike him down in his currently weakened state. With this realization, he let out a sinister laugh. "Ha ha, truly, the heavens assist me." With that, a long spear manifested in his hand, the prized Earth-grade weapon of Tsong Yun Academy. The spear measured 10 feet in length, its head black and triangular, adorned with 2 inverted short spikes beneath it. The shaft was slender, fitting comfortably in his grip. The dark spear, bearing a faint grayish luminescence, subtly exudes an impression of robustness and strength. As Bai Yi beheld the long spear manifested in Song Lan's hand, his expression grew exceedingly grave. At that moment, he found himself utterly incapable of confronting it. Although his condition was significantly improved compared to the last backlash, he remained remarkably weak, unable to summon his full strength once more, let alone wield that formidable power again. However, fear did not grip him. His longsword stood defiantly, angled toward the ground. "Song, do you intend to attempt that power again?" Song Lan replied with a chilling smile. "I believe you are incapable of wielding that power once more." Bai Yi appeared remarkably calm and composed, smiling as he inquired, "Are you inclined to take a gamble?" He continued, I can assure you that I still possess the ability to wield that power 3 more times. Pausing for a moment in contemplation, he added, if I were to exert myself, I could potentially summon it 5 more times. Song Lan was evidently skeptical of Baiye's assertions. Yet a flicker of caution stirred within him. After all, Baiye's demeanor exhibited no signs of panic. Logically, if he had no trump card, he would not remain so unperturbed. However, Song Lan could not fathom what hidden advantage Baiye might possess. As for that power, he firmly dismissed the notion that Baiye could unleash it again. If he truly could, Song Lan held no fear. For he believed that his earlier misstep was merely due to carelessness. With a bit more vigilance, he was certain he could evade that force. Do you think I am easily intimidated? He retorted, yet his voice bore a hint of hesitation. Had he not been uncertain, he would have already struck. Baiye smiled faintly and asked, do you truly believe I am trying to intimidate you? At that moment, Shir cast a playful glance at Baiye and teased. Brother, remember to refrain from using that power more than 5 times. This remark was clearly intended for Song Lan, aiming to convey that Baiye indeed possessed the ability to invoke that power 5 more times. Upon hearing Shir's words, Song Lan squinted his eyes. Although he harbored doubts about Baiye, Shir's admonition began to sway his conviction. If Baiye could summon that power even once more, he might still manage to put up a fight, but 5 times. Considering his current injuries, even an unscathed version of himself would likely be unable to withstand such an onslaught. Baiye smiled at Shir, conveying a resounding approval through his gaze. Give it a try, have no worries. Dealing with this person once more should suffice. If not, we can attempt twice, or at most 3 times. Shir felt the urge to laugh, but stifled it, responding, yes, I have faith in you, brother. She then turned her attention to Song Lan, urging, hurry up and make your move. My brother is growing impatient. Do you not dare to act? The chaotic primordial yang and yin reside within him. Do you not covet such power? Upon hearing Shir's words, Baiye was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of frustration. Did this girl truly believe that I could still wield such power? Earlier, he had merely intimidated Song Lan. At this moment, should Song Lan choose to strike, he might not withstand even a single blow. Meanwhile, Shir appeared entirely absorbed, continuing to call out for Song Lan to take action. Faced with her insistence, Song Lan hesitated further, contemplating. Could it be that Baiye's assertions are indeed true? Can he truly summon that power at least 5 times? If not, how could he possess such confidence? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, yet the allure of the chaotic primordial yang and yin was overwhelming. He was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity so easily. Just then, Shir's voice rang out once more. Brother, since he is unwilling to act first, you should take the initiative, swiftly end this with a single strike. Upon hearing Shir's words, Song Lan's body shuddered slightly in that moment. He found himself almost entirely convinced by the words of Baiye and Shir. Baiye gazed wide-eyed at Shir and said, we must understand the importance of respecting our elders and cherishing the young. Let him take the first move. I fear that if I act first, he will lose his chance. At this moment, he certainly could not make a move, for doing so would reveal his true intentions, rendering all his previous deceptions futile. Listening to Baiye's words, Song Lan surprisingly felt that Baiye was not merely trying to intimidate him. The more composed Baiye appeared, the more convinced he became of Baiye's words. At that moment, Song Lan was neither willing to retreat nor dared to strike Baiye first. He stood quietly a short distance away from Baiye, seemingly calm, yet his mind was a tempest of thoughts. Baiye felt a twinge of impatience. It was evident that Song Lan was becoming increasingly self-assured. Yet, why did he not make his departure? Prolonging this standoff could easily lead to unintentional revelations, and Baiye's heart had begun to race in response. If this confrontation continued for much longer, he would find it impossible to maintain his calm and composed demeanor. Chapter 72. The Invincible Sword Spirit. At this moment, Shir also found herself losing patience, pondering why Song Lan was so indecisive in his actions. Why not make a swift exit? If he wouldn't, they could certainly take their leave first. With this thought in mind, she leaned closer to Baiye and whispered, brother, shall we make our escape? At this moment, Baiye found himself engulfed in hesitation. If he chose to flee first, it was certain that Song Lan would realize he was merely trying to deceive him. At that point, a relentless pursuit would undoubtedly ensue. However, if he refrained from fleeing, he would be left standing in uncertainty for an indeterminate period. Song Lan observed as Shir whispered something into Baiye's ear. which sparked a flicker of doubt within him. Were they attempting to mislead him? This thought rapidly spiraled out of control, and the more he contemplated it, the more plausible it became. Gradually, this notion solidified into certainty within Song Lan's mind. He then furiously pointed at Bai Yi, exclaiming, "You are deceiving me." Bai Yi's heart sank with a jolt. "It's over. This old man has seen through us." Sure, however, spoke with an air of calmness. "If we were to deceive you, would we still be here awaiting your move?" Song Lan let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly think you can escape?" Bai Yi was somewhat perplexed. How had Song Lan become so astute in such a short span of time? This development was hardly advantageous for the two of them. What should they do now? He then turned his gaze towards Sure, who, with her whimsical nature, might possess some clever solution. Sure, staring at Bai Yi with wide-eyed astonishment, replied, "I have no idea. Can't you see how clever he has become?" Naturally, Song Lan, who was ever vigilant and attentive to the two, overheard this exchange. Upon hearing Sure's words, Song Lan was resolutely convinced that Bai Yi and Sure's previous claims about being able to wield that kind of power were mere fabrications. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret, realizing how he had once believed their fanciful tales. After entangling himself with them for so long, could it be that? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps they had deliberately been stalling to recover their strength? If that were the case, could it be that Bai Yi had already regained his vigor? He scrutinized Bai Yi closely, but upon seeing his still pallid complexion, he felt a sense of relief. Evidently, Bai Yi had not yet recovered. In a fit of rage, he laughed bitterly. "What a pair of impudent youngsters, deceiving me all along." Bai Yi spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Isn't it merely due to your constant cooperation? Are you still going to blame us for our nonsensical chatter?" Realizing that Bai Yi had not regained his natural state, he would not grant him another opportunity. With a fierce roar, he thrust his spear forward. Although he had previously been wounded by Bai Yi's formidable power, at this moment, bolstered by the extraordinary spear of the earthly tier, the force of this strike was no less than that of his peak condition. The spear pierced through the fabric of space, causing the surrounding area within 10 zhang to tremble violently, as if it could shatter at any moment under the weight of this attack. A dark gleam manifested at the spear's tip, aimed directly between Bai Yi's brows. Upon witnessing Song Lan's sudden assault, Bai Yi's expression changed dramatically. He understood that he might not be able to withstand this blow. Yet, even if he could not, he had to try to defend himself. The crimson long sword in his hand trembled slightly as Bai Yi gritted his teeth and summoned a fragment of power from his golden core. He channeled this energy into the crimson sword, and as the power flowed in, the sword radiated a blinding crimson golden light. With a resonant hum, the sword sang out, seemingly imbued with life. But gazed in astonishment at the sword in Bai Yi's hand, exclaiming, "This sword actually possesses a sword spirit. Is it awakening?" A sword spirit, or weapon spirit, emerges when a weapon reaches a certain tier or when its master attains a specific realm, granting it a semblance of intelligence. The strength of the weapon and its master indirectly determines the potency of the weapon spirit. Previously, Bai Yi's sword was capable of recognizing its master and providing protection in times of peril, indicating that it had developed some awareness, albeit not enough to be considered a true weapon spirit. However, at this moment, spurred by Bai Yi's surge of power, the sword appeared to come alive, transcending mere sentience. If this sword truly harbored a sword spirit, one might wonder whether the spirit had been sealed or injured during its previous slumber. Contemplating this, Popo's curiosity about the sword intensified. Meanwhile, Song Lan's attack was imminent. Before Bai Yi could fully react, he thrust the sword, propelling himself forward in a singular strike. As the sword was unleashed, the entire world plunged into darkness, enveloping the space in an abyssal void. Popo was left dumbfounded. This strike, merely a casual attack from the newly awakened sword spirit, had the power to redefine her understanding of reality, especially as it was executed with Bai Yi's very being. Bai Yi found himself somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, he was poised to wield his sword, yet that very blade had already thrust forth before he could make his move. Remarkably, it was guiding his own hand as he struck. In this moment, he was the sole witness to this phenomenon. The sword was not merely engaged in a counterattack, but was also imparting the art of swordsmanship to Bai Yi, demonstrating a particular technique through the very act of its thrust. Bai Yi did not dwell further on the matter, instead immersing himself in the profound essence of this sword technique. Moments later, he opened his eyes in astonishment. For during his contemplation, he had been utterly shocked. He perceived the terrifying power of this sword, which had the capability to annihilate an entire realm. As he closed his eyes to delve deeper into its essence, a vivid image emerged in his mind, a vast interface shattering instantaneously in the starry expanse. Thousands of feet away, the sheer horror of that scene sent a tremor through his very heartbeat. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that the figure of Tsang Lan, who had been in close proximity, had vanished. In the place where Tsang Lan once stood, there now lay an abyss of darkness. Bai Yi turned to Shi, momentarily lost in thought. Upon seeing her face, equally filled with disbelief, his astonishment deepened. Throughout their acquaintance, there had been few instances that could evoke such a profound reaction from Shi. Even the shock she experienced during Mu Xiu's incident paled in comparison to this moment. Just then, a faint voice echoed in Shi's mind. You must protect the young master. Puzzled by the source of the voice, Shi soon realized it was the sword spirit communicating with her. She then conveyed her thoughts to the spirit. Are you the spirit of that sword? The weak voice replied, Indeed. Shi, astonished, inquired, Are you injured? The spirit responded, Not exactly. I was merely sealed by my master long ago. I have unexpectedly awakened. Hence my current frailty. Shi's heart raced with disbelief. You are so weak now, yet that sword was terrifying. How powerful were you in your prime? The spirit smiled weakly. Not particularly formidable. I am merely a sword. Furthermore, my strength is contingent upon my master's prowess. Shi pressed further. To what extent is your master strong? Invincible. The simplicity of this declaration left Shi in silence. Although she found it hard to fully accept the notion of invincibility, she had no doubt about the terrifying strength of that individual. The spirit continued, I shall return to slumber. Please take good care of the young master. Shi hastily asked, When will you truly awaken? After a brief pause, the spirit replied, When the young master reaches invincibility. Shi was taken aback. When he reaches invincibility. She felt a surge of confusion and asked, Why must he attain invincibility for you to awaken? The spirit hesitated before stating, Because it was he who sealed me. Shi was once again struck by shock, eager to inquire further, but at that moment, the spirit's presence had vanished, clearly returning to its slumber. Shi was left profoundly astonished, and suddenly, a thought struck her. Who had sealed this sword spirit? How could this be? Was it truly as her grandfather had once said? She recalled her grandfather's words. Shi, upon descending to the lower realms, you must protect the young master. If an opportunity arises, seize it. His identity may be more than just that of a young master. He could very well be a reincarnated being. The realization that her grandfather had urged her to seize this opportunity brought a smile to her lips as she shook her head. After all, she was currently regarded by Bai Yi as a younger sister. Chapter 73. Journeying through the heavens and realms, observing the repeated expressions of shock on Shi's face. Bai Yi felt a twinge of curiosity. Shi, what is the matter? Upon hearing Bai Yi's voice, Shi refocused her thoughts and scrutinized him as if seeking to see through his very essence, which left Bai Yi feeling somewhat perplexed. Shi, what troubles you? Shi lifted her gaze to meet Bai Yi's. It's nothing, just that sword you wielded earlier. Bai Yi hastily remarked, I too find it perplexing. The sword that just struck was not wielded by me. Rather, it was that very sword that executed the move through my guidance. Moreover, it seems to be imparting swordsmanship to me through that strike. What? Shi exclaimed in astonishment. Are you saying that the sword not only moved with you, but also conveyed sword techniques through that strike? She was once again taken aback. Indeed. And as I contemplated the essence of that swordplay, a terrifying vision unfolded in my mind. Shi, intrigued, inquired, What kind of vision? Bai Yi remarked. As that sword was thrust forth, the fabric of the realm, thousands of fathoms away, shattered inch by inch. Listening to Bai Yi's vivid description, Shi felt a lump rise in her throat. She pondered whether the sword spirit's claim of invincibility held any truth. Ultimately, she refrained from divulging the matter of the sword spirit to Bai Yi, reasoning that since the spirit had not directly communicated with him, it might prefer to keep its existence a secret, or perhaps the time had yet to ripen. Brother, how much have you comprehended regarding that sword technique? Bai Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment, responding with uncertainty. He too was at a loss for words. The sword maneuver appeared deceptively simple, merely a thrust forward. Yet, the profound intricacies of swordsmanship embedded within eluded his understanding. Nevertheless, he gleaned some wisdom from the experience. Recognizing the truth in the phrase poetic once uttered, to simplify is to strengthen. The two of them chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. Instead, gazing at a distant void, both shaking their heads with a wry smile. This space had been utterly annihilated by that single stroke of the sword. Although it would gradually mend, it seemed unlikely to restore itself in the near future, for the overwhelming force might linger here for days or even months. Brother, should we first visit the Zhao family, or seek out Song Yu? Bai Yi pondered for a moment. Perhaps I should pay a visit to the Zhao family. I have suddenly become intrigued by that fire spirit. Although he was previously unaware that the sword was controlled by a sword spirit, he understood that the sword possessed an ethereal quality. Considering how formidable entities imbued with spirit can be, could it be that this fire spirit is equally powerful? Naturally, he harbored concerns about his ability to subdue the fire spirit, yet he resolved that even if he could not tame it, he would strive to endure the backlash and bring it into his Golden Dan realm. In that domain, he would be the sovereign entity. Suddenly, he halted, recalling that the soul beast of Muxio was still within his Golden Dan. Sure. Do you think Muxio's beast soul holds any value? Sure. Momentarily puzzled, soon recollected. Release it. Muxio will not pose a threat to us again. Bai Yi expressed his astonishment. What transpired after I fell unconscious that day? Previously, he had been puzzled, contemplating an opportunity to inquire with Sure, yet he had persistently forgotten to ask. Sure chuckled softly, shaking her head. After you lost consciousness, I single-handedly defeated Muxio, after which he conceded and vowed not to trouble us again. Bai Yi, rendered speechless, released Muxio's soul beast, and the two continued their journey towards the Zhao family's direction. Sure, shall we take a flying vehicle? Sure promptly shook her head. I won't ride. Bai Yi forced a smile, declaring that he had already cleaned up. Even though it was tidy, he refrained from sitting down, pondering inwardly, who could predict whether he would encounter the same fate as last time. Within the Imperial Hall, Song Yu wore a troubled expression. It had been half a day since he had sent a message to Bai Yi, yet the latter had yet to arrive. This unsettled him. Could it be that young Master Bai was no match for Tsong Lan? However, even if he was at a disadvantage, with Bai Yi's strength, he should still be able to escape. Moreover, he had Sure by his side, which should prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Nevertheless, to be cautious, he dispatched dark guards to investigate. At that moment, Bai Yi and Sure had arrived at the entrance of the Zhao family estate. This time, Bai Yi came to rescue someone and retrieve the fire spirit, so he did not bother with formalities. Drawing his long sword, he struck the Zhao family door with a single blow. With a resounding crash, the door was shattered. In an instant, over a dozen strong members of the Zhao family surged forth. However, most of them were merely the younger generation, at the realms of returning to Dan and Foundation establishment. Seeing the approaching members of the Zhao family, Bai Yi's spirit surged. It was time to exhibit his invincibility. You insignificant ants, step aside swiftly, or I shall eliminate each of you with a single strike. At that moment, one individual stepped forward, pointing angrily at Bai Yi. You dare to shatter the door of the Zhao family. Now it will be difficult for you to escape with your life. With that, he launched a punch at Bai Yi. Others, witnessing the attack, stirred restlessly, eager to join in. However, just as the punch was about to land on Bai Yi's face, it halted abruptly. The crowd was taken aback, but in the next moment, they recoiled a few steps. They beheld the man who had just attacked Bai Yi, now pierced through the chest by a sword. That individual was a first-level Foundation establishment cultivator, not the strongest among them, but certainly ranked within the top 5. Yet, he had been dispatched in an instant by Bai Yi's sword? Everyone was astonished, but after a brief silence, another man stepped forward. Fear not, even if he is powerful. Can he truly take on dozens of us alone? Let us charge together. With that, he was the first to strike, followed closely by dozens of others. It must be noted that while they were all at the returning to Dan and Foundation establishment realms, the collective force of their attack was formidable. Bai Yi gazed calmly at the oncoming throng, gradually raising his long sword. He meticulously recalled the preceding strike, slowly closing his eyes in an effort to attain tranquility. For in moments of peril, one tends to become instinctively agitated, yet it is precisely this agitation that can adversely affect one's combat prowess and the execution of skills. In that previous thrust, he had not only sensed the terrifying power embedded within the blade, but also perceived a thread of serene spirituality within it. This tranquility seemed unassailable. As if it could withstand the very annihilation of the world, it was a manifestation of confidence, an embodiment of momentum. As the assaults of dozens converged in an instant, Bai Yi gradually opened his eyes. With a single thrust of his sword, he executed a strike devoid of embellishment, merely a straightforward lunge. Yet, at that very moment of extension, The entire expanse before him trembled violently, as if on the brink of shattering. The multitude was rendered incapacitated, collapsing to the ground under the weight of spatial pressure. That prior strike had severely wounded the fabric of this space, and in the wake of such devastation, it appeared poised to collapse. It was this impending collapse that exerted the pressure, forcing the gathered individuals to the ground in utter defeat. The fallen spectators regarded Bai Yi with expressions of sheer terror. Bai Yi's lips curled upward, as he seemed to have rediscovered a hint of the sensation experienced when drawing his sword, though it did not rival the brilliance of his previous strike. It represented a significant advancement for him. Shir smiled and nodded. Brother, not bad at all. Bai Yi raised his head proudly, gazing toward the horizon, and said, Shir, in the future, I shall take you to explore the Myriad realms. Chapter 74. The ancestor of the Zhao family listening to Bai Yi's words, Shir, though aware he was merely boasting, could not help but feel a flicker of excitement in her eyes. At that moment, a frail voice echoed, Young friend, may I invite you in for a conversation? Upon hearing this voice, Bai Yi's proud demeanor nearly faltered. Could it be that the Zhao family harbored another formidable entity? Contemplating this, his expression darkened. He held no fear of younger individuals, and even felt confident in evading elder-level figures. However, the voice that had just spoken was clearly not that of an ordinary elder. Shir's expression also shifted, though she sensed no malice in the tone of that voice. Brother, should we enter? As Bai Yi was about to speak, that aged voice resonated once more. I bear no ill will towards either of you. You may enter without concern. The Zhao family members, seated on the ground, were equally astonished, utterly perplexed by the origin of the voice and unaware that there existed elders within their clan. When the dark guards dispatched by Song Yu had taken their elder away, they had all been present. If the elder had been taken, then who could be speaking now? Observing the expressions of bewilderment on the faces of the Zhao family, Bai Yi's curiosity deepened. Bai Yi inclined his head slightly towards the direction from which the voice emanated deep within the Zhao residence, addressing respectfully, Esteemed elder, I do not come seeking trouble. Rather, I wish to request an explanation from the Zhao family regarding a particular matter. After Bai Yi finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence before the voice replied, No matter. Please come in if you have matters to discuss. Shir turned to Bai Yi and said, Let us enter. I sense that the old man harbors no ill intentions towards us. Bai Yi nodded and proceeded towards the Zhao family residence. Moments later, he and Shir arrived before a small hall, modest in size, measuring only a few zhang in width. The walls were constructed of grayish-white stones, and a long black plaque hung askew above the entrance, inscribed with two prominent white characters, Ancestor Hall. Upon seeing these characters, Bai Yi involuntarily shivered. He thought to himself, could this truly be the Zhao family's ancestral hall? Was it possible that the voice I heard earlier belonged to the family's venerable ancestor? Shir also regarded the small hall with a hint of curiosity. At that moment, the voice resonated once more, emanating from within the ancestral hall. Dear young friends, there is no need for concern. Please, do enter. Bai Yi gently shook his head, expressing, Let us refrain from entering, for we are not of the Zhao family. It would be unseemly to disturb the tranquility of the esteemed seniors. His reluctance was not born out of concern for their peace, but rather a fear that the old man might employ deceit, leading him into a predicament from which escape would prove impossible. Shir softly suggested, Let us converse here. There is no need for us to enter. The voice sighed in response, Very well, since you two young friends harbor reservations towards this old man, I shall not press the matter further. Bai Yi suddenly inquired, Are you not the venerable ancestor of the Zhao family? Indeed, came the reply. Bai Yi continued to inquire, Are you still alive? The elder of the Zhao family sighed once more, I have been but a pile of dust for millennia. Now, I exist merely as a lingering consciousness. Shir furrowed her brow. If you are merely a lingering consciousness, how have you persisted for thousands of years? Bai Yi sensed the formidable power of the Zhao family's ancestors from Shir's astonished tone. It was not entirely unexpected. They had merely been in slumber until now. Bai Yi inquired, What realm did you attain in your lifetime, esteemed senior? The elder of the Zhao family pondered for a moment before responding, In my existence? It seems I reached the unparalleled realm, but I have slumbered for far too long. Many memories have eluded me. Bai Yi was astonished. Standing before the realm of the Supreme, he had previously heard of this state from Yun Shan's lips. The voice continued, Young friend, the sword you wielded earlier is indeed extraordinary. May I inquire as to its origin? He was awakened by the profound momentum of Bai Yi's sword. A force that felt oddly familiar, Yet he could not quite recall from where that familiarity stemmed. Bai Yi did not conceal the truth. It is not as others have claimed. Before he could finish his words, a voice, tinged with astonishment, interrupted him. Could it be that the young friend has created this himself? Sure, somewhat speechless, replied, do you really think my brother resembles someone capable of devising such a sword technique? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Sure. One must not speak in such a manner. Do you truly believe that I lack the potential to develop such swordsmanship? Instinctively, Sure shook her head, but then, as if struck by a revelation, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, far too similar. Bai Yi was left speechless. The words of this young lady were truly a bit disheartening. Nevertheless, Bai Yi replied earnestly, it is not entirely my own creation, but rather a sword that has been imparted to me. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the ancestral figure of the Zhao family exclaimed in astonishment. What? A sword has been bestowed upon you? Before Bai Yi could respond, the voice continued. May I have a look at that sword? Bai Yi resolutely stated, no. He naturally harbored doubts about the old man. What if he were to show him the sword and then not return it? Although the man claimed to be merely a consciousness, Bai Yi felt compelled to remain vigilant. The voice sighed. Since you do not trust me, young friend, I shall refrain from looking. Let us consider it a matter of fate that we do not meet. Earlier, you mentioned that you came to the Zhao family seeking an explanation. May I inquire about the nature of this matter? Bai Yi felt a sense of relief as the Zhao family's patriarch ceased to mention the sword. Do you know who the current head of the Zhao family is? He inquired. After a brief silence, the elder of the Zhao family replied, I am unaware, for I have been in slumber for thousands of years. Bai Yi, somewhat incredulous, inquired, if you have been in slumber, how do you discern that it has been merely thousands of years and not tens of thousands? Following this, the ancestor of the Zhao family fell into a profound silence. Sure also wore a look of exasperation. The question posed was akin to asking, if you have slept for a night, how do you know it is now morning? Perceiving the heavy silence, Bai Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Rubbing his head with a smile, he suggested, let us change the subject. As far as I am aware, the current head of your Zhao family is a woman named Du Guxian, is it not? Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the Zhao ancestor appeared taken aback, exclaiming, how can that be? In our Zhao family's long-standing traditions, the position of the family head is not bequeathed to women. As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him. Did you say that woman's surname is Dugu? Bai Yi replied, indeed. The ancestral figure of the Zhao family fell silent once more. This time for an extended period. Sure, growing impatient, interjected, we wish to visit your fire prison. We suspect that my friend might be detained there. Upon hearing this, the ancestral figure of the Zhao family appeared somewhat troubled. However, Bai Yi inquired, is there something amiss? The elder of the Zhao family replied, not at all. Rather, I find myself unable to depart from this place at present. I have no means to escort the two of you there. Bai Yi remarked, all you need to do is inform us of the location of the fire prison. We shall find our way there. After a moment of silence, the ancestor of the Zhao family responded, could you elaborate on the current affairs of the Zhao family? From Bai Yi's earlier words, it was evident that the Zhao ancestor discerned that the family was facing significant troubles. Sure cast a glance at Bai Yi and encouraged, then do share with him. Consequently, Bai Yi began recounting the events from several months prior when various prominent families approached the Zhao family with marriage proposals. When he spoke of Zhao Shuerer's extraordinary constitution and lineage, the Zhao ancestor exclaimed in disbelief, how can this be possible? Bai Yi, undeterred, continued speaking. Chapter 75, Ashes to Dust Within 3 Zhang. Moments later, Bai Yi recounted the events concerning the Zhao family in their entirety. The ancestral figure of the Zhao family fell once more into silence. Bai Yi and Sure stood silently, awaiting the arrival of the ancestral figure of the Zhao family. It is inconceivable that our Zhao lineage could possess such a unique constitution, let alone harbor such a bloodline. Sure remarked, it might be due to that young lady. The ancestral figure of the Zhao family responded, are there still elders of the previous generation within our clan? Bai Yi smiled awkwardly and said, having been invited to the Emperor's Hall as guests, might I request that you return them here first? There are a few matters I wish to discuss with them. Bai Yi shook his head, saying, no, they seek to take my life. While I am here, they do not dare. Bai Yi inquired, how can you assure that? The elder of the Zhao family remained silent for a moment, and then Bai Yi implored, please, esteemed elder, reveal to me the location of your fire prison. I must rescue my friend. After a brief pause, the elder of the Zhao family responded, proceed to the right from this place, and you shall encounter a volcano. Behind the volcano lies a cave. Simply enter through its mouth. However, I urge both young friends to exercise utmost caution. Ultimately, the elder did not mention the matter of the fire spirit, merely advising the two to be vigilant. Bai clasped his fists in gratitude, thanking the informant. After a brief exchange, he grasped Shishi's hand and made their way toward the direction of the fire prison. Standing at the entrance of the Zhao family estate, he gazed at the Zhao family members still sprawled on the ground, lost in a moment of contemplation. The palpable force of spatial collapse caused him to furrow his brow. He mused inwardly, something has gone awry. Ignoring the Zhao family members before him, he strode into the estate. At that moment, the aged voice of the Zhao family ancestor resonated once more. Who might you be, esteemed guest? Upon hearing this voice, a look of gravity crossed Song Yu's face. He was unable to perceive the cultivation level of the speaker, an anomaly that could only imply one of two scenarios. The first being that the individual possessed no cultivation whatsoever, which was clearly implausible. The second possibility indicated that the opponent's strength vastly surpassed his own. Contemplating this, Song Yu hesitated at the threshold, pondering, since when does the Zhao family harbor an ancient being? Could it be the esteemed figure mentioned by those two? As Song Yu immersed himself in thought, the Zhao ancestor continued. I presume you are here in search of those two young friends? Song Yu's brow furrowed further. What have you done with them? The ancestor responded, esteemed guest, please step inside for further discussion. Song Yu narrowed his eyes, but a realization seemed to dawn upon him, causing his expression to settle into calmness. You are merely a fragment of consciousness. Indeed. With this affirmation, Song Yu strode deeper into the Zhao estate. Moments later, he arrived before the ancestral hall of the Zhao family. Are you the Zhao family ancestor? He inquired, halting in confusion. Yes, the ancestor affirmed. Song Yu nodded slightly. Have you encountered my two friends? The Zhao ancestor replied, I have. Before Song Yu could speak, the ancestor added, one of my elders has been captured by you, has he not? Song Yu chuckled awkwardly. You jest, esteemed elder. I merely invited them as guests. Once my two friends conclude their affairs, I shall return them. The Zhao ancestor fell silent for a moment before stating, might you allow them to return first? I have pressing matters to discuss with them. Song Yu's expression revealed his dilemma. I, too, am bound by obligations. I cannot acquiesce. It was evident that Song Yu sought to shift the blame for the capture of the Zhao elder onto Bai Yi. The Zhao ancestor inquired, was it at the behest of those two young friends? Song Yu nodded. Indeed. The ancestor reassured him, rest assured. I had a delightful conversation with your two young friends earlier. If you release my elder, I believe he would not hold any grievances against you. Song Yu shook his head. Let us wait until my friends have completed their tasks. With that, he turned toward the right, sensing that Bai Yi and Shi's auras had vanished in that direction. At this moment, Bai Yi and Shi had already arrived near the base of a towering volcano. The mountain soared into the clouds, its summit obscured from view. Yet, it was not overwhelmingly massive. At a glance, it resembled a colossal stone pillar, thrusting skyward from the earth. Like a towering pillar reaching from the heavens to the earth, it stands majestically between the sky and the ground. A delicate veil of blue mist envelopes the mountain's surface, imparting an air of mystery to the entire landscape. Bai Yi and Shi quietly surveyed the mountain before them, aware that it must be the volcano rumored to harbor the fire spirit. However, at that moment, Shi's brow furrowed in sudden alarm, and she instinctively recoiled several paces. Observing this, Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried to her side, inquiring, Shi, what troubles you? Shi felt an inexplicable force repelling her, and had she not reacted swiftly to retreat, she might have been grievously injured or even killed by that enigmatic power. Her complexion turned pale as she sensed a terrifying aura emanating from that force. Upon further reflection, a chilling realization gripped her. This might be the fabled Annihilation Force. The Annihilation Force, as legend has it, once obliterated the Do-Chi star region eons ago, annihilating all soul masters across its myriad realms. Accounts suggest that no soul master within the Do-Chi star region could withstand such power. Not even those of the highest ranks, like the title Dalaw. After that cataclysm, for millennia, no soul master successfully awakened their martial soul. It was only after the passage of countless years that the remnants of that force began to wane. Following another span of millennia, the Do-Chi star region gradually reclaimed the splendor of its former glory. But what could this be? Is it truly merely the fire spirit? Shi murmured. Bai Yi gazed at the terrified Shi, his countenance darkening. Just moments ago, he felt no sense of foreboding. Yet the profound seriousness etched on Shirshir's face suggested that something was amiss. Shirshir, what is happening? He inquired. Shirshir, regaining her focus, looked earnestly at Bai Yi and replied, Brother, perhaps we should return. This place is far from ordinary. Bai Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet the thought of Zhao Shuer or Lang Qing potentially being trapped inside solidified his resolve. I will enter alone. You stay here, he declared. Absolutely not. It is far too perilous within. You must not go inside. Shirshir interjected, cutting off Bai Yi's words with fervent insistence. Bai Yi was perplexed, pondering what had transpired moments ago that instilled such trepidation in Shirshir. In his recollection, Shirshir had never exhibited such apprehension towards anything before. Shirshir, did you uncover something just now? He inquired. Shirshir replied in a hushed tone, a mysterious force, immensely potent and peculiar in nature. After a brief pause for contemplation, she continued, Do you still remember Mushio? Bai Yi nodded, certain that he could never forget that moment. He vividly recalled the scene when Mushio's aura surged, surrounded by dozens of soul rings in various hues, along with the ethereal shadow of a beast that seemed almost alive. Do you remember? Shirshir inquired of Bai Yi. Do you think Mushio is strong? Bai Yi nodded earnestly, extremely formidable. If Mushio approaches within 3 zhang of this mountain, he will be utterly annihilated. Chapter 76. Shirshir has departed what? Upon hearing Shirshir's words, Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, Shirshir replied, There are many matters that are best left unknown to you at this moment. In due time, the truth will reveal itself. For now, you must understand that this place is exceedingly mysterious, and it is certainly beyond your current reach. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Bai Yi. Her eyes dimmed with a hint of sorrow. I am aware that you are concerned for the two of them, but it is possible that they are not even within. Furthermore, do you truly believe that you could rescue them if you ventured inside now? Bai Yi let out a deep sigh, expressing, I could encapsulate the entire mountain within my golden elixir, and then we shall proceed to the nearby fire prison. Hearing Bai Yi entertain such an idea, Shirshir was taken aback. While perhaps other objects could be safely absorbed, she dared not gamble with that enigmatic force, for it was far too perilous. If it were indeed akin to the formidable power of yesteryears, its might could obliterate an entire star domain. Even though Bai Yi's golden elixir could be likened to a star domain, such a course of action was exceedingly reckless. From Shirshir's perspective, not only was it unwise to risk everything for the sake of saving 2 individuals, but even the lives of an entire continent or several realms did not warrant Bai Yi's audacity. Such a choice could very well lead to his demise. A gravity unprecedented echoed in Shirshir's tone. With a sigh, Bai Yi was about to speak when Songyu approached leisurely, inquiring, Might young master Bai have located the entrance to the fire prison? Bai Yi turned to look at Songyu and inquired, What brings you here, Master Song? Songyu's expression shifted, and he replied, This matter is rather intricate. We shall discuss it later. Have you, young Master Bai, managed to locate the fire prison? Bai Yi turned to Songyu, saying, No, but this place is exceptionally extraordinary. It would be prudent for us to return another day. Songyu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Extraordinary? At this moment, he was quite bewildered, for he sensed no hint of danger. On the contrary, he found the mountain rather intriguing. Shirshir remarked, Let us return and seek clarity from the ancestral elder of the Zhao family regarding the situation. With that, she turned and headed towards the Zhao ancestral hall, while Bai Yi and Songyu hastily followed suit. A moment later, the trio arrived at the Zhao ancestral hall, but to their astonishment, they could not detect a trace of the Zhao elder's presence. Frowning, they exchanged glances, each wearing a look of concern. Even Bai Yi, with his formidable mental prowess, had searched multiple times to no avail. Suddenly, Shirshir proposed, Could it be that he has vanished? Songyu replied solemnly, That seems unlikely. When I arrived earlier, there were no signs of him dissipating. As if struck by a revelation, Songyu's expression shifted dramatically. He may have gone to the Imperial Hall. If he had not disappeared, it was evident he had ventured elsewhere, and the most probable location was indeed the Imperial Hall, where the 3 elders of the Zhao family resided. Without hesitation, Songyu turned and vanished from sight, a voice echoing behind him, I shall proceed ahead. You both need not worry excessively. Bai Yi and Shirshir exchanged a serious glance, each harboring a sense of grave concern. Shirshir pondered. Such power manifesting in this realm is no trifling matter. It could very well bring about a cataclysm for the Duki star domain. I must return to inform the realm master, ensuring he is fully prepared. With this thought, Shirshir abruptly declared, Brother, I must leave for a while. During this time, You should remain at the Imperial Hall and refrain from engaging in any matters until I return. You need not fret about the Zhao Elder's consciousness. Song, you can handle it. Take care of yourself. Where are you going? Bai Yu asked. Sure smiled gently. I shall return promptly. Please take care of yourself, brother. At that moment, her eyes were filled with reluctance and worry, yet Bai Yi remained oblivious to her sentiments. Having spoken, Sure, under Bai Yi's astonished gaze, effortlessly tore through the air with her delicate hand, creating a pitch-black rift, and then leaped into the void, vanishing from sight. As Bai Yi observed the slowly closing rift, he felt his throat tighten. He understood perfectly what that black rift signified. It was a spatial tear, similar to the one created during his previous battle with Mu Xiao, where sharp spatial blades had erupted forth. But what had just transpired? His mind seemed overwhelmed. Sure had casually torn open a spatial rift and had directly leaped into it, where countless spatial blades awaited. Reflecting on this, Bai Yi suddenly recalled how he had always rushed to save Sure whenever she was in peril. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he might be overly pretentious in her eyes. Contemplating the whereabouts of Sure, Bai Yi gazed towards the distant mountain, pondering. Sure's departure must surely be connected to that mountain. Lost in thought, Bai Yi seemingly forgot Sure's parting admonitions, as if an irresistible force compelled him towards the volcano. Within a pitch-black temporal rift, Sure darted like a fleeting shadow. Suddenly, she halted, confronted by three middle-aged men who obstructed her path, clad in dark gray brocade robes. Their eyes fixated intently upon her. Sure's pupils constricted. Step aside, can't you see I am in a hurry? In that moment, she was no longer the innocent girl beside Bai Yi, but rather a proud and commanding figure. Her gaze, as frigid as that of a cold blue, revealed the liberation of her once tightly woven braids, cascading naturally over her shoulders, while strands of hair danced in the gentle breeze. Her previously youthful visage now bore an expression devoid of emotion, not merely disdain for the three men before her, but a profound contempt for the world itself. The leader among the trio chuckled. Little girl, isn't it a bit lonely traveling alone? Would you like us to offer you some comfort? Their laughter resonated, dripping with lewdness. An infinite malice flickered within Sure's cold eyes. The trio sensed her murderous intent, momentarily taken aback, yet they quickly regained their composure. They had been robbing in this spatial tunnel for centuries, never encountering defeat, having faced formidable opponents without ever faltering. They certainly did not perceive this young girl as a peerless powerhouse. The strongest they had encountered before had been of the supreme realm, and they had managed to subdue such foes. With such a record, they felt no trepidation, even if this girl were formidable, for they knew that few beings of the supreme realm resided in this locale, and they had dealt with those few before. Clearly, this young girl could not possibly belong to that echelon. My dear girl, do you wish to kill us? Many have aspired to do so, but you hardly rank among them. I suggest you obediently cater to our whims. Should you please us, we might even treat you well in return. Their laughter echoed, exuding a sense of absolute confidence over Sure. Suddenly, Sure spoke. Seeing that your cultivation is arduous, and that we bear no prior grievances, coupled with my good mood today, I shall spare you. You have 3 breaths to depart. Her icy voice drew a frown from the 3 men. Yet, they soon burst into laughter again. Little girl, are you attempting to amuse us to death? With a hint of fury, Sure ceased her idle chatter and stepped forward. As she took that step, her aura surged dramatically. The 3 individuals opposite her were momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. It seemed they had discerned a distinction in Sure's presence compared to those they had encountered previously. One of them, filled with suspicion, inquired, You are not of this realm. Who exactly are you? Sure replied coldly, You are not worthy to know. Such arrogance from a mere girl. We are unworthy? With that, the trio felt their own auras escalate fiercely. Observing their rising intensity, Sure furrowed her brows, realizing she had underestimated them. As their energies continued to surge, the spatial tunnel around them began to tremble, as if straining to withstand the force of their burgeoning power. Yet, the 3 continued to amplify their presence. Sure was taken aback, for she now noticed dozens, if not hundreds, of soul rings swirling around the trio. Various soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black colors revolved slowly around the 3 individuals. Behind them loomed spectral images of diverse mythical beasts, while each person held a distinct martial spirit in the palms of their hands. Among them, one individual particularly astonished Sure. This person was surrounded by a significantly greater number of soul rings compared to the other 2, and a striking red soul ring commanded special attention. Although this red soul ring appeared somewhat dim, it still emanated an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Behind him stood a colossal ape-like beast, which was not merely a phantom but an entity in its physical form. In his hand, he wielded a sword spirit. Shirshir furrowed her brow, her expression grave, as she sensed an ominous presence emanating from this individual. "Miss, I trust you are now aware of our identities. Do not engage in futile struggles or resistance. Compliance may yield a more comfortable outcome," he stated. Shirshir's gaze turned cold. "Humph. Compliance? What audacity!" With that, her aura surged once more, and nearly 100 soul rings manifested around her. Remarkably, her soul rings lacked white and yellow hues, with the lowest being purple. Witnessing this, the three adversaries were visibly taken aback. "It's impossible. Who on earth are you?" Their voices trembled with disbelief. However, this was merely the beginning. As Shirshir's soul rings continued to cascade, a piercing cry of a phoenix echoed from behind her. Suddenly, a magnificent phoenix, emanating radiant hues, materialized behind her. This phoenix radiated a spectrum of colors, its feathers sharp and resilient, resembling a multitude of small swords, each tip glimmering with a chilling light. The phoenix's eyes, filled with violet flames, fixated intently on the three, as it gracefully flapped its vast wings, each movement threatening to shatter the very fabric of the spatial tunnel. At that moment, the leader among the trio appeared to grasp a realization. With a hint of astonishment, he inquired, "Are you of the Shao family?" Upon uttering this, the pupils of his companions constricted in shock. The Shao family was the ruling clan of that star domain, governing countless realms, each vastly more powerful than this one. The extent of the Shao family's influence was such that even top-tier powers could scarcely fathom it. Rumor had it that over a decade ago, countless realms had mysteriously collapsed and vanished overnight due to their entanglement with the secrets of the Shao family, who eliminated all in their path. Contemplating this, terror flickered across the faces of the trio. Yet, the leader quickly addressed his companions, "Though the Shao family is formidable at present, they are far removed from here and likely unaware of these events. Since we have already engaged in conflict, we must silence her. Moreover, she is alone now, making her defeat possible." After a brief pause, he continued, "This individual undoubtedly possesses a significant status within the Shao family. She must have numerous treasures on her." The other two individuals hesitated upon hearing this. Perhaps they were not afraid of the girl named Shirshir, yet behind her stood the formidable Shao family, the rulers of countless realms. Should this matter come to the attention of the Shao clan, they would find no refuge, even amidst the vastness of the multiverse. Observing their hesitation, the leader spoke again. "Do we have any other options? If we do not eliminate her now, she will undoubtedly hunt us down in the future." Upon hearing these words, the two ceased their indecision. A fierce expression emerged on their faces as they prepared to strike Shirshir down. Unmoved, Shirshir understood that a confrontation was inevitable. She then opened her palm, and a staff materialized in her grasp. The staff, a full yard in length, stood upright upon the ground, its top rising more than 3 feet above her head. At its pinnacle sat a circular ring, within which a verdant orb rolled slowly. The emerald light emitted by the orb bestowed vitality upon all it touched, clearly indicating that Shirshir's martial spirit was this staff. Its vibrant glow suggested it was an auxiliary type. Seeing that Shirshir's martial spirit was merely supportive, the trio visibly relaxed. The leader inwardly mused, "Fortunately, her spirit is auxiliary. Otherwise, with my soul sage level, alongside the 2 soul emperors, it might take considerable effort to slay her." Although they recognized that Shirshir was also a soul sage, her soul rings far surpassed theirs in rank, and the fiery phoenix was a soul beast aged over 49,000 years, whose combat prowess was incalculable. Had Shirshir possessed an offensive martial spirit, their only fate would have been demise. Conversely, Shirshir wore a grave expression. She was acutely aware that her combat strength was hampered by her martial spirit, yet there was no turning back now. She could only engage in battle, the outcome of which might seal her fate. Contemplating this, a nostalgic glimmer flickered in her eyes as she softly murmured, "Brother, I was wrong. I should not have left your side. I do not fear death in battle. I fear that if I die, no one will be there to accompany and protect you." Tears streamed silently down her cheeks, each drop a reflection of Bei's visage. The opposing party, witnessing her expression, momentarily fell silent before bursting into laughter. "Look, have we frightened her to tears? Aha." Nevertheless, they remained cautious, despite the inability to communicate with the outside world within this spatial tunnel. They could not underestimate her. After all, Should she possess any life-preserving means from the Shao family, they would find themselves at an impasse. The expressions of the three individuals grew grave. Indeed, as the earlier speaker had asserted, as members of the Shao family, it was inconceivable that they lacked means for self-preservation. Moreover, they perceived that Shirshir's status within the Shao family was anything but ordinary. Thus, they recognized the necessity of confronting the situation with utmost resolve to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Should Shirshir manage to escape at this juncture, the path that lay ahead for the three of them would undoubtedly be fraught with greater peril than traversing the depths of the underworld. With solemn faces, the trio exchanged glances and nodded in unison, subsequently launching their assault upon Shirshir. As they advanced, Shirshir withdrew her thoughts. She was determined to survive. Not solely for herself or the Shao family, but for Bai Yi, the brother who regarded her as his own sister. In that instant, the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes vanished, and her countenance transformed into one of icy malevolence. She cast a steely gaze upon her assailants, declaring, "You believe you can kill me?" With that, she waved her staff lightly. As it moved, a phoenix engulfed in flames erupted forth from behind her, surging directly towards the three adversaries. Chapter 78. The Fiery Phoenix's Betrayal. As the fiery phoenix ascended, it was enveloped by violet flames, and an extraordinarily terrifying wave of heat instantaneously filled the entirety of the spatial tunnel. Under the onslaught of this heat wave, the entire tunnel appeared as if it were on the verge of incineration, gradually becoming translucent. Witnessing this scene, the three assailants' expressions shifted dramatically. They transitioned from offense to defense, realizing the deadly peril posed by this overwhelming heat. With a thunderous crash, the fiery phoenix collided with the defensive barrier hastily erected by the trio. A formidable force erupted outward, shattering the surrounding space into fragments, which began to slowly vanish. This terrifying power seemed to erase the very fabric of that realm. The three individuals were filled with dread. It was only then that they comprehended the extent to which they had underestimated the prowess of the fiery phoenix. They were thrust back 100 paces, their faces pale with shock. They harbored no doubts that should the phoenix attack again, they would be unable to withstand it. Instead of pursuing them, the fiery phoenix hovered in midair, emitting a cry directed at the trio. In response, they exchanged bewildered glances. It seemed as though the phoenix bore them no ill will. However, Shirshir's expression darkened considerably, for the phoenix was slowly turning to face her. A terrifying thought surged within her mind. This phoenix sought to betray its master. In truth, she had not subdued the fiery phoenix by her own strength. It had been through her grandfather's assistance that she had managed to establish a tenuous bond. Though the phoenix had previously shown little inclination to obey her, it had never contemplated betrayal until now. At this critical moment, the prospect of such treachery filled her with unbridled fury. Yet, in the face of the phoenix's rebellion, she found herself utterly powerless. The creature's strength far surpassed her own, and the contract they had once forged had been irrevocably broken. The three individuals stood in a daze, witnessing the unfolding drama. It cannot be that it intends to betray its master, can it? One of them speculated with uncertainty. The leader of the trio nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, it appears so." Another individual's eyes gleamed with interest. "Do you think that the Phoenix of Flames, after slaying its master, might suffer a backlash from the contract?" Uncertain, the response came. "However, we shall soon find out." At that moment, the Phoenix of Flames was poised for action, ready to unleash a lethal strike upon Shirshir. A hint of fear flickered across Shirshir's grave countenance, for she could feel the overwhelming aura of the phoenix bearing down upon her. It was the very essence of death. The three onlookers exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the impending treachery. No longer holding back, Shirshir fervently activated her staff. A brilliant emerald light enveloped her entirely. As this verdant glow surrounded her, an immensely powerful aura erupted from within her being. Astonishingly, she ascended from Soul Sage directly to Soul Dolua, an eerie power radiating in all directions. The trio in the distance were struck with terror. This was impossible. One of them exclaimed in disbelief, "How could this be? What kind of martial soul is this that allows her to elevate an entire rank?" Such phenomena, which could elevate an individual a full rank, were exceedingly rare. Even the most exceptional martial souls did not necessarily possess this formidable power. Indeed, there have been tales of individuals with twin martial souls fighting at an elevated rank. Yet that merely referred to combat at a heightened level, not an instantaneous ascension. Though such rapid elevation often came with severe limitations or even dire consequences, it inspired both dread and admiration. Imagine, if two combatants of similar strength were to engage, and one suddenly surged to full rank, the other would undoubtedly feel utterly constrained. Yet, even as Shirshir's gravity and trepidation intensified, the peril of death still loomed in the presence of the Phoenix of Flames. Its power far exceeded her expectations. She had initially believed that, with her utmost effort, she could truly subdue this Phoenix. However, it now appeared she had been overly optimistic. Even with her newfound strength as a Soldolua, she found herself unable to contend with it. Clearly, the Phoenix of Flames was unwilling to grant Shirshir a moment's respite to gather her strength. It had already launched its assault. And this strike was evidently far more potent than the previous one against the trio. A column of violet fire shot forth from the Phoenix's mouth, hurtling toward Shirshir with deadly intent. As this purple flame traveled, it obliterated the spatial tunnel in its path, warping the once-ink black void into a vivid hue of purple. The overwhelming might of the violet fire column seemed to dominate the realm, rendering anything in its wake utterly insignificant. Its aura radiated as though it could shatter the very fabric of existence itself. The terror at the core of that fiery pillar was beyond imagination. No one could fathom the extent of its horror. This devastating strike showed no signs of hesitation and was aimed directly at Shirshir. As her complexion paled, her heart was filled with an overwhelming dread. Although she had previously faced this blazing Phoenix, she had never witnessed such a terrifying assault from it. It was evident that the Phoenix had merely been toying with her, biding its time for the perfect opportunity to betray its master. With this realization, the last vestige of hope within Shirshir evaporated. She scoffed softly, acknowledging her naivety, and slowly closed her eyes. Brother, in the next life, I shall never leave your side. Even if the heavens shatter and the worlds perish, I will accompany you. At that moment, the purple flame of the Phoenix loomed before her, prompting Shirshir to abruptly open her eyes. With a fierce cry, she declared, "Annihilation." As her voice echoed, she transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards the violet flame. Concurrently, a formidable aura surged forth alongside her red light, meeting the purple pillar. The three onlookers at a distance were struck with alarm. Acutely aware of the overwhelming presence, should Shirshir direct this strike at them, they would have no means of defense. For within that aura lay a faint trace of the power of rules, specifically the cataclysmic force of annihilation. The power of rules is diverse, and the annihilation rule ranks among the most formidable. The collision of Shirshir's crimson light and the Phoenix's purple flame resulted in an instantaneous collapse of the very fabric of the heavens. The three were filled with terror and hastily retreated, recognizing that the force of this collapsing world was encroaching upon them. They had no doubt that it could obliterate them in an instant. As they fled, their horror only deepened. The speed at which the force of collapse spread showed no signs of abating. After the clash with the purple flame, Shirshir found herself propelled back thousands of feet. On the brink of losing consciousness, a flicker of will compelled her to muster the last remnants of her strength for a desperate retreat. The force of the collapsing world was now mere feet away and closing in rapidly. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, Shirshir saw no chance of survival. Meanwhile, the blazing Phoenix struggled against the relentless force of collapse, its situation equally dire. Just as Shirshir was about to be consumed by this overwhelming power, a figure darted forward, grasped her arm, and hurled her away into the distance. She vanished from sight, while that figure was engulfed by the cataclysmic force. Chapter 79. The Two Strike the Fire Spirit. Bai gradually approached the volcano. Yet the enigmatic power that once instilled a sense of mortal peril in Shirshir did not repel him. At this moment, Bai found himself less than a yard from the volcano, surrounded by a pale blue mist that enveloped it, emanating waves of heat that surged towards him. Noticing this scene, Bai's brow furrowed slightly. Although the pale blue mist bestowed upon him a sense of warmth, within that warmth lingered an unsettling chill. Bai was perplexed. Though the flames radiated intense heat, why did he feel such an eerie chill penetrating to his very bones? The more he pondered, the more he yearned to unravel the mystery. He continued to advance slowly, yet the fervor of the fire did not intensify with his approach. Instead, the chilling sensation compelled him to shiver involuntarily. With a slight furrow of his brow, he took another step forward, the volcano now less than a foot away. What was happening? Heat intertwined with cold, a paradox of fire and ice. How could this be? Every element in the universe adheres to its own natural laws. Just as ice melts in the presence of fire, and day and night can never coexist. The cycle of birth and destruction among all things is a fundamental principle of nature, yet, this scene before him shattered such notions. Cold and heat melded together in an astonishingly balanced harmony, devoid of chaos or struggle. Suddenly, a phrase flickered through Bai's mind. and he could not suppress a look of alarm. Extremes will inevitably reverse. He refrained from dwelling on this thought. Perhaps there remained countless enigmas in the world that defied explanation. Turning his gaze around in search of the entrance to the fiery prison, he was there to save someone, not to contemplate the profound principles of existence. While scanning the surroundings, Bai suddenly halted, for a voice echoed in his mind, a little girl's voice. It was ethereal and distant, laced with a hint of mischief. "Big brother, are you looking for me?" Hee. Bai paused for a moment, then cast a wary glance around, seemingly in search of the source of that voice. "Young man, there is no need to search any further. You shall not find me." Upon hearing the voice once more, Bai could not help but furrow his brow. He then replied, "I am not here to seek you, but rather to find my friend." After a brief silence, the voice echoed again, "Friend? What is a friend? Is it delicious?" At that moment, the tone of the voice conveyed a hint of confusion. Upon hearing this, Bai's expression stiffened, pondering to himself, could that voice just now belong to the fire spirit? As doubts began to swirl in his mind, the voice resonated once more within his thoughts. "Young sir, what is a friend?" This time, the tone conveyed a sense of urgency. Bai, cautious and vigilant, spoke. "A friend is one who embodies mutual trust and assistance." The voice fell into silence. Observing this, Bai chose to disregard it and continued his search for the entrance to the fire prison. Moments later, the voice echoed once more in Bai's mind. "Young man, you mentioned you are in search of friends. Might they be found here?" Bai spoke in a low voice. "I am uncertain as well." Then, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, "Are you aware of any caves or similar places nearby?" The voice did not respond to Bai, but instead asked, "Are the two individuals inside your friends?" Upon hearing this, Bai was taken aback. He promptly asked, "Do you know where they are?" "I do, but it is likely that those two have perished by now." At this, the fire spirit seemed somewhat aggrieved and continued, "In truth, I have been constantly suppressing myself. It is they who could not withstand my presence. I did not intend to harm them." Bai's expression darkened. Though he was uncertain whether Schwer or senior sister Lang was inside, a sense of unease enveloped him. "Could you guide me to the entrance?" he inquired. "It is not permissible. Should you enter, you would meet a dire fate," came the reply. Bai sighed softly. "Can you assist me in rescuing them?" The fire spirit, somewhat troubled, replied, "I cannot. I too am ensnared and powerless to aid them." Bai was somewhat taken aback. "Are you trapped here?" The fire spirit softly nodded in affirmation, acknowledging Bai's earlier words. Bai, feeling somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What has led to your confinement in this place?" The fire spirit sighed softly. "I am uncertain. It was simply upon my awakening that I found myself here. No matter how I struggle, I cannot escape." "Were you imprisoned here while you were in slumber?" The fire spirit pondered for a moment. "That seems to be the case." Bai continued to inquire, "How did you fall into slumber?" The fire spirit appeared somewhat embarrassed, replying, "When I first came into being, I found this universe to be utterly fascinating, and I roamed about playfully. However, each time I traversed a celestial region, it would either erupt in a tremendous explosion or collapse. Some even vanished without a trace." Bai stood in stunned silence, utterly aghast. Just moments ago, he had claimed that he was merely running for amusement, yet his mere presence seemed to herald an apocalyptic calamity. Suddenly, he recalled the words of Sure. Had she ever encountered this fiery spirit? However, he swiftly dismissed the notion, for wherever this fiery entity roamed, destruction followed. It was inconceivable that Sure could have crossed paths with it. Then, out of nowhere, two individuals appeared, immediately pursuing him with merciless aggression. How could someone of his stature withstand such onslaught? Before he knew it, he was overwhelmed and succumbed to a deep slumber. As he recounted this, the fiery spirit appeared to shudder with residual trepidation. What had he done to deserve such wrath? He had only wished to explore freely. Yet those two were nothing short of lunatics, more deranged than any madman. They had attacked him without provocation. Humph! It was utterly impossible to enjoy himself. Bai was once again struck with profound astonishment. The fire spirit, so formidable, was actually being relentlessly pursued and ruthlessly beaten by two individuals. The extent of their power was utterly beyond imagination, evoking a sense of sheer terror. Bai was so astounded that he could not utter a single word for a long time. Huiling then remarked, "Humph! If I encounter them again, I certainly will not respond as I did before." Bai regained his composure and inquired, "Have your abilities significantly improved since our last encounter?" The fire spirit chuckled playfully. "Not at all. When I see them again, I shall simply flee. That way, I shall avoid a severe beating." Hee. With white leaves adorning his head and dark lines etched upon his visage, He twitched the corner of his mouth. If you were to emerge now, would this starry domain face destruction? The fire spirit, somewhat vexed, retorted, Humph. It is all the fault of those two lunatics. Not only did they strike me, but they also sealed me away. As if that were not enough, they confined me here. Even if I were to escape now, I could no longer frolic freely as I once did. Bai Yi inquired, have they sealed your powers? The fire spirit sighed helplessly, I can no longer even fly. Then, as if struck by a thought, the fire spirit asked, young man, can you fly? Would you take me along to soar and frolic? Bai Yi, rendered speechless, lamented, I cannot. How foolish of me. Am I deemed foolish simply because I cannot fly? He felt utterly disheartened. Throughout his cultivation journey, no one had ever labeled him as lacking intelligence. After all, he reasoned, it was merely a matter of not being able to fly at the present moment. Once he elevated his realm to the sea-breaking stage, would he not soar through the skies? The fire spirit interjected, dear sir, if you rescue me, I shall teach you to fly. Would that not be agreeable? To which he replied, I fear I may not be able to liberate you. The one who imprisoned you here was no ordinary foe. Even the simplest of barriers they conjured would be beyond my current capabilities to dismantle. The fire spirit appeared somewhat anxious, urging, do give it a try. Attempting it requires little effort. Bai Yi remained silent. The fire spirit then spoke. You will not be able to locate the entrance to the cave on your own. If you rescue me, we shall become friends, and as your friend, I can assist you. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi resolved to attempt to free the fire spirit. He sensed that the fire spirit was indeed sealed and was not lying. Moreover, it was likely that he could not find the entrance to the fiery prison by himself. With this in mind, Bai Yi opened his mouth to inquire about how to liberate it. However, before he could voice his question, the entire mountain began to tremble violently. Chapter 80. The invincible solitude. Observing the violently shaking volcano, Bai Yi felt an ominous premonition. Suddenly, the quaking volcano began to manifest cracks, from which brilliant purple beams of light erupted, dazzling and fervent in their radiance. Bai Yi took several steps back, for at that moment he sensed a perilous aura amidst the violet radiance. The fissures multiplied incessantly, and for a fleeting instant, it seemed as though the entire mountain was on the verge of splitting apart, with each crack widening continuously. The violet glow intensified beyond its previous brilliance, and simultaneously, a searing wave of heat erupted alongside the volcanic fracture. Bai Yi retreated several paces once more. Yet he still felt as if he were on the verge of being engulfed by that oppressive wave of heat, causing him considerable discomfort. Just as Bai Yi was about to withdraw again, a voice resonated in his mind. It was the voice of the fire spirit. Do not fear, dear one. I shall temper my aura at once. As the words faded, the torrid wave receded like the ebbing tide, and the violet radiance gradually dimmed. Bai Yi was somewhat astonished. Could it be that the aura he had just sensed belonged solely to that fiery spirit? Was it possible that its powers had not been sealed? Contemplating this, Bai Yi was filled with dread, for if this were indeed the case, Bai Yi ceased to ponder further, for in that moment, within the impending eruption of the volcano, a delicate purple blossom began to unfurl. The flower, modest in size, merely the span of a hand, boasted 7 petals, each gracefully extending outward. The entire bloom was enveloped in a shimmering violet flame, suspended in the air, presenting a strikingly resplendent spectacle. Bai Yi gazed intently at the flower, at that moment surmising that this blossom was indeed the fire spirit. Meanwhile, in a distant expanse of the starry sky, a young man strolled leisurely, clad in a dark brocade robe. His long, ink-black hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, framing a visage that seemed meticulously sculpted by divine hands, exuding an extraordinary handsomeness. Suddenly, the young man halted, uttering a soft exclamation, and turned his gaze toward a particular direction. In an instant, his eyes pierced through countless star realms, landing upon the fire spirit suspended in the air. Has it emerged? He mused, his attention shifting to Bai Yi, a peculiar expression gracing his features. What on earth is this? Is such a thing possible? He swiftly averted his gaze, resuming his leisurely pace. Yet, after only a few steps, he paused once more. I shall assist you this time, he chuckled. With a flick of his sleeve, a flash of sword light vanished in an instant. Having roamed invincibly for millennia, my heart yearns for a single defeat. Alas, the world proves no match for me, and thus I shall choose to reincarnate anew. Bai Yi fixed his gaze upon the flower, questioning, You have not been sealed of your powers? The fire spirit appeared equally perplexed, recalling the previous confinement. At that moment, a brilliant flash of sword light suddenly tore through the fabric of space-time. Upon witnessing this radiant blade, The fire spirit instinctively recoiled, ready to flee. However, the sword light was swifter, piercing directly into the fire spirit's essence. In an instant, the fire spirit's aura began to plummet at a terrifying rate. Moments later, the once vibrant flower enveloped in violet flames transformed into a remarkably ordinary pink blossom. If placed among other flora, it would undoubtedly go unnoticed. And no one would dare to believe that this unassuming flower once harbored the power to obliterate the universe with a mere breath. Upon encountering that dazzling radiance of sword light, Bai Yi found himself utterly bewildered. As a practitioner of swordsmanship, he could naturally perceive the extraordinary nature of that luminous display. He marveled inwardly at the presence of such a formidable swordsman, whose mere glimmer of sword light possessed such overwhelming power. To what extent must that individual possess strength? Even the fire spirit, capable of annihilating the cosmos with its mere essence, could not withstand it. Observing the fire spirit, now reduced to a state of ordinary flower-like fragility, Bai Yi felt a twinge of confusion. Surely, you haven't been defeated so swiftly? Moments later, the fire spirit's feeble voice echoed, that fellow is no human. The moment I emerged, he came to assail me. And, as the words flowed, the fire spirit unexpectedly began to weep. With white leaves adorning her head and dark streaks trailing down, she mused, this little creature does not appear so terrifying after all. In fact, there is a certain charm to it. It merely lacks control over its own powers. With this thought, she shook her head and offered a wry smile. Enough of the tears. Was it not the same person who unleashed that sword light upon you earlier? The one who previously tormented you? The fire spirit expressed profound frustration. Indeed, it was him. Humph, there should be another one as well. Bai Yi was somewhat astonished. Previously, he had heard from Huoling that two individuals had brutally assaulted her. Could it be that those two possessed similar strength? Were the abilities of the two who had attacked you back then comparable? Huoling let out a disdainful snort. Humph, they are both scoundrels, equally formidable. Yet they dared to bully me together. Bai Yi felt a surge of astonishment. The sword light from earlier had been so piercingly sharp that slaying the fire spirit should have been a mere trifle. Yet, why had the two individuals chosen to act in concert without actually ending her life? Did they perhaps harbor no intent to kill her? Merely wishing to teach her a lesson? If that were the case, how could it be that they only chose to seal her away? This left Bai Yi with a cascade of questions racing through his mind. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and looked at the fire spirit, inquiring, Can you now lead me to my friend? The fire spirit, also collecting her thoughts, replied, Yes. Follow me. With that, she began to drift slowly in a particular direction. But after a short distance, she swayed unsteadily, as if on the verge of falling. Bai Yi swiftly extended his hand to catch her. And as the fire spirit landed in the palm of his hand, a wave of warm yet icy energy coursed through his arm, enveloping his entire being. Bai Yi was suddenly taken aback, intending to discard the fire spirit, yet at that moment, it seemed to adhere to the palm of his hand, proving impossible to relinquish. As panic surged within him, he attempted to remove the vitality with his other hand. However, just as his other hand was about to make contact with the fire spirit, it gradually began to fade, merging seamlessly with Bai Yi's hand, leaving behind a delicate pink flower imprint upon his palm. Bai Yi gasped in astonishment. What are you planning to do? Come out at once. The frail voice of Huoling echoed in Bai Yi's mind. Little brother, it was you who drew me into your body. Please, release me. Sob. Bai Yi furrowed her brow slightly and said, You absorbed me into your body? The fire spirit, a bit anxious, replied, Oh, dear brother, how could you be so cruel? We are friends now. Why would you treat me this way? Bai Yi sensed something amiss. It was she who had dashed into the palm of his hand. So why was it said that he had drawn her in? The aggrieved voice of the fire spirit echoed once more. Young master, please release me. Bai Yi, feeling a sense of urgency, promptly extended his spiritual awareness to sense the presence of the fire spirit. However, he found himself unable to detect it. What could possibly be amiss? As he attempted several times in vain, the voice of the fire spirit echoed once more. This time, it lacked the previous urgency and sense of grievance. Instead, it exuded a certain excitement. Wow, young man, your body is truly extraordinary. It contains the boundless star domain. How delightful! As the white leaves fluttered, a sense of unease washed over him. Could it be that this fellow had ventured into his golden core? With this thought racing through his mind, he quickly exclaimed, Do not act recklessly. I dare you to see if you can find your way out. At this moment, Bai Yi was engulfed in profound terror. Previously, he could sense anything within his golden core. Even a mere thought could dictate his very existence. Yet now, the fire spirit within eluded his perception entirely. and he felt utterly powerless regarding its fate, as if the fire spirit's life and death were beyond his control. The fire spirit chuckled, "Dear brother, this place is simply delightful. I have no intention of leaving. I wish to wander freely within." Baye's heart skipped a beat. "Please do not act recklessly inside. It could lead to serious consequences. Rest assured, my dear sir, I shall not behave inappropriately." Baye suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting dramatically. "Have you regained your strength?" Chapter 81. The head of the Zhao family. "He, indeed," Baye exclaimed in terror. "How can this be? Just moments ago, the fire spirit appeared exceedingly feeble. Yet it has instantaneously regained its strength within my golden core. However, that sword light had clearly sealed the fire spirit before. Could it be that the sword light is merely for show and of no real consequence?" The fire spirit, now somewhat exhilarated, replied, "I cannot say for certain. After I entered, the sword light within me began to gradually dissipate. Now, it has completely vanished." Baye stood utterly bewildered in place. "Young man, I shall reveal to you the location of the entrance. You may seek your friends on your own. I wish to explore this place thoroughly." Baye wished to express more, yet after fire spirit provided him with a direction, silence enveloped him. He could only shake his head with a bittersweet smile. Pondering the gravity of the situation, should fire spirit inadvertently cause his golden core to explode, it would indeed be a spectacle. Gathering his thoughts, he recognized that excessive worry was futile at this juncture, for he was utterly powerless against fire spirit. He would have to proceed step by step. Devising a solution upon Shirshir's return, she would undoubtedly possess the means to navigate this predicament. "Shirshir, where have you gone? When will you return?" After a brief moment, he set out towards the entrance indicated by fire spirit. After searching for a short while, he discovered a modest opening. The entrance was concealed by rocks all around, making it nearly impossible to find unless one looked closely or was aware of its existence. Baye cautiously approached the entrance of the cave, and as he ventured deeper, a searing sensation enveloped him. Baye was taken aback as he found himself on the verge of succumbing to the overwhelming heat wave. He realized that this searing wave could scorch not only the flesh, but also his very consciousness, which seemed to be suffering from a profound burn at this moment. What kind of fire is this? Could it be the essence emitted by the fire spirit? If not, from whence does this intense heat arise? Deep in contemplation. Yet his steps did not falter. After a considerable distance, the cavern began to widen, revealing flickering crimson flames upon the rocky walls. Though sparse, the sensation of searing heat here was exponentially more intense than before. Baye silently fortified his defenses, unconsciously clutching several spirit stones inscribed with intricate formations. In the event of danger, he would activate the array to make his escape. His steps instinctively slowed as he ventured deeper into the dim cavern, where the few crimson flames flickered faintly, casting an eerie interplay of light and shadow. The cave was enveloped in silence, save for the distant echo of Baye's deliberate footsteps. Thud, 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 monotonous yet profoundly weighty. At that moment, the atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly oppressive. No longer was it merely the sound of Baye's footsteps reverberating. His breathing had grown somewhat labored. The combination of his rhythmic footfalls and labored breaths, coupled with the flickering flames, conjured an unsettling sense of horror. Suddenly, a plop echoed through the stillness, startling Baye as his body jolted. How could there be a dripping sound? This place was rife with flames, and the oppressive heat was formidable. It was nearly unimaginable that droplets could exist in such a sweltering cavern. Baye came to a halt, feeling an urge to retreat, for the surroundings were undeniably peculiar. He had lost track of how far he had traversed, yet the path ahead remained shrouded in ambiguity, devoid of any sign of the two individuals Fire Spirit had mentioned. Could it be that Fire Spirit was deceiving him? Contemplating this, he delved into the depths of his mind, attempting to sense Fire Spirit through his golden core. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not perceive her presence. Frowning deeply, he pondered whether he had been misled. How he wished for Shirshir to be by his side. This thought suddenly illuminated an unsettling realization. During this period, he had been excessively reliant on others. From Yunshang at the outset to Shirshir now. Previously, they had always collaborated to devise solutions to his dilemmas. Alas, it seemed he must learn to rely on himself henceforth. Resolutely, he decided to proceed, casting aside his doubts and fears. With a heart brimming with trepidation, he moved forward slowly. Moments later, his pupils constricted as he spotted a figure not far ahead. From the silhouette, it appeared to be a middle-aged man, enveloped in a fiery crimson blaze, resembling a being of fire. standing utterly still. Bai Yi swiftly approached the man, halting at a distance of less than 10 feet. At that moment, the flames enveloping the man began to writhe slowly, as if they were intent on breaking free and lunging towards Bai Yi. Just as Bai Yi contemplated retreating a few steps, the man abruptly turned his head to face him. A jolt of shock coursed through Bai Yi's heart. He was indeed alive. However, upon gazing at the man's visage, Bai Yi nearly gasped in horror. The man's face was charred and blackened, resembling the scorched bark of a tree, with patches of cracked skin. Fixing his gaze upon Bai Yi, the man rasped, "Who are you?" His voice was exceedingly weak and hoarse, echoing as if it emanated from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. Bai Yi cleared his throat but did not respond to the man's inquiry. Instead, he posed a question. "Who are you? Why have you been imprisoned here?" The man bowed his head, remaining silent. Bai Yi inquired once more, "Are you aware if there are others present here?" The man gradually raised his gaze to Bai Yi and replied, "A woman resides 100 zhang to the left." As he spoke, a thought appeared to cross his mind, prompting him to add, "Could you possibly assist me in escaping?" Bai Yi appeared momentarily dazed. "Why should I save you?" The man sighed softly. "I am uneasy about that woman, and I worry for my daughter." At these words, Bai Yi was jolted. "Your daughter?" The man continued, "In truth, I am Zhao Lei, the head of the Zhao family." "What? You claim to be Zhao Lei, the head of the Zhao family?" Bai Yi exclaimed, astonished to hear the man proclaim his identity as the family patriarch. For over a decade, it had been Du Guxian who managed the Zhao family, and he had never heard of another head of the family. Sensing Bai Yi's confusion, the man elucidated, "I have been imprisoned here for more than 10 years. I imagine many outside have long forgotten my existence." Bai Yi promptly inquired, "So, is Du Guxian your wife?" He chuckled, but as he spoke of her, a hint of perplexity crossed his face. "Did you come in by yourself?" Bai Yi nodded. "Indeed, I suspect that my friend may be imprisoned here. So I came to investigate." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback. "To merely come and take a look? What kind of place is this that one can casually enter? No, could it be that something significant has transpired outside?" With this thought, Zhao Lei hastily inquired, "Has something momentous occurred outside?" Bai Yi shook his head and replied, "It is nothing of great significance. By the way, please wait for me a moment. I shall go over there to see if my friend is present." Having spoken, Bai Yi proceeded to walk to the left, but Zhao Lei called out to him, "Might I beseech you to rescue me first?" Bai Yi halted his steps and turned to Zhao Lei, inquiring, "Why should I rescue you?" Zhao Lei replied in a low voice, "There are benefits." "What benefits?" Chapter 82. You are little you. To be candid, I, Zhao, possess a treasure. It is of foreign origin. If you are willing to extricate me, I shall gladly bestow this item upon you." Bai Yi felt a stir of excitement. "A treasure?" Zhao Lei, noticing Bai Yi's intrigue, hastily replied, "Indeed, that treasure is extraordinary. Even in the outside world, it is considered a top-tier item." "Are you familiar with the world beyond?" Bai Yi inquired, and Zhao Lei appeared somewhat astonished. "Are you aware of the world beyond?" Bai Yi felt a twinge of impatience. "Am I not the one inquiring about your well-being?" Zhao Lei, slightly embarrassed, replied, "First, save me, and then I shall elaborate at my leisure." Although Bai Yi harbored some skepticism towards Zhao Lei, his eagerness to uncover the events unfolding outside was palpable. After all, Yunshan was presumably out there, and it was also possible that Shi had ventured beyond. In truth, he had long yearned to step outside in search of Yunshan. Previously, Shi had deemed it too weak to embark on such a journey. "How can I rescue you?" Zhao Lei felt a surge of joy within. "All you need to do is extinguish the flames that envelop me." Bai Yi expressed her confusion, asking, "How will they be taken away? Are they to be lured towards me?" Zhao Lei, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "Perhaps you have other methods at your disposal? Did you not claim to be here to save someone? Surely, you must have made some preparations beforehand?" Bai Yi remained speechless, though he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Previously, he had been solely focused on rescuing others and had not taken the time to thoroughly understand the nature of the fiery prison, nor had he contemplated the means of escape. "Indeed, I was ill-prepared." Zhao Lei was utterly at a loss for words. This fellow had arrived without any semblance of preparation. This was not an endeavor to save lives, but rather a reckless venture into peril. "Wait," Zhao Lei seemed to have an epiphany, a hint of terror crossing his features as he inquired, "How did you manage to enter? You lack the protective talisman of the Zhao family. How could you possibly have circumvented that mountain?" The mountain he referred to was, of course, the one imbued with fire spirits, and to navigate around it, one must possess the protective charm of the Zhao lineage. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to approach it. Bai Yi smiled awkwardly. Perhaps it's because I'm rather handsome. Zhao Lei pondered for a long while before responding. Unless you can refine this mountain. Bai Yi expressed a hint of surprise. Refining the entire mountain? Zhao Lei sighed deeply. Indeed, this mountain was originally a treasure. However, aside from our ancestors of the Zhao family who once refined it, no one has been able to accomplish this feat since. Upon hearing Zhao Lei mention the ancestors of the Zhao family, Bai Yi remarked with a slight exclamation, "That old man?" Zhao Lei felt a surge of anger at Bai Yi's casual reference to his ancestor as old man, yet he suppressed it. After all, he still needed Bai Yi's assistance to secure his escape. "Are you acquainted with my Zhao family's ancestors?" Bai Yi nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I have encountered him. That old man is quite remarkable." Zhao Lei, engulfed in crimson flames, stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. How could he utter such words? Claiming to have met his own ancestors? He himself had never laid eyes upon them, as his forebears had perished thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years ago. How could he dare to assert such a thing? Bai Yi seemed to cinch Zhao Lei's skepticism at that moment, and thus remarked, "Your disbelief is inconsequential. Once I rescue you, you may inquire of your ancestors themselves." The more Zhao Lei listened, the more he felt that this individual might be somewhat unhinged, prompting him to resolve to disregard him. As long as he could extricate himself, he would permit Bai Yi to speak as he wished. Bai Yi sensed that Zhao Lei might truly doubt her, and with a dismissive shake of her head, she thought, if he chooses not to believe, so be it. Once we are out there, he shall see the truth. She decided to release her concerns regarding this matter and inquired, "You mentioned that this mountain itself is a treasure. Could you elaborate on its origins?" Zhao Lei replied, "As for its specific origins, I am not entirely certain. I only know that it is a treasured relic of my ancestors from the Zhao family. Beyond that, I cannot say." Bai Yi pressed on. "Are you aware of how one might refine it?" Zhao Lei, taken aback, responded, "If I knew that, would I not have refined it myself? What need would I have for you then?" "I do not know," he concluded. In a moment of silence, Bai Yi suddenly heard a voice resonate in his mind. "Young man, do you require assistance?" It was the fire spirit. Bai Yi hastily inquired, "Can you help me refine this mountain? Why exert such effort over a mere broken mountain? Simply shatter it instead," the spirit replied. As soon as the words left his lips, a violet beam of light erupted from Bai Yi's abdomen. The instant this purple radiance appeared, everything before his eyes began to gradually dissolve into transparency. Zhao Lei, taken aback, exclaimed, This is the power from the volcano." Although he was uncertain whether the violet light indeed emanated from the volcano's might, terror compelled him to cry out. Moments later, Bai Yi found himself in an expansive void, devoid of any rocky formations. Turning to his left, he noticed a woman standing 100 feet away. However, upon probing with his spiritual sense, he discerned that she was neither Shui nor Lung Qing. Yet, her visage seemed somewhat familiar, though he could not recall her identity at that moment. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei was stripped of any flicker of flame, his expression frozen in terror, rendering him immobile. A tumult of dread surged within him. Could it be that he has tamed that entity? This is utterly impossible. Even our most formidable ancestors were incapable of such a feat. For millennia, no member of the Zhao family has achieved it. And yet, how could this young man, merely a core formation cultivator, possibly accomplish it? Bai Yi paid no heed to the still-dazed Zhao Lei and swiftly approached the woman before him. He scrutinized her carefully, finding her increasingly familiar. However, at that moment, she bore the same scorched appearance as Zhao Lei had earlier, her entire form cloaked in darkness, rendering her features nearly indistinguishable. Just as Bai Yi was enveloped in confusion, the woman weakly spoke. "Ah, it is you, young Master Bai. I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Have you found Miss?" Upon hearing her words, Bai Yi's body trembled slightly as a realization dawned upon him. This must be the maid who frequently assisted Shui in delivering little notes to him. He then inquired, "Are you Xiaoyu?" The woman nodded affirmatively. "Yes, young Master Bai." At that moment, Zhao Lei stepped forward, casting a glance at Bai Yi and asked, "Is this your acquaintance?" Bai Yi shook her head, yet soon after, she nodded. Zhao Lei was somewhat perplexed. Although Xiaoyu was not his friend, she had been regarded as a friend by Shui heir, who had received help from Xiaoyu on more than one occasion. Thus, it would not be unreasonable to consider Xiaoyu a friend as well. Bai Yi spoke, "This is not the place for conversation. Let us step outside to discuss." Zhao Lei nodded, and together, the three of them proceeded forward. At this moment, the towering mountains had vanished, and naturally, they would not depart from the direction of the Zhao family. When the fire spirit transformed the mountains into nothingness, Bai Yi lost all means of contacting it. likely wandering aimlessly within his own golden core. Shortly thereafter, the trio emerged from the Zhao family's mountain range, now rendered void by the fire spirit. Along the way, Zhao Lei incessantly inquired about the current state of the Zhao family, yet Bai Yi remained reticent. Within the imperial hall, Song Yu and the ancestral consciousness of the Zhao family sat facing each other. It was unclear what Song Yu had conveyed, but the expression of the Zhao family's ancestor shifted dramatically. "Are you saying this is all true?" Song Yu chuckled softly. "Would I ever deceive you?" Just as the Zhao family ancestor was about to respond, 8 figures entered the hall. Among them were 3 array masters from Songyun Academy, 2 enigmatic experts of the Breaking Sea realm, and 3 elders from the Zhao family. Chapter 83. The Birth of a Fortune. Upon witnessing the ancestral consciousness of the Zhao family, the 3 elders were taken aback. Hastily kneeling in reverence, "We bow to our ancestor." The ancestral figure gestured for them to rise. "Please, stand. Now, recount the events that transpired, starting with that flying dagger." Hearing this, the expressions of the 3 elders changed drastically, for they had all been involved in that incident. At this moment, Bai Yi and his companions had arrived at the esteemed 5-star academy. The trio sat around a table in the courtyard when, suddenly, Zhao Lei uttered something that prompted Bai Yi to leap to his feet, his expression filled with incredulity. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," he exclaimed. Years ago, a man wielding a flying dagger had sought to challenge the formidable warriors of the Tsongyan continent, but was gravely injured by a swarm of assailants. It was Dong Guxian who rescued him, even though she was then the second wife of the Zhao family, Zhao Lei's spouse. After saving the man, she took great care of him, and gradually, an emotional bond blossomed between them. Consequently, Dong Guxian began to frequently spend nights away from home. Initially, the Zhao family paid little heed to this behavior, but over time, suspicions began to arise. The first to sense something amiss was the Zhao family's matriarch, who, harboring doubts about Dong Guxian, dispatched individuals to secretly follow her. Yet, each time, her watchers were discovered by Dong Guxian, leaving their months of surveillance fruitless and uncovering her true activities. Time slipped away, and soon several years had passed. During this stretch, Dong Guxian seemed to have vanished, never returning to the Zhao household. When she finally did return, she was 9 months pregnant, on the verge of giving birth. Zhao Lei was instantly enraged, confronting his wife for her indiscretions and preparing to mete out punishment according to family rules, which entailed tormenting both her and the unborn child for a millennium. Just as Zhao Lei was about to enforce this family mandate, a figure arrived at the Zhao residence, the man whom Dong Guxian had saved, Xiao Fei. Upon witnessing Dong Guxian bound by iron chains, he was filled with fury. "Xina, I'm sorry. I have come too late." Dong Guxian managed a bittersweet smile. "Fei Gu, you have deeply hurt me." They had once vowed to cherish one another for a lifetime, yet 3 months into her pregnancy, Xiao Fei had abruptly departed without bidding her farewell, leaving only a note. "Xin'er, wait for me. I shall return within a month." Alas, that wait extended into 3 long months. At last, Duguxian could no longer endure the torment of waiting. She resolved to seek him out, yet by that time, she was already 6 months pregnant. Thus, a woman, with her prominent belly, roamed in search of the man who had made her promises, the man who had set their fate, the man whose absence had become unbearable. For 3 months she searched, repeatedly questioning herself. Was she being too hasty? How could he possibly not return? Was she being foolish, fixating on merely a piece of paper? Was she being dim-witted, incapable of locating her beloved? Countless nights, she wandered aimlessly through the streets, lost in despair. Countless times, in the rain, she gazed forlornly at the desolate avenues. Countless instances, while fleeing from peril, she felt helpless and frantic. During those 3 months, she tasted the bitterness and anguish of time, yet not a trace of sweetness graced her experience. Ultimately, she could bear it no longer and, as her moment of labor approached, mustered the courage to return to the Zhao family. She dared not hope for their forgiveness. Yet she wished that, for the sake of past affections, they might provide sustenance for the child within her. However, upon her return, she discovered her error, an irretrievable mistake. She grasped the coldness of human sentiments, the inequities of the world, and the harsh truth that a wrong is a wrong, with no remedy in sight. Even when Zhao Lei was about to invoke the clan's laws against her, she uttered not a word, nor did she resist. Indeed, she surrendered. In the face of the world's cruelties, all defiance and justification seemed utterly insignificant. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, she thought, "Fei Gu, I once loved. I have no regrets. Yet, with the word Xian'er, I am sorry, I have come late. A longing ignited within her, a yearning to continue living, to behold her unborn child, to be forever united with the man she adored. Fei Ge, you have caused me such sorrow, though not a heart-wrenching lament. It sent a shiver through Xiao Fei when it reached his ears. He spoke no further, appearing beside Du Guxian, violently shattering the chains that bound her. He then embraced her, whispering repeatedly, I am sorry, acknowledging that no number of apologies could amend his broken promise. After a moment, Xiao Fei gently released Du Guxian and, surveying the surroundings, coolly declared, who dares to be so bold as to imprison Xian'er? Zhao Lei bellowed in rage. You must be the scoundrel entwined with this wretched woman. Xiao Fei fixed a cold gaze upon Zhao Lei. A Myriad dares to lay hands on my Xian'er. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and hurled a flying dagger that instantly embedded itself between Zhao Lei's brows, halting mere inches from piercing deeper. The onlookers from the Zhao family trembled in fear, astonished by the sheer terror of this man's prowess. Zhao Lei, too, was taken aback. He had sensed the impending strike as Xiao Fei acted, and was about to retaliate when the dagger had already found its mark. At that moment, Du Guxian interjected. Do not take his life. He is not at fault. The blame lies with me. Xiao Fei nodded in agreement. I shall heed your wishes. With a heavy sigh, Du Guxian lamented, Fei Ge, you have changed. She had sensed his transformation upon his arrival. The Xiao Fei of old would never have exuded such an intense aura of lethal intent. Just moments prior, she had felt an overwhelming bloodlust emanating from him, one so potent that it enveloped even her. She was unaware of the tribulations Xiao Fei had endured over the past 6 months. All she recognized was that he had irrevocably altered. Once a person is changed, there exists no rationale to disguise that truth. Xiao Fei regarded Du Guxian. I have not changed. I merely acted out of concern upon witnessing your distress. Du Guxian gently closed her eyes, and as she did so, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Her expression was one of deep conflict, and no one could discern the turmoil within her mind at that moment. Throughout this period, Xiao Fei stood silently beside her, neither speaking nor moving. After a brief interlude, Du Guxian gradually opened her eyes, and to Xiao Fei's surprise, the tears had vanished, replaced by an expression of icy indifference. At that instant, a baby's cry pierced the air, heralding the arrival of new life amidst the backdrop of a lifetime of enmity and vengeance, where the cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death had yet to be resolved. In this realm, a child is born, free to roam. With the sound of the infant's wail, Zhao Lei's countenance shifted dramatically. It was the moment the matriarch of the Zhao family was giving birth. This was hardly fortuitous for Zhao Lei at this critical juncture. It could only be deemed as dire news. A family in turmoil, a precious child entering the world. Chapter 84. The origins of Zhao Shuer. Du Guxian turned her gaze towards the source of the baby's cries, murmuring, Is this mere coincidence? Fei Ge, I need you to assist me with something. At her words, Zhao Lei's expression morphed into one of alarm. What do you intend to do? Xiao Fei retorted sharply, silence. He then directed his attention back to Du Guxian. Xian'er, speak your mind. Du Guxian replied coldly, aside from him, all who are aware of this must perish. Her finger pointed squarely at Zhao Lei. Xiao Fei, taken aback, refrained from questioning further. Xian'er, I shall proceed immediately. With that, he vanished from sight, offering no promises to Du Guxian, merely stating, I shall go now, without even a word of waiting for his return. Du Guxian shook her head with a bitter smile, and in an instant, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Just then, her expression shifted dramatically. She was about to give birth, and a wave of pain surged through her, nearly suffocating her. However, at that moment, she was utterly alone, with a faint smile. The atmosphere around her grew ominously dark, and the temperature plummeted, as if her sorrowful smile cast a pall over the entire world. Zhao Lei, pinned by a flying dagger, seemed to sense something amiss with Du Guxian. Although he harbored intense hatred for the woman who had betrayed him, he found no anger within himself at that moment. Whether it was the sound of a baby's cry that stirred his compassion or his fear of Xiao Fei, he called out urgently, Someone. The second lady is about to give birth. The mention of second lady made Du Guxian shudder. She lifted her gaze to Zhao Lei and, after a long silence, managed to utter 3 words. I'm sorry. At that instant, 2 matriarchs from the Zhao family approached Du Guxian, supporting her as they guided her into her room. Watching her being escorted away, Zhao Lei was overwhelmed with tumultuous thoughts. Was she in the wrong? If so, then loving someone must also be a mistake. But if she was not wrong, then he was the one at fault. Yet, how could he host a grand banquet when his own wife had betrayed him? Where lies the truth in right and wrong? Perhaps it is merely a matter of perspective. With a bitter smile, he mused, at the edge of the world. Love is hard to find. In the depths of despair, one can only feign joy. 3 days later. The events that transpired at the Zhao family seemed like a fleeting dream, vanishing upon waking. The Zhao household was bustling with activity. For today marked the grand banquet celebrating the 2 beloved daughters of the family. The place was overflowing with guests, filled with exuberance and festivity, accompanied by a chorus of congratulations and greetings. Yet, before the banquet could officially commence, a figure emerged from the crowd, instantly casting a shadow over the atmosphere. Many recognized this person as Xiao Fei. How lively it is. Du Guxian stepped forward and asked, "What brings you here?" Xiao Fei turned to her, stating, "Xin'er, I had promised to eliminate anyone who knew of this matter." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically, for with Xiao Fei's prowess, he could indeed fulfill that promise. Du Guxian's countenance darkened. "No need for that. I can handle it myself. You should leave." Yet, Xiao Fei laughed heartily. "Xin'er, what do you mean?" With an indifferent expression, Du Guxian replied, "From now on, we shall have no further ties." With that, she tore a strip from her garment, letting it fall to the ground, and cast it into the air. "We are no longer connected." Seeing this, Xiao Fei narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Xin'er, why?" Du Guxian fell silent, yet a single tear cascaded from the corner of her eye. Suddenly, Xiao Fei let out a sinister laugh. "In that case, allow me to perform one final act for you." With that, he spread his palm, revealing a dagger that materialized in his grasp. The blade measured a mere 4 fingers in length and 1 finger in width, gleaming a radiant silver. A chilling glimmer flickered along its edge, and a tiny character, Xiao, was inscribed upon its surface. Without warning, Xiao Fei hurled the dagger with ferocity. As it flew forth, an overwhelming aura enveloped all present. The crowd, gripped by terror, found themselves immobilized beneath this oppressive force, while the dagger hurtled toward them. Witnessing this scene, Du Guxian's expression turned pale. "Stop." However, Xiao Fei paid her no heed. The dagger plunged into the throng, and in an instant, a multitude of crimson geysers erupted. The entire expanse was instantly stained red, and the pungent stench of blood filled the air, inducing nausea. Severed heads tumbled to the ground, their once wide-eyed gazes frozen in terror, as if striving to etch the moment of their demise into memory. Moments later, only Du Guxian and Zhao Lei remained standing. All others from the Zhao family and the various visiting clans had been mercilessly slain. "Xin'er, come with me," he commanded, his tone lacking warmth, even bordering on coldness. Du Guxian shook her head. "You are no longer the Xiao Gu I once knew. He has departed and will never return." Xiao Fei furrowed his brow. "What are you saying? Am I not here?" Du Guxian chuckled softly. "No, you are not him." She recalled that the Xiao Fei she first encountered was far from this heartless figure. Xiao Fei suddenly shouted in fury, "Will you come with me, or not?" Du Guxian merely stared at him, and after a prolonged silence, she gently shook her head. Ignoring her, Xiao Fei turned and strode toward the room. Zhao Lei's face paled, and he moved to intervene, but at that moment, a dagger rested against his brow. Xiao Fei entered the chamber, where upon the bed lay a delicate infant, resembling a flawless jade sculpture. Upon seeing Xiao Fei approach, the infant even smiled at him, making cooing sounds as if greeting him. Xiao Fei scooped up the child and exited the room. Alarmed, Du Guxian exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Put him down." Xiao Fei coldly replied, "He is my child. Naturally, he will accompany me." He then glanced toward a certain direction, which happened to be the Zhao family's fire prison. "It's quite a suitable place," he remarked before delivering a powerful punch to Zhao Lei. The force of the blow sent Zhao Lei crashing into the fire prison. Only after being confined did he come to the shocking realization that the child Xiao Fei had taken was not Du Guxian's but rather his own. Yet, neither Du Guxian nor Xiao Fei was aware of this. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, Bai Yi suddenly sprang to his feet. "Impossible! How could this be?" As Zhao Lei stated, Zhao Xuer is indeed the daughter of Du Guxian. The one who was taken away by Xiao Fei was the young lady of the Zhao family. If this is the case, one cannot help but ponder how Du Guxian would react upon discovering that Xuej is her biological daughter. Contemplating this, Bai Yi could not help but shake his head and sigh, lamenting the capriciousness of fate. It is no wonder that Xuer possesses such extraordinary constitution and lineage. Within the imperial hall, the ancestor of the Zhao family suddenly rose and made his way outside. He had just heard from the 3 individuals that Zhao Lei might be imprisoned in the fire prison. He was eager to see Zhao Lei to glean further details. However, he soon began to fade into the ether. He thought to himself, "Alas, my consciousness is waning. and I can no longer persist. With a bitter smile, he concluded. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. With that, he vanished completely. Chapter 85. The Temple of the Unrighteous. Chapter 86. Leave you with a complete corpse within the 5-Star Academy, by Yi, Xiaoyu, Zhao Lei. And Yang Xiao sat around a table. Xiaoyu spoke softly, Young Master Bai, might there be any news of Miss Schwer? As she uttered this, she glanced awkwardly at Zhao Lei. Feeling that referring to Schwer as Miss might be inappropriate given that she had just learned that Zhao Schwer was not the daughter of the Zhao family head. Zhao Lei remained silent, his heart awash with a tumult of emotions. Bai Yi shook his head, expressing his concerns. Since Shui Er's disappearance, there has been no news whatsoever. Yang Xiao interjected suddenly. Could it be that they have discovered Zhao Shui Er's true heritage and taken her away? Upon hearing these words, Bai Yi found himself harboring doubts. Had they been unaware of Shui Er's lineage, they might not have had any inkling of her whereabouts. However, now that they were aware of her origins, Yang Zhao's conjecture was not without merit. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. If that were indeed the case, it was unnecessary for him to articulate his thoughts, as Bai Yi would naturally deduce his concerns. If they were aware of Shui Er's lineage, then the infant previously taken by Xiao Fei must certainly be Zhao Lei's child. Upon realizing that it was Zhao Lei's child, would they not pose a threat to its safety? Contemplating this, the expressions of those present darkened. Zhao Lei suddenly declared, I must return to the Zhao family to investigate whether anyone has come to learn of this matter. Bai Yi did not decline. He initially intended to accompany Zhao Lei, but was turned down due to concerns for his safety. Thus, Bai Yi reluctantly remained at the 5-Star Academy. In the following days, Bai Yi immersed himself in intense cultivation, only to find that circumstances were becoming increasingly convoluted. First, Yin Shang went missing, then Lang Qing vanished, and now Shi had been absent for an extended period. Moreover, Zhao Shui's lineage turned out to be exceedingly intricate. He wondered if, upon encountering Shui again one day, their relationship would still be the same as before. Drawing forth the crimson long sword, Bai Yi gazed at it, lost in contemplation. His previous 3-sword technique had stagnated at its initial form, achieving only a minor perfection in the first move, which could break the ground. Despite his relentless training, he found it impossible to progress any further. It felt as though something essential was amiss, yet he could not discern what it was. The second and third forms of the technique could not be cultivated without first attaining full mastery of the first. He sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity. If he could successfully cultivate the second form, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Recalling his thoughts, he began to ponder the sword move imparted to him by the sword spirit, henceforth to be known as the sword spirit strike. He realized that this technique was fundamentally different from the 3-sword technique. While the latter emphasized sheer power, one force conquering 10,000 techniques, the ultimate strength capable of cleaving the heavens, the sword spirit strike did not rely on brute force. However, what it depended upon remained elusive, and at that moment, Bai Yi could not grasp its essence. He merely sensed a peculiar energy when executing the sword spirit strike, an energy he was yet unable to fully command. He ventured into an open space, where the ground for hundreds of meters was nothing but barren yellow earth and stones, starkly desolate and remarkably arid. Bai Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his right hand wielding a sword that pointed diagonally towards the ground. He emanated an air of disdainful superiority, as if all that existed beneath his blade were mere insects. He remained still, his eyes firmly shut. He was immersed in profound contemplation. He sought to grasp the essence of this world, to comprehend the vast cosmos, and to discern the celestial realm within his golden core. A gentle breeze caressed his hair, causing a single black lock to dance in the wind. His embroidered robe fluttered lightly as well. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yi entered a remarkably wondrous state. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and at that moment, a mysterious force began to swirl around him. Sensing this phenomenon, Bai Yi felt a twinge of surprise. He attempted to harness that enigmatic power, but just then, it began to dissipate slowly. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. Is it truly beyond my grasp? He sensed that the power he sought was the very essence lacking in the first stance of the 3 swords technique, yet now it eluded his command. With a sigh of resignation, he mused that if Shi were present, she would undoubtedly know how to harness such energy. Dismissing further contemplation, he endeavored once more to establish a connection with that elusive force. However, despite numerous attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. Although he could perceive the power, each time he sought to engage with it or summon it, it would gradually dissipate. A thought struck him. What if he employed a formation to communicate with that energy? Would the outcome differ from before? With this notion in mind, he once again attuned himself to the power. As he felt it anew, he began to inscribe intricate patterns in the void. As shimmering golden lines were etched into existence, the surrounding space began to tremble subtly, yet the power remained unaffected. Continuing to swirl gently around Bai Yi, a surge of joy welled up within Bai Yi. Such power was astonishingly formidable, even more resilient than the very fabric of this realm. Yet, despite his admiration for its might and steadfastness, his countenance darkened, for he realized that his formation could merely stabilize this force, preventing its dissipation, but he remained unable to wield it. This left Bai Yi in a state of perplexity. What could possibly be the cause? After several attempts, the outcome remained unchanged, compelling him to reluctantly abandon his efforts. He slowly raised the sword in his hand, scrutinizing it meticulously. What had rendered that strike so terrifying back then? At that moment, two figures emerged not far from Bai Yi. Both donned long gray and white robes. One, with hair as white as snow, swayed in the breeze, standing tall and imposing. Though seemingly frail, an invisible aura of immense pressure radiated from him. The other, with hair as dark as ink cascading over his shoulders, was somewhat more robust in stature, his gaze sharp and piercing. These two were none other than the guardians of the temple's sun, Feng Yong and El Yin, both peak cultivators of the sea-breaking realm. Upon seeing the newcomers, Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Their formidable spiritual presence washed over him like a stone sinking into the ocean. They were undeniably superlative beings. However, sensing that they were merely at the sea-breaking level, his curiosity deepened. Previously, even the formidable Lord Kanglin had not evoked such a feeling within him. A thought emerged in his mind. These two must hail from the outside world. Shir had once mentioned that the cultivation system of this continent differed vastly from that of the outside. Indeed, within the same realm, the inhabitants of this land were fundamentally inferior. He had previously dismissed her warnings, but now it seemed she had not exaggerated. At that moment, the two figures were also observing Bai Yi, their expressions tinged with surprise. There was something distinctly different about him compared to others they had encountered. Although Bai Yi was merely at the core formation level, he appeared significantly stronger than his counterparts on this continent. He might even surpass those of his own realm from where they originated. As realization dawned upon them, both inhaled sharply. They exchanged glances. Could it be that the box had endowed this youth with such extraordinary prowess? To achieve such a level of cultivation on this continent, what would his potential be in their world? One of them fixed his gaze upon Bai Yi and declared, "I have no desire for pleasantries. Surrender that object, and I shall allow you to retain your life." Bai Yi smiled broadly and said, "Esteemed seniors, let us converse peacefully. There is no need to resort to threats and violence." Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the two men were momentarily taken aback, their expressions clouded with confusion. They thought to themselves, "We have come to eliminate you and seize your treasures, yet you ask us to engage in civil discourse?" Has his mind been clouded by some folly? At this juncture, one of them turned to the other and remarked, "We must exercise caution. This individual may possess some formidable backing." The speaker was none other than the elderly man, Feng Yong, whose head was crowned with white hair. He was known for his prudent demeanor and his ability to assess the larger picture, coupled with a meticulous nature. In his eyes, Bai Yi's calmness was undoubtedly indicative of some hidden support. In truth, Bai Yi was inwardly fraught with anxiety. He considered these two men to be the most perilous adversaries he had encountered, second only to Song Yu. His apparent composure was merely a facade. He recalled the time he had deceived Mu Xiao. Had he not exhibited strength and steadiness, he might have been swiftly eliminated by Mu Xiao. He thought to himself, alas, sometimes a little pretense can be a lifesaver. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man scoffed at Feng Yong's words, saying, "Is he merely a core formation cultivator? Must we be so cautious?" He was well aware of Feng Yong's nature, always meticulous and cautious in his endeavors. Yet it was precisely this caution that had saved him from peril on multiple occasions. Despite his disdain for the man's carefulness and indecisiveness, he harbored a measure of respect for him. Feng Yong replied gravely, "This individual is not to be underestimated. It would be wise for us to proceed with care. Should we err due to negligence, how shall we account for this to the young master?" El Yin remained silent. Acknowledging the truth in Feng Yong's earlier statement, this matter must be handled without a single misstep. Bai Yi's smile remained undiminished, and she appeared even more composed. She turned to the two and said with a grin, "Have you both considered carefully whether you wish to engage in a confrontation or have a proper discussion?" Feng Yong smiled faintly. I am aware of your remarkable talents, my young friend, and I recognize that you possess significant treasures. However, I truly cannot fathom what gives you the confidence to remain so composed. Bai Yi mused. This old fellow is no ordinary man. He is neither easily swayed nor excessively impulsive. The situation appears rather troublesome. He is unafraid of those who can be deceived by him, nor does he fear the overly rash. However, this old man seems to possess a remarkable wisdom, exhibiting a surprising level of caution. Contemplating this, Bai Yi chuckled lightly. Since you are aware of my extraordinary nature and the treasures that protect me, why then choose to stand against me? Would it not be better for us to cultivate an amicable relationship? Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Feng Yong wore a somewhat peculiar expression. Cultivate an amicable relationship with you? Bai Yi nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed, we shall forge a strong bond. With my innate talent and potential, it will not be long before I rise to prominence in this world. At that time, coupled with the treasures I possess, it would not be an exaggeration to say that I could trample upon the very fabric of existence. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yin nearly stumbled in disbelief, exclaiming, Surely you jest. Do you truly believe you can conquer the entire realm? Bai Yi smiled faintly, then couldn't help but exhale lightly towards the two of them. Observing Bai Ye's demeanor, both individuals found it somewhat peculiar, yet they did not dwell on it further. Just as Feng Yong was about to speak, Bai Yi abruptly inquired, Does this esteemed elder doubt my talents and abilities? This question was, of course, directed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smirked derisively and replied, If you can indeed tread upon the vast expanse of this world, then I shall stand triumphantly upon your head. Bai Yi was taken aback. This fellow seemed a bit foolish. Since he could not deceive the elderly gentleman, he decided to first attempt to mislead this somewhat naive individual. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi clasped his fists in a respectful gesture towards Lv Yin, his previously haughty demeanor instantly transforming into one of humility. Observing this, both individuals were greatly perplexed, and Feng Yong was about to speak. However, Lv Yin preemptively inquired, What do you mean by this? Bai Yi sighed softly. May I inquire about your esteemed name, elder brother? Although Lu Yin felt somewhat perplexed by Bai Ye's intentions, he nonetheless replied, Lu Yin. Bai Yi smiled faintly and clasped his fists towards Lv Yin, saying, Brother Lv, what you just mentioned is by no means an exaggeration. Even if I were to tread upon the entirety of this realm, I would still be under your esteemed foot. Lv Yin snorted coldly, that is only natural. Meanwhile, Feng Yong secretly thought, this is not good. This fellow is attempting to deceive Lv Yin. Just as he was about to interject a warning, Bai Yi preempted him, saying, Brother Lv, being a person of such exceptional caliber and possessing unparalleled talent, your rise in the future is indeed boundless. Upon saying this, Bai Yi glanced at Lv Yin and noticed that he seemed to be somewhat convinced. A surge of delight filled his heart as he continued, however. Bai Yi only uttered those two words and then fell silent. Seeing that Bai Yi had ceased to elaborate, Lv Yin grew anxious. Brother Bai, what is it? Upon hearing Lv Yin address Bai Yi as Brother Bai, Feng Yong's heart raced. He silently pondered, could this fellow truly be swayed by Bai Ye's words? Yet at this moment, he refrained from offering any further caution, instead opting to observe what Bai Yi intended to do, for in his view, all else was futile in the face of absolute strength. Bai Yi, witnessing Feng Yong refraining from exposing himself to L Yin, couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. What game was this fellow playing? Observing Bai Ye's silence, L Yin grew increasingly anxious. Brother Bai, what is it? Bai Yi withdrew his thoughts, feeling a sense of indignation at the notion that someone as exceptional as Brother L, a true dragon among men, must bow to others. Upon hearing these words, L Yin was momentarily taken aback, only to soon grasp the essence of Bai Ye's sentiment. He let out a soft sigh, expressing a profound sense of helplessness. It seemed as though something weighed on his mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. Bai Yi inquired, is there a reason for this? If it is inconvenient for Brother L to speak, then it is best left unspoken. L Yin nodded. It is not that I am unwilling to share. Rather, the matter is exceedingly intricate. Even if I were to divulge it, it would not alter the outcome. Beside them, Feng Yong, unable to contain his impatience any longer, interjected. L Yin, we are tasked with the mission of slaying and acquiring treasures, not engaging in heartfelt conversations with friends. Bai Yi turned to Feng Yong and remarked, esteemed senior, your assertion is misguided. The act of taking a life for treasure and the pursuit of heartfelt conversation with friends are not inherently at odds, are they? Feng Yong chuckled coldly in response. Oh, really? Yet the very person we intend to slay is you. while he engages in a heartfelt dialogue with you. Does that not present a contradiction? As the wide-eyed man felt a twitch in his eyelid, he realized that this old fellow had not forgotten his intent to kill him. However, Lu Yin interjected, "Old Feng, I believe this brother Bai possesses commendable qualities. There is no need for us to resort to annihilation. We can engage him in conversation." Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Feng Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Have you forgotten your senses?" he retorted. Lu Yan, somewhat incensed, replied, "Old Feng, we bear no grudge against Brother Bai. Why must we resort to murder? Do you dare to question the young master's orders?" His voice grew frosty. Lu Yin sighed heavily and continued, "Brother Bai, I am powerless in this situation. However, if you surrender that object, I assure you, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety." Bai shook his head with a bitter smile, expressing, "This would put Brother Lu in a difficult position. Perhaps it is best to refrain from such actions. I bear no ill will towards Brother Lu, for you are merely following orders." Feng Yong pointed at Bai Yi, retorting, "Cease your nonsensical chatter." With that, he lunged forward, directly attacking Bai Yi. Chapter 88. The terrifying sword strike. Although Feng Yong did not unleash his full might, he exerted 70% of his strength. In his view, Bai Yi was merely at the core formation stage. Even if he possessed extraordinary talent, he could not possibly survive an onslaught of such formidable force. Even this measured strike was enough to cause the very fabric of space to buckle. The space shattered inch by inch, as countless fragments cascaded down, while Feng Yong's palm bore endless power, pressing relentlessly towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi was taken aback. Realizing that Feng Yong's prowess was utterly terrifying, even the esteemed Song Lan at the sovereign realm might not surpass him, and could indeed fall short. As he beheld the formidable strike hurtling towards him, Bai Yi's heart sank in dread. Just as Feng Yong's attack was about to collide with Bai Yi, Lu Yin intercepted it with a punch aimed at Feng Yong. "Old Feng, halt at once." Feng Yong, incensed that Lu Yin dared to thwart him, retorted, "Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" Lu Yin replied, "I have already made a promise to Brother Bai. As long as he surrenders the item required by the young master, I will ensure his survival." Feng Yong's expression darkened considerably. "That Bai Yi was merely deceiving you. Do you realize that?" Lu Yan's countenance grew somewhat uneasy as he cast a glance at Bai Yi. Bai Yi hastily replied, "Not at all. What I just conveyed to Brother L was from the depths of my heart." Feng Yong snorted disdainfully, "Humph. Spare me your nonsense." El Yin turned to Feng Yong and said, "Regardless of the circumstances, since I have made a promise to Brother Bai, I shall uphold it." He then looked at Bai Yi and continued, "Brother Bai, if you hand over that item, I assure you that no one will be able to harm you." Bai Yi appeared somewhat helpless, shaking his head with a sigh. "It's not that I am unwilling to part with the item, but at this moment, I truly cannot relinquish it." Upon hearing this, El Yin felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why is that? At this juncture, he did not doubt Bai Yi's words. Their previous conversation had fostered a certain fondness in him for Bai Yi, making it difficult to believe that he would deceive him. However, Feng Yong interjected, "Could it be that you've consumed the item?" Bai Yi felt somewhat speechless. How could this old fellow harbor such a lack of self-belief? Did he truly think he was not handsome? Lu Yin also looked at Bai Yi with a puzzled expression, awaiting an explanation. Bai Yi sighed and said, "It is not I who consumed that item. Did Song Lan not elaborate on the matter with you?" He had naturally deduced that it must have been Song Lan who divulged the details regarding the box. Feng Yong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "How do you know it was Song Lan who disclosed this matter to us?" Bai Yi smiled broadly and said, "Naturally, it was he who disclosed it to me himself." Bai Yi resolved to continue his charade. He yearned to engage in a fierce battle with the old man. Yet the elder's formidable prowess left him apprehensive about his own capabilities. Meanwhile, Feng Yong had ceased to dwell on the matters concerning Song Lan. Regardless of the circumstances, his priority was to eliminate you first, after which he would ascertain the possibility of obtaining that object. Having spoken, he turned his gaze towards Lu Yin. "You see, it is not that you have failed to uphold your promise, but rather that he has no intention of surrendering that object. Do you still hesitate?" Lu Yin's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, and he remained silent. Bai Yi suddenly declared, "Brother Lu, there is no need to hesitate. Feel free to strike." Feng Yong retorted with a cold voice, "To kill you, I am sufficient." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Bai Yi, intent on shattering him with a single blow, leaving no opportunity for him to utter a word. The treachery emanating from Bai Yi was overwhelming, instilling a sense of dread in him. He dared not ponder further, fearing that prolonged engagement might lead to a fate akin to that of Lu Yin. As the punch hurtled toward him, the very space surrounding Bai Yi disintegrated into dust, while countless spatial blades surged forth to assail him. Bai Yi's countenance changed dramatically. For this time Liu Yin did not intervene to assist him. Confronted with Feng Yang's strike, Bai Yi was consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Escape was not an option. He could not flee. He had no choice but to endure this blow. Thus, Bai Yi channeled his profound energy, directly harnessing the enigmatic power residing within his golden elixir. A resonant hum of a sword echoed forth. The crimson longsword in Bai Yi's hand trembled slightly, radiating a brilliant scarlet light. At that moment, Feng Yong also noticed the sword wielded by Bai Yi and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a magnificent blade!" With the sound of a sword's whistle, Bai Yi thrust forward, aiming directly at Feng Yong. Feng Yong scoffed, "Are you making a futile struggle?" Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze. The blade wielded by Bai Yi surprisingly matched the might of his adversary's punch. The crimson glow emanating from the sword illuminated the entire expanse, rendering it almost ethereal. Under the influence of this scarlet radiance, Feng Yong's punch trembled ever so slightly, as if it harbored a certain trepidation towards the crimson light. Feng Yong's expression hardened, and he unleashed another punch. At this moment, although Bai Yi's sword barely withstood the force of Feng Yong's strike, the overwhelming might of the punch could not be thwarted. An incomprehensibly powerful force collided directly with Bai Yi's chest, sending him hurtling several hundred zhang through the air. When he finally came to a halt, blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he had no time to tend to his injuries. For Feng Yong's other fist was already on the approach. The sword spirit executed its signature move, channeling all its strength to thrust towards the colossal shadow of Feng Yong's incoming punch. However, the once formidable power of the sword spirit strike had diminished to naught. Bai Yi's heart sank in terror. Where had things gone awry? How could this be happening? With no time for contemplation, he instinctively sought to evade Feng Yong's strike. However, he soon realized that no matter how he maneuvered, the colossal shadow of a fist was unwaveringly aimed at him. Was this the end? Confronting this blow, Bai Yi harbored no hope of survival, for the force of this strike was utterly horrifying, far beyond what he could withstand at this moment. Bai Yi's face contorted with a ghastly expression as he attempted to draw this valiant spirit into his golden core. Yet, at that very moment, the crimson longsword in Bai Yi's hand began to quiver ever so slightly. Observing the trembling blade, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, pondering the peculiar situation. Almost immediately, he seemed to recall something and relinquished the notion of forcibly drawing Feng Yong into his golden core. Once more, he unleashed the sword spirit, and with a resonant hum, the sound of the sword resonated across the heavens. At that moment, the crimson longsword automatically activated its protective state. Coupled with the terrifying might of Bai Yi's sword spirit technique, it lunged forth directly towards Feng Yong's incoming fist. As the longsword sliced through the air, the very fabric of space crumbled inch by inch, unleashing a formidable spatial pressure that descended menacingly upon Feng Yong. Upon witnessing this, Feng Yong's expression morphed into one of disbelief. How is this possible? He swiftly retracted his fist to brace against the overwhelming force of spatial collapse. Just then, Bai Yi's strike arrived with a resounding roar that shattered the firmament. Following the explosive sound, both Feng Yong and Bai Yi were forced to retreat. Feng Yong halted after retreating several dozen yards, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at the longsword in Bai Yi's grasp. In contrast, Bai Yi was propelled back 1,000 yards before gradually coming to a stop, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Despite the terrifying power of that strike, it was still insufficient to withstand Feng Yong's might. This confrontation left Bai Yi grievously injured. Feng Yong fixed his gaze on Bai Yi. Incredulity etched across his features as he inquired, "Where did that sword come from?" At that moment, he felt an unsettling familiarity with the sword, yet could not recall where he had encountered it before. Bai Yi gasped for breath. "Have you seen this sword?" Feng Yong replied, "It seems I have encountered it somewhere before." Bai Yi smiled broadly, and as he did, another mouthful of blood flowed forth. "Humph! Haven't you witnessed this in the hands of your father?" You, Feng Yong, were enraged once more, advancing again to strike Bai Yi with a forceful punch. Chapter 89, Why Not Befriend Him? Chapter 90, Song Yu's Choice. Chapter 91, Do Not Speak Nonsense. Bai Yi shook his head, stating that any matters could be discussed right there. He certainly would not follow Sun Liang away, fearing he might never return. Sun Liang chuckled, remarking, "Young Master Bai, it is prudent to recognize certain realities, otherwise, one might suffer unnecessary harm." At that moment, Song Yu felt a profound dilemma. If Sun Liang were to act, should he assist him or support Bai Yi? After all, it was he who had brought Bai Yi along, and aiding Sun Liang would weigh heavily on his conscience. Yet, if he chose to help Bai Yi, what would become of Mayer? Just as Song Yu grappled with his overwhelming predicament, Sun Liang suddenly addressed him, saying, "Brother Song Yu, we are currently in your imperial hall. If I were to act, it might not be entirely appropriate." This statement was clearly an invitation for Song Yu to intervene. But would he? Bai Yi turned to Song Yu and inquired, "Your Majesty Song, could you elucidate the situation?" From the very beginning, Bai Yi had been perplexed. Had he not been on amicable terms with Song Yu? Why had this fellow suddenly brought people to apprehend him? Song Yu sighed deeply. "I sincerely apologize, young Master Bai. The reasons behind this are matters I prefer not to discuss. Consider it a debt of life I owe you, young Master Bai. Should the opportunity arise after this affair, I shall undoubtedly repay this kindness." Although Bai Yi still did not fully comprehend the situation, he decided not to press Song Yu for further explanations. Given the circumstances, he resolved to take things one step at a time. Turning to Sun Liang, Bai Yi declared, "I shall accompany you." Sun Liang was somewhat taken aback by Bai Yi's decision to follow him. Song Yu furrowed his brow. He understood that if Bai Yi chose to go with Sun Liang, it would likely lead to a dead end, unless the young lady, sure, were to appear. However, he had not seen her in recent days, which left him feeling rather perplexed. After Bai Yi finished speaking, he was the first to step out of the secret chamber, with Sun Liang closely following behind. As they exited, Sun Liang turned back to glance at Song Yu and said softly, "I am truly grateful to you, Brother Song Yu. You need not worry about the matter I promised you." Song Yu, lost in contemplation, paid no heed to Sun Liang's words. Sun Liang then hurriedly led Bai Yi onward, and soon they came to a halt. The place they found themselves in was a desolate and vast expanse of barren land, stretching endlessly before them, evoking a sense of oppression in Bai Yi. "Young Master Bai, do you understand why I have brought you here?" Bai Yi furrowed her brow, pondering whether the feng shui of this place was indeed favorable. Sun Liang was momentarily taken aback by Bai Yi's rhetorical question, inquiring, "What favorable feng shui?" Bai Yi sighed. "A person on the brink of death, of course, ought to choose a place of exceptional feng shui for their final resting place." Upon hearing this, Sun Liang's expression instantly turned frigid. "Are you implying this refers to yourself?" Bai Yi shook his head. "I am referring to you." At that moment, Bai Yi unconsciously entered a mode of composure. Observing Bai Yi's calm demeanor, Sun Liang felt a slight tremor in his heart. Could it be that this individual possesses some form of assurance? "Young Master Bai, I bear no ill will towards you. As long as you hand over those 2 boxes to me, I shall not cause you any distress." "The boxes?" Bai Yi appeared rather perplexed. "Those boxes have already been taken by someone else. Are you not aware of this?" Sun Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. "Do you take me for a fool?" At that moment, he certainly could not believe Bai Yi's words. Taken by someone else? How could that be possible? With a sigh, Bai Yi remarked, "Very well. If you choose not to believe me, then come and retrieve it yourself. The box resides within me. I desire for you to extract it personally. If you wish to take it, approach me. If not, allow me to depart. Engaging in this tedious back and forth is a waste of time for both of us." Sun Liang, feeling a surge of anger, declared, "Then I shall take it myself." With that, he directed a powerful palm strike towards Bai Yi, an overwhelming aura of barrier-level pressure instantly enveloping the entire realm. Under the weight of this force, the space surrounding Bai Yi began to fracture, and even his body began to manifest thin cracks. Bai Yi's heart sank in terror. How could this person's power be so formidable that he found himself utterly incapable of resistance? Just as the oppressive force threatened to rend Bai Yi asunder, a figure abruptly materialized before him. An unkempt old man, clutching a chicken leg and swaying slightly with a gourd of wine hanging at his waist, approached Bai Yi. It was none other than the Elder of Creation. With the appearance of the Elder, the overwhelming pressure from Sun Liang's barrier vanished without a trace. Observing this, Sun Liang halted his assault, his expression grave as he regarded the Elder of Creation. "Who are you?" he inquired. The Elder of Creation chuckled heartily. "Who am I?" At this moment, Bai Yi was utterly astounded. He was taken aback by the immense strength of the Elder before him. He had already experienced the formidable pressure emanating from Sun Liang. However, upon the Elder's arrival, that overwhelming force had inexplicably dissipated. It was evident that these 2 individuals were not of the same caliber. With this realization, he hastily clasped his fists and respectfully bowed to the Elder of Creation, expressing his gratitude. "I am Bai Yi, and I sincerely thank you for your timely intervention." The Elder of Creation turned to Bai Yi and replied with a chuckle, "Ah, go play. This is no longer your concern." Bai Yi was somewhat speechless. This old man was rather peculiar. In contrast, Sun Liang stared grimly at the Elder of Creation. "Are you certain you wish to interfere in the affairs of my temple?" The Elder of Creation appeared somewhat taken aback. "You are of the temple?" Sun Liang replied with a stern expression, "I am Sun Liang, an Elder of the temple. If you are determined to meddle in this matter, you will be opposing my temple. You must think carefully." The Elder of Creation pondered for a moment. "Ah, do not say that. I must admit, I am rather surprised to hear you claim to be of the temple, regardless of your temple's intentions. I shall not permit the strong to bully the weak in this domain." "Humph. Your words carry considerable weight. I am aware that your strength surpasses mine. Yet can you single-handedly contend against my entire temple?" Bai Yi suddenly directed a question at the Elder of Creation. "Esteemed senior, what exactly is this temple?" His tone was intentionally provocative, aimed at unsettling Sun Liang, for with this venerable figure present, he believed that Sun Liang posed little threat to him. The Elder of Creation glanced at Bai Yi, a flicker of unusual expression crossing his eyes. "It is merely a worthless trinket, unworthy of attention." Sun Liang seethed with rage upon hearing the two dismiss the temple as nothing of significance. He understood well that the temple was among the most formidable powers in the entire realm of deities, and to witness it belittled in such a manner in this petty locale was infuriating. While he could tolerate the Elder's disdain, given his considerable strength, he found it utterly intolerable that Bai Yi, a Myriad at the core formation stage, dared to speak of the temple in such a derogatory manner. After all, he could effortlessly extinguish a multitude of such insignificant insects. After hearing the words of the Elder of Creation, Bai Yi let out a long sigh, visibly relaxing. "Oh, so it is merely a worthless trinket. I previously believed it to be a formidable force." He then warned against further nonsensical chatter. Chapter 92. Feng Yong and Lu Yin returned. Having spoken, he prepared to make a move against Bai Yi. However, the Elder of Creation shot him a fierce glare. "Do you wish for me to grant you a lesson in creation?" Upon hearing this, Sun Liang, who was about to strike, halted in his tracks, realizing that he was no match for the old man. The thought of being killed by this elder sent a chill down his spine. Where would he lament his fate? With that in mind, he cast a cold glance at Bai Yi. "We shall meet again." Bai Yi quickly shook his head. "No, let us part ways for good." Naturally, he didn't wish to encounter the other party, especially when he felt inadequate in strength. After Sun Liang departed, the Elder of Creation gazed at Bai Yi and inquired, "Was that seal devised by you?" Bai Yi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What seal?" The Elder of Creation replied, "It is the seal of the desolate well hidden deep within the black wind forest." Bai Yi nodded, inquiring, "Indeed, is there something amiss?" The Elder of Creation scrutinized Bai Yi with a grave expression. He had initially suspected it was that girl Yun Shang who was responsible, but to his astonishment, it was this young rascal instead. And what of that girl? Bai Yi was filled with confusion, pondering whether the old man had previously known him. Who was the girl he was referring to? With this thought in mind, Bai Yi could not help but ask, "Which girl?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's inquiry, the Elder of Creation was taken aback, secretly wondering if this fellow had many girls around him. Was he referring to the girl from the 5-Star Academy? In truth, the Elder of Creation was unaware that Yun Shang had already departed, having ventured to a place where he encountered an unforgettable experience, one that would leave him in awe for a lifetime. When the Elder mentioned the girl from the 5-Star Academy, Bai Yi's eyes suddenly dimmed. Observing this reaction, the Elder felt a twinge of concern. Could something have happened to that girl? Yet, in this vast continent, it was nearly impossible for anyone to pose a threat to her. Could it be that person from earlier? Had something indeed transpired with her? Bai Yi shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. She had been gone for quite some time, and her whereabouts remained a mystery to me. Yet, every thought of her stirred a sense of unease within my heart. The Elder of Creation, somewhat perplexed, harbored a fondness for the girl, akin to that of a grandfather for his granddaughter. Moreover, she shared his penchant for meat. However, had the Elder known of the incident that transpired between Yun Shang and Bai Yi, driven by her love for meat, his affection would surely have waned. The Elder of Creation pondered. Could she have ventured outside? Bai Yi nodded and said, "Indeed, she mentioned that she was heading elsewhere, claiming that Master was in danger over there and that she intended to rescue him." Such folly! How could she be so impulsive? Upon witnessing the Ancient One of Creation, Bai Yi felt an even greater sense of unease. Could she be in peril? The Ancient One sighed. "I cannot say for certain, but it is undoubtedly not a safe situation. Do you know where she has gone? Bai Yi inquired. The Ancient One fixed his gaze upon Bai Yi. Are you intent on rescuing her? Bai Yi nodded vigorously, affirming his desire to rescue her. However, he continued, it is not yet feasible. Your strength is still insufficient. At this moment, he appeared to recall something, his expression shifting as he inquired of Bai Yi. What about that young girl? Bai Yi gazed at the Elder of Creation with a look of perplexity. Sure. The Elder of Creation nodded in affirmation. It should be so. If she were here, we could indeed seek that girl over there. Bai Yi smiled wryly. Poetry has left as well. The Elder of Creation appeared somewhat perplexed. How could she leave? Has something significant transpired? When Poetry initially sought him out, she had mentioned that she would soon depart from this place. However, it seemed her intention was to leave alongside the young one. Yet, why had she abandoned the child and departed alone? The only possibility that crossed his mind was that something momentous must have occurred during this time. Noticing the elder's confusion, Bai Yi refrained from elaborating further. After all, he was not well acquainted with the man. Despite the fact that he had just saved her life, it would be prudent to remain cautious. Perceiving Bai Yi's wariness, the Elder of Creation chose not to press further. You must exercise caution. This matter is rather complex. Bai Yi nodded and inquired, Elder, are you aware of the nature of the force that temple represents? The Elder of Creation replied in a grave tone, it is a formidable and vast power, at least. In your current state, it is indeed quite formidable and vast. Bai Yi remained speechless. If he was indeed so powerful and formidable, why did he not remind himself sooner? Just moments ago, he had dismissed the temple as inconsequential. The Elder of Creation reassured him, saying, there is no need for excessive concern. They are aware of my presence. And for the time being, they should refrain from troubling you again. Bai Yi nodded. Let us hope so. With that, I must take my leave. There are still matters that require my attention over there. Without waiting for Bai Yi's response, I turned and vanished from sight. Bai Yi mused. It appears I must hasten to enhance my prowess. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he surveyed his surroundings. Where am I? I have never been here before. Dismissing further contemplation, he retrieved the flying artifact gifted to him by Song Yu. It had long been cleared by Bai Yi. And as his profound energy surged into the artifact, it gradually expanded. Upon entering, Bai Yi couldn't help but frown. He pondered, will I still be able to operate it as I did before? After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to give it a try. After all, he was unfamiliar with his current locale. Gazing at the boundless expanse of desolation, a sense of unease crept over him, for if he were to walk, he could not fathom how long it might take to find his way out. With his energy flowing into the artifact, it slowly activated and began to glide forward. Bai Yi did not manipulate the artifact's speed, fearing he might encounter a similar predicament as before. Before long, the endless wasteland vanished from his sight. Upon returning to the 5-Star Academy, he was momentarily taken aback as he entered the courtyard. There, he found Xiaoyu quietly seated upon Yang Xiao's lap. The two of them engaged in a conversation filled with laughter. Bai Yi had just lifted his left leg, suspended in midair, uncertain whether to place it forward or retract it. At that moment of awkwardness, Xiaoyu seemed to notice him. She promptly rose from Yang Xiao's lap and gave a slight bow to Bai Yi, addressing him as young Master Bai. Although she had been imprisoned in the fire prison for several months and was no longer a maid of the Zhao family, the grace of her former station still lingered within her. Bai Yi smiled awkwardly and said, well, Xiaoyu, let's dispense with such formality in the future. You may simply call me Bai Yi. Yang Xiao approached Bai Yi and inquired, Junior brother Bai, have you made any significant gains this time? Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yi had been pursued before, when Bai Yu had mentioned his journey to comprehend the swordsmanship. Yang Xiao was merely eager to learn how his cultivation had progressed upon his return. Bai Yu sighed, let it be as it is. Yang Xiao indeed shook his head. I believe Bai Shidi has made considerable progress, hasn't he? Yang Xiao discerned that Bai Ye's current realm had advanced significantly previously. He was merely at the 1st level of Jiedan, yet now he had ascended to the 9th level. However, Yang Xiao could only perceive that Bai Yi had improved. But the extent of this advancement eluded him. After all, Bai Ye's cultivation level now surpassed his own by a great margin. Should he learn that Bai Yi had leaped from the 1st to the 9th level of Jiedan, it was likely that Yang Xiao would abandon his own practice. Realizing that his efforts paled in comparison to Bai Yi's, rendering any further cultivation unnecessary. Just as Bai Yi was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. His spiritual awareness detected 2 formidable presences approaching slowly. Chapter 93. The Death of Yang Xiao. Chapter 94. The awakening of Xiao Yu's martial soul at the very moment Xiao Yu's voice fell, an array of dark clouds, seemingly conjured from nowhere, obscured the entire sky. Instantly, the world was shrouded in gloom, as if the ink of night had descended, instilling a sense of trepidation. Furthermore, the entire Tsungyan continent was enveloped in this multitude of ominous clouds. It appeared as though a prison had formed, sealing the land completely, denying even the faintest glimmer of light. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive, terrifying aura, rendering one nearly breathless. Upon witnessing this, Baiye's heart raced uncontrollably. The overwhelming aura unsettled him deeply, plunging him into an indescribable state. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu appeared utterly unperturbed, standing there with serene composure. Feng Yong and his companion were equally struck with astonishment, the manifestation of a celestial phenomenon instigated by this woman. Both had encountered references to such extraordinary occurrences in ancient texts, yet they never anticipated they would witness one in reality. Just then, a sudden blue beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating the very spot where Xiao Yu stood. White Leaf was struck with immense fear, intent on rushing to Little Jade. Uncertain of the nature of this luminous column, he worried that it might pose a threat to her, thereby increasing his indebtedness to Yang Xiao. Even if it were not for the ties he had with Yang Xiao, he felt compelled to rescue Little Jade, for she had once been Shui Er's ally and had frequently aided both him and Shui Er. Furthermore, in her effort to assist them, she had endured months of captivity at the hands of Dong Guxian, suffering greatly. However, just as White Leaf was about to reach Little Jade, a formidable force propelled him 10 zhang away. After halting, he found himself momentarily dazed. At that moment, the blue beam of light had completely enveloped Little Jade. White Leaf's expression changed dramatically as he prepared to rush forward once more. Yet, just as he was about to do so, Little Jade's voice reached him. "Young Master Bai, I am unharmed." Hearing her words, White Leaf felt a mix of surprise and relief. Since she had reassured him, he resolved to observe the situation before acting. After all, even if he wanted to charge forward, it was improbable given that the repulsive force of the blue column was beyond his capacity to withstand. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky transformed instantaneously from black to blue. The sky no longer resembled a celestial expanse but had become an endless, vast ocean. The deep blue waters floated in the heavens, with waves rising and falling in layers, as if they threatened to engulf the entire world. A fierce wind howled. Surging waves crashed, and countless splashes erupted. The entire realm had morphed into a boundless sea. Bai Yi gazed blankly at the scene, not just Bai Yi. Feng Yong and El Yin were similarly transfixed, their expressions akin to those who had lost their very souls. Just as the boundless ocean threatened to engulf the entire world, it suddenly began to recede slowly. Moments later, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Feng Yong and El Yin exchanged fearful glances at Xiao Yu, for in her hands, a sphere of azure seawater floated and swayed. Without a word, they turned and departed in unison. Bai Yi gazed at the pool of seawater in Xiao Yu's hand and inquired, "Xiao Yu, what is this?" Xiao Yu, equally perplexed, replied, "I am not certain." After a moment, she turned to Bai Yi and continued, "Young Master Bai, I kindly ask for your assistance in preserving Brother Zhao's remains. I must journey to a certain place." Bai Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Where are you headed?" After a brief moment of silence, Xiao Yu softly replied, "Just now, I felt a force guiding me to a certain place. My intuition tells me that upon arriving there, I shall become immensely powerful. Once I attain this strength, I will personally avenge Brother Xiao." Bai Yi let out a soft sigh and said, "Xiao Yu, do you comprehend what just transpired?" "I do not," she replied. "I only know that it was an immensely powerful force." It was evident that Xiao Yu was equally perplexed by the recent events. Bai Yi ceased to inquire further and turned to Xiao Yu. "Is the place you intend to go perilous?" Xiao Yu shook her head. "I do not know. But I must go. I must grow stronger and avenge Brother Xiao." Bai Yi did not impede Xiao Yu, allowing her slender figure to vanish from his sight. As she walked further away, Bai Yi sighed softly, hoping that no danger awaited her. He then turned to the lifeless body of Yang Xiao and bowed respectfully, saying, "Senior brother, I am deeply sorry. In the end, I have caused you trouble. Rest assured, I will avenge you." After bowing once more to Yang Xiao's remains, he carefully placed him within the realm of his golden core. Just as Bai Yi enclosed Yang Xiao's body within his golden core, countless luminous points began to converge upon it in the void of that realm. Bai Yi returned to the courtyard and entered the room. Having just engaged in a fierce battle with Feng Yong, He had sustained significant injuries and thus needed to tend to his wounds first. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu walked quietly along her path, unaware of her destination, merely following an instinct that guided her onward. In this moment, she ceased to reflect on the torment she had endured while imprisoned in the fire cell. Nor did she dwell on the fleeting beauty of her recent days spent with Yang Xiao. Thoughts of the terror and despair she felt when Yang Xiao perished before her eyes, or how she would seek vengeance for him in the future, were equally absent from her mind. Unbeknownst to her, she traversed countless streets and wandered through many deep mountains, ultimately finding herself in the heart of the Blackwind Forest. It was only when a desolate well appeared not far from her that she paused. The well's mouth was approximately 10 feet in diameter, surrounded by 8 stone pillars, beneath which lay intricate and enigmatic patterns. Above, 8 chains, each as thick as an arm, hung down, intertwining into an irregular configuration. Upon closer inspection, the stone pillars and chains bore faint etchings, seemingly restored by some mysterious force. Surrounding the well was a delicate glow, reminiscent of the ceiling formation Bai Yi had once inscribed. Upon sighting the well, the intensity of her inner sensation grew stronger, as if beckoning her to enter. Although she remained unaware of what lay within the desolate well, the compelling urge became increasingly irresistible. Her steps faltered momentarily before she resolutely approached the well. Without hesitation or contemplation, Xiaoyu stepped directly into its depths. Days later, Bai Yi emerged slowly from his room. His injuries had fully healed. Yet he felt an unusual heaviness and unease within his heart. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to visit the Imperial Hall, seeking clarity from Song Yu regarding the unfolding events. Though this might pose some danger, he was determined to ascertain the truth. Just then, his brow furrowed slightly as he retrieved 2 eggs from his ring, the very ones he had found beside the ancient desire beast. To his surprise, one of the eggs bore visible cracks. Bai Yi frowned, pondering if it was on the verge of hatching. Having kept them in the ring without much thought, he had not anticipated inadvertently nurturing them. What manner of eggs were these? Could they possibly hatch into ancient desire beasts? The mere thought made his heart race. He had not forgotten his reaction after consuming that meat with Yinshang. If, in a future devoid of women, he were to be inadvertently activated by one of these creatures, would he end up succumbing to his own folly? Chapter 95. The 3 great powers of the Western. Whilst contemplating this, his expression darkened. Should he discard them or keep them? After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to keep it, for one could never tell when it might lead to an unexpected romance. At this juncture, the egg, which bore a crack, had yet to hatch, so Bai Yi returned it to the confines of his ring. He then turned and departed towards the Imperial Hall. Within the Imperial Hall, Song Yu's expression was far from pleasant, as ever since Bai Yi had aligned himself with Sun Liang, his heart had grown increasingly restless. He had already dispatched his shadow guards to gather intelligence, yet after what felt like an eternity, those he sent forth had yet to return. This only heightened his anxiety, leading to a burgeoning sense of agitation. His concern was not solely for Bai Yi. His unease was equally driven by the matter of Ji Mei. After so many years, hearing news of her should have been a cause for celebration, yet his instincts warned him that the situation was unlikely to be straightforward. Firstly, he found himself questioning the veracity of Sun Liang's words. Was Ji Mei truly in his possession? Moreover, if she were indeed in Sun Liang's grasp, what was her condition? Had she endured suffering? After all, decades had passed. How had Ji Mei managed to survive during this time? In truth, Song Yu did not possess a deep understanding of Sun Liang. Not only had their interactions been minimal, but he could even categorize Sun Liang as an adversary. Furthermore, Sun Liang was exceptionally adept at concealing his actions. If he wished to keep something hidden, it remained undiscovered. Had he been aware of Ji Mei's torment over the years, he would have undoubtedly confronted Sun Liang with fervor. Even if he were to find himself outmatched, a desperate struggle might yield surprising results. Just as Song Yu hesitated over whether to seek out Sun Liang for clarification, Bai Yi gracefully entered the hall. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback, visibly surprised. Logically, given that Bai Yi had aligned with Sun Liang, it seemed improbable that Sun Liang would allow him to remain unharmed. Could it be that the young lady, Shi had returned? The thought sent a jolt through him. If Shi had indeed returned, was Bai Yi here to settle accounts with him? Bai Yi observed the fluctuating expression of Song Yu with a hint of confusion. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Upon hearing Bai Yi's inquiry, Song Yu, lost in contemplation, was jolted back to reality. He turned to Bai Yi, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Bai Yi interjected. Your Majesty, might you share the reasons for your earlier demeanor? With a heavy sigh, Song Yu replied, Alas, I have wronged you, Master Bai. Bai Yi shook his head, saying, I do not hold you accountable. I understand that you must have your reasons. Would you care to share what those reasons are? Song Yu sighed once more. Previously, Sun Liang informed me that Mei Er was in his possession, using her as leverage to coerce me into handing you over to him. Mei Er? Bai Yi appeared somewhat perplexed. Indeed, Mei Er is the love of my life. After I acquired that box, many formidable individuals pursued me. However, due to the numerous protective treasures I possessed, they ultimately could not catch up with me. Thus, I arrived here, remaining hidden. Yet, during their futile search for me, they annihilated all my family members. Initially, I feared that Mei Er had also met a tragic fate, but previously, Sun Liang informed me that Mei Er was in his custody. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, a hint of ferocity crossed Bai Yi's face. What Song Yu had just recounted reminded him of the calamity that had befallen the Bai family. Had Sun Liang indeed released her? Song Yu shook his head. No. Sun Liang is exceedingly cunning. He claimed he would only release Mei Er after obtaining that box. At this point, Song Yu glanced at Bai Yi and sincerely expressed his apologies. I truly regret what transpired earlier. Bai Yi shook his head and said, I do not hold it against you. Were I in your position, I might have acted similarly. Seeing that Bai Yi truly bore no resentment for having been handed over to Sun Liang, Song Yu felt an increasing sense of shame. Suddenly, Song Yu inquired, How did you manage to escape from Sun Liang's grasp, young Master Bai? Bai Yi remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly inquired, Does the Lord of the Song dynasty possess knowledge of the specific strength of this temple? Song Yu's expression grew markedly grave as he replied, Young Master Bai, this temple is one of the three great powers of the Divine Realm's Western Wilderness. The Divine Realm? The Western Wilderness? Bai Yi was profoundly astonished upon hearing Song Yu's introduction. Nodding, Song Yu continued, I am not entirely well versed in the specifics of the Divine Realm. In fact, I hail from the Western Wilderness of this Divine Realm, where three supreme powers reign. What are these three powers, you may ask? They are the Western Royal Palace, the Victory Heaven Hall, and the Temple. Among them, the temple is the most enigmatic. Bai Yi appeared somewhat overwhelmed, for the names of these forces hinted at their extraordinary nature. What might their approximate strengths be? Song Yu replied solemnly, The most renowned figures in the Western Royal Palace and the Holy Sky Hall are the Palace Lord of the Western Royal Palace and the Hall Master of the Holy Sky Hall. Both attained the Celestial Immortal Realm a millennium ago. The Celestial Immortal Realm? Although Bai Yi was unfamiliar with the specifics of this realm, he was certain it held immense significance. Indeed, the Celestial Immortal Realm, according to ancient texts, those who transcend this realm may ascend to godhood. And what of the Divine Temple? Bai Yi inquired hastily, for his primary concern was the strength of the Divine Temple, especially since he had already crossed paths with them. After all, he had previously dismissed them as mere trifles, and he possessed items bestowed by them. It was inevitable that individuals from the Divine Temple would seek him out for retribution. Song Yu responded gravely, Their strength is at least equal, if not superior, to that of the Western Royal Palace and the Holy Sky Hall. Bai Yi stood frozen in place, however. There was no need for young Master Bai to be overly concerned. I believe that since you managed to escape from that Sun Liang, you must possess some form of life-preserving trump card. Having said that, Song Yu fixed his gaze upon Bai Yi, as if attempting to see through him. Bai Yi offered an awkward smile, saying, In truth, I was rescued by someone. Who? Has Miss Shir returned? Bai Yi shook her head. She has not returned. It was an elderly gentleman who rescued me. Song Yu appeared somewhat astonished, but after a brief moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. Has the Elder of Fortune returned? Do you know him? Song Yu nodded. I am acquainted with him, though not intimately. Bai Yi refrained from further discussing the matter of the Creator Elder and instead inquired of Song Yu, Song Emperor, if you were to take me to the temple now, would Sun Liang spare Senior Jimei? Song Yu shook his head, stating, I do not wish to engage in any actions that betray my conscience. After all, I have already done so once, and that feeling is truly unbearable. Indeed, upon witnessing Bai Yi at ease, a sense of clarity enveloped Song Yu's heart, leading him to a profound realization. Some matters hinge upon human agency, while others are dictated by fate. It is not merely one's fervent desires that guarantee corresponding rewards. Young Master Bai, you should return, although I cannot hand you over to the temple again, should Sun Liang come anew. I fear my strength may not suffice to protect you. Bai Yi remarked. Indeed, the Lord of the Song dynasty is forthright, speaking plainly without the duplicity that characterizes some individuals. He then clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, saying, I shall take my leave for now. Should the Lord of the Song dynasty require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Song Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Young Master Bai, exercise caution in the days to come. I suspect that Sun Liang will not relent so easily. Bai Yi nodded and departed, returning to the esteemed 5-star academy. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, an elderly man was quietly seated upon a stone bench. Chapter 96. Is it not different? Upon encountering this individual, Bai Yi initially felt a surge of joy, but in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The elder in the courtyard was none other than his master, Situ Ping. He hastily approached Situ Ping's side, calling out, "Master." Situ Ping looked up at Bai Yi. A faint trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Year, where's your senior sister?" The moment Bai Yi heard Situ Ping's inquiry about Yin Shang, an unsettling wave of anxiety washed over him. Observing the grievous injuries afflicting Situ Ping, Bai Yi remained silent, instead retrieving a white jade vial from his ring. Within it lay the exquisite rebirth pill that Song Yu had previously bestowed upon him. He extracted one and presented it to Situ Ping, saying, "Master, please take this to heal your wounds." Situ Ping was about to decline, fully aware that his injuries were far too severe for any ordinary healing medicine to remedy. However, upon seeing the pill in Bai Yi's hand, his expression grew exceedingly grave. "Where did you acquire this?" It was evident he recognized the significance of the pill. Bai Yi remarked, "This was a gift from someone else. Master, please consume it promptly. We can discuss matters further once your injuries have healed." Situ Ping ceased his refusal, accepting the rejuvenating elixir and promptly ingesting it. Moments later, Situ Ping's wounds began to gradually mend. Bai Yi inquired, "Master, have you not encountered Shang?" Situ Ping regarded Bai Yi with an odd expression. "Shang'er?" Bai Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, for she had never encountered this situation before. Had she truly sought me out? Upon hearing Situ Ping's words, Bai Yi's confusion deepened. "Initially, Shang' mentioned that you had sent a message indicating danger, prompting her to rush to your aid. Yet she departed, and since then, I have received no word from her." After listening to Bai Yi, Situ Ping abruptly rose to his feet. "When did I ever send her a message? Moreover, if I were genuinely in peril, how could I possibly send her? Would that not be akin to sending her to her demise?" "What? So it turns out that it was not the master who relayed a message to Shang'?" Bai Yi was taken aback. It seemed that it might have been a conspiracy from the very beginning. Situ Ping, sensing something amiss, turned to Bai Yi and said, "Your senior sister may be in peril. I must investigate this matter." Having spoken, he prepared to depart, but Bai Yi hurriedly called out to him, "Master, I wish to accompany you." Situ Ping halted, replying, "It is far too dangerous for you to join." Bai Yi inquired, "Master, what realm do you currently inhabit?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's question, Situ Ping felt a touch of confusion, yet he still responded, "I am in the realm of unity." Bai Yi, perplexed, inquired about the unification realm. "Does Master possess knowledge of the celestial immortal realm?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's question regarding the celestial immortal realm, Situ Ping nearly stumbled. "Who has informed you of the existence of the celestial immortal realm?" Bai Yi sighed, "It seems I have now found myself at odds with the temple." Situ Ping's eyes widened in disbelief, and his lips twitched. "You actually stand against the temple? What could possibly provoke such a confrontation?" Bai Yi recounted the matter of the box given to him by Song Yu and Song Lan. After listening, Situ Ping remained unsettled for a long time. "Master, are you aware of the strength of this temple?" Situ Ping pondered for a moment before responding, "It's rather ordinary." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was initially taken aback. Then he cast a skeptical glance at Situ Ping, asking, "Are you implying that it is significantly stronger or weaker than our 5-star academy?" Bai Yi pondered. Initially, Song Yu had claimed that this temple was shrouded in mystery, far more formidable than the other two factions. Yet, my master asserted that it is merely slightly stronger than the 5-star academy. Situ spoke in a placid tone. "I was referring to the 5-star academy of yesteryears. The 5-star academy of the past?" At this, Situ felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In those days, our 5-star academy could be regarded as one of the pinnacle existences across the Myriad realms. However, a certain incident transpired, leading to an assault by a dozen or so top-tier factions. Ultimately, we were unable to withstand the onslaught, and the academy was annihilated, leaving only myself and your senior sister to escape here and evade disaster. In Bai Yi's heart, there was a profound shock. It turned out that the prestigious 5-star academy once experienced such a magnificent era. Were the powers of those dozen or so factions truly formidable? Each one surpassed the strength of both the temple and the victory hall. Bai Yi's heart sank in terror. although he was unaware of the temple's true strength. Song Yu had informed him of the might of the Victory Hall, which housed formidable beings of the celestial immortal realm. Did our 5-star academy also possess such celestial immortal strongholds? Indeed, there were 10. Bai Yi was once again rendered speechless. 10 celestial beings, what a terrifying prospect that was. Just as Bai Yi was in shock, Situ Ping calmly continued. Not only are there 10 celestial beings, but also 3 at the divine sealing realm. The former dean was even at the transcendent realm. Bai Yi was utterly bewildered, his throat constricted with confusion. Were we truly obliterated back then? Indeed. It was not merely a calamity wrought by man, but also by the heavens. Otherwise, even if dozens of superpowers emerged, there would still be no match for the esteemed 5-star academy of that time. What kind of heavenly disaster? You may not comprehend it now, but in due time, you shall. Given that Situ Ping had spoken thus, Bai Yi refrained from further inquiries. Master, how did you sustain your injuries? Situ Ping's expression grew increasingly somber. I was wounded by a fiend. Bai Yi expressed her astonishment. A demon? Situ Ping replied slowly, indeed, a demon. In a secluded area of the divine realm's western wilderness, there lies a powerful race sealed away. It is the demon clan. Bai Yi inquired. Is the demon race truly formidable? Situ Ping shook his head, replying, I am uncertain. However, I recall hearing the elders in the manor speak of it in the past. At that time, the demon race was capable of contending with our 5-star academy. What? They were that powerful? From Situ Ping's words, Bai Yi discerned that the 5-star academy was immensely powerful. Despite this, the demon race could still rival them. This illustrates the immense strength of the demon race. If they are so powerful, why were they sealed away? It is precisely because of their overwhelming strength that they garnered the animosity of all human powerhouses. Under the orchestration of countless formidable beings, they were ultimately sealed away. Bai Yi was rather perplexed. Is it planning? He questioned. Isn't it a forcible sealing? Situ Ping sighed with a bitter smile and shook his head. Though the human race boasted numerous powerful beings at that time, it was still beyond their capabilities to forcibly seal or even annihilate the demon kin. After all, the demon kin possessed entities surpassing the realm of the divine. Bai Yi perceived that Situ Ping's return was deliberately aimed at undermining him. Realizing this, he ceased his inquiries, for at this moment, such questions seemed utterly futile. In comparison to those formidable forces, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Situ Ping appeared to discern Bai Yi's thoughts and offered words of comfort. There is no need for you to feel disheartened. With your innate talent, you are destined for greatness in the future. For now, I must seek out your senior sister to uncover who was behind the forgery of the message. Master, I shall accompany you, Bai Yi replied. You should focus on your cultivation. I truly have little to say about your current strength. Bai Yi felt a tinge of bitterness. However, the temple was currently obsessively targeting him. Situ Ping's lips twitched slightly, realizing that this fellow was indeed fearful of the temple's pursuit. Never mind. I shall linger for a few more days. During this time, you must ensure that I engage in intense cultivation. Ideally, I would strive to reach the realm of the sovereign. Bai Yi, adorned with white leaves and dark lines, addressed his master. Master, I have only just reached the golden core stage. Are you either overly optimistic about my abilities or possess an extraordinary faith in me by expecting me to ascend to the sovereign realm within just a few days? In the ensuing days, Bai Yi entered a frenzied state of cultivation, advancing through the golden core levels from the 10th to the 11th, and eventually to the 15th. It was at this point that he recognized he had reached his limit and began to challenge the condensation sea realm. This realm differed significantly from the previous stages. While the earlier realms focused on refining the golden core, the condensation sea realm emphasizes the cultivation of the sea of consciousness and the soul. Under the guidance of Situ Ping, Bai Yi's pace of cultivation became astonishingly rapid, and before he realized it, several days had slipped by. Bai Yi has ascended from the previous stage of the golden core to the 5th layer of the condensing sea. This remarkable rate of cultivation left Situ Ping utterly astounded. Previously, when he mentioned that Bai Yi might reach the master realm within a few days, it was merely a casual remark. In his view, it would have been impressive enough for Bai Yi to merely graze the edges of the condensing sea within such a short span. However, as the days passed, his astonishment at Bai Yi's progress grew exponentially. It is well known that the transition from the golden core to the condensing sea typically requires years, if not decades. Even in the spirit realm, where the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is abundant, there are some who remain indefinitely trapped between the golden core and the condensing sea, unable to advance even a single step further. Yet, in just over 10 days, Bai Yi astonishingly moved from the 10th layer of the golden core to the 5th layer of the condensing sea. Moreover, Bai Yi did not merely reach the 10th layer before breaking through to the condensing sea, but instead achieved the 15th layer. Situ Ping had never encountered such a phenomenon, nor had he witnessed its like. While he was deeply impressed, he also pondered whether he could replicate such feats. However, after several attempts, he conceded defeat, realizing that it was simply unattainable. How had Bai Yi accomplished this? As several more days slipped by, Bai Yi slowly emerged from his chamber. To Situ Ping's shock, Bai Yi had seemingly attained an extraordinary pinnacle of the condensing sea. He was certain that Bai Yi had not reached the breaking sea realm. Yet the power emanating from him was fearsome, even surpassing that of an ordinary breaking sea cultivator. Observing the astonishment in Situ Ping's eyes, Bai Yi offered an awkward smile. Master, I regret to inform you that I have yet to reach the master realm. I have not even attained the breaking sea realm. Situ Ping's lips twitched slightly. This young man seemed to possess a certain cleverness. No matter, he replied, you have already performed admirably. Master, may we now go in search of Shang'e? Bai Yi inquired eagerly. Situ Ping replied solemnly, I understand your concern for her, but your current strength is still woefully inadequate. Should we venture there, not only would you be in peril, but I too could be drawn into danger because of you. Upon hearing Situ Ping express concern about being implicated by him, Bai Yi felt a pang of frustration, wondering if his master was afraid of being hindered by him, which was why he was being held back from accompanying him. As Bai Yi was about to speak, Situ Ping suddenly furrowed his brow, exclaiming, someone is coming. Almost simultaneously, Bai Yi sensed something amiss and also knitted his brows. At that moment, a young man sauntered into the courtyard. He was adorned in a resplendent crimson garment embroidered with avian motifs, cinched at the waist by a white tiger-striped sash. His long hair flowed gracefully, and his enigmatic eyes held a depth akin to that of a tiger, exuding both charm and a hint of treachery. This individual was none other than Jiang Feng, the scion of the temple, accompanied by two others, Feng Yong and L Yan. Upon the arrival of the trio, Situ Ping's expression shifted subtly, while Bai Yi appeared exceedingly solemn. Although Bai Yi had never encountered Jiang Feng before, the latter's attire suggested he held a significant status within the temple, further corroborated by the presence of Feng Yong and L Yan at his side. Situ Ping spoke calmly. From the temple? Jiang Feng smirked slightly. Indeed. Do you recognize my temple? Bai Yi could not help but sneer. What kind of rubbish is this temple? Upon uttering these words, not only did Jiang Feng and his companions freeze in astonishment, but even Situ Ping appeared momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, Jiang Feng let out a cold snort. Humph. Rubbish, you say? Are you attempting to make me laugh to death? At this juncture, Situ Ping interjected, it is indeed not merely rubbish. This remark further amused Jiang Feng, who found ignorance truly alarming. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng refrained from taking action, as he recognized Situ Ping's extraordinary nature. Any attempt to engage might yield no advantage. His purpose for coming was merely to scout the situation and extend greetings to the Bai family, not to engage in trivial disputes with them. Having said this, he turned to leave. Bai Yi suddenly shouted, halt. He thought to himself, with my master present, it would be wise to detain them. That Jiang Feng just mentioned going to the Bai family. This further ignites my murderous intent towards these individuals. Jiang Feng halted in his tracks and gazed at Bai Yi, asking, do you intend to kill me? Bai Yi did not respond but coldly declared, one-on-one. Jiang Feng chuckled. One-on-one. Are you certain? As the young master of the temple, he had never feared any of his contemporaries, even in the western wilderness. None among the youthful elite of those two factions posed a threat to him, let alone these insignificant beings from the lower realm. However, Feng Yong interjected, young master, this individual is not to be underestimated. He is cunning and full of tricks. There is no need for you to engage in a duel with him. Jiang Feng shot a cold glare at Feng Yong. Are you doubting my abilities? I would never. Feng Yong quickly retreated a few steps and bowed respectfully. Jiang Feng then turned to Bai Yi with a slight smile. Let us duel. As his words fell, he struck his palm towards Bai Yi, an attack that directly locked onto him, rendering him utterly motionless. White Leaf was astounded. How could this be possible? He had previously discerned that Jiang Feng, like himself, belonged to the condensed sea realm, yet his strength was astonishingly enigmatic. Although his body was immobilized, his spirit remained functional. With his formidable consciousness ascending to new heights upon reaching the condensed sea realm, he was undeterred. With a mere thought, a crimson longsword soared forth from his ring. Guided by his will, and under the command of his immense consciousness, The crimson blade cleaved towards Jiang Feng's palm. The potent sword aura rent the very fabric of space as it surged towards the strike. Jiang Feng was somewhat taken aback to observe White Leaf, despite being ensnared, still executing sword techniques. However, it was merely surprise, for he held no belief that White Leaf's strike could withstand his palm. In an instant, the sword and palm collided, unleashing a resounding boom. A terrifying aura erupted with this sound, sweeping outward and annihilating the surrounding space, revealing a multitude of pitch-black spatial voids. Within these voids, countless spatial blades shimmered ominously. Si-Tu Ping's expression turned grave upon witnessing this. At that moment, White Leaf and Jiang Feng were merely in the condensed sea realm. Yet the aftermath of their confrontation was dreadfully formidable. It was evident that even two formidable beings in the boundary establishment realm would struggle to manifest such spatial voids through their clash. Suddenly, innumerable spatial blades erupted from the depths of the darkened voids. Caught off guard, White Leaf was pierced through the left arm by one such blade. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng appeared remarkably at ease in the face of those exceedingly sharp spatial blades. Bai Yi pondered to himself that his combat awareness was still lacking due to insufficient training. Although he and Jiang Feng were at the same level, their true combat prowess was vastly different. As he contemplated this, several blades of spatial energy suddenly shot towards Bai Yi. At that moment, the force that had locked onto him was torn apart by the oncoming spatial blades. With his right hand gripping the sword, Bai Yi confronted the oncoming flurry of blade-like beams. Chapter 98, in the cold green of the beast domain. Just as Bai Yi faced the onslaught of spatial slashes, Jiang Feng opposite him suddenly struck with an open palm directed at Bai Yi. At that moment, Bai Yi was wholly focused on fending off the spatial blades, leaving him utterly unprepared to defend against Jiang Feng's assault. With a resounding thud, Jiang Feng's palm struck Bai Yi's back, propelling him several hundred zhang away. When Bai Yi finally came to a halt, blood streamed from the corner of his mouth, leaving him grievously injured. Yet, at that moment, he could hardly attend to his own wounds, for not far ahead loomed a pitch-black spatial void, from which emanated a terrifying force. Eager to draw Bai Yi into its depths, White Leaf's heart sank in terror as he staggered back a few steps. Opposite him, Jiang Feng, after sending White Leaf flying with a single palm strike, did not pursue. At that moment, he too was ensnared by dozens of spatial blades. Despite his formidable combat awareness, contending with so many spatial blades proved to be quite taxing. Seeing White Leaf in peril, Si-Tu Ping was prepared to intervene, but White Leaf urgently commanded, "Let me handle this." At that moment, White Leaf's mind attained a profound tranquility. He gazed at the distant spatial void, and a thought struck him regarding the second sword of the three-sword technique, the sword that cuts the heavens. A sword is merely a sword. But what constitutes the heavens? What is heaven? Previously, he had believed that looking upward was synonymous with heaven. However, a new understanding dawned upon him. Just moments ago, when he was locked in by Jiang Feng's overwhelming force, he had summoned the sword with his mind, controlling it with his thoughts, as if grasping an elusive truth. Suddenly, he recalled the book his master had given him, titled One Thought, 10,000 Realms. Could that indeed be the essence of thought's power? Without further deliberation, he returned to the second sword of the three-sword technique, the sword that cuts the heavens. Indeed, looking up signifies heaven. But what is heaven? Is it not space? Can we not assert that space is heaven? To cut the heavens is tantamount to breaking through space. Yet, as he stared at the spatial void, he felt a sense of confusion. What is this spatial void? The other side of heaven? While White Leaf was lost in contemplation, a flurry of spatial blades suddenly shot toward him. Yet he remained motionless. Though his body did not stir, his sword was already unleashed. With thought as his sword, one thought became one sword, and each sword unleashed a wave of devastating blades. From afar, Si-Tu Ping was frozen in disbelief, murmuring, "How is this possible?" Jiang Feng, too, narrowed his eyes, remarking, "This is intriguing. I underestimated you." At that moment, White Leaf was oblivious to both of them, deeply engrossed in contemplating the realm of thought and swordsmanship. This was a domain exclusive to the way of the sword, rich in profundity and complexity. If thought could command the sword, could it not also control those spatial blades? Bai Yi contemplated, resolved to act upon his thoughts. He immediately focused his mind, attempting to manipulate the spatial blades with his psychic energy. However, after several fruitless attempts, he relinquished his efforts, for he found himself utterly incapable of controlling those ethereal blades. To his dismay, he began to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him. Could it be that the use of such psychic power was inherently limited? With his current strength, he could only wield this ability a handful of times. This realization darkened his expression, if this were the case. How could he possibly fend off Jiang Feng? Not to mention Jiang Feng himself. Even those spatial blades left him feeling utterly powerless. Just then, after shattering several spatial blades, Jiang Feng charged towards Bai Yi. Noticing the unusual pallor on Bai Yi's face, Jiang Feng smirked. "Young Master Bai, has such a short time rendered you feeble?" Bai Yi's expression was exceedingly grim, on the verge of speaking when Jiang Feng struck with a palm. Although this blow lacked the intensity of his previous strike, Bai Yi found himself unable to unleash the same formidable sword technique as before. His head spinning, Bai Yi gazed at the incoming palm, his countenance darkening as he pondered how to defend himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Despite his dwindling mental energy, his profound strength remained intact. Thus, he harnessed the last vestige of his mental power to commune with the forces of heaven and earth, delivering a mighty slash with his remaining energy. This marked his inaugural execution of the second sword in the trilogy of sword techniques. As the blade was unleashed, the sky dimmed instantaneously. Countless spatial blades shattered beneath the overwhelming pressure of his sword's might. Not only that, but the dark voids of space began to wane, becoming increasingly ethereal. The sheer potency of this strike threatened to rend the very fabric of the heavens. Witnessing such formidable power, Jiang Feng, who was charging toward Bai Yi, was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as he retracted his palm. However, he did not retreat. Instead, a purple gold gourd appeared in his right hand. Its size modest yet exuding an aura of the extraordinary. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng struck the base of the gourd with his left hand. In an instant, a powerful suction emanated from the purple gold gourd, drawing in Bai Yi's terrifying sword force with frenzied intensity. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Bai Yi's figure began to be inexorably drawn toward the gourd as well. Bai Yi's heart raced with trepidation as he thought, "This is bad. I am about to be drawn in." At that moment, Situ Ping suddenly appeared not far from Bai Yi, launching a powerful punch at the gourd. Instantly, the formidable suction was repelled by his strike. Just as Situ Ping was poised to continue his assault, a phantom materialized in the void. The apparition, appearing almost translucent, concealed its features, revealing only the vague outline of an elderly figure clad in a pale gray robe. Upon its emergence, the phantom remained still, coldly regarding Situ Ping and Bai Yi. Situ Ping, witnessing the appearance of the specter, wore an expression of grave concern. Bai Yi staggered towards Situ Ping, appearing particularly disheveled. His garments, once intact, had been marred by numerous gashes from the spatial blades, and moments ago, they had been further torn apart by the relentless pull of the purple gold gourd. Now, his attire lay in tatters, stained crimson with blood, resembling someone who had clawed their way out from a heap of corpses. The ethereal figure in the void gazed coldly at Bai Yi and Situ Ping, remaining silent. After a brief interlude, the apparition began to fade into indistinctness, at which point Bai Yi and Situ Ping realized that Jiang Feng and the others had vanished without a trace. "Master, what is the nature of that ethereal figure?" Bai Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired of Situ Ping. At that moment, Situ Ping's expression darkened as he gravely replied, "The situation may be somewhat troublesome." After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Bai Yi, "You should return to tend to your wounds. I must seek out someone." As Situ Ping prepared to depart, Bai Yi's eyelids fluttered with concern. "Master, what if they return while you are gone?" Situ Ping sighed. "Even if I remain, should that phantom strike, I would be powerless to prevent it. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly." With that, he turned and left, leaving Bai Yi to ponder whether her master was merely fleeing. In a realm cloaked in dim gray, a woman trudged forward. Her attire was tattered, her visage weary, and her long hair matted with dried blood. The sword she held dripped with fresh crimson droplets. Surrounding her lay the lifeless corpses of beasts, silenced by a single stroke. This woman was Lang Qing. Chapter 99. I haven't laughed in 100,000 years. At that moment, Lang Qing stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. She bent, using her sword to brace against the earth, her entire form trembling. She had relentlessly pursued Hu Ren to this point, yet was ensnared by numerous beasts. This battle had spanned several months, and Hu Ren had vanished without a trace. Exhausted, she found herself devoid of the strength to even walk. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her once cold countenance now bore a hint of a smile. "Brother, I failed to fulfill my promise to you." Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. In the distance, the sounds of 1,000 galloping steeds surged toward Lang Qing with alarming speed. Struggling to lift her gaze, she managed a sorrowful smile. Countless Beast Clan warriors had converged around her, their eyes fixed on Lang Qing, roaring incessantly. She straightened, laboriously raising her sword to point forward. Her voice icy as she proclaimed, "Come, let us battle." It seemed the Beast Clan warriors understood her words. In an instant, upon her utterance, they charged toward her. At that moment, Lang Qing found herself bereft of the strength to fight, preparing to expend her last ounce of energy for a final stand. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, a woman walked slowly. She wore a flowing light blue gown, her long hair cascading down her back. Suddenly, she halted, her expression turning peculiar. She then turned her gaze toward a particular direction and murmured, "Is it amusing? Is being invincible not enough? You must provoke fate and end up in such dire straits. I truly wonder what you are thinking." Shaking her head with a sigh, she continued, all right. Considering your past assistance on his behalf, I shall extend my aid to you this once." With a radiant smile, she unleashed a wave of energy. In an instant, the surrounding starry expanse erupted into chaos, fracturing and vanishing inch by inch, until, moments later, the entire domain dissolved into an abyss of inky void. The woman stood there, momentarily stunned by the spectacle before her. With a resigned sigh, I lightly tapped my forehead, exclaiming softly, "Oh dear, how could I forget? It has been eons since I last smiled." I addressed the surroundings with an apologetic tone, my sincerest apologies. I simply could not help but chuckle. If only for a fleeting moment. I thought to myself, fortunate that individual was not within this star realm. Had he been here, the consequences could have been dire, prompting him to seek vengeance against me. Shaking my head to dismiss such thoughts, I waved my hand, and a flash of blade light flickered momentarily. Just as countless beast warriors were about to approach Lang Qing, a stream of blade light emerged from the rift in space-time. The sound of sizzling filled the air, and moments later, the heads of those numerous beast warriors flew off. In an instant, blood stained the entire sky, and the already gruesome battlefield became saturated once more with an oppressive atmosphere of death and terror. Lang Qing snapped back to reality, gazing at the scene before him. Momentarily stunned, after a few unsteady steps, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Several days later, Bai Yi emerged from his chamber, moving slowly as if deep in thought. Abruptly, he halted, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he set off toward the imperial palace. Upon entering the palace, he found Song Yu engaged in deep reflection. Bai Yi inquired, "Is there something on your mind, Emperor Song?" Surprised by Bai Yi's arrival, Song Yu responded, "Ah, young master Bai?" Bai Yi inquired, "Is the Emperor Song contemplating matters concerning the esteemed elder Jimei?" Song Yu nodded, indeed preoccupied with thoughts of Jimei. Moreover, he was deliberating whether to pay a visit to the temple. Ever since Sun Liang had mentioned Jimei, an unsettling weight had settled upon his heart, as if something were pressing down upon him. Bai Yi inquired, "Sovereign Song, do you still recall those two individuals from before?" Song Yu furrowed his brow. "Those two formidable beings of the sea-breaking realm?" Bai Yi nodded and remarked, "In my opinion, that Sun Liang does not seem to be allied with those two." Song Yu, perplexed, responded, "But they are all affiliated with the temple." Bai Yi continued, "A few days ago, those two came to seek me out once more, accompanied by another individual. I surmise that this person must be their young master." "The young master of the temple, perhaps?" Bai Yi nodded. However, Sun Liang did not go initially. Song Yu seemed to recall something, his expression shifting slightly. "Are you suggesting that Sun Liang intended to take the box from you and claim it as his own?" "I believe that is the case," Bai Yi replied. Song Yu shook his head. "I doubt Sun Liang would act in such a manner. After all, that would be in direct opposition to their young master." Bai Yi remarked, "What if the young master is unaware that it was Sun Liang who acted? Are you suggesting that Sun Liang might have ventured down here on his own accord?" Bai Yi nodded, pondering if that were the case. "Why did Sun Liang not appear when those two individuals showed up?" Song Yu shook his head in response. "It is not as you suggest. When I captured those two, it was Sun Liang who intervened to rescue them. If your assertion were true, Sun Liang would not have revealed himself in front of them at that time." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi began to feel that perhaps he had overthought the situation. Yet, an unsettling sense lingered, as he could not quite discern what was amiss. Bai Yi was about to speak when, suddenly, her expression changed. Situ Ping unexpectedly entered the grand hall. Bai Yi swiftly approached Situ Ping, offering a slight bow. "Master, you have returned." Situ Ping chuckled. "I have been searching for you all day. It appears you were here." At that moment, Song Yu clasped his fists in greeting, inquiring, "Might I ask who the esteemed senior is?" Situ Ping turned his gaze towards Song Yu, his expression growing increasingly frosty. Bai Yi had previously informed him of Song Yu's role in entrusting him to Sun Liang, thus causing Situ Ping to view Song Yu with disdain. "Were you not the one who handed my disciple over to that unscrupulous individual?" Song Yu, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Indeed, it was I. However, I deeply regret my actions. Rest assured, esteemed senior, I will never again put young Master Bai in such a position." Bai Yi elucidated to Situ Ping in the beginning. Emperor Song also had his own unspoken hardships. I do not hold it against him. Hearing Bai Yi unexpectedly speak in defense of an outsider, Situ Ping let out a cold snort. "Humph, your kindness is excessive, rendering you oblivious to the treachery of the world. Be aware that such naivety may lead to significant misfortune in the future." Bai Yi felt quite embarrassed. After all, Emperor Song had rendered me considerable assistance. Situ Ping seemed to recollect something, turning to Song Yu. "Do you have any knowledge of that Sun Liang?" Song Yu furrowed his brow. "Not much, I'm afraid." Situ Ping spoke with a grave tone. "If your Ji Mei is indeed ensnared by Sun Liang, it would be exceedingly dire." Upon hearing Situ Ping's words, Song Yu's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily inquired, "Elder, do you possess any insights?" Situ Ping sighed and replied, "Several centuries ago, I heard it said that Sun Liang is, in fact, a notorious libertine. Otherwise, how could he have earned such a disreputable title?" Bai Yi suddenly inquired of Song Yu, "Is Senior Ji Mei truly as beautiful as they say?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's question, Situ Ping appeared somewhat uneasy. However, Song Yu remained unfazed and nodded, declaring, "Mei Er possesses a beauty unparalleled in the world. Her smile could captivate a city, and a second could enthrall a nation." As he spoke, Song Yu's expression shifted dramatically. "Senior, are you suggesting that Sun Liang might be?" He could not finish his thought, for he was at a loss for words and dared not delve further into the implications. Situ Ping sighed deeply. "Perhaps that girl Ji Mei has not fallen into the clutches of Sun Liang. No, she should not be in the hands of such a rogue." At that moment, Song Yu's visage revealed a profound sense of panic, his eyes reflecting deep-seated concern. At this moment, Bai Yi reminisced about Yun Shangxiang, senior sisterling, and sure. Where could they possibly be? "Year, this time I wish to take you to a certain place. Perhaps there, you will be able to enhance your strength more swiftly." In truth, Situ Ping felt a twinge of hesitation, for that location was indeed fraught with peril. The temple's inhabitants were currently fixated on Bai Yi. Allowing her to venture there at this juncture seemed rather precarious. However, remaining here would only hinder Bai Yi's progress in cultivating her abilities. Although his own realm had ascended rapidly, his actual combat prowess still lagged considerably. This was evident from his previous clash with Jiang Feng, even though Bai Yi emerged victorious. Situ Ping regarded that outcome as merely a stroke of luck. Bai Yi inquired with a hint of confusion, "Where might that be?" Situ replied in a calm tone, "The trial grounds of the Western Wilderness." Song Yu exclaimed, "Are you truly taking young Master Bai there?" "The trial grounds of the Western Wilderness? What sort of place is that?" Bai Yi inquired. Song Yu turned to Situ Ping, saying, "At present, young Master Bai is being closely watched by the temple. Should we take him there, it could prove to be quite perilous." However, Situ Ping replied, "Without facing certain dangers, how can he hope to grow stronger?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a sudden jolt in her heart. It seemed that her master was being rather harsh, as if intending to send her to a perilous place. Bai Yi promptly shook his head and said, "Master, I believe it would be better for me to cultivate here for a while before venturing out." Situ Ping shot a stern glance at Bai Yi and replied, "Here, you will only elevate your realm. Your combat prowess will not undergo any substantial transformation. That place, however, is nearly in constant battle, which would greatly enhance your combat awareness." Bai Yi's lips twitched slightly as he whispered, "That would be perilous." Song Yu concurred. "Perhaps it would be wise for young Master Bai to cultivate for a while longer before venturing to that place." Situ Ping shook his head. "In truth, he is more at risk here. You are aware that the temple has already taken notice of him. If the temple's personnel comes seeking him again, who could possibly safeguard him? Master, why not stay a bit longer?" Song Yu expressed his confusion, pondering why Situ Ping was always so eager to depart. Situ Ping sighed deeply. "Very well. I shall acquiesce to your wishes this time." Upon hearing Situ Ping's consent to remain, Bai Yi was filled with joy and eagerly nodded. About to speak, Situ Ping continued, "In fact, I have another reason for wanting you to go to that place." "What reason?" "There may be news regarding Shang Er there." "What? Are you saying Shang Er is there?" At this moment, Bai Yi trembled all over. After such a long time, it was the first instance he had heard news regarding Shang Er. Situ Ping pondered for a moment before nodding and replied, "What I mentioned is merely a possibility. Yet remaining here will certainly yield no information about Shang Er." Bai Yi fell into deep contemplation, indeed as Situ Ping had articulated. It was certain that he would not find Shangri here. Previously, he was eager to venture forth in search of her, yet why now did hesitation grip him? Was he afraid of death? No one is entirely devoid of fear regarding mortality, yet if Shangri were to learn that he refrained from seeking her out of fear, would she not be profoundly disappointed? Contemplating this, Bai Yi declared, "Master, let us depart at once." Meanwhile, Song Yu appeared lost in thought, his expression shifting dramatically. "I shall accompany you," he announced. Both Situ Ping and Bai Yi turned their gazes towards him, with Bai Yi inquiring, "Does the sovereign of Song wish to seek out Elder Jimei?" Song Yu sighed, "Indeed. Until now, I was unaware of Myriad's fate. Having believed she had perished long ago, upon hearing Sun Liang mention her, I felt an urge to investigate, to discern whether it is truly as Sun Liang claimed." Situ Ping interjected, "Might you not wish to prepare beforehand?" Song Yu shook his head resolutely. "We must depart immediately." Bai Yi also nodded, indicating that the sooner, the better. Situ Ping ceased his lengthy speech, producing a token from his hand. The token, not larger than a palm, was entirely dark in hue. Inscribed with 4 prominent characters, 5-Star Academy. Upon catching sight of the token in Situ Ping's hand, Song Yu's expression changed dramatically. "Why you? Are you from the 5-Star Academy?" His voice was laden with shock and disbelief, tinged with an undercurrent of fear. Bai Yi regarded Song Yu with an air of curiosity, inquiring, "Is there something amiss with the Song Emperor?" Previously, Song Yu was aware that Bai Yi had been affiliated with an institution known as the 5-Star Academy. However, he had not anticipated that this academy was associated with that particular entity. He had never considered such a connection, merely assuming that Bai Yi's designation of the 5-Star Academy was arbitrary. Song Yu gazed at Situ Ping with a sense of awe, questioning, "Are you truly from the 5-Star Academy, esteemed senior?" Situ Ping responded, "Is this truly surprising? Yet, to my knowledge, this 5-Star Academy was obliterated thousands of years ago." With a chuckle, Situ Ping added, "It is merely a matter of luck." Upon finishing his words, he activated his token, and a dark, radiant beam shot skyward. Subsequently, Situ Ping gracefully swept the token through the air, causing a rift in space to materialize. He turned to Bai Yi and Song Yu, urging, "Step inside." Bai Yi furrowed his brows, "Master, there are many spatial blades within." Situ Ping's lips twitched slightly. "Why are you so concerned?" With that, he kicked Bai Yi into the void. After a startled cry, all sound ceased. Song Yu gazed at Situ Ping in astonishment. Is he in danger? Situ Ping disregarded Song Yu and turned to step into the dark rift. As Bai Yi stepped into the spatial rift, he was immediately beset by a flurry of space blades, realizing the peril he was in. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and struck at the oncoming blades. In that moment, Bai Yi's strength had multiplied beyond measure compared to before. With each swing of his sword, the blades were reduced to mere fragments. Elated by this, he declared, "Grandfather Bai can shatter you into pieces with but a flick of his finger." However, his expression shifted dramatically as he noticed countless space blades approaching from nearby. "Why are there so many?" he thought, dismissing his concerns and bravely charging forward. The sound of clashing metal echoed, the crimson sword meeting the ominous black blades with a series of sharp clangs that threatened to rupture one's eardrums. Despite his newfound strength, the sheer number of blades was overwhelming, seemingly endless. Soon, Bai Yi's countenance darkened. No matter how many blades he shattered, an unyielding tide continued to surge forth. This was unsustainable. If his energy were to deplete, he would ultimately be torn apart by the very blades he fought against. Lost in thought, he was suddenly struck by several space blades before he could react. Blood trickled from his wounds, sending a wave of panic through him. He quickly gathered his focus, preparing to fend off the incoming assault. At that moment, a formidable force manifested not far from Bai Yi. Countless space blades coalesced into a massive vortex, akin to a tornado, surging towards him with relentless ferocity. The void itself quivered in its wake, as numerous blades were drawn into its swirling maw, causing the vortex to swell in size. It seemed as though this colossal whirlwind sought to consume the very heavens and earth. Bai Yi halted his swordplay. The blades had been entirely siphoned away by the vortex. Yet, he felt no exhilaration. The immense whirlpool was drawing closer, its powerful gravitational pull threatening to engulf him. With his eyes narrowed, Bai Yi declared, "I shall see what you can do to me." He then brandished his sword and shouted, "One sword shatters the heavens." Empowered by the mysterious forces of his inner golden core and mental prowess, this strike caused the entire spatial passage to tremble slightly, with some sections beginning to collapse. However, when that sword met the colossal vortex, it sank like a stone into the ocean, leaving no ripples in its wake. Observing this, Bai Yi inwardly lamented the dire situation and attempted to retract his sword, but it was too late. He, along with the sword, was engulfed by the vast vortex. In an instant, he found himself surrounded by countless razor-sharp spatial blades. Overcome with dread, Bai Yi instinctively swung his sword, releasing a beam of sword light that was swiftly shredded by the multitude of spatial blades. At this moment, his body was drenched in blood, resembling a veritable specter of crimson. His ferocious visage bore several deep gashes. Without hesitation, Bai Yi summoned every ounce of strength to harness the power of his golden core, using its enigmatic force to shield himself. Simultaneously, he empowered his sword's spirit with mental energy, attempting to break free from the terrifying vortex. A brilliant beam of sword light shot forth, shattering the countless spatial blades in its path. With a resounding crash, the struggle intensified. Bai Yi finally emerged from the terrifying vortex, yet at that moment, he was utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to maintain his balance. He staggered a few steps, nearly falling, when suddenly, Situ Ping grasped him firmly. "Year, what has happened?" Situ Ping inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he observed the severely injured Bai Yi. He and Song Yu had just arrived in this place, and were taken aback by Bai Yi's dire state. Bai Yi raised his gaze to Situ Ping, his heart still trembling as he said, "Master, that black whirlpool." As he spoke, he turned to look, only to find himself frozen in place the very next moment. For the colossal whirlpool had vanished, as if it had never existed at all.